Chapter 1. Unexpected. In the realm of April, when the blossoms have faded, the peach flowers in the mountain temple begin to bloom. In this vast and bustling city, a modest shop nestled at the junction of the second and third ring roads resembles an inconspicuous little fly. Yet, Yuan Zhou, ensconced in the dimly lit room, is not inclined to ponder such trivialities. Sighing, he sits on the sole chair that is not missing any limbs, surveying the small space around him, his thoughts drifting far away. This is the only remnant left by his parents, aside from the 50,000 yuan for funeral expenses. A quaint little shop located on a street of miscellaneous goods, it is flanked by office buildings. The upper level once served as a warm home for a family of 3, while the lower level housed a small noodle restaurant. Since the tragic traffic accident that claimed his parents' lives 3 years ago, he has not set foot in the shop below, opting instead to use the back door for his outings. The room is now cloaked in dust, with tables and benches shattered from the unexpected impact, and utensils scattered in disarray. The second floor is little better, aside from being a space for daily activities. It remains unchanged from 3 years ago. To his surprise, the transfer notice posted 2 years ago has finally drawn interest from a potential buyer. Rising from his seat, Yuan Zhou takes one last look around. His mature face etched with a hint of weariness and resignation, as if he wishes to imprint the chaos of this noodle shop into his memory. However, before he can hold this expression for more than 3 seconds, he inadvertently steps on something, resulting in a sudden thud as he meets the cold, hard tiles with his body, dust swirling around him. "Ouch, my face," he mutters, grimacing as he rises, rubbing his bruised left cheek. "Just wait, tomorrow someone will take you over," he reassures the dilapidated space. Dusting off his clothes and sighing once more, reluctant to say anything further, navigating through the disorderly hall, he skillfully makes his way to what used to be the kitchen, near the back door. A narrow, hidden staircase, just wide enough for one person, beckons. Ascending the 8 steps, his expression remains impassive while his hand tenderly caresses the spot where he fell. The second floor is considerably brighter than the first. Close to the staircase stands a shoe cabinet, now coated in a layer of dust. The first shelf holds a pair of worn leather shoes, the second a few outdated women's shoes, while the third boasts a collection of pristine white sneakers and stylish casual shoes. Ignoring the dust, Yuan Zhou slips off his slippers and pads barefoot into the room. The modest second floor is divided into 3 rooms, 2 of which are snugly adjacent yet not cramped. On the white door panels, the left side bears a Fu character, while the right side displays joy upon entering. Both have faded with age. The last room is marked by a yellow wooden door at the far right. With a sharp click, he turns the knob of the door adorned with joy upon entering. Inside, the floor is littered with dirty clothes, and the cabinet beside the bed stands ajar, clothes haphazardly thrown inside. A black laptop rests on the bedside table, its screen flickering, still in use. The only semblance of order in the room is the neatly made double bed, with perfectly folded blankets and aligned pillows, casting a disdainful glance at the dust on his clothes. Yuan Zhou retrieves a change of garments from the wardrobe, leaving the door ajar as he strides toward the yellow wooden door. After placing his clothes down, he washes his face at the sink. The mirror reflects a mature visage, a man in his early 30s, with deep, captivating eyes that exude maturity and calm, imbuing his otherwise ordinary features with an unexpected charm reminiscent of the contemporary handsome uncle archetype. His hands bear faint scars from burns and cuts, fingers not particularly elegant, yet his arms boast a well-defined musculature. Despite his past aspirations to sculpt a chiseled torso to attract women, he abandoned the endeavor after 3 months when he realized his abdomen remained devoid of definition. After a brief wash, he returns to his room just as his phone buzzes to life, vibrating on the table. Drying his hands, he opens a message from Boss Wang, which reads, "Yuan Zhou, I found someone to take over. You need not come in tomorrow. Your salary will be deposited into your account on schedule mid-month." He exhales in relief. Although he had resigned half a month ago, his boss insisted on following the proper procedures, requiring a replacement before his departure. Yuan Zhou had longed to escape this place of sorrow and venture into the world. A glance at the photo resting on the table brings him a sense of lightness, though thoughts of the prospective tenant visiting tomorrow fill him with apprehension. After all, his parents had harbored great hopes for this small shop, even suggesting that if he achieved little else, he could inherit it. Yet, since their passing, he has never opened the establishment, and now he must lease it out. An undercurrent of irritation wells up within him as he nudges the photo further away. Lying on his bed, he gazes at the darkening sky outside, closing his eyes to clear his mind. Seemingly intent on drifting into slumber, suddenly, An inexplicable electronic voice reverberates in his mind. Ding. Detecting host's mental stability. Suitable for binding. Binding commencing. Binding complete. Yuan Zhou opens his eyes, his expression still neutral, yet astonishment flickers in his gaze. System, he whispers. Host. I am here. A serious and cold electronic voice responds within his mind. Huh. He is genuinely bewildered now. What on earth is this? Yuan Zhou begins to scan the room for the source of the voice, searching for anything that might differ from yesterday. Ultimately, aside from the leftover lunch containers obediently resting in the trash, nothing else appears out of the ordinary. Host need not search. This system is bound to the back of your head. As the voice mentions the back of your head, Yuan Zhou instinctively reaches back, thoroughly probing the area only to find no irregularities, not even a bump. The cold electronic voice continues. In a manner imperceptible to the naked eye or even a microscope, this system is the chef god system. Your conditions are met. The first task is now commencing. Wait, what system? Yuan Zhou, having found nothing, calmly returns to his bed, inquiring further. The chef god system. To conserve energy. Explanations will appear in written form within your mind. Simply concentrate to view. The cold electronic voice fades away. Text explanation. This system originates from an unknown galaxy, invented by the renowned Dr. A, designed to offer humanity a higher level of spiritual enjoyment. IT has wandered to Earth for 2,500 years. Passing through 10 hosts, you are the 11th. The objective. This system will assist you in mastering culinary arts from both East and West, ultimately becoming the world's greatest chef god. Host. Yuan Zhou, ordinary Han Chinese male. Age. 24. Physical attributes. See rating in neural response speed, strength, coordination, and agility. Culinary talent. Unknown. Skills. None. Tools. None. Culinary proficiency rating. Novice. You are but a novice in the culinary realm. Have you learned to make fried rice after 2 years of study? Task. Chapter 2. The first task. With little time to ponder the task or anything else, Yuan Zhou stands in excitement, pacing around his room, only to realize how foolish he appears and sits back down. Incessantly fiddling with his phone, opening and closing apps to the point of straining the device. His mind is alight with countless thoughts, but they can be summarized in one sentence. Chef god system? Am I destined to ascend to the pinnacle of life? It is worth noting that this little shop is the culmination of his parents' hard work over decades. Tragically, it was barely 2 years into its operation when they met with a fatal accident while restocking supplies. That year, he was a junior in college, and in an instant, he became an orphan, his emotions unraveling as he could scarcely focus on his studies, eventually taking a year off before barely graduating. In this thriving metropolis, such a degree offers little in terms of promising employment, leading him to work in a grand hotel kitchen. Initially, he hoped to master cooking and carry on his father's dream, only to discover that culinary skills require innate talent. After 2 years of mediocre progress, he decided to resign when someone expressed interest in the dilapidated shop, driven partly by his disappointment and the desire to escape the shadow of his parents' passing. Could this system be his turning point and hope? With that thought in mind, Yuan Zhou clicked on the initial task. Task. Own a shop of your own. Task hint. As a future chef god. How could you possibly lack your own establishment? Young man, go forth and strive. What kind of hint is this? Is this system a jokester? Yuan Zhou, filled with excitement, opens the task and immediately notices the words in parentheses, prompting him to scoff. A shop of my own. It appears fate has decreed this. Reflecting on the task, Yuan Zhou feels a wave of emotion. Perhaps this is also his parents' wish, not wanting him to depart. Amidst a myriad of thoughts, determination solidifies within him. He picks up his phone from the table, navigates to his contacts, and hesitates briefly before dialing Li's number. After 3 rings, she answers. Hello, this is Li. A gentle and melodious voice responds. Hello. I am Yuan Zhou, the owner of the shop at 14 Taoshi Road. He introduces himself, recalling the one time he met the woman interested in renting the shop. She was strikingly beautiful, with neatly styled shoulder-length hair and dressed in professional attire. To be honest, he was unsure why she was willing to rent the place without even inspecting it, and now he feels somewhat embarrassed for having second thoughts. However, before he can finish, Li interjects, Oh, it's you. I said about the signing. Please hold on a moment. I have a bit of an urgent matter. Tell my brother that he will be managing the shop in the future. Before Yuan Zhou could utter a word, a coarse, arrogant male voice interrupted. Tomorrow afternoon at 1 o'clock, we will sign the contract at your shop. I apologize, but the purpose of my call today is to inform you that I can no longer rent my shop to you. Yuan Zhou felt a twinge of displeasure at such a blunt retort, but recalling his objective, he stated directly, "What do you mean? Are you looking to raise the rent?" The male voice on the other end sounded somewhat displeased, not genuinely believing Yuan Zhou's claim of withdrawing the rental offer. After all, he was aware of the shop's situation. It had been up for sublease for 2 years without any takers. This was partly because the street was not a culinary haven, but rather a mundane thoroughfare selling a variety of goods, lacking any upscale offerings, merely everyday household items. Its location was mediocre, although it was flanked by several office buildings that provided a potential clientele of white-collar workers. There was a food street situated right below. And nowadays, office workers were notoriously lazy, unwilling to walk further than necessary, leading to lackluster business for this street. Given these circumstances, prospective renters were not oblivious to the realities. The reason they would still consider renting without haggling was due to some insider knowledge. Although an offer to purchase had been declined previously, renting first and subsequently buying seemed a surefire way to profit immensely, especially since Yuan Zhou's situation was well known, an orphan with no hidden connections. "No. This is my own issue. We Haven-T signed a contract and I Haven-T taken a deposit, so this rental agreement is null and void." Upon hearing the mention of raising the rent, Yuan Zhou frowned. Was he really someone who loved money? Still, he offered a brief explanation. "What do you mean? You initially agreed to rent, and now you're backing out. Do you think your shop is in high demand?" "I am willing to increase the rent by 100 each month." The coarse male voice on the line spoke with urgency and dissatisfaction, immediately offering more money. "I truly do not wish to raise the rent. I simply want to operate my own business now, so I can no longer rent it. Hey you." Before the other party could finish, Yuan Zhou hung up the phone. After all, he had initiated the call. If this continued, it would exceed a minute, and as previously stated, Yuan Zhou was not merely someone who loved money. He was exceedingly fond of it. Moreover, in this situation, with no deposit and no contract signed, stating the deal was off was as good as final. Knock, knock, knock. After sending off the last customer, Lily returned to the room, her high heels clicking crisply against the wooden floor. Seeing her brother Lily grimacing at his phone, she couldn't help but smile. "What's wrong with you? Are you arguing with your phone? That shop said they are no longer renting it," Lily replied, quickly regaining his composure. A hint of dissatisfaction etched on his face. "Oh, why?" Lily arched her elegant brows in surprise. "That kid claims he wants to open his own store. But it's fine. We've already secured 4 or 5 others." Lily's handsome face displayed a nonchalant demeanor. "All right then, what are your plans?" Noticing her brother's indifference, Lily chose not to press further and shifted the conversation. Meanwhile, Yuan Zhou wore a serious expression, his mind blank, aimlessly prodding at his phone. "Should I clean myself, or just clean? Or perhaps just clean? By the way, with a task comes a reward. Where is the reward?" Yuan Zhou muttered to himself, searching within his mental interface. Reward, God-level fried rice skill. Wasn't God-level fried rice just fried rice? It was akin to being the king among beggars, yet still being a beggar. What use was that? System. Does this reward befit my task? Upon glimpsing the reward, Yuan Zhou felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. The system displayed the most delicious fried rice in the world. What makes it so delicious? Yuan Zhou inquired earnestly. This time, there was no explanation, only a solitary line of text. "Please complete the task first." "All right, an explanation without an explanation," Yuan Zhou grumbled, then continued to examine the interface, realizing he had been too excited to scrutinize it earlier. "Why is my culinary talent listed as unknown?" Though Yuan Zhou understood that his talent might not be particularly high. What did unknown imply? This system does not possess the capability to detect talent, and human talent is not fixed or immutable. The same type of text appeared. If you cannot detect it, why highlight it? Yuan Zhou found himself perplexed. This symmetry looks better. The system hesitated before providing a response, which only added to the oddity of the situation. To avoid having his intelligence undermined by a system, Yuan Zhou decided to ignore the issue and continued to read on. Culinary dimensions? The system replied, specifically refers to color, aroma, taste, shape, and intention. However, the glaring label of novice also made Yuan Zhou acutely aware of his culinary level, leading to a sense of defeat. But as he thought about the system he had acquired, his confidence was quickly restored. Thus, it was time to commence the task. Chapter 3. Cleaning. After thoroughly examining the unpretentious interface 3 times, Yuan Zhou felt more informed. He glanced out the window at the night sky and checked the time on his phone, 20:49. Though it was quite late, the excitement coursing through him compelled Yuan Zhou to ponder the task ahead. To possess my own shop, the one below, is already mine, in both legal and practical terms. Yet why does the task status remain incomplete? Yuan Zhou contemplated while gently tapping his fingers on the nightstand. Was it due to the absence of a sign or the fact that it hadn't opened yet? Noting that the system remained unresponsive, Yuan Zhou directly inquired, "What criteria define a shop as belonging to me?" The system responded, "Owning a shop that can operate and is exclusively yours." With this clarification, Yuan Zhou understood the task's requirements and rose to rummage through his wardrobe that he pulled out one garment to inspect, then shoved it back, repeated the process a few times, and eventually located a suitable cleaning outfit. Holding the garment, Yuan Zhou momentarily dazed. The attire was a durable dark blue, comfortable cotton, easy to wash, an ordinary t-shirt emblazoned with the logo of a noodle shop. This shirt had been worn by his parents during their lifetime for summer work. Purchased during a family outing when they bought it from a stall and had it printed as for his parents' shirts, they had been burned and buried alongside them. After changing into the cleaning outfit, Yuan Zhou thought for a moment, grabbed a cap, and, taking a towel from the restroom, slipped on his flip-flops and headed downstairs. He flipped the dusty switch on the wall, and several fluorescent tubes illuminated the space. The first floor remained as dirty and chaotic as ever. Even the marks from his earlier fall were still visible, a distinct silhouette against the yellow tiles. The entire area spanned 30 square meters. With the kitchen separated from the main hall by a 1-meter-wide doorway directly opposite the entrance, the hall contained 6 long red tables, each accompanied by 4 chairs, though none were positioned correctly. Having been knocked askew by Yuan Zhou's earlier frustration, creak, Yuan Zhou pushed against several tables, producing unpleasant sounds, and one even fell with a loud crash. It seems they are all unusable. Yuan Zhou shook his head and scrutinized the chairs. Discovering that only the one he had once occupied was still somewhat intact, albeit now wobbly from the earlier incident, indicating that they would all need replacing. The wallpaper on the walls had peeled off, and the kitchen housed a former noodle shop's equipment, including a dual-burner gas stove. With a slight touch, its circular element broke. There was also a noodle pot, the condition of which was uncertain. But it was not suitable for use, as he had no intention of running a noodle shop. As night fell, stars twinkled in the sky. At precisely 9 o'clock, the former round noodle shop resonated with various crackling sounds. Drawing curious glances from passers-by at the noises emanating from a shop devoid of a sign. 3.5 hours later, Yuan Zhou was covered in dust, his face marked with dirt. A spider hanging from his cap, and his towel so grimy that its original color was indistinguishable. In this state, he stood at the staircase's edge, wearing a self-satisfied grin, having saved on cleaning costs. He gazed at the now cleaner hall and kitchen, deliberately overlooking the piles of refuse at the entrance, realizing that the little shop was beginning to take shape. Tossing the now unrecognizable white towel into a garbage bag, he sighed, "Oh, my old bag from '92. Stretching lazily, Yuan Zhou ascended the stairs, the first order of business being to freshen up in the restroom, as he felt unfit to enter his own room in such a state. Half an hour later, with his hair dripping wet, Yuan Zhou sat in a chair, tearing off a piece of paper to start jotting down the tasks for the next day. One hand lightly tapped the table while the other diligently wrote. Organizing the following day's agenda, disregarding the fact that his hair was still damp, he collapsed onto the bed and promptly fell asleep, even neglecting to cover himself with a thin blanket. Instantly drifting into dreams of romance with Miss Zhou. In April, the weather in Rongqing was just perfect, not too hot, nor too cold, ideal for a good slumber. A riddle once posed the question of what the first thing one does upon waking, the answer being to open one's eyes. However, Yuan Zhou was not one to fit this mold. With his eyes still closed, he navigated accurately to the restroom, liberating himself before collapsing onto the bed once more, continuing to sleep without ever opening his eyes. Not even a minute had passed on the bed when Yuan Zhou suddenly opened his eyes, as though propelled by a spring, and leaped up. System. The system remained silent, upon seeing the task status still marked as incomplete in his mind. Yuan Zhou finally confirmed that this was not a dream. In high spirits, he began to freshen up, preparing to complete the task he had set the previous night. Standing at the front door, he took a deep breath and forcefully pulled it open, the sound startling the owner of the neighboring dry cleaning shop, Mr. Tong. "Ah, it's Yuan Zhou. Are you opening up?" Boss Tong's establishment is the most prosperous shop on this street. After all, everyone nowadays possesses at least 2 decent garments, and those that require special care are sent to the dry cleaners. It is quite astonishing to see Yuan Zhou opening the door, given that it has remained shut since its closure 3 years ago. "Aunt Tong." "Good morning," he greeted, pleased with the fruits of his labor from the previous night, only to be interrupted by Boss Tong's voice. "Oh, are you tidying up your shop? Preparing to reopen? Aunt Tong will certainly come by to sample your creations," Boss Tong remarked as she emerged from her store, her kind expression observing the garbage piled at the entrance and the clean, bare floor. "Yes, thank you, Aunt Tong. By the way, does the garbage collector still come by every day?" Yuan Zhou pondered, aware that there was much scrap metal that could be repurposed. After all, reopening the shop would entail considerable expenses, and apart from the untouched 50,000, he had no other savings. Even the smallest gain is still a gain, not to mention it would spare him the effort of disposing of the trash. "Yes." He comes by. "Are you selling this?" "There will be people here shortly. I'll call you when they arrive," Boss Tong replied enthusiastically. "That would be a great help, Aunt Tong. I'll go find someone to fix the wallpaper and the kitchen first," Yuan Zhou said with a grateful smile, before pulling the door shut as he left. "Boss, how much for this clothing?" A customer interrupted Boss Tong's musings, prompting her to return to her shop. Having not traversed this street for quite some time, Yuan Zhou observed the many changes. Numerous families had moved out, and several shops were under renovation, having changed ownership. Only he, Aunt Tong next door, a hardware store, and an anime merchandise shop remained. "Ah, the hardware store," Yuan Zhou thought, deciding to step inside. "Is Boss Zhao around?" he inquired upon entering the unaltered shop, where items were still neatly arranged as if untouched. Chapter 4. Renovation. Here I am. A slightly limping, overweight man with a friendly smile emerged from the back room. "Why, if it isn't Yuan Zhou. What brings you here?" The limping man, Boss Wang, greeted warmly upon seeing Yuan Zhou. "I am looking to reopen my shop and would like you to take a look at the drainage and gas pipes, as well as install a decent double stove," Yuan Zhou stated directly, matching Boss Wang's cordial demeanor. "Have you learned a thing or two?" "Very well, I'll grab my tools and come right over," Boss Wang replied amiably. Heading back to fetch his equipment, Yuan Zhou was well aware that although Boss Wang appeared friendly, his prices were notoriously steep. After engaging in some vigorous haggling, they settled on a total of 1,500 yuan for the stove, piping, and installation. While the price seemed a bit high, it did include a lifetime warranty, allowing him to contact Wang for any future issues. Satisfied with the arrangement, Yuan Zhou led him to the entrance of his shop. Yuan Zhou's back. "And the worker hasn't arrived yet, right?" Boss Tong called out as she spotted Yuan Zhou with Boss Wang passing her shop. "Aunt Tong, your business remains as bustling as ever," Boss Wang replied with a smile. "That's because I conduct my business fairly," Boss Tong retorted with a sidelong glance at Boss Wang, laced with sarcasm. Previously, when Boss Tong's plumbing had failed, she had called upon Boss Wang for repairs, which were completed at double the usual rate, leaving her no choice but to acquiesce. Since then, she had taken every opportunity to criticize his pricing. Seeing Yuan Zhou accompanied by Boss Wang, she surmised that he was likely there to assist with repairs. Stepping out of her shop, she pulled Yuan Zhou back a couple of paces, casting a wary glance at the smiling Boss Wang. "That Wang is quite the shark. Be cautious when hiring him for repairs," she cautioned. Yuan Zhou smiled appreciatively at Aunt Tong, responding, "No worries, Boss Wang's skills are commendable." "Ah, the youth simply lacks awareness of the market," Aunt Tong grumbled as she retreated into her store, unimpressed, unfazed by her discontent. Yuan Zhou turned to Boss Wang and suggested, "Shall we inspect the pipes?" "Certainly," Boss Wang replied, still beaming as if oblivious to the previous remarks, embodying the notion that one must be thick-skinned in business. Yuan Zhou guided Boss Wang around the store, and after a thorough inspection, they discovered that no major repairs were necessary. "Your parents had foresight. I installed these pipes myself, after all this time." "The quality remains impeccable," Boss Wang said proudly, his round face glowing with satisfaction. "I can't fault your craftsmanship, so I appreciate your help, Boss Wang," Yuan Zhou replied. Just as he was about to say more, he noticed Aunt Tong outside with a plain-looking middle-aged man at the door, quickly asking, "Is that the scrap collector?" "This is Master Li, who offers the fairest prices and never shortchanges anyone. Selling to him is always a good choice," Aunt Tong said, annoyed by Boss Wong's cheerful demeanor. All thanks to Aunt Tong's kindness. I appreciate it. Masterly, the scrap is right here. Please take a look. Yuan Zhou greeted warmly, undeterred by Aunt Tong's veiled criticism. As it was not directed at him. Young man, this isn't worth much, Masterly replied with a simple smile as he rummaged through the debris. How can that be? Look, this is all stainless steel. And this barrel is still in good condition. It hasn't been used long. Selling it as new may be tricky, but second-hand should still fetch a decent price, Yuan Zhou insisted, pulling out chair legs and pointing at a nearby iron barrel. Stainless steel doesn't command much value. And look at this, Masterly countered, snapping a chair leg in half and showing it to Yuan Zhou. Subsequently, Yuan Zhou applied the physics knowledge he had acquired in high school to illustrate the properties of metal, ultimately managing to sell the scrap for 320 yuan. Witnessing this exchange left Boss Tong astounded, while Masterly, somewhat overwhelmed, even assisted in clearing away the garbage for free. Boss Wong wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling justified in his pricing, as Yuan Zhou had negotiated the sale down to an even 320 yuan. With a sense of accomplishment, Yuan Zhou turned to Boss Wong, saying, could you please keep an eye on the shop? I'll head to obtain my business license. No problem, go ahead. I'll be here for a while, Boss Wong replied promptly, eager to avoid further negotiations. After fetching the prepared documents upstairs, Yuan Zhou stepped out. It was Wednesday morning, around 9:30, with foot traffic sparse. However, upon emerging onto the main thoroughfare, the hustle and bustle became apparent, with cars passing by and professionals in business attire rushing about, alongside men in cheap suits that seemed intended for insurance sales, and fashionable urban women navigating the crowded streets lined with towering buildings. Yuan Zhou, dressed in khaki casual pants and a white t-shirt, exuded the appearance of a student freshly released from school. Provided one overlooked his mature visage, which hinted at a man in his 30s. Of course, his attire was intentional, as many discounts targeted recent graduates. Despite his mature appearance, he had graduated less than 2 years ago. For newly graduated students starting their ventures, acquiring business licenses and health permits was relatively straightforward. As for the health certificate, it required re-examination every 6 months for those working in restaurants, and his had just been issued last month, rendering him in perfect standing. After wandering the streets for a bit, Yuan Zhou finally located the bus to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. For him, taking the bus was the most economical choice, as a single swipe allowed for 3 free transfers, enabling him to traverse the entire city. After just one transfer, he arrived at the bureau by 10-30. It was only when filling out the forms that he realized he had overlooked something. He had never considered a name for his shop. Tap. 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 Yuan Zhou instinctively rapped his knuckles against the marble table, decisively writing Chef's little shop in the name field. The rest of the form filled out smoothly. He specifically submitted his documents at the student entrepreneurship window, where the staff, after inspecting Yuan Zhou's diploma and verifying his identity, proceeded to enter his information to process the business license. The health bureau was conveniently located nearby, so Yuan Zhou managed to secure his health permit before lunch. Though he missed a meal, the sight of the 2 newly acquired licenses filled him with excitement. Chapter 5. Task completion. With no time for a proper lunch, Yuan Zhou found himself exhilarated by the sight of his new permits. He settled for a modest eatery, ordering a plate of egg fried rice, and as he sat in the greasy diner, he quietly opened the task interface, only to find it still marked as incomplete. It dawned on him that perhaps he needed to officially open for business in order to fulfill the task. Here's your egg fried rice. The soup is in that bucket over there. Feel free to help yourself. The server interrupted his thoughts as they placed the dish before him. Given that the system's reward was a divine egg fried rice, Yuan Zhou was inclined to taste a standard version first. The bowl before him was quite ordinary, featuring scattered bits of ham, a few diced carrots, and the essential chopped green onions, accompanied by a small dish of pickled vegetables. He finished it quickly, finding it rather unremarkable. Could it be that the system's divine egg fried rice glows like the dishes in Chinese Cooking Master? Yuan Zhou muttered to himself as he exited the restaurant. On the road, Yuan Zhou found a wallpaper installer and successfully bargained the price down to 18 per square meter. He cleverly utilized the shop's tricycle to return to his own establishment, saving even the bus fare. Upon arriving at his shop, Boss Wong had already repaired various pipes, including the installation of a dual-burner gas stove, creating a clean and bright kitchen atmosphere. After arranging for the wallpapering, Yuan Zhou approached Boss Wang and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Boss Wang, for your trouble. Here is the payment, please count it." "No trouble at all. The amount is just right. I'll head back now, and if any issues arise, just call for me," Boss Wang replied. Pocketing the cash after counting it and returning to his own shop, aside from the sounds of the workers at their tasks, the shop exuded a serene quietness. All the old tables and chairs had been cleared away, leaving the hall spacious as Yuan Zhou contemplated what tables and chairs to purchase. While waiting for the wallpapering to be completed, he was confident in the system. Thus he planned to fill the hall with tables to accommodate more patrons. Haha. He chuckled at the thought of a future bustling with customers and multiple branches of his establishment. The two wallpaperers, hearing the laughter, turned to glance at him. The taller, younger one exchanged a questioning look with the older one, who shot him a disapproving glare, signaling him to focus on his work. The younger one shrugged, sensing the older one's irritation, and resumed his labor. After sharing a couple of chuckles, Yuan Zhou became aware of his own demeanor and quickly glanced around, noticing the absence of passers-by at the shop entrance. He turned back to the diligent workers. Feeling idle, Yuan Zhou began to tally the day's expenditures. The repair of the gas pipes and stove amounted to 1,500. The wallpaper consumed 60 meters for a total of 1080. Cleaning was done by himself at no cost, and the paperwork cost 600. He budgeted 10,000 for tables, chairs, and kitchenware. Altogether, this left him with merely 36,820 from the initial 50,000, not to mention the additional 320 from selling scrap. The remaining funds left Yuan Zhou somewhat disheartened. He couldn't quite comprehend how such a simple renovation could cost so much, a sentiment that clashed with his frugal nature. Moreover, the thought of purchasing substantial numbers of tables and chairs in the afternoon pained him, prompting Yuan Zhou to resolve to buy as many as possible to fill the 30-meter space and accommodate more guests, were it not for the strict regulations enforced by the city management in recent years. He would have even considered placing tables outside in the open area. The wallpapering proceeded swiftly, as Yuan Zhou had removed the old wallpaper the previous night. Today was merely for application. Consequently, the two workers finished quickly, and after Yuan Zhou inspected the work, he settled the final payment, and the workers departed shortly thereafter. With the recent renovations, the pale yellow wallpaper adorned with delicate floral patterns smoothly covered 2.5 walls, imparting a warm ambience to the entire space. After tidying up the floor, which now gleamed, Yuan Zhou pulled down the exterior roller shutter and took a bus to a second-hand market, a place where he could truly exercise his thriftiness. While the market was named a second-hand market, it also offered new items, albeit at reasonable prices. Adhering to the ancestral virtue of comparing goods, Yuan Zhou perused the entire market before settling on a shop in the corner that advertised a clearance sale. It was rumored that the shop was under new ownership, and the current stock needed to be liquidated. "Boss, how many sets of this table do you have left?" Yuan Zhou inquired, pointing to a set of cream-colored tables adorned with green vine patterns. "You have an eye for quality. This set is the best remaining in our store. We have 4 sets in the warehouse. How many do you need?" The shopkeeper, adjusting his glasses with a friendly smile, responded. "Only 4 sets. I'd like 6, Yuan Zhou said, measuring the size of the table against the dimensions of his shop, furrowing his brow. "How about this red set? We have 6 of those," the shopkeeper quickly suggested, sensing the potential loss of a sale. In the end, through Yuan Zhou's astute negotiation, he purchased 4 sets of the white tables and 2 sets of the red ones, using the absence of 6 white sets as leverage to further lower the price. Ignoring the shopkeeper's sweaty brow, Yuan Zhou continued to explore the store, discovering pots, pans, and other kitchenware, ultimately acquiring a sufficient quantity of goods after some price haggling. "Boss, considering how much I've purchased from you, could you help deliver it to my shop?" Yuan Zhou asked, gesturing towards the neatly packed items and addressing the shopkeeper, who stood at the door in a farewell posture. "I don't provide delivery. You can see the trucks waiting out front. They specialize in deliveries." "I can keep an eye on your items," the shopkeeper firmly refused. "That's not very fair. If you don't deliver, you should at least recommend a driver for me. How will I know which one is reliable?" Yuan Zhou countered, noting the shopkeeper's resolute demeanor. Eventually, yielding to Yuan Zhou's persistence, the shopkeeper agreed to find the cheapest delivery service. Using an eloquent excuse that involved unclear address details, Yuan Zhou managed to hitch a ride with the delivery driver back to his shop, cleverly saving 2 yuan on transportation, enough to buy 2 tea eggs. As dusk fell, Yuan Zhou arranged everything neatly, beads of sweat on his forehead going unheeded as he sat on one of the newly purchased chairs. Eagerly opening the task display, task completed, own a shop, task prompt. As a future culinary master, how could you not possess your own establishment? Young man, strive for success. Before Yuan Zhou could revel in the joy, the system's words appeared in his mind. Initial task completed. The chef system is now officially activated, entering shop renovation mode. Clattering sounds, Yuan Zhou exclaimed. System, what does renovating the shop entail? He noticed noises emanating from the kitchen and hastily inquired. The system responded. The system will upgrade the host shop for free to provide better dishes for customers. A sense of foreboding washed over Yuan Zhou. If that is the case, why not just renovate directly? The system replied. The system will upgrade the host shop for free to enhance the quality of dishes offered to customers. And what about the items I've just purchased? Yuan Zhou lamented as he watched his newly acquired tables and chairs mysteriously vanish. The system stated, the system will provide free renovations and existing items will be reclaimed. Curse it. Chapter 6. Divine Fried Rice. Curse it. Watching his tables and chairs disappear, tears streamed down Yuan Zhou's face, reminiscent of a cartoon character weeping rivers of noodles. To avoid further heartache, he resolved to claim his reward to soothe his wounded spirit. He clicked to access the task rewards and claimed them directly. The words Divine Fried Rice materialized as a book. And just as Yuan Zhou focused intently on it, the book erupted in a burst of light, enveloping his mind in a radiant glow that swiftly dissipated. Fried rice is a fundamental dish in Chinese cuisine. One that nearly everyone who cooks can prepare, though even those who cannot often manage to scrape together a plate. Each person's method varies, giving rise to numerous variations such as Yangzhou fried rice, sunset fried rice, ham fried rice, and diced chicken fried rice, among others. The essential requirement of fried rice is that the eggs must be tender and the rice must be of the right texture. With the fragrances of both ingredients harmoniously intertwined, in the television show Chef Zhang Dingguan, it is described that every 3 to 5 grains of rice should be coated in egg liquid, while in Chinese Cooking Master, it is exaggerated to the point of becoming golden fried rice that glimmers with light. Now, while the system awarded the divine fried rice, it may not sparkle, yet the selection of rice grains, the water and heat used for cooking, and even the size of the eggs must be meticulously matched to the quantity of rice, all of which require skill. After understanding this, Yuan Zhou realized that his previous attempts at making fried rice were nothing short of abominable, even inferior to pig slop. The moment the light enveloped his mind was a transformative experience, granting Yuan Zhou profound insights into the art of fried rice, akin to being bestowed years of culinary mastery from a renowned mentor. Opening his eyes, Yuan Zhou felt an overwhelming surge of energy within him. Thud. Thud, thud. He descended the stairs, eager to create a bowl of the divine fried rice that had taken residence in his mind. However, just as he reached the staircase, he was informed by the system, upgrading in progress. Completion will require 8 hours. Doused in cold water by the system's announcement, Yuan Zhou managed to temper his excitement and retreated to his room. Lying on his bed, he contemplated that 8 hours would lead into the next day. He felt a thrill at the thought of mastering the fried rice technique. Even if his shop sold nothing else, just selling fried rice would elevate him to new heights. This thought brought him a surge of anticipation. Yet he also realized he hadn't gathered all the necessary ingredients and would need to procure supplies. His mind swiftly calculated how to maximize the utilization of his funds. Thus, swirling thoughts kept him awake in a restless state, akin to a fish being fried, until eventually, he succumbed to sleep for the suspicious liquid at the corner of his mouth upon waking. It was best left unexplored. After all, as an earnest and aspiring young man, aside from dreaming of a digital goddess, it was the allure of soft red currency that excited Yuan Zhou so. Impatient to see the completed renovations of his shop, Yuan Zhou swiftly attended to his personal hygiene and made his way downstairs. Flipping on the lights. What? Yuan Zhou exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment as he stood at the top of the stairs. He hurriedly descended, taking 2 steps at a time to reach the center of the hall. The quaint little shop has been transformed into an open kitchen, with flower stands adorning either side near the entrance, each cradling vibrant pots of unknown small blossoms, their delicate blue hues harmonizing splendidly with the verdant backdrop. The table resembles the curved communal dining table found in a late-night eatery, encircling the kitchen, while at its center sits a glass countertop, accompanied by a sink for food preparation. In front of the long table, For comfortable bar stools are arranged, their natural wood tones exuding a sense of warmth and comfort on each curved end. Another 2 stools are placed, totaling 8 chairs that occupy the entire length of the table. The menu is prominently displayed on the wall facing the kitchen, its bold calligraphy strikingly clear, with a wooden sign hanging below. As Yuan Zhou surveyed the surroundings with satisfaction, he couldn't help but feel that this was a significant improvement over his previous haphazard decor. The space now appeared fresh, natural, and elegantly simple, and he couldn't discern any aspects that he had overlooked. With a soft tisk, he prepared to return to the kitchen for a closer look. Earlier, he had been too astonished to notice the changes in the kitchen. But upon his return, he realized that it bore no resemblance to his original workspace. Previously, the kitchen had been cramped, with a flour bucket in the corner beside a double stove surrounded by spices, and a sink adjacent to a staircase not far away, with a rack of bowls positioned behind. It felt stifling, making it difficult for 2 people to even turn around simultaneously. Now, after the system's renovation, the space appeared spacious and inviting. The former location of the flour bucket had been replaced by a large water vat, reminiscent of the rustic brown ceramic water jars from his childhood. Filled with crystal-clear water that seemed endless, the double stove had been upgraded to a built-in model that saved space while also being aesthetically pleasing. Pots and pans were neatly arranged within easy reach, their porcelain a delicate white. Adjacent to the stove was a row of small boxes, each labeled with the names of various spices, apart from salt and a specific seasoning that occupied an entire box. The others bore 2 names each, totaling an impressive 22, which amounted to 44 different spices. Upon closer inspection, they included common ingredients like star anise and fennel. Yuan Zhou curiously opened one of the boxes labeled thyme and mountain pepper, only to find it empty. Perhaps I was mistaken. These are likely meant for future spice storage, he mused aloud, continuing his exploration. Above the spice boxes were several larger, built-in cabinets that blended seamlessly into the surroundings. Each cabinet measured approximately 20 centimeters wide and 15 centimeters tall, arranged in a row of 12 except for the one labeled rice. The others bore no inscriptions, while the first cabinet in the rear was marked eggs. Yuan Zhou couldn't help but think that this arrangement aligned perfectly with the first reward. He absent-mindedly opened the cabinet, only to discover it filled with rice, a delightful surprise that prompted him to hurriedly check the egg-labeled cabinet, which indeed held a neat stack of eggs. Is this also a reward from the system? He wondered. Feeling a surge of joy, the system responded. This system will provide the host with all the ingredients needed for the dishes they have learned. But I know other dishes too, like shredded potatoes. Yuan Zhou's eyes brightened as he asked. The system replied. Currently, the host has mastered only 1 dish. Are you implying that each must be as exceptional as the divine fried rice? Can I purchase my own ingredients? Yuan Zhou inquired, tapping on the pristine glass countertop. The system replied, all dishes prepared and sold here must be made with ingredients provided by this system. No outside ingredients are permitted. Well, that's not so bad. At least I don't have to fork out for ingredients. And I only plan to sell fried rice for now, Yuan Zhou said, wearing a sly grin reminiscent of a cat that had stolen a fish. The system then declared, the fried rice is priced at 188 renminbi. Are you kidding me? Chapter 7. The simplest is the most delicious. And the most expensive, the system reiterated, the fried rice is priced at 188 renminbi. Are you kidding me? Yuan Zhou thought to himself that, even as someone who appreciates culinary delights, he believed in the principle of earning money through rightful means. However, it seemed the system was far more ruthless. A 5-star hotel might charge 188 for fried rice, considering the ambience and service, but what did his little shop have to offer? The system suggested. The host may first attempt to showcase their culinary skills. Seizing the rare opportunity for advice from the system, Yuan Zhou felt an insatiable itch to try his hand at the divine fried rice reward. He located the rice cooker next to the sink, preparing to cook the rice. This rice cooker was peculiar. While ordinary cookers typically featured simple settings for cooking and keeping warm, this one had options for fried rice and temperature. After rinsing the rice from the cabinet, Yuan Zhou selected the fried rice option, noticing that this rice seemed different from what he was accustomed to. Unable to resist, he grabbed a handful. The rice gleamed, each grain plump and uniform, exuding a clean, fragrant aroma that tempted him to taste it immediately. It appears the system has indeed provided a premium product. Within half a minute, the rice cooker signaled that the rice was ready. This must be some sort of black technology. It cooked so quickly. Yuan Zhou exclaimed, opening the lid to find not the expected steam but rather a gentle waft of rice fragrance. "It's surprisingly cool," he noted. Having never encountered rice that emerged from steaming at a cool temperature, it was indeed remarkable technology. Yuan Zhou quickly deduced, "This innovative feature is designed to expedite my fried rice preparation." Taking a deep breath, he retrieved 2 eggs, cracking them into the pristine bowl, their yolks of vibrant gold, the whites glistening without a hint of fishiness, instead carrying a faint, pleasant aroma. Both the rice and the eggs were extraordinary. In that moment, as if possessed by a culinary deity, Yuan Zhou's movements became fluid and precise, each action executed with textbook perfection, his mature countenance radiating the unique charm of a dedicated man. How long does it take to make a bowl of fried rice? Under Yuan Zhou's focused effort, it took no more than 3 minutes for the steaming fried rice to be served onto a plate, with not a single grain wasted, spread upon the white dish like a golden blanket. This was the epitome of color, fragrance, and flavor, a true feast for the senses. The portion was comparable to the 8 yuan servings found elsewhere. Yet the color and aroma of this dish were in an entirely different league. The eggs melded beautifully with the heated rice, enveloping each grain, which stood apart, glimmering in golden hues, and piled together in a fluffy mound reminiscent of a bountiful autumn harvest. This was the pinnacle of fried rice, golden fried rice. Aside from not shimmering with a golden hue, it bore an uncanny resemblance to the exaggerated culinary delights from a renowned chef's repertoire. Who could have imagined that one day he would truly create a dish worthy of such acclaim? Not only did it entice the appetite through scent, but merely gazing upon it provoked an irresistible urge to indulge. Yuan Zhou picked up a spoon and began to devour it with fervor. Did I really make this? The moment he took a bite, he could scarcely believe the exquisite flavor that danced upon his palate. It was unfathomable that such a simple dish could be elevated to this level of deliciousness. He understood now what it meant to have one's taste buds delighted. He recalled a time in a 3-star hotel kitchen when the head chef had invited everyone to sample a new dish. A chrysanthemum sea cucumber that combined the fragrance of flowers with the delicacy of sea cucumber. At that moment, he had been so engrossed in the flavors that he forgot to offer feedback, recognizing it as a perfect embodiment of color, fragrance, and taste. Yet, in comparison to the chrysanthemum sea cucumber, his fried rice was incomparable. It was a celebration of the ultimate expression of eggs and rice. With a satisfied belch, Yuan Zhou patted his belly, feeling any lingering resentment towards the system dissipate. This truly was divine fried rice. As he savored the remnants of his recent creation, the system's message appeared once more. The total is 188 renminbi. I understand. That is the price, and now I feel it is entirely justified, Yuan Zhou affirmed contentedly. The system replied, the host has just consumed a serving of fried rice, totaling 188 renminbi. Are you implying that I must pay for my own meal? Yuan Zhou exclaimed incredulously. The system reiterated, the host has just consumed a serving of fried rice, totaling 188 renminbi. Yuan Zhou's current feelings were encapsulated perfectly in that simple expression. The system continued, due to the host's culinary level being 0, this system and the host share a 91 revenue split, with the host receiving 1. You're telling me I earn only 10%. Yuan Zhou struggled to suppress his rising frustration. The system explained, all ingredients provided are of the highest quality. Top quality, it's just rice. Yuan Zhou skeptically retorted. Though he had to admit that the rice did appear superior, the system clarified, this rice is xiangshui rice, historically referred to as imperial grain or royal rice during the Ming and Qing dynasties that, along with the lake crucian carp from Jingguo Lake and the purple sable from the mountains, was offered as tribute to the court. Currently, xiangshui rice is used for state banquets at the Great Hall of the People. Upon reading those words, Yuan Zhou was utterly astounded. Xiangshui rice, indeed. He had heard of this esteemed rice before. The legendary xiangshui rice, due to climatic conditions, now yields a mere 2 acres, entirely cultivated by hand. With manual weeding and fertilization relying solely on organic methods, it has long become a special supply, reserved for the elite. So much so that the average person not only cannot afford to eat it, but has likely never even laid eyes on it. And what of the eggs? If the rice is xiangshui rice, what extraordinary qualities could the eggs possess? The system responded. The method of raising these eggs is even healthier than that of Kobe beef, from selecting high-quality breeding eggs to the 40 days of incubation. Each hen is provided with optimal body temperature daily, complemented by 2 hours of live music performed by world-class musicians. After hatching, Only the strongest hens are chosen for rearing, with their drinking water sourced from springs untouched by humanity, and their diet consisting of specially cultivated mealworms. Designated pastures are provided for the chicks, along with dedicated play areas to maintain their health. These hens are solely for egg production, with each egg embodying the essence of exquisite flavor from the chicken. In ancient times, musicians played for cattle. Now, astonishingly, they play for chickens. Yuan Zhou felt as though he had wasted the past 24 years of his life, living a life less fortunate than that of a mere egg-laying hen. The cooking oil is pure, natural, and free from additives, derived from olive oil. The salt is sourced from the imperial brine wells of the land of abundance, characterized by a lack of bitterness and a richness in minerals. Does the host have any other questions? Chapter 8. The second task, no questions. Yuan Zhou thought to himself that with such fried rice, he could easily consume 10 bowls, especially since 188 renminbi was a mere pittance for such a delicacy. Comparatively, the oil, though still quite ordinary, cost several hundred per kilogram, but it paled in significance next to the extraordinary rice and eggs. Which money could not be UIDT was indeed a travesty that such precious ingredients were used for fried rice. He obediently placed 200 yuan into the cash box, which vanished in an instant, leaving only 12 yuan behind. This scene tugged at Yuan Zhou's heartstrings, yet remembering that he was indulging in imperial xiangshui rice and Kobe eggs slightly eased his spirits. After all, he too was partaking in imperial fare. He could not be so miserly. System. I believe we are selling too cheaply. Let us raise the prices. Considering he could only increase it by a fraction, meaning he would earn 18.8 for himself, the thought of such valuable ingredients being sold at such a low price made Yuan Zhou's heart bleed. And he immediately suggested. The system replied, host level too low, cannot set prices independently. What levels are there? The higher the level, do I earn more? Upon seeing the levels, Yuan Zhou recalled the matter of profit sharing. The system responded, level too low, insufficient full effects, chef level details, unlock at level 1. Well, it doesn't matter. After all, I provide neither ingredients nor rent, so 18.8 is pure profit. Yuan Zhou rationally contemplated as he gazed out into the hall. Wait a moment. Why are there only 8 chairs out there? Are there no more chairs? He suddenly noticed that aside from the curved long table, which had chairs, the rest were occupied by flower stands. Yuan Zhou, who had hoped for more tables and seating to accommodate more patrons for better business, could not accept this. The system replied, host level too low, can only unlock 8 chairs. Such a straightforward and unpretentious explanation made Yuan Zhou feel like striking something. Can I buy more chairs? I see there is space for 2 more. Yuan Zhou lamented, gazing at the long table that had only 4 chairs. The system replied, not provided by this system, thus cannot supply food for them. All right, you win. Yuan Zhou retorted to the system with a hint of exasperation, just as a new task flashed in his mind. Task 1. Sell 100 bowls of supreme fried rice within 7 days. The timer starts now. As a novice culinary deity, selling 100 bowls of fried rice was merely a small matter. Task reward, supreme fried rice set. What does the set include? Yuan Zhou inquired directly. The system replied, 1 serving of supreme fried rice, 1 dish of pickled radish, 1 bowl of seaweed soup. Typically, shops offer pickled radish and seaweed soup for free, yet now, adding these 2 items allowed him to call it a set. Yuan Zhou curiously asked, then how much is the set priced? The system replied, please complete the task first. As soon as the words fell, Yuan Zhou noticed that the countdown for task 1 had already begun. Are we opening today? I haven't even ordered a sign. Yuan Zhou exclaimed in astonishment as he saw the system already timing. The system replied, as a level 0, you are not eligible to hang a sign. If I don't have a sign, how will anyone know what I'm selling? Yuan Zhou was too weary to lament the system's disdain for his level yet again. This time, the system did not respond to Yuan Zhou's question, merely allowing time to pass. Evoking a sense of urgency, he glanced down at his short-sleeved t-shirt and deep blue casual pants. It seems I need to change into something more suitable. He ascended the stairs and began rummaging through his wardrobe. The white chef's uniform was not to his taste, especially since it bore the name Golden Qilin Hotel, which was clearly inappropriate. At the bottom of the box, he unexpectedly discovered a hanfu he had custom-made shortly after graduation, having been enamored with traditional clothing at that time. The style was simple, with narrow sleeves suitable for everyday wear, and the colors were deep green and deep blue, easy to clean and resistant to stains. Donning the long-lost hanfu, he felt rejuvenated, standing in front of the mirror and appreciating the refined aura it imparted. Knock. Knock, knock. He hurried down the stairs. Yuan Zhou took a deep breath, surveying the technologically advanced kitchen and the elegantly simple dining area. Before pulling open the door, the street outside was sparsely populated, and he sighed, muttering to himself, "Well, it seems I must rely on other methods." At 9 in the morning, warm sunlight filtered through the gaps between the tall buildings and spilled into the room. Has Yuan Zhou opened the door? He looks quite spirited today. Where is he off to? The first to notice Yuan Zhou's open door was the neighboring boss, Tong, who peeked in, his thin face breaking into a smile. "Good morning, Aunt Tong. I plan to open for business today." Yuan Zhou responded courteously, a smile gracing his lips. Aunt Tong, initially surprised, suggested, "You should place 2 flower baskets at the entrance. It will make it more eye-catching." "Yes, thank you, Aunt Tong. That I called earlier, and they said they would deliver soon." Yuan Zhou's eyes were fixed on the pedestrians outside, pondering how to sell 100 servings of fried rice. "What are you planning to sell?" Aunt Tong hasn't had breakfast yet. Noticing Yuan Zhou's preoccupation with business, Aunt Tong, feeling neighborly, inquired, I'm only selling fried rice." Yuan Zhou hesitated to mention the price of the fried rice, fearing he would have to explain. "No problem. Just fry me a bowl of rice." Aunt Tong assumed it was Yuan Zhou's first time running a business, and, being straightforward, made her request without hesitation. Of course, she didn't inquire about the price. As in her view, a bowl of fried rice on this little street could not cost more than 10 or 8 yuan, the system noted. Due to the host's low level, takeout service cannot be provided, and all food must be consumed on the premises. System, can we still enjoy our endeavors? How can you expect to conduct business like this? Yuan Zhou's previously calm demeanor contorted in frustration. The system replied, "Please strive to complete the task. This will unlock more permissions. I refuse to believe that such delicious fried rice cannot be sold." Yuan Zhou regained confidence as he recalled the ingredients of the fried rice. "I'm sorry, Aunt Tong, but I can't offer takeout. I haven't prepared any takeout containers." Yuan Zhou explained apologetically to Aunt Tong. "It seems this lad is too shy to sell to me. He probably thinks it won't taste good." Aunt Tong mused silently while outwardly smiling. "All right then. I'll just come to your shop for a meal next time." "Thank you, Aunt Tong, for your support." Yuan Zhou replied with a smile, harboring no doubts. Ding ding. "Is this number 14 Taoshi Road?" A young man on an electric scooter, with 2 flower baskets strapped to the back, approached Yuan Zhou. "Yes, from Xinxin Flower Shop. That is correct." Yuan Zhou stepped forward to inspect the baskets, finding them filled with ordinary yet fresh flowers, and helped the delivery boy unload them. The flower baskets Yuan Zhou ordered were of a recyclable kind, not merely because they were half the price of ordinary baskets, but because they were more environmentally friendly. After all, caring for the environment is a shared responsibility. "I'll come to collect the baskets in 5 days. Just don't damage them," the delivery boy instructed before quickly disappearing down the road on his scooter. Observing the shop, which, despite lacking a sign, already bore the semblance of a newly opened establishment, Yuan Zhou began to envision a bustling scene of eager customers. However, having never run a business before, he was unaware of the adage that all beginnings are difficult. This was no mere challenge, as who would spend nearly 200 yuan at such a humble eatery for a bowl of fried rice? Chapter 9. The first customer. It was now Thursday morning, a time when most people were at work. And naturally, business was expected to be slow. Yuan Zhou, having spent time in the kitchen of a 3-star hotel, understood that while a star-rated restaurant and a humble eatery differed greatly, the busy hours shared some similarities. He was well aware that this time of day would yield no customers. Turning back into his shop, he walked into the open kitchen and noticed a hidden red button in a secluded corner. "What is this?" "System." Yuan Zhou distinctly remembered that this feature had not existed before the renovations. The system replied, "Provides a resting area." "How refreshingly straightforward," he remarked, pressing the button. A faint sound echoed, and in the center appeared a chair that seemed rather unremarkable, akin to a common wooden stool found in households. However, the legs were slightly different, encased in metal, lending it a touch of futuristic flair. Yuan Zhou, intrigued, took a seat and found it to be more comfortable than an ordinary chair. A slight movement of his feet revealed that the chair could adjust itself to his motions, and not a sound was made, which delighted Yuan Zhou like a child with a new toy. Yet, this cheerful mood did not last long. As the clock indicated 11:30, the sparse crowd outside began to thicken. Some glanced into the shop but showed no intention of entering, causing Yuan Zhou to grow anxious. By 12:20, the crowd had swelled, yet not a single customer had walked in, not even someone inquiring. This heightened Yuan Zhou's urgency as he approached the door to peer outside. He noticed a newly opened fast food restaurant, which he had overlooked due to an early rise the previous day. Today, its grass green sign stood out prominently. Observing through the glass, he saw it was nearly full inside, with more people pushing to get in. What is so special about fast food? Here, we have exclusive offerings, he muttered to himself before retreating back into his shop. Din ding ding, din ding ding. The sound of his phone rang sharply in the quiet establishment. Yuan Zhou picked it up to see it was from Sun Ming. Sun Ming was the first friend he made after starting work. He was loyal, from a well-off family, and had developed a good rapport with the taciturn Yuan Zhou. Upon answering, he barely managed a greeting before a torrent of words flowed from the other end. Rapid in pace. Yuan Zhou, what is going on? Didn't you say you were leaving? Haven't you set a date yet? I'm sorry. I've been busy these past few days and forgot that I'm not leaving anymore. I tidied up the shop and reopened. It was only then that Yuan Zhou remembered Sun Ming had planned a farewell gathering upon hearing he was leaving. He quickly apologized, and Sun Ming brushed it off. Why didn't you let me know you were opening? I could have come to support you. There was an edge of dissatisfaction in Sun Ming's voice. I was just about to inform you. Today is the first day, and it was all a bit rushed. All right, wait for me. I'll send you 2 flower baskets. What kind of business are you running? Just food. Yuan Zhou began, but before he could finish, Sun Ming interjected. Perfect. I'll come over for dinner tonight. Let us boost your sales. Don't worry, the food is excellent, just a bit pricey, Yuan Zhou replied. Why are you saying that? How expensive can a small shop be? I'll be there tonight, Sun Ming declared before hanging up. Perhaps I can do it this way, Yuan Zhou mused, inspired by Sun Ming. Returning to the kitchen, he commenced preparing fried rice once more. This second attempt felt effortless, and in no time, a bowl of golden fried rice was ready. Still mouth-watering, he thought, savoring the delightful flavors. After finishing one bowl, he ready to make another. Indeed, his plan was to indulge in several bowls himself. And when evening came, treat his friend to more. If that didn't suffice, he would pay out of pocket. Yuan Zhou was determined to earn the rewards. Dreams are beautiful, yet reality can be harsh. Just then, the system chimed in with a message. Each guest may only consume 1 serving per meal. 1 serving is so little. What if the customer is still hungry and wants more? Yuan Zhou felt the system had taken every precaution to prevent loopholes. The system responded, as a future culinary deity, it is essential to uphold certain standards and regulations. At that moment, Yuan Zhou felt a sense of, you make a good point, yet I find myself at a loss for words. As time passed in a battle of wits between Yuan Zhou and the system. Evening approached. Yuan Zhou, you're quite hasty. You don't even have a sign-up, Sun Ming commented as he parked and placed the flower baskets at the entrance before stepping inside. Such a unique style. Are you alone? Yuan Zhou stepped forward, guiding Sun Ming to a high stool, glancing around for others, but feeling a tinge of disappointment at the absence of company. It's been a bit rushed. I came alone today. I'll bring people next time. Sun Ming sat down and remarked. This place is quite elegant. With just these few seats, what is good to eat? Bring it out. I must clarify. It must be your finest offerings. I'm here to support you. So make sure it's worth the price. Don't worry, I'll pay, he said, exuding an air of a generous patron. All right, but I currently only have fried rice. I'll bring you a portion, Yuan Zhou replied with a smile. However, he did not finish his sentence with "it's on me." As the system's reminder stifled his words, the system prompted, all patrons must pay the set prices. Silently, Yuan Zhou gave a mental finger to the system, which seemed insatiable for profit. Fried rice it is. Hurry and prepare it. I'm eager to eat, Sun Ming urged, examining the establishment's ambience with keen interest. In the 30 square meter space, simply decorated, he quickly noticed the price list at the back, which curiously only listed fried rice. However, the prices made Sun Ming question whether he had entered the right place. Instinctively glancing around, he turned back to see the price displayed, 188 renminbi for fried rice. A realization struck him. Ha ha ha, Yuan Zhou, you've mispriced your menu. He laughed, addressing Yuan Zhou, who was busy in the kitchen. Just then, Yuan Zhou finished the fried rice and set it before Sun Ming, glancing at the wall to confirm, no mistake, it's indeed that much. Sun Ming's expression darkened. He had come as a friend to support Yuan Zhou, but now felt as though he were being taken advantage of. 188 renminbi for a bowl of fried rice. Was he being made a fool of? Yet, recalling his earlier promise to come and support the meal, he hesitated to leave, opting instead to stay and eat. Chapter 10. The allure of divine fried rice. Yuan Zhou noticed Sun Ming's discontent with the price of the fried rice, but refrained from explaining, instead signaling for him to eat. While it was hot they sat down. The aroma of the fried rice wafted enticingly through the air, unlike the greasy scent of fried eggs mixed with smoke he was used to. This fragrance lacked any heaviness and instead exuded the delicate aroma of the rice. Strangely, the eggs were nowhere to be seen. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the egg had completely enveloped the rice grains, turning them a rich golden hue. Sun Ming was taken aback. Knowing Yuan Zhou from their time in the hotel kitchen, he appreciated a good meal, though his family had pressured him to study instead of pursuing a culinary path. He had taken a job in a hotel after graduation, only to find his skills lacking. He had since settled into being a foodie and opened a clothing store, which thrived. What is this? Sun Ming scooped a spoonful, his dissatisfaction fading. The fact that the egg could fully envelop the rice was a testament to Yuan Zhou's remarkable talent. Rekindling his interest, he fed himself the fried rice. The soft, tender egg encased the chewy rice, with the fragrances of both harmoniously blending, creating an unprecedented taste sensation. How can fried rice be this delicious? Sun Ming was captivated, his expression mirroring that of the enamored food critic from Stephen Chow's God of Cookery. He completely forgot his earlier grievances about being cheated. All that filled his mind, eyes, and mouth was the delightful fried rice. He continued eating, feeling that the price of 188 renminbi was entirely justified. In fact, it even gave him a sense of having struck a bargain, as he realized for the first time in his life that fried rice could be this exquisite. With each bite, Sun Ming could hardly stop, occasionally giving a thumbs up to Yuan Zhou in admiration. Unable to articulate his praise due to his mouth being stuffed with fried rice, Yuan Zhou remained composed, nodding nonchalantly, as if this level of deliciousness was entirely expected. Once the plate resembled one that had already been washed, Sun Ming finally found his voice. Is this fried rice? As you can see, it's just ordinary fried rice, but far superior to what you'd find elsewhere, Yuan Zhou replied casually. This skill rivals that of a five-star chef, though I've never dined at a five-star establishment. Have you perhaps learned some secret techniques from the head chef? Sun Ming, curious, scrutinized Yuan Zhou, piecing together guesses. No, that old fellow specializes in refined Sioux cuisine. Even his fried rice would likely be something like Yangzhou fried rice. And yours is just egg and rice. Sun Ming transformed into a detective, making various conjectures while Yuan Zhou quietly watched, enjoying the spectacle of his friend's deductions. Eventually, frustrated by the lack of progress in his guesses, Sun Ming simply remarked, "Forget the rest. Bring me another bowl. This portion is too small. It barely fills the gaps." "I'm sorry. Each person may only order one bowl per meal." Yuan Zhou shrugged with an air of feigned regret. "You rascal. What kind of relationship do we have? Quickly go and prepare another meal. Off you go." Sun Ming, flustered, completely forgot about his earlier contemplation regarding the unwise choice of friends. "Though you are my brother, that doesn't change the fact that it's against the rules of my establishment. You may go outside for skewers instead." Yuan Zhou decisively turned him down. After savoring this fried rice, who would still want those charred skewers? "Hurry and make another bowl," Sun Ming insisted, and upon seeing Yuan Zhou still smiling and shaking his head, he conceded defeat, saying, "Is it not acceptable if I call you brother?" "Oh no, I shall refer to you as uncle. You know well enough this is my only hobby." At that moment, Yuan Zhou called upon the system. "Is it truly impossible? He is my friend." The system responded, "Without rules, there can be no order." Ultimately, Yuan Zhou could only gaze into Sun Ming's hopeful eyes and say, "Since we are brothers, let us not break the rules of my establishment. Today is merely the first day of opening. Come, I shall treat you to something else as compensation." Seeing Yuan Zhou's determination, Sun Ming had no choice but to relent. "Fine, after enjoying your fried rice, how could I possibly eat anything else? What time do you open tomorrow?" "I shall come early. At 9:30 in the morning. Will you not stay a while longer?" Yuan Zhou inquired, noticing Sun Ming's eagerness to leave. "If you're not making another bowl, I shall head home to rest, so I can return tomorrow." Sun Ming's words dripped with self-deprecation. "Brother, I understand. I will compensate you in the future. Yuan Zhou, unable to contend with the stingy system, could only acquiesce. Upon hearing this, Sun Ming realized his brother had such talents and that having a few rules was quite normal. After all, geniuses often possess various quirks, especially those who can create such delectable cuisine. Coming to terms with it, he shrugged it off, and an excellent idea struck him. One who associates with the vermilion will be stained red. One who associates with the ink will be black. This notion perfectly encapsulated Sun Ming's reality. Friends of a foodie are invariably foodies themselves. He resolved to return home and bring those friends along to sample this fried rice, certainly not for the sake of indulging himself in a second bowl, but rather to showcase the world's most exquisite fried rice. Sun Ming would never be that kind of person. Imagining the expressions of those who would savor the first bowl yet miss out on the second, he felt an overwhelming sense of kindness. Waving excitedly at Yuan Zhou before hopping into his car and heading home. Watching Sun Ming vanish into the night, Yuan Zhou returned to his shop, glancing at the sparse pedestrians outside before retrieving the flower baskets and locking the door. Back in the kitchen, he began washing the dishes he had collected, pondering whether he should hire a dishwasher, for it was impossible for him to juggle the roles of chef and dishwasher. Yet, hiring someone would inevitably incur costs, and spending money was the last thing Yuan Zhou desired. System, look at my hands. Yuan Zhou suddenly spoke to the system with an unfocused statement, noticing the system's lack of response. He continued, you ought to know I am quite impoverished and cannot afford to hire a dishwasher. If the number of customers increases and dishwashing delays my cooking, it would severely tarnish the reputation of the establishment. Most importantly, which culinary master washes dishes themselves? Standing by the sink with a bowl in hand, Yuan Zhou incessantly lamented the impact of dishwashing on his identity as a culinary genius. After approximately 5 minutes, the system finally responded. The system displayed, automated cleaning tools have been provided. Please check your inventory. At long last, I need not hire a dishwasher. Yuan Zhou exclaimed joyfully as he began searching for the cleaning tools in the kitchen. A black box, unseen that morning, appeared beside the rice cooker. It was about the size of a notebook, flat and unassuming, devoid of switches, with a smooth and even surface. Curiously examining the black box, Yuan Zhou reached out to touch it. Seeking any irregularities. That moment, the box opened automatically, revealing a white interior. Yuan Zhou tentatively placed the plate that Sun Ming had just used inside, and the box promptly closed in no more than 3 seconds. The plate re-emerged atop the black box, gleaming like new. How convenient. This truly is cutting-edge technology, Yuan Zhou mused. He returned the plate to its place and decided to head upstairs for a rest. Though he had not achieved any business that day, he had confirmed one thing. The legendary fried rice was indeed legendary. Anyone who had tasted it would remember it fondly. Lying in bed, Yuan Zhou opened the task list and discovered that his consumption did not count towards fulfilling the task. It now indicated he was still short by 99 servings. Chapter 11. The Difficult Business. Ring. Ring ring. A new day commenced at 9 o'clock with Yuan Zhou's alarm clock. Given that his consumption of fried rice the previous evening did not contribute to completing the task, an irate Yuan Zhou resolved to eat another bowl that morning to mend his wounded pride. After devouring 2 bowls of fried rice, Yuan Zhou's spirits lifted, though the system's displayed payment count was somewhat disheartening. Good morning. It appears I have arrived just in time. Quickly prepare a bowl of fried rice for me, Sun Ming exclaimed as he strode in before Yuan Zhou could fully express his thoughts. All right, just wait a moment. I'll be right back, Yuan Zhou replied succinctly, returning to the kitchen to stir-fry the rice. The system's offerings were undeniably effective, despite the shop's small size and its open-concept kitchen design. There was no trace of the greasy smoke usually associated with cooking. The embedded gas stove emitted a contained flame, and one could hardly feel the heat standing nearby. Only the small bubbles rising in the oil indicated that it was not a cold flame. Moreover, the pots were easy to clean, and there were at least 10 pots of various sizes available, which made Yuan Zhou exceedingly satisfied with the kitchen. As for spatulas and spoons, there were myriad options, making it a chef's paradise. Here is your fried rice. Enjoy, Yuan Zhou said as he served the dish. I didn't savor it carefully yesterday. Today I shall take my time, Sun Ming declared, lifting his spoon to look at Yuan Zhou. Very well, will you sit here for a while after you finish? That one tea do. I must return to open my shop. I'll come back at lunchtime and bring customers with me, Sun Ming replied. Not waiting for Yuan Zhou's response before digging in, Sun Ming took an entire hour to finish this bowl of fried rice. during which no customers arrived. Satisfied, he set down his spoon, closed his eyes, and after a moment, opened them to exclaim, "This is pure enjoyment. It's absolutely delicious. You have no worries about food with this skill. There is still room for improvement." Yuan Zhou chuckled, but this was not mere modesty. It was a fact. Given that he was a person equipped with a system, and his goal was to become a culinary master. "Then it's settled. I'll be dining here from now on," Sun Ming stated, his anticipation growing at Yuan Zhou's earnestness. "Time is of the essence. I must go and open the shop that I'll see you at lunch." Realizing it was already 10:30, Sun Ming hurriedly paid and turned to leave. "Take care on the way. See you at noon." As the clock struck 12, the streets outside began to fill with pedestrians once more. Yuan Zhou hung a sign outside that read, "Fried rice available," finally alerting passers-by that this was a place for food to eat that moment. A young man clad in a white tank top and denim jeans cautiously peered inside. Glancing around, he noticed only Yuan Zhou standing in the open kitchen, grimacing slightly. Living nearby, he had grown tired of gaming and was too lazy to order takeout. So he had finally decided to venture out for a meal. However, he found every little eatery on the street packed with people fresh from work, each requiring a long wait. Thus, he turned to this place, thrilled by its apparent lack of customers and the sign advertising fried rice. Yet, upon seeing only the solitary figure of the owner, he began to question the quality of the food, casually asking, "Boss, do you only serve fried rice? Is there anything else?" Before Yuan Zhou could respond, the young man caught sight of the prominently displayed price list and exclaimed, "What the hell? Your prices are outrageous. There is not even a decimal point. My fried rice is unique, and it is priced accordingly. Would you care to try a bowl?" Yuan Zhou replied calmly, unperturbed. "Haha," the young man sneered, thinking to himself that it was no wonder no one was present. This was clearly an attempt to con people. Who would pay 188 for a bowl of fried rice? Disgusted by Yuan Zhou's demeanor, he promptly turned to leave, preferring to stand in line elsewhere than be treated like a gullible fool. Yuan Zhou felt a pang of frustration. How was this price exorbitant? The ingredients were of imperial quality, unattainable by the average person elsewhere that if possible, he would have liked to boast that this was the legendary Shengshui rice. But in reality, how could he explain that it was imperial grade? Thus, he could only endure his vexation. The sign outside had indeed attracted more people. Soon after, a man in professional attire entered, a briefcase tucked under his arm and gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose. Exuding an aura of sophistication, this elite man worked in a nearby office building, and despite his polished appearance and seemingly easy job with a monthly salary in the thousands, he was henpecked. Surrendering his entire paycheck to his wife, who allocated him a mere 200 for pocket money. Typically, he would return home for lunch, but having been granted an extra 200 for lunch expenses since his wife was away on a business trip, he decided to dine out. However, having not eaten lunch outside in a long time, he forgot how crowded restaurants could be at midday. Finally, spotting this relatively quiet establishment, he entered without hesitation, drawn by the sign advertising fried rice. Upon entering, he found the environment quite pleasing. Though there were few chairs and patrons, the decor was simple yet elegant, adorned with small flowering plants. The wooden tables were far cleaner than those in other establishments that appeared greasy and unkempt. Observing the elite man's content expression as he surveyed the place, Yuan Zhou seized the opportunity to inquire, "Are you here for fried rice? Is it true that you only serve fried rice?" The elite gentleman seated on a pristine high stool inquired, "Indeed. And as for the menu, it is affixed to the wall." Yuan Zhou replied with an air of composure. The elite gentleman turned to glance, initially noticing that the characters for menu were inscribed in bold brushstrokes. Possessing a vigorous flair and executed exceptionally well. It was only after that he observed the price of the fried rice, and his surprise was palpable. 188 rubles or yen? The elite gentleman was taken aback to discover that foreign currency was accepted here, though he was uncertain about the acceptance of renminbi. However, judging by the proprietor's attire, he surmised that he might be Japanese and thus inquired, "The menu states renminbi. We do not accept foreign currency here." Yuan Zhou replied with unwavering calm. 188 RMB, the elite gentleman remarked, adjusting his glasses with a composed gesture. "What? Is 188 too much for you?" Yuan Zhou feigned a look of disdain as the elite gentleman stood, intentionally appearing as though he could not afford it. "Who said that? I can afford it." The elite gentleman initially feigned indignation, but soon his bravado waned as he swiftly exited the establishment, as if Yuan Zhou were running a notorious scam. As he walked away, He pondered that if his wife were to find out he spent 188 on a plate of fried rice, he would surely face dire consequences, quickening his pace. Yuan Zhou, left speechless, mused on the abundance of fools in the world, while the number of swindlers seemed woefully insufficient. Oh heavens, how could you deceive me? Chapter 12. Peculiar regulations. As Sun Ming drove, he engaged in a Bluetooth conversation, skillfully navigating the congested midday streets while simultaneously providing directions. Monkey, take a left ahead. I'll be waiting for you both at the shop, he instructed as they neared their destination, deftly guiding the vehicle into a narrow street. Let me tell you, if you bring me all this way and the food isn't good, you can expect a serious reprimand. The person on the other end, exasperated by the traffic, could only hope that the establishment Sun Ming had discovered truly offered delectable fare. Don't worry, just hurry along with Ollie, Sun Ming assured him. Halting the car, seeing Yuan Zhou emerge, he waved before ending the call. Meanwhile, Monkey and Ollie, who were searching for their way into the narrow street, exchanged glances. Both had met Sun Ming in a gourmet group, where members often recommended local delicacies. Frequently dining together, Sun Ming had recently developed a strong rapport with these two, believing that good food should be shared with good friends. As for any potential pitfalls, Sun Ming adamantly denied such notions, considering the fried rice to be genuinely exquisite, notwithstanding the peculiar rules in place. Do you really think the fried rice is that good? Monkey, true to his namesake, was slender and lanky, with notably long arms. His face appeared somewhat healthy, sporting a short haircut that gave him a lively look as he asked. Perhaps, Ollie replied nonchalantly, appearing as if he had just awakened. Monkey scrutinized Ollie, his eyes narrowing. You didn't stay up all night again, did you? Are you coming down with something? More or less. Just focus on driving. We're almost there, Ollie said, ruffling his hair, his tall frame squeezed into the passenger seat, glancing at the road ahead. As if you need to remind me. Don't fall asleep. We're nearly there, Monkey quipped, making a sharp turn into the narrow street while scanning for Sun Ming's car. There it is, he exclaimed, pulling up alongside Sun Ming's vehicle with impressive precision. The two cars almost touching yet avoiding any mishap, a testament to his prowess in securing parking spots. Let's go. My friend is here, so you better make sure the food is good. As Sun Ming prepared to greet them, he was momentarily distracted by Monkey's flamboyant parking style and turned to Yuan Zhou, offering a quick caution before heading over. Don't worry, I'll take care of it, Yuan Zhou replied, noticing that he did not recognize either of them and opted not to initiate conversation. Yuan Zhou's nature was not particularly exuberant. He preferred to remain quiet unless necessary. Accustomed to solitude, he found solace in listening to music, and when feeling down, nothing lifted his spirits quite like counting money, an activity he dreamt of doing until his hands cramped. While in reality, he often counted until he woke naturally, only to fall asleep until his hands ached. All right, Monkey, Ollie, over here, Sun Ming called out, taking a couple of steps forward. You found a great spot, considering the traffic outside. This place is surprisingly tranquil, Monkey remarked as Ollie slowly exited the vehicle, closing the door behind him. Indeed, a quiet locale is essential for good food, Sun Ming replied, gesturing toward Yuan Zhou's shop. This is the establishment owned by my brother. As Monkey and Ollie looked up, they saw the modest exterior of the shop, which bore no distinguishing features typical of a popular eatery, akin to an unassuming hole in the wall, albeit notably clean, lacking even a sign. Does your friend not even have a sign? Monkey, despite his namesake, was no stranger to fine dining, having frequented many nameless eateries. He recalled Sun Ming mentioning that this place had only recently opened. Some establishments forego signage due to the inconvenience of cooking at home, while others might have lost their signs. Yet, a newly established restaurant like this, seemingly authentic, without a sign, was unusual. Why so many questions? Let us go inside and eat, Sun Ming responded, noticing that the shop indeed lacked a sign. And, unwilling to admit ignorance, he ushered them in. Observing Ali's lethargic demeanor, he inquired further and learned of his ailment, assuring him, don't worry. Even if you lack an appetite today, the aroma alone will entice you. Oh, is it really that enticing? Ali, despite feeling under the weather, found a flicker of interest ignited within him. Thud, thud. Sun Ming patted his chest, reassuringly declaring, trust me. Please wait a moment. The fried rice will be ready shortly, Yuan Zhou called out to the trio as he prepared the dishes. The energetic Monkey was the first to respond. Go about your work. We're fine just looking around. Turning his attention, Monkey observed the shop's modest setup, noting that while the place was small and had limited seating, The menu was curious. Surely a restaurant specializing in one dish would not truly offer only that. After all, where there is demand, there is a market, and small establishments must cater to their customers' needs. Therefore, Monkey directly inquired, "Do you really only serve fried rice?" Yuan Zhou, bearing 3 completed servings of fried rice, replied, "For now, yes." "Oh, for now. When will you offer something else?" Monkey speculated that this was merely a marketing gimmick, initially promoting a singular dish to draw in patrons before unveiling an actual menu. Such strategies were not uncommon. Yet, his usual astuteness faltered this time as Yuan Zhou responded, "In a week, I will introduce fried rice sets. And thereafter, we shall see based on my mood." Monkey found himself at a loss for words upon hearing that last remark, but recognizing Yuan Zhou's disinterest in further discussion, he wisely refrained from pressing for more. "Come over for a meal, if you don't." "I might just eat your portion," Sun Ming urged. As the fried rice was served out, he made a serious face at the thought of consuming Monkey's share. "All right, I'm coming." "Enjoy," Yuan Zhou gestured with a welcoming demeanor, embodying the essence of a chef. "Where's the soup?" Ollie inquired, noticing only fried rice being served. "I apologize, but I do not provide soup, nor any side dishes," Yuan Zhou explained, aware that although these individuals were friends of his acquaintance, the system's regulations were paramount. The system had long established that the chef's small shop would not serve any food not sourced from the system. Yuan Zhou was unable to utilize non-system ingredients due to his low level. "Very well," Ollie sighed, glancing between Sun Ming and Yuan Zhou, feeling somewhat resigned. "Ollie, Monkey, take a look at the fried rice before you. While I may not offer extras, it is undoubtedly worth every penny." Sun Ming had intended to dive into the meal immediately, yet felt compelled to clarify since he had brought them along. "All right, but your friend's establishment is quite peculiar. I wonder if this fried rice lives up to its reputation." Monkey, noting that Ollie had been denied even a bowl of soup, felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. The menu clearly stated that a serving of fried rice was priced at 188 RMB, and given that such tasting opportunities were typically split evenly, Monkey began to suspect that Sun Ming might be attempting to bring in customers for his friend. A scenario he had encountered before. Chapter 13. The first genuine customer. As Monkey harbored doubts regarding Sun Ming, his companion remained openly receptive to scrutiny. "All right, let us eat first and talk later," Ollie interjected, sensing the tension in the air and trying to ease the situation as the taste of the food remained paramount. Despite the attempt to diffuse the situation, Ollie had no intention of indulging. He had only come out due to Sun Ming's enthusiastic descriptions of the dish, which he believed to be unparalleled. In Ollie's mind, fried rice, being a greasy stir-fry, was something he could never stomach, especially after having found even an oily bun too heavy for breakfast. Yet, as he glanced down at the fried rice before him, Ollie realized he had been gravely mistaken. The dish bore no visible egg, nor did it carry any oily scent. Only a delightful aroma wafted through the air, captivating his senses. The fragrance was so inviting. Perhaps the most fitting description would be pleasantly fragrant. Maybe I should give it a try, Ollie thought, feeling invigorated. After the first bite, Ollie too succumbed to the allure of the divine fried rice, witnessing the rapid consumption of the dish by his companions, who devoured it with an urgency reminiscent of having fasted for 3 days. Yuan Zhou's lips curled into a subtle smile, though it was not one of pride. Rather, it was the kind that conveyed a sense of inevitability. It was worth noting that he had been savoring his own egg-fried rice 3 times a day, yet he never found it tiresome. Each time, he discovered that the flavor had become increasingly delectable. This was certainly not an act of self-indulgence. The system's rewards functioned akin to skills. As proficiency increased, the dish would undoubtedly become more delicious. Initially, it had already reached a pinnacle of taste, making progress less apparent and devoid of any marked improvement. Unless one possessed an exceptionally discerning palate, others would merely find it exceedingly delightful. "Goodness, you finally accomplished something substantial," exclaimed a friend. Over the years, I've traveled extensively and sampled a myriad of exquisite dishes, but this egg-fried rice is undoubtedly the finest I have ever tasted. No wonder it costs 188. I wholeheartedly agree with this price," Monkey and Ollie exclaimed after finishing their meal, their first reaction being to laud it with their limited vocabulary, followed by an eager request. "Ah, it's too delicious. Boss, bring me another serving." "No, make it 2. This portion is simply too small." Monkey was the first to finish, smacking his lips, relishing the taste as he extended his plate, saying, "It is indeed exceptionally delicious. Boss, please bring me another serving." Ollie quickly followed suit. "Haha." The last to finish, Sun Ming, couldn't contain his laughter, not even waiting for Yuan Zhou's response. This left Monkey and Ollie utterly perplexed. As everyone turned their gaze towards him, Sun Ming closed his mouth, which had been grinning widely, and pretentiously declared, "Here, each person is allowed only one serving per meal." After which, he couldn't suppress his laughter once more. "What?" Monkey was the first to react, glaring at Sun Ming in anger. "You little rascal, are you messing with me? I'm not taking the blame for this. It's Boss Yuan's rule, right? My esteemed Boss Yuan," Sun Ming replied sternly while winking at Yuan Zhou. Seeing that Sun Ming was quite serious, Monkey and Ollie turned to Yuan Zhou for confirmation. "Ahem, it's true. I only provide one serving per person per meal, and this portion is the standard amount found outside." "Certainly not less," Yuan Zhou explained earnestly after clearing his throat. Although this explanation was as good as none, everyone knew that when faced with delicious food, people instinctively desired to eat a bit more. Typically, even those who usually claim to be on a diet would likely demand 2 portions of such delectable egg fried rice. Tio now assert that one could only have one serving was quite the conundrum. Monkey and Ollie were left in a state of shock. What kind of rule was this? Is it really impossible to get another serving? After all, I am Sun's friend, Monkey pleaded, fidgeting in frustration. "Who are you calling Sun? What's wrong with my friend? I can only have one serving. Do you expect 2? Sun Ming glared at Monkey with irritation. "Boss, I'm feeling under the weather today. Could you possibly Ollie?" The big fellow resorted to a pity plea. Yuan Zhou, with a serious expression, replied, "I'm sorry, but rules are rules, boss. I admire your principles. It's rare to find someone who respects rules in today's world." Ollie remarked. Monkey also gave a thumbs up, impressed by Yuan Zhou's adherence to his principles, especially in a society where many would compromise their morals for money. In truth, Yuan Zhou's inner monologue was, "What a ridiculous rule from the system. This is all money. 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 All right, I see your intention now. Let us go back and swindle others," Monkey said as he headed towards the door. "Swindle? We're merely providing a delightful culinary experience," Sun Ming retorted as he stood up. Indeed, Ollie, upon hearing the mention of food, resumed his lazy demeanor, and the 3 of them made their way outside together. "Take care, gentlemen," Yuan Zhou called from behind the counter. "Boss, we'll return next time," Monkey said over his shoulder, while Sun Ming waved at Yuan Zhou, and Ollie nodded with a smile as he walked last. "Very well, you are all welcome," Yuan Zhou replied with a smile. Perhaps today was a fortuitous day, for as they moved closer to the exit, new customers arrived. This time a charming lady, dressed in a black vest and a knee-length ash-gray dress, with long, center-parted black hair and light makeup. She carried a white patent leather handbag. Her delicate and adorable face exuded freshness. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of her white high heels created a melody on the floor. As she approached, she requested, "May I have the menu?" "Please." Her voice was melodious, with a lilting quality reminiscent of a graceful Jiangnan woman. "We only serve egg fried rice here. Please refer to the price list, and if you find it agreeable, I shall prepare it for you," Yuan Zhou informed the beautiful woman. All right." The Jiangnan lady initially appeared puzzled, then responded as she glanced back at the price point 188. "Very well, let us see if your egg fried rice is worth that much," she replied, her tone tinged with dissatisfaction but not overtly angry, merely a touch cool. "Rest assured, you will not be disappointed," Yuan Zhou said, feeling a surge of excitement at her willingness to try it. "All right then, hurry up. I have to get back to work," the Jiangnan lady said, now more at ease with the young boss's confidence, pulling out her phone to check her messages. Yuan Zhou discreetly observed her from a distance, admiring her poised dining etiquette, and felt a pang of hunger himself. Watching a beautiful woman could indeed whet one's appetite. The saying that beauty is a feast for the eyes is timeless. Chapter 14. The emergence of the divine egg fried rice. This enchanting lady truly hailed from Jiangnan, named Inya. She had previously attended university in Rongqing and remained there for work after graduation, serving as an assistant to a director in a high-rise office building, earning a decent salary of around 30,000 per month. As for why she whimsically decided to indulge in a 188 RMB serving of egg fried rice today. It stemmed from an unfortunate incident that morning when her colleague, also an assistant, played a prank on her, leading to a severe reprimand from the director. This left Inya unaccustomed to such unfair treatment, feeling quite aggrieved and determined to treat herself to something special as a form of catharsis. However, having frequented most eateries nearby, she sought a new place to explore, hoping to order several dishes to thoroughly vent her frustrations. The inviting ambience she perceived from outside prompted her to enter, only to discover that they solely offered egg fried rice. and that a small portion was priced at 188. Initially reluctant, she reconsidered, thinking, well, it's for venting. 188 it is. Enya glanced up at the earnest chef preparing the fried rice and mused that if it didn't meet her expectations, she would post on social media to dissuade others from patronizing the establishment, especially given its proximity to her workplace. Here is your egg fried rice. Please enjoy, Yuan Zhou said promptly as always. Thank you, Enya replied, putting down her phone, offering Yuan Zhou a polite smile, and began to eat. As an assistant, her etiquette was impeccable. The golden egg fried rice triggered an unexpected surge of appetite. What a delightful aroma! Enya inhaled deeply, her senses awakened, and an overwhelming desire to eat surged within her. The sound of the spoon clinking against the plate resonated as she took her first bite. The flavors of the rice and egg melded perfectly, akin to tasting a ginseng fruit, opening every pore in her body. All her earlier thoughts of dissatisfaction and concerns about posting on social media evaporated entirely. Delicious was all she could think, uttered once. With both parents being educators and having enjoyed a comfortable upbringing, Enya now earned a respectable salary, only needing to support herself. Her lifestyle was refined, often treating herself to lavish meals, occasionally spending $2,000 to $3,000 a month on dining experiences. As a beautiful woman, she attracted admirers, often dining at upscale restaurants adorned with flowers and fine wine. Yet, she had never encountered egg fried rice as delicious as this. Now, she felt akin to the last time she dined at a reputed private restaurant, where she had to reserve a table a month in advance and spent over 3,000 RMB, a far cry from the incomparable delight of this bowl of fried rice. This chef must be exceptionally skilled. The elegant and reserved Enya, under the spell of the egg fried rice, felt an overwhelming urge to lick the plate clean. However, she restrained herself, remembering her upbringing, and instead raised her head, smiling genuinely as she said, "Excuse me, may I have another serving?" Feeling slightly embarrassed, she acknowledged that, as a lady, asking for more food in public could be somewhat awkward, especially given her figure. "I'm sorry, but we only provide one serving per guest per meal," Yuan Zhou replied, always exhibiting a bit more patience and kindness towards beautiful patrons. Beauty invariably brings joy to the heart. "All right then, what time do you close tonight?" Enya, taken aback by the refusal, blinked her almond-shaped eyes in surprise, swiftly changing the subject. Not wanting to pry further, Yuan Zhou felt a mix of joy and disappointment. A few more questions could have led to more engaging conversation. However, it seemed that his culinary skills had already won over her palate. 9 o'clock in the evening. "Very well, I'll settle the bill," Enya stated decisively, pulling out her money and preparing to leave. While surprised at being denied her request, she bore no ill will. Every place has its rules, especially one capable of crafting such exquisite egg fried rice. She was not the type to believe that her beauty warranted special treatment. Such a character would hardly be suited for the role of a director's assistant. "Thank you for visiting. We welcome you to return," Yuan Zhou said sincerely. The lunch hour passed swiftly. If this were an ordinary small establishment, it would now be time to prepare for the evening's ingredients, replenishing what had been sold during the day. The vegetables to be washed, rice to be cooked, and prepped ingredients would require an entire afternoon for preparation. Running a restaurant is an arduous endeavor, even for a couple working together. The plethora of preparations required is overwhelming. In the past, Yuan Zhou acutely felt this burden. As for now, Yuan Zhou simply needs to pull down the shop shutters and descend to his quarters for a restful slumber. The inventory system is impeccably organized, with all ingredients neatly stored in the cabinets. Whatever is utilized today will be replenished by tomorrow, and although Yuan Zhou made an attempt to count the items, he abandoned the task upon reaching 300 eggs and discovering there were still many more to be counted. The current kitchen resembles a hub of advanced technology, and Yuan Zhou has learned to remain composed amidst the system's delightful surprises and occasional shocks. Dishwashing duties are entirely entrusted to the high-functioning dishwasher, allowing Yuan Zhou to focus solely on his culinary creations, while the system manages everything else. As the saying goes, the sky is vast and the wilderness boundless. Yuan Zhou soon drifts into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, those who have indulged in the egg fried rice cannot remain so serene. First, Sunming, Monkey, and Ollie begin fervently recommending the dish within their foodie group. The monkey in the tree exclaims, "Sunming's egg fried rice is absolutely delectable. The owner has a distinct personality. Let us make plans for tonight." Ming Ming Bye interjects, "You all said not to call me Sunming anymore, right?" "Monkey, I'm speaking the truth, aren't I? Let us meet tonight. I am the gourmand." Didn't you all just go this morning? Are you really going back tonight? Ollie, we're going together. Mr. Rice Bucket. Ollie, weren't you sick? Ollie, yes, but it doesn't affect me. It's completely non-greasy. I am the gourmand. Is it really that miraculous? Even you, Ollie, who can't eat oily food when sick, can handle it. Mr. Rice Bucket. Now that you mention it, I'm rather intrigued. I haven't found anything good to eat lately. Gourmand, shall we go together tonight? The monkey in the tree, noticing two responses in the group, types with renewed speed. Gourmand, let us meet at the central square at 6. If anyone wants to join, come to the square. I am the gourmand. You. Monkey, always the first to scamper off when there's something going on. See you later, but if it's not delicious, you'll owe me a roasted duck from Old Lies. The monkey in the tree. No problem. If anyone claims it's not tasty, they can come find me. Speaking of which, it seems I must also go and have a taste. The epicure, the monkey in the tree. The group leader has arrived, don't worry. I give it a 10-star recommendation, and that essay promise from me, the monkey. Ming Ming bye-bye. Seeing the group leader popping in while he is promoting his brother's business, quickly logs on to support him. Ming Ming bye-bye. That restaurant is run by my brother. If it's not good, I'll take responsibility and treat you all to a meal of Old Lies roasted duck. With the group leader enticing everyone with the offer of 2 servings of Old Lies roasted duck. Many lurking members emerge. Onlookers 1234. Just thinking about Old Lies roasted duck makes my mouth water. The skin is crispy, the meat tender and juicy, and the dipping sauce is divine. Count me in. But if it's not good, don't blame me for being harsh. At this point, Sun Ming and the monkey become defensive, launching into a series of praises for the egg fried rice served at noon. Chapter 15. A display of skills as for another patron who enjoyed the egg fried rice. Enya returned to the office in high spirits, first acknowledging her mistake to her supervisor. Such is the rule of the workplace. As a superior, he only cares about the outcome and is indifferent to the details of the error. However, upon witnessing Enya take the initiative to admit her fault, the supervisor felt somewhat satisfied and offered a few comforting words before dismissing her. With matters resolved, Enya's mood lifted even further, and she recalled the delightful egg fried rice that had brightened her day. She took out her phone and posted on her social media, "Today at noon, I had the most delicious egg fried rice. My first time experiencing such flavors, and I long to have it again." Typically, a beautiful woman's influence is quite substantial. Her post garnered over 100 likes, while numerous men, harboring various intentions, pondered over her update. Meanwhile, Yuan Zhou, recently awakened, pondered a serious question while holding his phone. Many restaurant owners have launched their own Weibo or public accounts. Should he consider creating one as well? After much deliberation, Yuan Zhou ultimately decided against it. As a man of ambition and thought, it would be unreasonable to expect him to engage on Weibo, especially when he hardly even chats on QQ. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was already 4 o'clock, so he set down his phone, sprang from his bed, and proceeded to wash up before heading downstairs to open the shop. As a chef, Yuan Zhou places great importance on personal hygiene and health. Fortunately, the omnipotent system has its methods to ensure his well-being. Conducting daily scans to guarantee his health, even his mild nearsightedness, acquired from late-night novel reading, was rectified by the system, as he needed to observe ingredients meticulously. Now, Yuan Zhou would have no issues donating sperm. Of course, he would never do so, as allowing his superior genes to be wasted would be a travesty. Monkey, Ollie, over here. The two, scanning the area for familiar faces, turned to see 4 individuals standing across the square. The one who had just called out was none other than Ming. I am the gourmand. A short, stout man named Qian Jianxi. Clad in a tank top and shorts, he resembled an elderly man out for a leisurely stroll rather than a civil servant working in an office. Beside Qian Jianxi stood the group leader, Yuan, dressed formally in an elegant suit that exuded an air of pretentiousness. He typically relied on this appearance to impress others, as his job involved selling insurance, which, while lucrative, required him to constantly travel and entertain clients. Thus, he had established this group in hopes of gathering recommendations for good eateries, as it would be quite embarrassing to treat clients to subpar meals. Over time, this group evolved into a haven for food enthusiasts. Standing next to Sun Ming was Mr. Rice Bucket, whose real name was Zhang Daming. He was the youngest member of the group, claiming to be just 23 years old. Unlike the others, who generally had established careers, Zhang Daming was a mystery. Aside from his name and age, little was known about him. However, He always made it a point to join whenever someone introduced a new delicacy. And gradually, everyone grew indifferent to any details beyond their shared culinary interests. Lastly, the onlooker 1234, Zhou Yin, stood with a serious demeanor, dressed in a plain white shirt and black trousers. It was evident that his attire was impeccably pressed, leading others to initially assume he took the gathering seriously. However, as they interacted more, it became clear that he was simply meticulous in all aspects of life, akin to a contemporary obsession with perfectionism, always striving for excellence, a true testament to his role as an educator. We were just waiting for you two. We've all arrived by car. Sun Ming and Monkey will lead the way, and we'll follow behind. Apologies, it took a bit of time to park. Let us get going. Monkey explained, taking the lead toward the parking lot, ready to head to Yuan Zhou's quaint establishment. Xiaoya, are you free tonight? Let us grab dinner together, inquired Zhou Hong from the sales department, approaching Inya's desk before the workday ended. Inya glanced at Zhou Hong, whose eager gaze fixed on her. Feeling somewhat conflicted, Zhou Hong had subtly expressed his interest in pursuing her, yet whenever she attempted to decline, he would shift the conversation to work matters, creating an atmosphere that felt strictly professional. Complicating her ability to refuse clearly, it wasn't that Zhou Hong himself was lacking. He was well known in the sales department for his impressive skills and was warm-hearted and upright. Though his looks were average, in this day and age, one shouldn't solely judge potential partners by appearances. Yet, Inya simply felt no attraction toward him, just as she pondered how to navigate this situation. Zhou Hong spoke again. Xiaoya, regarding the project proposal that Director Wang assigned to you, wasn't it your responsibility to liaise with the sales department? We've been tasked with it too, he remarked, glancing at his watch. It's almost time to clock out. Let us discuss it over dinner so we can finish up and start working on our end. You can choose the place, Zhou Hong said earnestly, looking directly at Inyo. All right, let us go for egg fried rice. It's simple, and we can have a proper discussion about work, Inyo replied with a hint of resignation, her thoughts drifting back to the enjoyable egg fried rice she had earlier. Having achieved his goal, Zhou Hong smiled and left, preparing to wait for Inya at the company entrance. Many occurrences unfold unexpectedly. For instance, just as Yuan Zhou opened the shop door, a curious customer arrived. Boss, is your egg fried rice really 188 RMB? Inquired the inquisitive patron, a man in his 30s with a small mustache, who appeared to be involved in some artistic profession. Indeed, would you like to give it a try? I saw a customer leave your establishment with a delighted expression, indicating it must be quite good. By the way, I live on the second floor directly across from you. The mustached man clarified, perhaps concerned about being mistaken for a peeping Tom. You'll know once you try it, Yuan Zhou responded, gesturing for him to take a seat. Are you suggesting I should taste it for free? The mustached man asked with a grin as he settled down. Of course not, if you wish to sample it. You'll have to order a portion. Free is out of the question, Yuan Zhou replied with a polite smile, baring his teeth in a somewhat sardonic manner. Internally, he thought, what a ridiculous notion. I charge for my own meals, let alone for you. Then I'll have a portion to try. After deliberating for about a minute, the mustached man finally decided. Very well, it will be ready shortly. Meanwhile, the group of car enthusiasts swiftly arrived at the quiet little street. Monkey, you always manage to find the best spots. It's always in these little alleys, remarked Qian Jianxi, multitasking as he parked with precision while engaging in conversation, efficiently helping Yuan and the others park as well. Do you see that unmarked shop? That's the one. Let us go, Monkey said, accustomed to Qian Jianxi's comments, simply pointing ahead for everyone to follow as they entered the establishment. Boss, we're back again, and we've brought you more business. Though your flavor speaks for itself, at least I'm bringing you customers. Can I get 2 portions tonight? Monkey began enthusiastically as soon as they stepped inside, of course, with the last part being the crux of his statement. Witnessing the monkey's unyielding stance, Yuan Zhou could not afford to be lenient either. He responded with a straightforward and decisive no. In Chapter 16, a display of skill, the abrupt rejection left Ali and Sun Ming stifling their laughter. While the others who had accompanied them appeared somewhat perplexed, they reasoned that given the monkey's bluntness, the proprietor should at least extend some courtesy, perhaps by offering a small dish or two. Yet, seeing the monkey merely shrug and take a seat, they followed suit. At that moment, Qian Jianxi, perched on his chair, pointed toward a distant flower rack and inquired, Boss, your establishment is rather small. Isn't placing flowers there a waste of space? Previously, he had harbored grievances about the mere 8 chairs available, but being of lower status, he had to endure it. Now, however, this plump fellow was poking at his sore spot, akin to stirring a pot that should be left untouched. Suppressing the tempest of emotions brewing within, he maintained an impassive countenance. "Because it's beautiful," Yuan Zhou replied, donning an air of aloofness. Qian Jianxi felt a pang of embarrassment. Well, that left him speechless. It was Sun Ming who candidly stated their request for a serving of egg fried rice each. "Please wait. It will be ready shortly," Yuan Zhou courteously responded before retreating to the kitchen to prepare the rice. "This boss certainly has a distinctive character," remarked the group leader. Yuan, as he observed the monkey and Qian Jianxi being put in their places, a smile creeping onto his face. "Not only does he possess character, but he also has principles. You shall discover this shortly." The monkey, seated and alternating his gaze between the bustling Yuan Zhou in the kitchen and the small bearded man relishing his meal, chimed in, "I care not, as long as the food is delectable." Zhou Yan, impeccably dressed in a suit, appeared unfazed by the unfolding events. "Indeed, as long as it is delicious. But is there not even a cup of water?" Mr. Zhang Daming, the glutton, scanned the table, noting the absence of cups. "Chopsticks or napkins, nothing at all. Boss said that currently, only egg-fried rice is served here, including no tea or peas," Sun Ming explained, familiar with the situation. Ollie and the monkey nodded in agreement, though they conspicuously omitted the most crucial detail. This scenario mirrored Harry Potter's school admission ceremony, where those who had experienced it would never divulge the truth to newcomers, a peculiar delight found in having been duped oneself, only to see others ensnared. The most socially adept, Qian Jianxi, fixated on the small bearded man seated nearby. This man had not lifted his gaze since the egg-fried rice had been served, consumed by his meal, awkwardly scooping it with a spoon. "Is this egg-fried rice truly that delicious?" Qian Jianxi inquired. Perplexed, upon hearing the question, the small bearded man finally looked up, nodded silently, and resumed his fervent eating. This scene did not escape the eyes of Yuan and his companions, who speculated that if the small bearded man's fervor was not born of hunger, then the dish must indeed be extraordinary, heightening their anticipation for Yuan Zhou's egg-fried rice. "All right, gentlemen, here is your fried rice," Yuan Zhou announced, distributing the servings in order, first to the rotund Qian Jianxi, followed by the monkey, Yuan, and Zhang Daming. A glance at Zhang Daming prompted a mutter, "Egg-fried rice without even a scallion. How truly unadorned this egg-fried rice is, consisting solely of egg and rice," Yuan chimed in, joining the chorus of discontent. However, the monkey, Ollie, and Sun Ming, who had tasted it before, wasted no time in digging in, disregarding the complaints. Zhou Yan, meticulously inspecting his spoon for cleanliness, was the first to take a mouthful. The moment the rice touched his lips, his serious demeanor transformed. He glanced down at the dish, then at his spoon, and quickly scooped another bite. The joy of culinary delights lies in their capacity to allow diners to relax and immerse themselves in an exquisite sensory journey. Akin to embarking on a marvelous voyage of taste, Zhou Yan reveled in the experience, momentarily lost in bliss. The expressions of the others transformed into ones of joy and satisfaction, as if they had finally obtained something they had long yearned for. Food ranks second only to the essentials of life, underscoring its significance. Each person devoured the egg-fried rice with the fervor of desert wanderers encountering a refreshing downpour. Alas, such delightful moments are fleeting, particularly when it comes to exquisite food. Just as they began to savor their meal, the plates were almost empty. The inexperienced quartet, including the group leader, finished first, lingering in their seats to reminisce over the delightful flavors of the egg-fried rice. Yuan Zhou, having opened his establishment only recently, had developed a habit of observing the blissful expressions of those conquered by his culinary creations, which instilled in him a sense of pride and accomplishment. The notion of quietly basking in self-importance was merely an illusion. As Qian Jianxi gazed at his plate, now cleaner than his own visage, a look of astonishment crossed his face. "Is that all? It feels as though I've barely begun." Regaining his composure, he addressed Yuan Zhou. "Boss, this is truly the best egg-fried rice I have ever tasted, elevating me to new heights. You are an exceptional chef." The rotund Qian Jianxi was unrestrained in his praise. "Honestly, if I cannot have this egg-fried rice again, I fear I shall waste away." As he spoke, he patted his ample belly, lending credence to his words. Once the last vestige of flavor vanished from his mouth, Qian Jianxi earnestly implored, "Boss, Please grant me 3 more servings, and pack 2 for me to take away later. I'm sorry, but we only provide 1 serving per person per meal, and as for takeout, due to the limited size of the establishment and modest profits, we are unable to offer that service. Yuan Zhou replied with a standard smile. Qian Jianqi stared at Yuan Zhou, momentarily stunned, before finally saying, "Isn't your egg fried rice priced at 188 renminbi per serving?" "Not to worry. I'll pay out if there are no boxes. Just use a bowl. I can pay a deposit or cover the cost of the plate, whatever it takes." He nodded emphatically, asserting his determination. "This egg fried rice is simply too delicious. It's my first time experiencing such exquisite flavors." As a teacher, particularly a language instructor, Zhou Yin should have been equipped with a wealth of eloquent phrases for flattery. Yet, in the face of such unparalleled deliciousness, he found himself repeating, "Boss, please give me 2 more servings. And just 1 to pack." While speaking, the usually stoic Zhou Yin nervously adjusted his cuff. This marked the first occasion he would consume 3 servings of egg fried rice alone. "Indeed, Boss Yuan, your egg fried rice is so delectably unscientific that a single serving fails to do justice to your culinary skills. Therefore, I request 10 servings to take away, and 3 to enjoy here at my leisure." Zhang Daming grinned, his expression replete with mischief. Yuan, the group leader, retained a semblance of decorum, likely due to his status as a singleton. Requesting only 2 servings to consume on-site. Chapter 17, A Principal Boss, ha ha ha. Meanwhile, the monkey, Ollie, and Sun Ming watched the others scramble to place their orders, unable to suppress their laughter. As Yuan and Zhou Yin fixated on Yuan Zhou, awaiting his acquiescence, Zhang Daming turned to Sun Ming and the others, asking, "What are you laughing at? My brother here is a man of principle, right, monkey?" Sun Ming pointed at Yuan Zhou and then looked at the monkey. "Indeed. I have long said that Boss Yuan is a man of steadfast principles. You all attempted those methods at lunchtime today, and they were utterly ineffective. When he says 1 bowl, it is indeed 1 bowl." The monkey held a mix of admiration and resentment for Yuan Zhou's unwavering stance. Yet, witnessing the bewildered expressions on the faces of Yuan and the others brought him great joy. It was a delight to see others, like himself, unable to indulge in such delightful fare. A feeling that transcended mere satisfaction. "Boss Yuan, look at my physique. 1 bowl of egg fried rice is hardly sufficient to fill the gaps. Even without takeout, I need to be satisfied." Qian Jianqi turned to Sun Ming, then back to Yuan Zhou, employing a tactic of self-pity. "Exactly. We are all grown men here. 1 serving of fried rice cannot possibly satiate us. We need at least 3 servings to feel full." "Right." Zhang Daming began rallying the other patrons in the establishment, prompting even the small bearded man to nod in agreement. "Since you've all brought this up, I shall no longer hold back," Yuan Zhou said, eliciting a brief flicker of hope in Yuan and the others, only for their expressions to harden as he continued. "I'm afraid it's still not possible." As the clock edged towards 7 in the evening and the moon began its ascent, households prepared their dinners, some having already finished their meals. The once bustling street had quieted considerably. It was at this moment that passers-by on the quiet street heard the synchronized shouts emanating from the unmarked shop. Each cry sharp and pitiful, akin to a duck being throttled, sending shivers down the spines of those nearby, who hurriedly departed. Why must you be so cruel, Boss Yuan? Can you truly bear to see me return home hungry?" Qian Jianqi lamented, patting his belly in mock despair, while the others nodded in agreement. "Boss Yuan, one must have principles in life, but at this moment, I find myself resenting your principles," Zhang Daming declared, his expression akin to that of a betrayed spouse. Filled with indignation. One cannot deny that Boss Yuan is indeed a proprietor of both character and principle. Yuan and Zhou Yin voiced their sentiments in unison. The man with the small beard set down the money, gave Yuan Zhou a thumbs up, and nonchalantly departed. "I can't take it anymore. I must leave. Staying here only intensifies my hunger," Zhang Daming lamented, clutching his belly, glancing at Yuan Zhou before adding, "Moreover, I feel an overwhelming urge to strike someone." Naturally, the beleaguered Yuan Zhou shared that impulse, as the task required him to sell 100 portions of egg fried rice. Every additional sale represented money, and it pained him to personally shoo the cash away. Such torment is beyond the comprehension of most, leaving him to silently shed tears in his heart. "I, too, wish to strike someone, but what then shall I do about the egg fried rice next time?" The monkey pointed out the crux of the matter. For this delectable egg fried rice was their first encounter with such a dish. I feel so hungry. Let us hasten our departure. Sun Ming no longer supported Yuan Zhou's plight and began to prepare to leave. Shall we go for some roasted duck from Old Li's? Qian Jianxi felt hungrier than before and suggested. But as soon as he voiced it, he realized he had lost his appetite. No, thinking of something else makes me lose my appetite. Goodness, what shall I do in the future? Zhang Daming, a loyal patron of Old Li's roasted duck, found himself devoid of desire at the mere mention of it, casting a resentful glance at Yuan Zhou, much like a forsaken young bride. Yuan Zhou maintained an impassive facade, while secretly brushing away the sweat standing on his arms. The man's gaze was too fearsome. Damn it. I am not into men. The few who had dined on Old Li's roasted duck now instinctively began to compare it to Yuan Zhou's egg fried rice, in contrast to Yuan Zhou's creation. Old Li's duck was excessively greasy, the meat insufficiently tender, and the sauce lacked refinement. With this thought, resentful glances multiplied. Even Yuan Zhou, with his thick skin, could not withstand the pressure and hurriedly ushered them out. When Inya and Zhou Heng entered the shop, they encountered this very scene. Several burly men walking away while occasionally casting glances of resentment back at Yuan Zhou. Welcome, Yuan Zhou greeted as he noticed the beauty who had come earlier that day accompanied by an ordinary-looking man. Though the beauty was not his, he appreciated her presence. Yet upon seeing her with another, he felt as though a prized cabbage had been trampled by a pig. Nevertheless, Yuan Zhou maintained his courtesy, clearing 2 empty seats for the pair. Boss, 2 portions of egg fried rice. Inya directly placed her order upon sitting down. Certainly, please hold on a moment, Yuan Zhou replied with a smile, just as he set down the egg fried rice and was about to turn away. He was halted. Excuse me, could we have a cup of tea as well? Xiaoya, what would you like to drink? Zhou Heng called out as Yuan Zhou turned to leave. I apologize, but I do not offer anything other than egg fried rice, Yuan Zhou stated bluntly. Harboring no fondness for a man who had stolen the beauty away, and thus outright refused. What kind of business are you running here? Zhou Heng coldly questioned, unable to lose his temper due to Inya's presence. For such a pretentious individual, Yuan Zhou's method of handling him was to silently observe his posturing, paying him no heed. Zhou Heng, do not be like this. The boss's egg fried rice is truly delicious. Besides, I am not thirsty, Inya interjected, sensing the awkward atmosphere and trying to soothe Zhou Heng. Xiaoya, I mean no offense, but I simply believe the boss's attitude is problematic, since you are not thirsty. Let us eat first and discuss it later, Zhou Heng said as he retrieved a napkin from his pocket to wipe Inya's spoon before handing it to her. Thank you, let us eat. Inya expressed her gratitude as she accepted the spoon and began her meal. Zhou Heng, filled with dissatisfaction, watched as the beauty beside him focused on her food, suppressing his displeasure. After all, he had pursued her diligently for months and could not allow something trivial to derail his efforts. Affecting an air of elegance, he scooped up the egg fried rice and commenced dining. As the food entered his mouth and he began to chew, thoughts flashed through his mind. What the hell? Is this really egg fried rice? Is this merely egg fried rice? Is this dish truly the same egg fried rice I often eat? The importance of the matter warranted repetition. This is unbelievably delicious. The word delicious was instantaneously etched across Zhou Heng's face. Ah, yet another mortal conquered by egg fried rice. Yuan Zhou mused quietly to himself. After a long day at work, I am both exhausted and famished. Boss, could I possibly have another portion? Despite knowing the rules of the establishment from earlier, Inya still wished to test the waters, for dreams should be pursued. After all, Yuan Zhou maintained his standard smile. I am sorry, but that is not permitted. Boss, Inya, eager for food, had already switched to a coaxing tone. Her voice soft and sweet. Zhou Heng, unable to tolerate the sight of the woman he had been courting showing such affection to another man, felt a surge of irritation. Smack. He slapped his wallet onto the table, exuding an air of a wealthy heir as he declared, Boss, I'll pay 5 times the price. Bring us 2 portions. After silently calculating the price, Yuan Zhou realized that he simply could not refuse such an enticing offer. A single portion of egg fried rice at 5 times the price amounted to 1,000. 2 portions would be 2,000. Yuan Zhou's mathematics was commendable, particularly regarding financial matters. But did he think 2,000 would suffice to placate him? Fear not, for it certainly would. Yet it proved utterly futile, as Yuan Zhou, with a grin that concealed his true feelings, replied, I am sorry, but that is not possible. Hey, what do you mean? Is 5 times not enough? Zhou Heng, taken aback by the rejection, demanded angrily. Yuan Zhou, though internally distressed, chose to remain silent and merely regarded Zhou Heng. In truth, his gaze was fixed on Zhou Heng's wallet, contemplating the cash it contained, which was not his to keep. And yet he found himself rejecting it vehemently. Such was the absurdity of the situation. Blame the established rules of the system. Yuan Zhou's demeanor, however, led Inya to believe he was merely upset. For Zhou Heng's condescending actions had painted Yuan Zhou as a man of principle in her eyes. Boss, I sincerely apologize for his behavior. He is simply a bit fatigued today, Inya interjected, disregarding all else as she tugged Zhou Heng towards the exit. Xiaoya, why are you pulling me? I am treating you today. I want you to have your fill, Zhou Heng exclaimed, baffled, for he genuinely wished to spend more to buy another portion. In this day and age, what could money not buy? As for rules, a wealthy heir once said that rules are meant for the poor to follow, though Zhou Heng was no true rich heir. His salary as one of the top 2 in the sales department amounted to $300,000 a year. For a few $100s worth of egg fried rice, he would never have come here on his own. But since he had invited a woman he admired, he was inclined to comply with her wishes. Yet now, being unable to afford even a single portion felt rather humiliating. Zhou Heng, let us depart. We can discuss the planning proposal tomorrow, Inya insisted, still dragging Zhou Heng towards the door, offering no further explanation. Xiaoya, just wait a moment. Seeing Zhou Heng's insistence to be released, Inya too lost her temper, releasing him and standing aside with her handbag. No longer willing to engage. Do not worry, it will only take a moment, Zhou Heng reassured her, fully aware she was upset, but his thoughts remained simple. If he could accomplish his goal, he would appease her afterward. Yuan Zhou observed the couple's quarrel, and at that moment, Zhou Heng stepped forward and said, Boss, running a business is about profit. Your rules are not conducive to your business development. Wouldn't you agree? Seeing Yuan Zhou merely gazing at him in silence, Zhou Heng continued his persuasive rhetoric. How about this? If you provide us with an extra portion today, I will not take advantage of you. I will pay 5 times the price and even help bring you business, he suggested, surveying Yuan Zhou's modest establishment. After all, boss, your shop is quite small. While your egg fried rice is exquisite, in this era, no one will promote you, and many potential customers are likely to be scared off by your prices. In this day and age, even the finest wine fears a deep alley. Wouldn't you agree, boss? Zhou Heng, a skilled salesman, quickly identified the shortcomings of Yuan Zhou's establishment. However, he underestimated Yuan Zhou, who was not merely a shopkeeper, for behind him stood a chef system. Yuan Zhou had already contemplated these issues, but the system forbade him from engaging in any promotional activities for a straightforward reason. As a chef, any additional promotion is an insult to your craft. Reputation is your best advertisement. Upon reading this, Yuan Zhou could only feel a sense of agreement, rendered speechless. Now, Yuan Zhou maintained his composure, quietly observing Zhou Heng as he flaunted his knowledge, before decisively and unceremoniously rejecting him, saying, No, thank you. Zhou Heng, who had been so eloquent, was suddenly left speechless. It's getting late. I must close the shop, beautiful lady, don't you think? Yuan Zhou remarked as he checked the time, ignoring Zhou Heng and addressing Inya directly. I apologize for keeping you so long. Your egg fried rice is truly delightful. But it lacks soup, and I enjoy having soup. Inya smiled, her words laced with admiration that a remarkable person indeed would not compromise principles for mere money. Initially, Inya felt pleased that Yuan Zhou had rejected Zhou Heng, for she harbored a dislike for Zhou Heng, who had often used work as an excuse to get closer to her. Today, he had caused her to lose face, further fueling her displeasure. Thus, her fondness for Yuan Zhou, seemingly on the same side, increased. Certainly, in a few days, I will introduce an egg fried rice set that includes soup. Do remember to come and try it, Yuan Zhou said, displaying patience for the beauty, a skill honed from over 2 decades of being single. After all, who knows when fate might allow a beautiful woman to fall in love with him? All right then, boss, goodbye. Upon finishing her words, Inya turned and exited, leaving Zhou Heng, still grappling with disbelief at the rejection, behind. Goodbye, sir. We are about to close. Farewell. Yuan Zhou began ushering customers out without any sense of guilt. After hearing Yuan Zhou's words, Zhou Heng finally regained his composure. Without uttering a word, he turned and chased after Inya out the door. Reputation is a curious phenomenon. It stems from word of mouth. Yet in the process of being passed along, it has often transformed no longer resembling its original form. Modern individuals are discerning. Even establishments with stellar reputations are approached with skepticism, and indeed, it has been proven that what is popular may not always be as delectable as it appears. However, such occurrences never transpired in Yuan Zhou's modest eatery. Regardless of whether they were persuaded by Sun Ming and others' promotions in the group or patrons brought by Enya, surprises awaited them all. As for the bearded gentleman residing across the street, he had long been a loyal customer of Yuan Zhou, making his way there for every meal and inquiring daily about additional dishes. Perhaps initially dissatisfied with the shop's simplicity and its peculiar rules, all grievances vanished upon tasting the fried rice. People tend to be indulgent towards prodigies, and Yuan Zhou, capable of crafting such exquisite fried rice, undoubtedly fit that description. The eccentricities of a genius are always forgivable. Since the following day, Yuan Zhou had requested the system to annotate the price list with various calligraphic inscriptions. This establishment does not currently offer anything besides fried rice. Each meal is limited to 1 serving per person. No additional orders are permitted. These 2 sentences, inscribed with a brush, allowed Yuan Zhou to maintain his composure whenever someone requested a second serving, as he could simply gesture towards the price list, saving him from excessive verbal explanations that in this regard. Gratitude was owed to the system, which provided Yuan Zhou with pure water, served in a fixed glass that would automatically refill to 7/10 full at a suitable temperature, creating the illusion of an endless supply. Though it too could not be taken outside the establishment. Furthermore, the water was exceptionally sweet. Yuan Zhou had even inquired about offering such quality water to his patrons, which was undeniably superior to any foreign brand of mineral water. The system's response, however, remained as cold and unyielding as ever. Insufficient rank, not permitted. With the boost of a burgeoning reputation, business at Yuan Zhou's small shop began to flourish. During lunchtime, patrons often found themselves waiting for a table, and the demand for takeout steadily increased. In response, Yuan Zhou had added another inscription to the wall. This establishment does not offer any takeout services. Chapter 19. Completing the first task as business improved. Yuan Zhou found himself increasingly busy as those unable to secure lunch began targeting breakfast hours, forcing him to sacrifice sleep and rise early to open the shop. Reflecting on his industriousness, Yuan Zhou mused that he ought to reward himself with a labor award. Coincidentally, it was Monday, and Yuan Zhou arose half an hour earlier than the previous day. The task indicated he had sold 99 servings of fried rice, and with today being only the 5th day, selling just 1 more would allow him to claim his reward. Consequently, Yuan Zhou skipped breakfast, eagerly anticipating the new reward, with the key goal of elevating his rank from level 0 to level 1, which would unlock further privileges. "Oh, Yuan boss, you're opening half an hour earlier today." The bearded man, named Wu Hai, strolled in wearing pajamas. "IVE opened early today. Your fried rice will be ready shortly." Yuan Zhou was accustomed to Wu Hai peering into his shop each day. He was always the first customer upon opening. A true gourmand. "Yuan boss, are you in a good mood today?" Wu Hai, observant as ever, quickly noticed the joy on Yuan Zhou's face. "Indeed, but that doesn't change anything." Yuan Zhou shot Wu Hai a sidelong glance, anticipating his request for an extra serving and preemptively declining. "Yuan boss, how can you be so heartless? I haven't even asked yet." Wu Hai was well aware that Yuan Zhou would refuse. He merely asked out of habit, preparing to inquire again, just in case Yuan Zhou was feeling generous that day. Yet, Yuan Zhou swiftly dashed his hopes, proving to be quite ruthless. "All right, eat up," Yuan Zhou urged, placing the fried rice before Wu Hai. Observing Wu Hai's expression of rapture, Yuan Zhou quietly checked the task, noting it remained incomplete, and decided to wait until Wu Hai finished before reviewing it again. "Thank you for your hospitality." "Yuan boss, I'll be heading back now." In the past, Wu Hai had eaten quickly, but since dining at Yuan Zhou's establishment, he had slowed down, finishing his meal in half an hour. As Wu Hai took his last bite, Yuan Zhou promptly checked the task and found it marked as complete, the usual calmness on his face giving way to a smile as he joyfully announced, "I have good news for you. We will start offering fried rice sets from noon onward." "Really? So soon? If I had known, I could have tried it earlier." Wu Hai was initially delighted by the confirmation, then recalled he should have asked for a taste beforehand. "It has said to start at noon. Now hurry back." "I need to close up for now," Yuan Zhou urged, anxious for his reward. Upon hearing that the sets would begin at noon, Wu Hai felt reassured, but upon learning that Yuan Zhou was closing, he couldn't help but look forward to the noon specials. Pondering what could possibly complement such delicious fried rice. As he contemplated, he wandered off. Bang! As soon as Wu Hai exited, Yuan Zhou promptly shut the door, returned to the shop, and began checking his rank on the system. Objective: this system will assist you in mastering both Eastern and Western culinary arts, aiming to become the world's greatest chef. Host: Yuan Zhou, ordinary Han Chinese male. Age: 24. Physical qualities: comprehensive scores in neural response speed, strength, coordination, and agility rated as C. Culinary talent: unknown. Skills: God-tier fried rice. Items: none. Culinary skills rating: novice, a beginner just learning to fry rice. Level 1. Congratulations to the host for finally achieving level 1. System overview: this system consists of 9 levels. Upon advancing each level, a random regional delicacy will be awarded. Upon reaching level 9, the system will automatically assess you as a culinary god with divine skills. Please strive to level up. How does one level up? Yuan Zhou inquired directly. The system replied, complete the tasks issued by the system to level up. What happens at level 9? Yuan Zhou was curious about the system's assessment of level 9. Currently, there were no more than 10 individuals in the world capable of making fried rice as he did, yet he was still at level 1, merely a novice. What would it be like to achieve level 9? The system answered, you will be able to create dishes that emit light. Yuan Zhou rubbed his eyes and looked again, still seeing the phrase dishes that emit light. How could there possibly be ingredients in reality that glow? Do I need to add fluorescent powder? Yuan Zhou sighed in disbelief. The system responded, once the host's level increases, the ingredients will not be limited to those from the host's own planet. The phrase interstellar ingredient struck Yuan Zhou like a bolt from the blue. It was incredibly fantastical. He never imagined that one day he would be able to taste food from other planets, and even prepare it himself. However, there remained a crucial question. Will aliens come to Earth? Saving the planet was a childhood dream for every little boy. Largely due to excessive viewing of Ultraman, the system replied, host level is too low to answer. Yuan Zhou gazed at the familiar words, speechless, feeling on the verge of tears. Speaking of which, I wonder what glowing ingredients look like. Should I rewatch Chinese Cooking Demon? His mind wandered, imagining the appearance of luminescent ingredients. Will future offerings include ingredients akin to those from the culinary captives? The system replied, level too low, please strive to level up. All right. I suppose I've thought too much. Yuan Zhou's eyes shifted as he pondered, asking some practical questions. When will ingredients be allowed to be taken outside the shop? The system replied, once the host reaches level 7. You will obtain the right to take out ingredients for a banquet serving 10 people daily. Very well. And when can I increase the number of seats in the shop? With the surge in fried rice popularity, the 8 available seats were already insufficient. Yuan Zhou wished to expand seating to boost income, as he earned a 10% share from each serving of fried rice. The system replied, please strive to level up. The second level is required to unlock additional seating. It seems I must wait a while longer. However, recalling the revenue share, Yuan Zhou suddenly remembered that he had been too excited earlier and forgot to ask whether the share could be increased. System, when can our revenue share be raised? The system replied, the host will increase the revenue share by 10% with each level gained. Does that mean I can now withdraw 20%? The sudden joy left Yuan Zhou slightly dazed. The system replied, the host can review the revenue share percentage independently without inquiry. At 188 RMB, 20% translates to a profit of 37.6 for himself. At this rate, he could quickly recoup his renovation costs. Yuan Zhou's eyes sparkled with satisfaction. This was pure profit. I wonder how delicious the new fried rice set will be. That I should claim my reward first. Having gathered the information he sought, Yuan Zhou promptly claimed his reward. However, this time, the reward was somewhat different. Chapter 20. 288 renminbi fried rice. Task reward. Fried rice set available for collection at long last. The day had arrived that he had awaited for so long. The dream he had nurtured for ages was finally coming to fruition. And something new was on the horizon. Yuan Zhou clicked to claim his reward. The reward for this task did not transform into the form of a book. Rather, it surged into my mind like a divine skill being imparted. Upon acceptance, only a line of text appeared. The system displayed, the side dishes for the fried rice set do not require the host's preparation. The system will provide them automatically. So it's provided by the system. No wonder there is no need for learning. Nor is it as grand as the first time. Yuan Zhou mused, stroking his chin. Then what is the price of the fried rice set? The system revealed. Price, 288 renminbi. This price left Yuan Zhou speechless. After pondering, he confirmed, "The fried rice set seems to only come with seaweed soup and pickled radish?" The system responded, "Indeed. Then why is the price an extra 100? Yuan Zhou thought it reasonable for the divine fried rice to be expensive, considering the high-quality rice and eggs. However, items like pickled radish and seaweed soup are typically offered for free in small eateries, generally without limits. Selling them for 100 seems excessive. Even Yuan Zhou, who had a penchant for money, was taken aback. Indeed, it felt rather outrageous. The system's text appeared. "Please trust the pricing of the chef god system. The host may try it first." True. What if the radish and seaweed are of Kobe beef quality? Yuan Zhou recalled the complex feelings he had upon first learning about the divine fried rice ingredients and decided to give it a try. He picked up the spatula and pan, preparing the fried rice with utmost diligence and speed as usual. He placed the plate of fried rice on the nearby glass countertop. Typically, there was a small tray atop the countertop. A reddish-brown wood with a faint aroma, capable of holding 4 servings of fried rice. For someone with Yuan Zhou's strength, carrying 4 servings at once was a breeze. Usually, he would directly place the fried rice onto the tray after cooking. But this time, something unusual occurred. As soon as he set the fried rice on the tray, a small bowl with a white base and blue floral design, and a plate with a white base and blue floral pattern suddenly appeared atop the tray. It was as if they had always been there, the speed of their appearance almost magical. Yuan Zhou stared at the tray for 2 minutes, noting that the 2 newly appeared items remained in place. He reached out to test the bowl's wall. The seaweed soup inside was at the perfect temperature, just right for consumption. Like a cup that was perpetually filled with water, everything was just right. Fortunately, I've grown accustomed to such sudden appearances. I should place the tray on that side from now on, Yuan Zhou muttered as he lifted the tray. Sitting down, he removed all the food from the tray. Glancing left and right before deciding to sample a piece of radish first, the plate of radish was about the same size as a typical side dish plate, containing at most a dozen pieces of radish. Most importantly, the pickled radish was not merely mixed. It typically included some chili, sugar, and oil. However, this plate contained nothing but the radish itself, stacked neatly like a pyramid with a dozen pieces of jade white radish. Clearly unseasoned and freshly cut, the only distinction was the exquisite color, resembling white jade, translucent and lustrous. Upon closer inspection, even the sizes of the cuts were identical, creating an appealing presentation. After scrutinizing the radish speared on his chopsticks from various angles, Yuan Zhou popped it into his mouth and began to chew. The moment he bit down, a wave of sweetness surged across his palate. The radish, crisp, tender, fresh, salty, and sour, instantly awakened his appetite without realizing it. Yuan Zhou picked up another piece and consumed it. This pickled radish lacked the sourness typically found in regular pickles. Every flavor was perfectly balanced, regardless of individual preferences for saltiness. That it was devoid of the aftertaste that often accompanies pickled radish, retaining the inherent sweetness of the radish itself, even the freshness of raw radish, yet without the sharpness or bitterness usually present. It was a perplexing yet perfect combination of flavors. After savoring a piece of pickled radish, he quickly followed with a bite of fried rice. The harmony of flavors was heavenly. Under the influence of the pickled radish, the already delicious fried rice ascended to new heights. The taste transformed into a magical experience. Rich and multidimensional, utterly delightful. Enchanted by the allure of the pickled radish, Yuan Zhou unknowingly devoured an entire plate of it along with most of the fried rice. At this juncture, he decided to pause for a sip of soup. Lifting the small bowl adorned with blue flowers. Although the bowl was exquisite and visually appealing, it was merely the size of a fist, filled only 7/10 full, enough for a single gulp. Inside, deep green seaweed floated like starfish on the clear surface of the soup, reminiscent of hot water with seaweed, devoid of even a sprinkle of scallions. Glug, glug. Due to its ideal temperature, he downed nearly half the bowl in one go, only to immediately regret it, for it was simply too delicious. Yuan Zhou had a habit of saving the best for last, and now, having gulped down half, he felt a pang of regret. However, it wasn't long before he was lost in the exquisite flavor of the soup. The clear broth was not some high-end stock. It was genuinely just pure water, yet remarkably special, free from rust or bleach, possessing only the sweet and crisp essence of water, infinitely superior to the water the system provided for daily consumption. It was akin to the difference between imported French mineral water, Evian, and regular tap water as for the seaweed. Yuan Zhou had never been fond of seaweed soup. He always perceived it as having an indescribable fishy taste. A realization that came only after becoming a chef, understanding that it was the essence of the sea. Yet, he still disliked it. Even high-quality seaweed, while visually appealing, still retained a hint of that flavor, which repelled him. However, the seaweed in this bowl bore no trace of such an unpleasant taste. It was soft and slippery, with a delightful crunch that evoked the refreshing sea breeze with each chew. Complemented by the unknown yet exceptional broth at last, Yuan Zhou understood why these two items were worth 100. Indeed, upon completing the task, waiting to savor the new dishes is the true path. The soup was drained to the last drop. The plate of pickled radish was devoid of any liquid, and the plate that had held the fried rice was as spotless as if it had been washed. Yuan Zhou, satisfied, patted his belly. The system can now shed light on this radish and seaweed. Not to mention this water, truly astonishing, incredibly delicious, simply a perfect match. Now sated and curious about the origins of these exquisite ingredients, Yuan Zhou prepared himself for any revelations. Surely, the accompaniments and soup that could compose a set with such a premium fried rice must possess extraordinary backgrounds. How could anything mundane compare to the divine fried rice and its intrinsic value? System Chapter 21. New products launched just like when Yuan Zhou inquired about the ingredients for the fried rice. The system displayed several lines of text, introducing them in a rather sophisticated manner. The system revealed, the pickled radish is made from the first-generation heart-melting beauty radish seeds, initially cultivated in the fertile black soil of Beidouin. Due to the declining fertility of the black soil, the seeds were reclaimed by the system and replanted on land provided by the system, resulting in the radish's automatic evolution into the perfect heart-melting beauty radish. These radishes are all biennial, thriving under ample sunlight and suitable temperatures, growing naturally without any chemical substances. They exhibit lush green leaves and jade-colored roots, emerging from the soil without a speck of dirt, clean and intact, with any bruised ones discarded. The salt used for pickling is extracted from the deep sea, naturally crystallizing the saline from seawater, sourced from a depth of 20,000 meters, far beyond human detection, ensuring it is clean and unpolluted. The pickling process lasts 24 hours, maintaining a constant temperature ideal for lactic acid fermentation at 26 to 36 degrees Celsius, with a salt concentration below 6 fermenting in an anaerobic environment. Such lofty terminology regarding lactic acid bacteria and salt concentration underscored the radish's remarkable nature, confronted with such a complex production process. Yuan Zhou could only express relief that he was not the one undertaking it. Even contemplating it was beyond his capability, setting aside the now non-existent second-generation perfect, heart-melting beauty, radish seeds, and the fertile black soil of Beidouin. Even the selection of seawater for the sea salt was beyond reach. The deepest recorded dive by a modern unmanned submersible was achieved by the Japanese probe Keiko on March 24, 1995, in the Mariana Trench of the Pacific Ocean. Reaching a depth of 11,028 meters, this was the deepest dive achievable by human machinery, beyond the capacity of military submarines. The deepest dive record by a human-operated submersible was set by Swiss explorer Jacques Picard on January 23, 1960, also in the Mariana Trench. At that time, Jacques and U.S. Navy officer Don Walsh descended aboard a deep-sea submersible named Trieste, reaching a depth of 10,916 meters below sea level, the deepest point ever reached by humans. Since then, no one has surpassed that record. Yuan Zhou was merely an ordinary citizen. He had no access to such submarines, and even free diving had a limit of only 105 meters. Theoretically, diving depths could reach 1,000 to 2,000 meters, but the decompression time would extend to 12 months, something Yuan Zhou did not believe he could manage, and all this merely to obtain natural, unpolluted seawater to extract sea salt for pickling the radish. What a mad endeavor! Yet, Yuan Zhou appreciated it. Such sophistication was irreplicable. Without such meticulous methods, how could the radish possibly taste so exquisite? As for the ingredients of the seaweed soup, they were no less impressive than the radish. The land of seaweed in Huaxia is located in Xiapu County, situated in the eastern part of Fujian Province. It is one of the oldest counties in Fujian and also one of the earliest regions in southern China to cultivate kelp and nori. Historical records indicate that as early as the Yuan dynasty, the people of Xiapu were engaged in nori farming. However, due to severe modern pollution, The flavor of shapu nori has diminished significantly from its former glory. The system has established a marine environment that mirrors natural conditions, featuring an extensive coastline with numerous natural independent harbors. Along with a subtropical monsoon humid climate, it possesses unique water temperature and quality conditions that are ideally suited for nori cultivation, resulting in nori that is exceptionally crisp and tender. The spring water is sourced from the pristine Meili Snow Mountain, whose main peak, Kawajibo, reaches an altitude of 6,740 meters, with an average height of 6,000 meters. Shrouded in perpetual mist, the mountain presents long climbing distances, steep gradients, and complex geological features, including ice fields and crevasses. The climate on Meili Snow Mountain is also remarkably unique, with poor snow consolidation, which explains why it has never been ascended. The system has carved a spring at the mountain's summit to draw water directly for immediate use. Very well. That is quite impressive. After reading this, Yuan Zhou could only muster such a remark in his mind. Nevertheless, having perused this information, he deemed it necessary to attend to a more pressing matter. System, please bring me another bowl of nori soup and pickled radish. I can eat it directly without mixing it with rice. The system responded, side dishes and soup cannot be added. Ah, so you're just tantalizing one's appetite. Surely this meager offering is insufficient. Yuan Zhou finally grasped the plight of those who could only afford a single bowl of egg-fried rice. Although he could pay an additional 288 for another serving, there remained a lingering sense of dissatisfaction. Time flew by, and it was already noon at 11:30. After meticulously inspecting the small establishment, the prices for the egg-fried rice set meal had been automatically displayed, while other preparations were virtually non-existent. After assessing his appearance, Yuan Zhou opened the door. Within 5 minutes of opening, a customer entered, not an old patron but a new one. The customer, a woman in her 30s, was dressed in an intellectual manner, donning a well-fitted navy blue work suit, carrying a leather handbag, wearing frameless glasses that lent her a sharp gaze, her hair elegantly tied up, and a subtle makeup accentuating her features. With lips painted a gentle shade of red, with a soft tap tap tap, she stepped in wearing high heels, her keen eyes surveying the cleanliness of the establishment, seemingly satisfied as she nodded to herself before taking a seat opposite Yuan Zhou. Gazing at the table, she noted the unvarnished wood's pristine condition, free of greasy stains, and nodded in approval before placing her small handbag upon it. The woman, named Gao Ying, was 31 years old and worked as an HR manager in a large company. Due to her mild obsessive-compulsive tendencies, she rarely dined out unless absolutely necessary. Today, however, fate had intervened. Her car had broken down, preventing her from returning home for lunch, with the thought of taking public transport. Crowded with countless others, and confined in a sealed space, she preferred to seek out a clean little eatery instead. Although there were many dining establishments beneath her office building, they were equally crowded, and their signs appeared rather unclean. Naturally, Gowing would not choose them. After much deliberation, Yuan Zhou's small shop, devoid of a sign, yet seemingly the cleanest, was her final choice. Unbeknownst to her, Yuan Zhou's establishment operated under the system's protection, ensuring that even the slightest speck of dust or stain would be promptly eradicated, rendering the cleanliness of the shop comparable to that of a sterile room, free from harmful bacteria, though beneficial ones remained. "Excuse me, what simple dishes do you offer here?" Gowing inquired, as she believed that minimal contact with her hands would ensure cleanliness. "The menu is on the wall behind you. Please have a look." Yuan Zhou had been observing her since her entrance, initially regarding her with some disdain before finally approaching to take her order, assuming she would be deterred by the prices. Upon glancing at the price list, Gowing adjusted her glasses, thinking her vision had misled her due to mild nearsightedness. Upon closer inspection, she realized the prices were indeed accurate, leading her to cast a disbelieving glance at the proprietor. "I never expected someone who looks so presentable to be running a black market. The egg-fried rice is priced at 188 for the set meal, which is an outrageous 288. Is this all you serve?" Gowing asked, her expression a mix of surprise and dissatisfaction. "Ah, today, I'm not the first customer," chimed in a small bearded man named Wu Hai. Striding in from the upstairs, "Yuan boss, I'd like to try your new offerings. I've been waiting since this morning." "Is he a plant?" Gowing mused, slightly turning her head, underestimating the situation. Wu Hai glanced at the price list, withdrew 3 crisp bills from his wallet, and handed them to Yuan Zhou. Yuan Zhou accepted the payment and placed it in the cash box, a device provided by the system that accurately indicated the necessary change, eliminating any room for error, a foolproof mechanism envied by cashiers in all trades, as they often dealt with discrepancies in their transactions. After closing for the night, the system would automatically take 90 of the earnings. Though beginning today, it would only take 80, leaving Yuan Zhou with the remaining 20. Please hold on, Yuan Zhou said, handing Wu Hai the 12 yuan change before turning back to the kitchen to prepare the fried rice. In Gao Ying's view, a serving of egg fried rice wouldn't take long to prepare. Even if it included a set meal that as she waited, she elegantly tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear. Silently observing Yuan Zhou as he cooked, her assumptions were correct. The time taken to prepare both the egg fried rice and the set meal was indeed the same, as only the fried rice was required. Yuan Zhou set down the freshly prepared egg fried rice, and the tray magically filled with the accompanying items, a bowl of nori soup and a plate of radish. Such technique was nothing short of miraculous. Swiftly, he approached Wu Hai with the tray. I see, Yuan boss, this set meal includes 2 additional items. Wu Hai remarked, peering curiously at the tray. Just try it. Yuan Zhou replied succinctly, placing the tray down and quickly retrieving the necessary items. Very well. I shan't hold back then. Wu Hai, an old customer, was well aware of Yuan Zhou's propensity for brevity and his principled demeanor. Naturally, the food was of exceptional quality, and he picked up the accompanying spoon to take a sip of soup. Meanwhile, after observing for a while, Gao Ying was convinced that Wu Hai was not a plant, prompting her to inquire, is this a set meal? What about the egg fried rice? The egg fried rice is simply that, egg fried rice, Yuan Zhou replied promptly. Even as he faced a beautiful woman. Then why is it priced so exorbitantly? Gao Ying questioned, struggling to comprehend the rationale. The set meal was evidently comprised of items that any ordinary establishment would include. Yet here it was marked up by several multiples, and the egg fried rice itself was already priced significantly higher than average. Perhaps due to her long absence from dining out, she found herself bewildered by the external culinary landscape. Gao Ying sighed softly, glancing at the sunlight streaming through the door, and ultimately decided to place an order. I'll have a glass of water and 1 serving of egg fried rice. I apologize, but we do not serve anything beyond what is listed on the price menu. Including water, Yuan Zhou shrugged and informed her. Despite her many years in human resources, Gao Ying struggled to suppress her irritation at a dish priced at 188 yuan for egg fried rice, yet no complimentary glass of water. Were it not for her reluctance to seek an alternative, she would have swiftly departed, feeling that her money was better spent elsewhere. Then I'll have a set meal, she declared, her words tinged with frustration. Very well. Please wait a moment. Yuan Zhou remained unfazed by her attitude, confident that once she tasted the egg fried rice, she would surely return, provided her finances permitted. Since acquiring the system and its menu, he no longer worried about customer complaints. After all, the world was vast and food enthusiasts abundant. Yuan Zhou's aspirations reached for the stars and the sea. Seated at her table, Gao Ying felt increasingly taken advantage of. She glanced over to inquire of the small bearded man beside her, only to find him relishing the soup and side dishes, occasionally scooping up spoonfuls of egg fried rice into his mouth, utterly oblivious to her gaze. Could it be that the exorbitant price is justified by the taste? She pondered. Incredulous, yet the sheer delight evident on his face prompted her to reconsider. Your egg fried rice set meal. Enjoy, Yuan Zhou announced, interrupting Gao Ying's thoughts as he placed the dish before her. Gao Ying examined the utensils and set meal, then retrieved her small handbag, pulling out a packet of medical-grade sanitizing wipes to clean the 2 differently sized spoons before commencing her meal. Her first target was, of course, the nori soup, as the lengthy journey and conversation had left her parched. The spoon for the soup was specially designed to match the size of the delicate blue and white bowl, allowing her to scoop precisely the right amount, with a small piece of nori and a generous portion of broth. She elegantly brought the spoon to her lips, ensuring not a trace of lipstick smudged. As she gently sipped and swallowed, the flavor of the soup erupted in her mouth. Indeed, it was an explosion. It was difficult to conceive how refreshing the soup could be, leading to such a delightful outburst of flavor, from her taste buds to her throat, and ultimately to her stomach. Every drop of the broth sang with deliciousness, offering an unparalleled experience of joy that was beyond description. Now Gao Ying understood why the small bearded man's expression was so blissful. His happiness was genuine. Gao Ying found herself utterly unable to restrain her expressions. No. It was beyond mere control of expressions. Every cell in her body clamored for sustenance. She eagerly dug into the dishes before her, alternating between spoonfuls of egg-fried rice and sips of soup. Punctuating her meal with bites of pickled radish, it was truly a sublime delight. As the clock struck 12:10, the streets began to teem with pedestrians. Enya, accompanied by several familiar colleagues, swiftly occupied the remaining 6 chairs. "Huh." Enya exhaled a sigh of relief after patting her ample chest, then smiled at her companions. "Fortunately, I didn't arrive early today." "Indeed, we were clever enough to clock in the moment the hour struck. Otherwise, we would have had to wait," chimed in a girl with blunt bangs seated beside Enya. After a brief exchange of chatter, Enya was the first to pose her daily inquiry. "Boss, are there any new dishes today?" "They have just been launched. They began serving them at noon," Yuan Zhou replied with a slight smile, gesturing toward Gao Ying and Wu Hai, who were deeply engrossed in their meal. "Oh, there's soup today? Then I'll have that," Enya declared, her gaze following Yuan Zhou's gesture until she spotted Gao Ying enjoying her soup. And she made her decision with delight. "Xiaoya, check the price list," the short-haired girl urged, tugging at Enya's sleeve to direct her attention. The patrons in Yuan Zhou's establishment had long since surpassed the awkward situation of only a few scattered customers. Regulars frequented the place, spreading the word among themselves. This group was comprised of Enya's colleagues, each bringing another along. With most visiting daily, they were already well aware of the price of the egg-fried rice and had no objections. This particular inquiry arose from noticing the array of dishes before Wu Hai and Gao Ying. "Boss Yuan, does this set come with additional items?" Enya asked, her eyebrows raised upon seeing the price of 288 renminbi. Though her salary was decent, spending such an amount on a single meal still tugged at her heartstrings. After all, women have many expenses. "Rest assured, it is worth the price of my egg-fried rice. Do give it a try," Yuan Zhou replied as he presented Enya with her egg-fried rice set. "Try it, and you'll see," he encouraged, setting down the tray. "Very well, I shall begin," Enya nodded, taking up her spoon and starting to eat. Her expression transformed into one of pure enjoyment, akin to that of the 2 nearly finished diners beside her, though they were beginning to furrow their brows. "Boss, another bowl of seaweed soup and some pickled radish." "Boss, add a bowl of seaweed soup and pickled radish," Gao Ying and Wu Hai exclaimed in unison. They exchanged glances before returning their focus to Yuan Zhou, awaiting his response. Yuan Zhou, taken aback by their synchronized request, regarded them with amusement as Gao Ying and Wu Hai exchanged awkward looks. "I'm afraid I can only serve 1 portion of each item," he stated coolly, indicating the sign that clearly stated such. "Boss Yuan, I'm not asking for much. I only want an extra bowl of soup and some pickled radish. Other places offer those for free in unlimited quantities. Surely you wouldn't be so stingy," Wu Hai pressed, fully aware of the rules in place, but believing that the delectable side dishes should be an exception. "Exactly. Boss, I would just like 1 bowl of soup," Gao Ying added earnestly, her expression serious. "The rule of 1 serving means no additions," Yuan Zhou reiterated, unwavering in his stance. "And the policies of other establishments are of no concern to me," he added after a moment's contemplation. Clearly, his establishment, powered by the chef god system, was distinct from the gaudy eateries outside. Gao Ying fell silent, glancing back to indeed confirm the wording on the sign, casting a deep look at Yuan Zhou before grabbing her small handbag and making her exit. That glance seemed to carry a hint of dissatisfaction and hostility, had she not witnessed Yuan Zhou preparing the dishes herself. She might have been tempted to kick him, for a person who leaves others hungry is indeed formidable, and one who intentionally does so to a woman is even more fearsome, with his arms crossed. Yuan Zhou stood composed, unfazed. "Boss Yuan, you're quite ruthless. How about a generous serving of pickled radish?" Wu Hai, noticing the empty bowls, continued to press. "Oh, is that so?" Yuan Zhou replied in a flat tone, showing no signs of being swayed. "All right, you win this round. I'll return tonight, but do serve the soup slowly and reduce the amount of radish. The portions barely suffice for rice. A few extra pieces would suffice." "Wouldn't it?" Wu Hai, attempting to negotiate, looked at Yuan Zhou with hopeful anticipation. Yuan Zhou merely raised an eyebrow, responding with indifference. "Every portion here is precisely measured. If you don't believe me, you may measure it with a ruler." "Measure it with a ruler." Wu Hai was left speechless, turning to leave, deciding to return home instead. After witnessing this exchange, the other patrons, who had previously been silent observers, finally began to place their orders, all opting for the new egg-fried rice set. This spectacle had given them insight into the new dish's flavor. They asked for their penchant for watching. It was hardly their fault. Nearly every newcomer ended up ordering a second serving, relishing the opportunity to witness Yuan Zhou's cold and unyielding rejections. Mirroring the experience of being denied themselves 0.5 servings of fried rice posed no challenge for Yuan Zhou, who was well accustomed to such demands. And within 10 minutes, each dish was artfully presented before its respective diner. At that moment, Enya, who had been engrossed in her meal, finished her lunch. Ah, she sighed wistfully, her gaze fixed on Yuan Zhou as she said, "Boss Yuan, you redoing this on purpose?" Her tone held a hint of reproach, her expression one of lament, as if she were addressing a treacherous lover. This sight elicited a peculiar amusement in Yuan Zhou, who found himself stifling a chuckle. Ahem, he cleared his throat before inquiring, "What do you mean by that? You made this set so delicious. What am I to do now? I can't afford such an expensive meal on my salary. Are you doing this intentionally?" Enya glared at him with her captivating almond-shaped eyes, unwavering in her scrutiny. "No worries, you can always come by occasionally," Yuan Zhou replied without a second thought. Puffed. The girl with the short hair could no longer contain her laughter, noticing Yuan Zhou's perplexed expression. Enya, blushing with embarrassment, quickly added, "It's fine, it's just that the food is exceptionally delicious. If it's so delicious, hurry and eat. If you can't finish, I can drink the soup for you," Enya said with a teasing threat. Her cheeks flushed. No, the portions are small here. I can manage on my own." The short-haired girl hastily defended her meal, inching away to distance herself from Enya, a gesture that only added to Enya's exasperation. Ignoring her, Enya turned back to Yuan Zhou and asked, "Boss Yuan, considering how familiar we've become, could you add a bowl of soup for me?" Faced with such a modest request from a beautiful woman, Yuan Zhou, who had once been meticulous about every detail, would have readily acquiesced. However, now he firmly stated, "That's not possible. It's against the rules of the establishment." Yuan Zhou, though straightforward in his refusal, felt a twinge of inner conflict and silently consulted the system. "System, can't the soup be served separately?" The system's response was succinct, "Please endeavor to level up." Very well, Yuan Zhou maintained a stern exterior, though his inner thoughts remained his own. "Boss Yuan, your rigidity may cost you my patronage," Enya remarked, genuinely perturbed. After all, she was a sought-after beauty, and even unfamiliar men should be swayed by her charm. Not to mention, she had frequently dined here and had introduced numerous patrons, thus contributing to the establishment's allure, albeit through the delicious egg-fried rice. Yet, Yuan Zhou's unwavering demeanor, akin to that of a merciless miser, transformed him into a villain in Enya's eyes, reminiscent of a certain infamous character. In this scenario, Yuan Zhou could say nothing, merely observing Enya in silence. When he offered no response, merely gazing at her, Enya, feeling defeated, declared, "Humph, I'm leaving first," and, taking her handbag, departed without waiting for her colleagues. "Boss Yuan, you truly are impressive. You can turn down even the requests of a stunning beauty without batting an eyelash," remarked a bespectacled young man seated at the edge, giving Yuan Zhou a thumbs up in admiration. "Hey, Yuan, why didn't you take the opportunity to curry favor?" A slightly older man in a suit disparaged the bespectacled youth, whose blue and white bowl had been drained clean. "Huh, I thought I'd give Boss Yuan a chance to shine," the bespectacled youth replied without missing a beat. "Enough, let us get moving. Look, there are others waiting," the short-haired girl said after finishing the last drop of her soup. Indeed, by this time, the 3 remaining seats had long been occupied, and others were beginning to wait for a table. In reality, such a scenario would be nearly impossible to imagine. A humble eatery serving only egg-fried rice, with a mere 8 seats, adorned with flower stands that hindered seating, prohibiting takeout, and even restricting second servings, all while charging 188 renminbi for a meal. Gradually, Yuan Zhou's unassuming little shop began to gain a reputation in the vicinity. And it was at this time that he received his third task. Chapter 24. A shop on the right track. By this time, Yuan Zhou's little shop was far from the desolate place it had once been. It opened promptly at 9 in the morning and closed at 9 in the evening. With Yuan Zhou working tirelessly, the fruits of hard work manifest early in the day, with approximately 100 servings of fried rice sold. As noon and evening arrive, the small establishment becomes a bustling hub, overflowing with patrons. Naturally, many expressed dissatisfaction with the rules, demanding takeout or threatening to leave. Yuan Zhou, However, maintains a calm facade, his heart brimming with unspoken sorrow, as he resolutely declines their requests. Some, in their anger, vow never to return. But many others cannot bear to part with Yuan Zhou's culinary skills. Although Yuan Zhou feels a pang of regret, he remains unfazed. Since the establishment of the system, his fortunes have transformed dramatically. He no longer concerns himself with the trivial losses of a few disgruntled customers, and should they return, he would feign ignorance of their prior vows to never come back. It is at this juncture that the system presents its third task. Yuan Zhou, seated upon his bed, meticulously counts the earnings from the past half-month. To be precise, he finds himself idly counting money out of sheer boredom, aside from the first 3 days of lackluster sales. Business has surged since the 5th day, following the completion of the second task, with 2 items for sale leading to an unstoppable flow of customers, with 500 servings of fried rice sold daily, and 300 of those comprising set meals. Yuan Zhou earns a full 20% of the total revenue. The late-night hustle is undeniably taxing, but now is the moment to assess the results. A stack of vibrant red 100 yuan bills sprawls across his bed, an alluring sight, as the system consistently claims 80% of his earnings, leaving him with this enticing 20%. 1, 2, 3, Yuan Zhou murmurs as he begins to count. The final figure leaves him incredulous. Upon recounting, he confirms it to be 249,880 renminbi, 249,880 yuan precisely. Ha! He cannot suppress his exuberant laughter. In just half a month. After deducting utilities, he has amassed 24,000, an impressive feat compared to the monthly salaries of ordinary white-collar workers, which hover around 8,000, and senior professionals, who earn merely 20 to 30,000. Yuan Zhou can net 16,000 in a single day. In 2 days, he earns what those ordinary workers make in nearly 3 months, a lucrative venture indeed. The initial investment of 20 to 30,000 has long since been recouped. This is faster than robbery, and he does not feel excessively burdened. Though it is now 11 at night, sleep eludes him. This is the first time he has earned such a sum and laid eyes upon so many 100 yuan bills stacked together. It seems this pace will soon lead me to the pinnacle of life, he muses, inhaling the aromatic scent of ink from the money, arguably the most delightful fragrance in the world, contemplating the prospect of doubling his earnings within a month. Yuan Zhou finds himself intoxicated by this sensation. What could be more gratifying than the alignment of effort and reward, or even a surpassing of expectations? At that moment, the system, which had remained dormant for some time, unveiled a new task. The system displayed. The third task is now open. Task 2. Given the host's modest reputation in the vicinity, please achieve a notoriety exceeding 1,000 within 20 days. Task hint. Self-promotion or paid promotion is prohibited. As a future culinary deity, how could one promote oneself? The spread must be through the willing word of mouth of others. Task reward. Clear soup noodles. Reining in his excitement, Yuan Zhou scrutinizes the task before inquiring, what kind of notoriety is required? The system responded, others must be aware of and understand what the culinary deity's establishment is all about. Would having a vague impression suffice? Yuan Zhou recalled the patrons who had taken photos and uploaded them. That a notoriety score of 1,000 does not seem particularly high, if impressions count. He should have surpassed that threshold. The system replied, not sufficient. Others must be fully aware of and understand what the culinary deity's establishment entails. It appears the requirements are quite high, posing a certain challenge in Yuan Zhou's view. While it may be somewhat challenging for an individual to influence others regarding a particular item, it should not be insurmountable for such a unique establishment. However, specificity is indeed difficult, as it implies memorability. With so many new experiences, unless witnessed firsthand, it is hard to recall. For instance, there was recent news of a beef noodle shop charging an exorbitant 2,000 yuan per bowl, necessitating advance reservations, yet few knew it was based in Taiwan, called Taiwan Beef Daddy Beef Noodles. The most expensive bowl there is indeed 2,000 yuan, but they also offer bowls for a mere 100, albeit in new Taiwan dollars, with an exchange rate of 1 new Taiwan dollar equating to 0.2086 RMB. The cheapest bowl converts to merely 20 yuan, while the priciest bowl of beef noodles costs 417. 2 yuan, a staggering amount, far exceeding what Yuan Zhou charges. Thus, such a task, coupled with the prohibition against self-promotion or financial expenditure for advertising, leaves Yuan Zhou pondering whether he could seek assistance without incurring costs. His thoughts drift toward his good friend Sun Ming, who who frequently promotes culinary delights on various social media platforms and possesses a certain level of followership. I'll have to inquire tomorrow. He resolves. The system interjects. As a man destined to become a culinary deity, is it truly appropriate to request others promote your dishes? Faced with the system's cold remark, Yuan Zhou is at a loss for words. Yet upon reflection, it does seem rather reasonable. After all, he possesses a system of his own. Relying on others for such trivial promotion does seem less than ideal. Yuan Zhou dismisses this notion and begins to contemplate how to complete the task without external assistance. However, before Yuan Zhou can formulate a plan, the system announces yet another update. The system displayed, in light of the host's self-reliance and strong capabilities as a chef, a new reward title is now available. Culinary title, Master, available for claim. What are the rewards upon claiming this title? Yuan Zhou, suppressing his eagerness, inquires. The system replies. The title itself bears no rewards. Upon claiming it, a random reward will be granted. With the title complementing the random reward. A random reward? I wonder what it could be, but it certainly seems worthwhile. Yuan Zhou considers this. The system has never spontaneously offered a reward before. And now there is a chance for a random reward that he cannot afford to miss. Upon clicking to claim, the system begins to dispense the random reward. The system displayed. The host has claimed the random reward. The title is now automatically conferred and cannot be removed. But it can be upgraded. Eager to see the random reward, Yuan Zhou remains unaware of what cannot be removed entails. Random reward. Soup dumplings. Chapter 25. What constitutes a pitfall? Random reward. Soup dumplings available for claim. The system displayed. The set price is 66 renminbi per basket. This is probably the cheapest item in the shop. I can afford to indulge in a few more tomorrow. Upon seeing the price, Yuan Zhou mutters to himself. Without a second thought, he clicks to claim, perhaps due to it being his first time receiving a reward related to pastries. The soup dumplings materialize in the form of a book, enveloped in a glowing orb that penetrates his mind, disappearing into its depths. This time, the soup dumplings align perfectly with the system's high standards. Although there is no ingredient list, the meticulous techniques and timing for kneading the dough are strictly outlined. And the filling and broth are equally intricate. Upon opening his eyes, Yuan Zhou feels as if he has become a master of soup dumplings, capable of crafting exquisite culinary delights with the finest ingredients. A truly enjoyable experience. Soup dumplings can conquer the world. In that instant, Yuan Zhou realizes he is hungry again, but upon glancing at the time, he sees it is nearly midnight, with the shop to open in the morning. He must suppress his excitement and lie down to prepare for sleep. As he lays on his bed, Yuan Zhou recalls the title and opens his task information to review. Objectives. This system will assist you in mastering both Eastern and Western cuisines, striving to become the world's foremost culinary deity. Host. Yuan Zhou, an ordinary Han Chinese male, age 24. Physical qualities. Comprehensive scores in neurological response speed, strength, coordination, and agility. Culinary talent. Unknown. Skills. None. Items. None. Culinary dimensions score. Novice. A rookie who has just learned to fry fried rice. Level. 1. Title. Pastry mastered. A pastry master. How can you be preoccupied with the kitchen daily? You must allocate your own time to enhance your culinary skills. Daily operating hours must not exceed 6 hours. Task 2. Given the host's modest reputation in the vicinity, please achieve a notoriety exceeding 1,000 within 20 days. Task hint. Self-promotion or paid promotion is prohibited as a future culinary deity. How could one promote oneself? The spread must be through the willing word of mouth of others. Task reward. Clear soup noodles. The glaring 6-hour limit. System. Can I decline this title? Yuan Zhou realizes the system's intentions. How can he earn a sufficient income if he is restricted to 6 hours of operation? His revenue would dramatically diminish. This is nothing short of a pitfall. The system displayed. The title is automatically conferred, cannot be removed, but can be upgraded. Yuan Zhou expresses his feelings succinctly with this one exclamation. Is this what it means to enjoy the thrill of claiming a reward only to find oneself in a financial quagmire? Now, even the delectable soup dumplings cannot assuage the pain of lost earnings. The only remedy for this deep-seated anguish is the prospect of earning even more money. When will this time restriction be lifted? Yuan Zhou asks, clinging to the faint hope the system displayed. The host may determine the operating hours upon reaching level 5. Yuan Zhou is aware that the system's intentions are ultimately for his benefit. Extended operational hours may not be advantageous for his small establishment, while he could amass substantial wealth in the short term. It would not be beneficial for an upscale culinary deities establishment, as it risks inducing sensory fatigue that a restaurant must continuously innovate. Without assistance, the long hours of daily work are exhausting, even in the face of such self-reassurance. Yuan Zhou found it difficult to accept that money, which was supposed to flow into his own pockets, had simply vanished. After all, who could blame him for his lower status, amidst the relentless cycle of self-comfort? Yuan Zhou drifted into a peaceful slumber. Despite the presence of a system, the preparation of fried rice was solely his undertaking, and after 12 hours of work, he was still quite fatigued. Ding ding ding. This time, Yuan Zhou's alarm clock had been set particularly early, ringing precisely at 6 o'clock as the sun began to rise outside. Bang! Having not risen this early in quite some time, Yuan Zhou was a bit dazed and accidentally knocked over his trusty laptop, which had accompanied him for many years. Even so, he did not clean up the mess right away. It was only after he had washed up that he finally beheld the tragic state of his computer. Once sleek and black, the laptop had now succumbed to a layer of dust, rendering it a dull gray, a testament to its age. Recently, Yuan Zhou had refrained from using it due to its antiquity, as it struggled to run games, lagging behind at a pace reminiscent of an elderly woman. Glancing at the clock, which read 6:20, Yuan Zhou resolved to first prepare some soup dumplings before addressing the state of his computer. With a swift motion, he flicked on the kitchen light, illuminating the space with pristine clarity. He approached the rice cabinet, where the adjacent cupboard was already stocked with high-gluten flour. Upon opening it, he was greeted by a cloud of white flour, accompanied by the delightful aroma of wheat, carrying with it a subtle sweetness. Near the foot of the stairs stood a white cabinet, approximately 50 centimeters high. Upon inspection, he found that the pork belly required for the filling was neatly arranged within. Picking up a piece revealed it to be the finest quality, with an even distribution of fat and lean meat, boasting 6 layers, and the skin meticulously scraped clean. That it was enough to whet anyone's appetite. The spice box was filled to the brim with fresh ginger, its pungent aroma mingling with a fragrant spiciness. As for the essential broth, the pork skin had solidified into a gelatinous state, quietly resting in the refrigeration compartment. But on the stove, a steamer had been added, sitting atop a large iron pot, with a bamboo lid resting above, the bamboo glistening with a verdant hue, exuding a fresh fragrance. The steamer itself was a specialized bamboo basket designed for soup dumplings, each with a diameter of 10 centimeters, perfectly sized for individual servings. In the cool-toned kitchen, the bamboo's vibrant green stood out strikingly. Returning to the glass countertop, Yuan Zhou began to scoop flour into a large basin, first washing and sifting it, before gradually adding a mixture of warm water and beaten eggs, kneading the dough with care. Bang! Kneading the dough required considerable strength, and Yuan Zhou was quite robust, coupled with the skills imparted by the system. He swiftly achieved the desired texture. The dough was smooth, the basin clean, and his hands free of residue. After a brief period of kneading, he covered the dough with a damp cloth and set it aside to rest. The method for preparing the filling was second nature to Yuan Zhou. He diced the pork belly into small cubes before finally chopping it into a paste, adding crushed ginger in stages. The key to the filling was that all the spices were chopped directly into the meat paste using a kitchen knife, ensuring a deep infusion of flavor while enhancing the meat's texture, preventing it from disintegrating upon consumption. After adding the seasonings and chopping for a few more minutes, he transferred the filling into a large bowl and placed it in the freezer to lock in the juices. He also cut the gelatinous pork skin into small pieces for later use. Once the dough had rested, he rolled it into a long strip, dividing it into smaller pieces to begin shaping the dumpling wrappers. The fundamental qualities of a soup dumpling wrapper are lightness, thinness, translucency, and elasticity, a challenge for many. However, for Yuan Zhou, this posed no difficulty. He skillfully rolled out each wrapper to encase the filling, working at an impressive pace. Though he aspired to accelerate further, aiming to match the prowess of the renowned chefs from Chinese Master Chef, deftly rolling and wrapping with both hands, each soup dumpling required 36 pleats, an intricate task for Yuan Zhou, who could only manage with both hands at present. Nevertheless, even seasoned masters, having honed their craft over decades, would commend Yuan Zhou's speed and finesse. Not intending to overproduce, he filled each steamer to capacity, perfectly utilizing all the prepared ingredients, resulting in exactly 100 dumplings, as if he had meticulously calculated the quantities. Chapter 26. The Frenzy of Soup Dumplings. Clang, clang, clang. He placed the steamers atop the stove, initiating the steaming process that in approximately 8 minutes. The soup dumplings would be ready. Yuan Zhou adjusted the temperature below to maintain a steady heat, eliminating concerns of overcooking that might cause the wrappers to toughen or the broth to leak out. He retrieved a clean white cloth to cushion a steamer, carefully bringing it to his side. Pouring a bit of vinegar into a small dish, he settled down to taste. The aroma was intoxicating. It would not be an exaggeration to say that while he could only manage one dumpling at breakfast, he could easily consume 3 of his own making, with chopsticks in one hand and a large plate in the other. He delicately lifted a soup dumpling from the steamer, filling the plate to the brim. He punctured the skin slightly, allowing the rich aroma of the broth to waft up, mingling with the scent of the wrapper and permeating the air. Slurp. Ignoring the heat, Yuan Zhou took a sip of the broth, instantly enveloping his lips and tongue in its savory goodness. Gradually, he consumed all the broth, leaving only the wrapper encasing the filling. This moment, he drizzled a bit of vinegar into the opening of the dumpling before swallowing it in one delightful bite. The thin wrapper embraced the generous filling, and the slight acidity from the vinegar heightened the overall flavor, making each dumpling a source of satisfaction and indulgence. One dumpling, of course, could not suffice for Yuan Zhou. Unbeknownst to him, he devoured 4 dumplings in quick succession. Each dumpling was the size of a fist, and for an adult, 1 dumpling along with a drink would typically be sufficient. Yet, Yuan Zhou, who routinely consumed divine fried rice, managed to polish off 4, a testament to the delectable nature of his soup dumplings. What an incredible aroma! What could it be? Just as Yuan Zhou relished the flavors of his soup dumplings, the sky outside brightened, and foot traffic on the street began to swell. Early risers out for a jog or those heading to work caught a whiff of the delightful fragrance wafting from Yuan Zhou's small eatery, expressing their curiosity in unison. Typically, an essential aspect of the system controlling the establishment was that only Yuan Zhou and the diners themselves could perceive the aromas of the dishes ordered. Others would need to approach closely to catch a whiff, thus avoiding the mingling of scents and ensuring a pleasant-tasting experience for all. However, the current situation, with the enticing aroma spreading throughout the street, was due to Yuan Zhou's failure to open his shop yet, as the system deemed the establishment not yet operational. This inadvertently boosted the business of street vendors selling breakfast, as anyone catching the delightful scent felt their appetites awaken. Those who had not yet eaten breakfast felt their stomachs growl, while those who had were left salivating. Meanwhile, Yuan Zhou continued to savor his culinary creations, neglecting to open the main door. Thus, passers-by resorted to purchasing snacks from the nearby vendors, who were thrilled with the unexpected surge in business, staving off their own hunger as they busily attended to the influx of customers. As the clock struck 8, Yuan Zhou, feeling quite satisfied, patted his belly and sipped some water before finally opening the door wide, deciding to sell soup dumplings that morning. The moment the door swung open, the fragrant aroma that had filled the dining area surged out onto the street, instantly drawing in the attention of passers-by, including those vendors. A well-dressed office worker, recognizing Yuan Zhou and having dined at his establishment before, immediately inquired, "Boss Yuan, what delectable dish are you preparing? The aroma is simply divine. Will you be selling it?" As others overheard, the questions began to abound, realizing only then that this nameless little shop was indeed in business. However, the inquiry struck them as peculiar. After all, who would sell food and not offer it? Even if it was the owner's personal meal, surely he would sell it if customers wanted to buy. "Today, I've prepared some soup dumplings. Of course, they are for sale, following the usual rules. All prices are listed on the wall," Yuan Zhou replied, noting that the questioner was a familiar face from his previous patrons, gesturing toward the newly added price list on the wall. However, the sight of the prices sent shockwaves through the bystanders. What did the wall say? Fried rice, $188, fried rice set, $288, soup dumplings, $66 per basket. Is this not a black market? These prices are outrageous, exclaimed an older lady who had merely come to observe, her voice rising as if she had been stepped on. Exactly, for such a shabby little shop, who does he think he is, charging 5-star prices, chimed in several other older women nearby. Yuan Zhou, retreating to the curved long table within, observed the disdainful scrutiny from the crowd without saying a word. These older women were always keen to seize a bargain, and reasoning with them would be futile, so Yuan Zhou chose to conserve his breath. That's not the case. Don't underestimate Boss Yuan's skills. Believe me. Even at 188, it's worth every penny, interjected the office worker who had first posed the question, unable to tolerate the disparagement any longer. You, young man, are you perhaps a shill, trying to trick us into eating this nonsense fried rice? One of the older women remarked skeptically. Sizing him up, the office worker, clearly more accustomed to office politics than to engaging with stubborn women, found himself at a loss for words, ultimately conceding defeat. Just as tensions began to escalate, Yuan Zhou interjected. All right. If you're not going to buy, please step aside. I have business to attend to. With the shopkeeper's firm dismissal, the older ladies realized they were not being deceived and awkwardly retreated, while the onlookers who had come to observe also returned to their own businesses. Left behind were 7 or 8 patrons, either curious or with decent jobs, ready to sample the offerings. Boss, aren't the soup dumplings for sale? I'd like to order a basket, said a young man dressed in workout attire. Earbuds in place, clearly just returning from a run. I'd like a basket as well, just to taste what these 66 per basket dumplings are all about, an impeccably dressed elder interjected, stepping forward to take a seat. I want some too. The remaining few began to order the soup dumplings, though each only requested a single serving, as the price of 66 renminbi was not insignificant. Among them were those who desired vinegar and those who did not. Yuan Zhou served each order one by one, and the group occupied all 8 chairs at the table. The most discerning eater among them was an elderly gentleman, who leisurely prodded the dumpling's skin with his chopsticks, upon confirming its integrity. He delicately lifted it into his bowl. His method of consumption differed slightly from Yuan Zhou's. After making a small incision at the top of the dumpling, he savored a sip of the broth, his face transforming into one of utmost satisfaction. With each movement, he grew increasingly cautious, pouring vinegar from the dish into the dumpling before he resumed his leisurely enjoyment, embodying the carefulness that accompanies the appreciation of exquisite cuisine. For the elderly gentleman, this was the only way to truly relish the flavors within. In stark contrast, the man in the suit adopted a more boorish approach. He picked up his chopsticks without hesitation and directly shoved the dumpling into his mouth. A clear sign of a novice. Who, he exclaimed, as the scalding broth burned his mouth, causing him to fan his face with his hand in an effort to cool it down. Yet, even in his discomfort, he could not bear to let a single drop of the delectable broth escape, for it was simply too delicious. Allowing even a single drop to spill was an unforgivable sin. The soup dumpling had made its mark. Chapter 27. Shopping spree sizzle. In Yuan Zhou's small establishment, he was not the only one struggling with the soup dumplings, each person inhaling cautiously, unwilling to waste a single drop of broth. Their various eating styles shared a common thread, the unmistakable joy etched upon their faces. This is the first time I have tasted such delicious soup dumplings. The young master is quite skilled, remarked the first to finish. The elderly gentleman, as he laid down his chopsticks in awe. The young master's culinary skills surpass even those of the century-old establishment by Westlake, he continued, smacking his lips in reminiscence. Once, while on business near Westlake, I deliberately set aside a day just to savor their soup dumplings. The crowd there was far greater, and the chef was indeed a master. At that time, I was left drooling, believing it to be the pinnacle of deliciousness. Now, however, I see that your skills, young master, are truly unparalleled in this world, the elderly man declared, his weathered face betraying unreserved admiration as he praised Yuan Zhou. Thank you for your kind words, Yuan Zhou replied, maintaining his principles of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young. Young master, bring me another serving. I am still not full. The elderly gentleman had already noted the rule displayed on the wall that limited each person to one serving. But faced with such culinary delight, he was more than willing to feign ignorance. I'm afraid not. The rules are clearly stated on the wall, Yuan Zhou pointed out, gesturing towards the wall behind them. This rule is for the dead. Surely you cannot be so cruel as to leave an old man like me hungry, the elderly gentleman insisted. Refusing to glance at the wall, his gaze fixed intently on Yuan Zhou, feigning frailty. Upon hearing this, the recently finished diners joined in the chorus of persuasion, showering Yuan Zhou with genuine compliments, all with one singular request, another serving. Boss, you don't even serve soy milk. Just one more serving of dumplings, please. I have seen many vendors outside. You could purchase some from them, Yuan Zhou pointed out, having noticed the abundance of street vendors earlier that morning. This effectively quelled their enthusiasm, and with others waiting to order breakfast, the group reluctantly departed. Yuan Zhou had consumed 4 servings of the soup dumplings, and within an hour, the remaining 96 were sold out. With the clock barely striking 9, the system displayed a glaring reminder that only 5 hours remained in the business day. Leaving Yuan Zhou somewhat disheartened that in his frustration, he decided to take action. He went upstairs, grabbed a sheet of A4 paper, and wrote a note indicating that he had stepped out for business and would reopen in the evening. With a flourish, he locked the shop and set out to enjoy the day. His first stop was the bank, where he deposited over 200,000 yuan. This was a necessary step to facilitate his plans for the day, having securely placed 124,500 yuan into his bank account. This small card now held all of Yuan Zhou's wealth. Upon exiting the bank, he could not help but reach into his jeans pocket to touch his wallet and cards, a sense of satisfaction swelling within him. As an ordinary person for over 20 years, earning over 200,000 in just half a month was previously unimaginable. Now, with the system's assistance, it felt effortless. With this thought, Yuan Zhou felt a weight lift off his shoulders. This was merely the first 200,000. He anticipated that many more would follow. And soon, 200,000 would feel as trivial as 2,000 or 200. As an ordinary citizen, I am truly delighted today, genuinely delighted. The bulging wallet instilled a profound sense of contentment in Yuan Zhou. As it contained a cash reserve of 4,800 yuan, this newfound feeling of financial freedom was exhilarating. Thus, Yuan Zhou hailed a taxi to his destination with a sense of grandeur. In mid-April, the weather had begun to warm, and the taxi driver, likely in an effort to beat the heat, had the air conditioning running. Seated in the cool comfort of the vehicle, Yuan Zhou remained quiet as the driver drove. Within a mere 10 minutes, they arrived at their destination. Zzz. The taxi came to a steady stop by the curb. After paying the fare, Yuan Zhou exited the vehicle, though it was not the weekend. The street bustled with activity. He had arrived at the largest electronics market in Rongqing. Given that his computer had suffered a black screen after being dropped the previous night, Yuan Zhou resolved not to repair it, but rather to purchase a new one outright. Naturally, his old phone, which had served him well since his freshman year, was also due for retirement. The driver parked skillfully, and Yuan Zhou stepped out to find himself amidst a dazzling display of advertisements for fruit-themed electronics. A veritable haven for tech enthusiasts. Under normal circumstances, he would not indulge in such trendy items, viewing them as too expensive when more cost-effective options were available. Yet, with his current financial situation, Yuan Zhou felt inclined to indulge himself for once. As he ascended the stairs, several eager salespeople approached him. "Sir, what are you looking to buy?" "Hey, handsome. We have new products this year with discounts of 200 yuan. Come take a look." "Sir, our phones are the latest models at affordable prices. Come over here." The young sales staff clamored around him, creating a cacophony of voices. "I have a target in mind," Yuan Zhou replied hastily, weaving through the crowd to find some semblance of peace inside. "Hello, sir. What are you interested in purchasing today?" A young lady in a white knee-length uniform approached him, her large eyes sparkling with a polite smile. "I would like to look at phones and computers," Yuan Zhou stated directly. "Certainly. The phones are on the first, second, and third floors, while the computers are on the fourth floor. Shall I show you the phones first?" the young lady inquired, her hands clasped before her as she gazed attentively at Yuan Zhou's lips. "That works. But I specifically want to see the fruit-themed products." Yuan Zhou nodded in agreement. "Sure. Which model of the fruit-themed product are you interested in?" she asked, leading the way to the dedicated section. Along the way, she continued to gauge Yuan Zhou's preferences, her smile unwaveringly warm and inviting. "Here's the latest model you mentioned. It boasts powerful features and rapid speed, with minimal chances of lag. The storage capacity is substantial, allowing you to download 10 movies, and it handles gaming effortlessly," she explained as she handed the device to Yuan Zhou for a trial. Upon reaching the fruit-themed display, the young lady presented the latest model. Detailing its features with professional precision, Yuan Zhou merely held it for a moment before handing it back, declaring, "All right, I'll take this one." "Excellent choice, sir. Will you be paying by card or cash?" Her smile widened at his decisive response. "I'll use my card. But I still need to buy a computer. I'll pay for everything together," Yuan Zhou noted, having already spotted the price tag of 8,877 yuan on the model. Cash was simply not an option for such an expense. Chapter 28. Shopping spree continued. "Great. I'll set the phone aside at the checkout for you." and we can settle the payment for both items later, she said with a radiant smile. Sounds good. Yuan Zhou nodded as he awaited the young lady's return. As he waited, boredom crept in, prompting him to mumble to himself, I expected something strange would happen, like being looked down upon. It's not easy to catch someone off guard. I guess I'm not destined to be the protagonist. My apologies for the wait. Please follow me upstairs. The young lady returned swiftly, having taken only a couple of minutes. No problem, Yuan Zhou replied, following her into the elevator. Ding. The ride was short, and they soon exited onto a floor filled with various fruit-themed computers. Each model displayed appealingly for customers to explore. Comfortable sofas and refreshments were provided nearby, creating a welcoming atmosphere for patrons. Although Yuan Zhou is a male, he possesses only a rudimentary understanding of computers. He knows how to turn them on and off. But anything beyond that is quite a challenge for him. Hence, he quietly listens as the young lady with large eyes provides a detailed introduction. Currently, the most expensive items on the market are high-performance gaming laptops. And although Yuan Zhou does not typically engage in gaming, he is intrigued by quality products and expresses his desire to take a look, saying, "Let us have a look at that gaming laptop first." Of course. Please have a seat here, and I will fetch it for you right away. The young lady replies eagerly, leading Yuan Zhou to the sofa area. Please enjoy some tea while I get it for you. She pours a glass of warm water and places it beside him. Her attentive service and consideration far surpass the standards of Yuan Zhou's small eatery, which, while known for its exquisite flavors, often lacks such customer care. Hello, sir. These 3 models are all equipped with top-tier specifications. Available in black, white, and this vibrant red. Which color do you prefer? The young lady presents 3 laptops, inviting him to choose. Noticing that he already owns a black laptop and just purchased a white phone. Yuan Zhou quickly decides, I'll take the white one. Excellent choice. Let me power it on for you, she says, placing the white laptop in front of him. As she boots it up, she elaborates, one of the key features of this laptop is its exceptionally fast startup speed. It takes merely 20 seconds. As you can see, it's already on, and it's quite lightweight at only 1.9 kg. I was able to carry all 3 models with ease. She lifts the laptop to demonstrate its slim profile. Indeed, it's quite thin, Yuan Zhou observes, inspecting the laptop from various angles. After booting up, he plays a game for a while and discovers that its speed is several times faster than that of his old machine. Meanwhile, the young lady thoughtfully describes the laptop's various functionalities and advantages, making an effort to use simple language, recognizing that Yuan Zhou is not particularly tech-savvy. After finishing a game, Yuan Zhou makes his decision. I'll take this one. But I want a brand new model. Rest assured, all our products are brand new. This is merely a display model and will not be sold to you, she assures him with a sincere smile. Please wait a moment while I prepare your order. With that, she gracefully moves away, gathering the 3 laptops and packaging the white one he selected. The young lady returns promptly with a modest-sized box. Sir, our cashier is on the 1st floor. I will escort you there. The pair swiftly descends to the cashier's desk, where a short-haired attendant with a sweet voice greets them, her smile revealing a charming dimple. Sir, your total for the phone and laptop comes to 35,677 yuan, with the phone costing 8,877 yuan and the laptop 26,800 yuan. Will you be paying by card or cash? By card, Yuan Zhou replies, confidently retrieving his wallet from his jeans and producing a brand new card from the construction bank. Thank you. Please hold on a moment. The cashier takes the card with both hands and begins processing the payment, while the young lady stands by, sharing useful tips on caring for the laptop and phone, her enthusiasm evident. Please review the receipt, and if everything is in order, kindly sign your name in the designated area, the cashier says, handing Yuan Zhou the receipt and a pen. After a brief glance to confirm the amount is correct, he signs his name with flair. Exiting the store, the young lady calls out, "We look forward to your next visit." With a new phone in one hand and a laptop in the other, Yuan Zhou reflects on his expenditure with great satisfaction. In the past, he would not have had the luxury to purchase such items. Checking the time on his new phone, he realizes it is already 11:30, signaling that it is time for lunch. This moment marks the fulfillment of another purpose for his outing today. Upon graduating from university, Yuan Zhou did not pursue a career in fashion design, which was his field of study. Instead, he began working in the kitchen of a 3-star hotel as a general worker, aspiring to hone his culinary skills. However, lacking systematic training and connections to learn from a master chef. He remained at a novice level for 2 years. Nonetheless, he takes pride in his ability to outperform others in making egg-fried rice and soup dumplings. Having worked in a 3-star hotel kitchen, he often prepared meals for guests but had never tasted his own creations. Although he knows that the culinary skills of the other chefs do not match his own, he feels a twinge of regret for not having experienced the dishes he cooked. Now presented with the opportunity, he is determined to try the food himself, specifically from a 3-star restaurant rather than a 5-star one. He promptly takes a taxi to the celebrity hotel, where he had previously worked. The driver stops directly at the designated taxi stand in front of the hotel. Yuan Zhou gazes up at the opulent entrance, where the hotel's name is displayed in gilded letters above the grand doorway. Flanked by a vibrant red carpet that extends down the steps, the glass doors swing open, and the refreshing cool air greets him. Stone lions stand majestically on either side of the entrance. And 4 doormen, all of similar height and dressed in red uniforms, approach him briskly as he steps out of the taxi. "Good day, sir. Please come in." One of the doormen greets him. "Would you like me to carry your belongings?" "No. Thank you, I can manage," Yuan Zhou replies as he follows the doorman through the main entrance. Previously, while working in the kitchen, he always used a designated staff entrance. This is his first time entering through the front door in 2 years. Money, as they say, can be a double-edged sword. Its power is undeniable, yet it often brings its own challenges. Chapter 29. Yuan Zhou's Dilemma guided by the doorman. Yuan Zhou proceeds to the front desk. Upon learning that he is there to dine, the staff promptly directs him to the restaurant on the 4th floor. "Sir, this way, please," a waitress in a red suit gestures gracefully, leading him toward the elevator. After pressing the button to open the elevator, she steps back, inviting Yuan Zhou to enter, where an attendant awaits to press the floor button. As the elevator doors close with a smile from the waitress. Yuan Zhou appreciates the attentive and meticulous service typical of a 3-star hotel. Upon entering the restaurant, he is immediately approached by a staff member. Since it is still before noon, there are many vacant tables. "I would like a table by the window," Yuan Zhou requests. Guided by the waitress, he takes a seat at a long rectangular table adorned with yellow wood grain and a white lace tablecloth, complete with a fresh carnation in a vase and neatly arranged utensils. The temperature in the restaurant is comfortable, and while the view is limited to surrounding buildings, it offers its own charm. "Sir, here is your menu." 2 staff members arrive, one promptly clearing away the remaining utensils while the other hands Yuan Zhou the menu with a gentle smile. "Do you have any recommended dishes for today?" Yuan Zhou inquires. Aware that this is his first dining experience in a 3-star hotel, despite having worked there for 2 years. As he did not reside in the hotel as staff quarters, he is unfamiliar with any of the waitstaff. "Indeed. Today's special is a nourishing turtle dish prepared by our chef. Would you like to try a serving?" The waitress thoughtfully turns the menu to the page featuring the turtle dish, smiling as she recommends it. "Let us go with a serving of that. And what else do you recommend?" Yuan Zhou contemplates, recalling that the chef sometimes makes soup, although he has never had the opportunity to taste it. As a general worker, chances to interact with the head chef were rare. However, his current culinary skills far exceed those of the chef. "These are the only dishes on today's chef menu. But would you like to try some of our specialty dishes?" she suggests, delicately flipping to the pages showcasing the restaurant's highlights. After perusing the 3 pages of specialty dishes, Yuan Zhou decides, "I'll take one of each. And for the main dish, I want egg-fried rice." Seeing Yuan Zhou order all the specialty dishes, totaling 19 items including the chef's selections, the waitress gently reminds him, "Sir, you are dining alone. And our portions are quite generous. Are you sure?" "I'm not worried. I have a good appetite." Yuan Zhou assures her he is aware that he will not be able to finish everything, but today he wishes to fulfill his long-held desire and sample the flavors of a 3-star establishment. Even though he is confident that his own cooking surpasses theirs. "Very well, please hold on a moment," the waitress replies, respecting his determination as she takes the menu back to the kitchen. In the large hotel kitchen, where tasks are clearly defined, it takes only about 7 or 8 minutes from placing the order to having the dishes served. "Sir, here is your chef's turtle soup, boiled bullfrog, Highland lamb, and hand-pulled beef," the server announces. Presenting each dish as he brings them to the table, Yuan Zhou patiently waits for all his dishes to be served. "Sir, all your dishes are ready. Please enjoy," the server concludes. "Thank you." Yuan Zhou nods appreciatively, picking up his chopsticks to embark on his tasting journey. Since acquiring the system, his senses have developed beyond those of an average person, making him well prepared for this culinary experience. In Yuan Zhou's establishment, he was diligently tasting dishes, while nearby, the renowned food stall was causing quite a stir, resonating like thunder on a spring day. It was 10 minutes past 9 when the familiar figure of the bearded man, Wu Hai, arrived at the entrance, only to find it desolate. The closed roll-up door bore a white paper note stating that the proprietor was out for business and would reopen in the evening. Evening? Is it not open for lunch? That seems unlikely, as lunchtime is usually bustling with customers. Wu Hai muttered to himself, retreating back into his room without even partaking in breakfast after indulging in such delectable fried rice. Who could stomach ordinary buns? Given the financial means, one would undoubtedly opt for the superior meal. Others seeking breakfast also noticed the note, pondering whether the shop might open for lunch. After all, who would forsake a profitable business? Time swiftly passed, and by midday, the entrance to Yuan Zhou's small shop was thronged with people, creating a scene that could easily be mistaken for a brawl, with everyone chattering excitedly. What is going on? Why is it still closed for lunch? We have work later, grumbled a rotund man, glancing at his watch and rubbing his hungry belly. Didn't you see the note? It states that he will open in the evening, an impatient bystander interjected. But Yuan boss was open in the morning. Why is he closed now? Questioned a suited man who had come specifically for the soup dumplings. Now confronted by the unforgiving closed door. What? It was open in the morning. How was I unaware of that? Wu Hai immediately inquired upon hearing this. Indeed, the young chef's soup dumplings were simply exquisite this morning. The old man even mentioned having another serving for lunch, bringing his spouse along, lamented a well-dressed elder, explaining to a plain-looking, gray-haired woman beside him. Soup dumplings. How did I miss that? I arrived in the morning to find it shut. Wu Hai's frustration grew as he realized he had missed the new offering, compounding his already sour mood from skipping breakfast. Ah, it's Yu Hai Ge. Yes, indeed. Yuan boss has introduced a new variety, the soup-filled dumplings, and they are simply divine. The suited man began to elaborate eagerly, describing the morning's culinary delight. Although he was not certain of his profession, his talent for description captivated the familiar patrons, their mouths watering at the mere thought of Yuan Zhou's craftsmanship. Before long, about a third of those who had savored the soup dumplings earlier had gathered, and the chatter about the unparalleled taste filled the air, alleviating the tedium of waiting, though hunger remained a persistent discomfort. Enough already. My stomach feels like it's staging a rebellion, growling incessantly, complained the rotund gentleman, disregarding any semblance of decorum, clutching his belly in distress. Exactly. I am so hungry that my stomach issues are about to resurface. Cease your chatter, chimed in a beautiful woman named Inya, whose words held significant sway, prompting the group to finally quiet down. Whether it was the vivid recollection of the delicious dumplings or something else entirely, only they could discern. However, those waiting at the entrance began to voice their grievances towards Yuan Zhou in unison. Why on earth is Yuan boss not conducting business at lunchtime? The suited man gazed longingly at the steadfast door, turning to Wu Hai with curiosity. How would I know? I didn't even manage to eat breakfast. Wu Hai, now irked at the sight of those enjoying the new offerings, responded with less of his usual gentleness. You live nearby. I thought you might know. The suited man brushed off the irritation, understanding that as one of the first to taste the new dish, he could endure a little grumbling. I live close, yet I still missed breakfast. As a philosopher once said, hunger breeds irritability, and with that, Wu Hai turned on his heel and departed. The others continued to bicker about Yuan Zhou, while the elder, having grown weary of waiting, finally spoke up. Everyone, it seems the young chef will not be opening for lunch. We should head back. His words resonated with the crowd. Indeed, the note indicated that Yuan Zhou would remain closed, but they had held out hope for a miracle. With this realization, the throng began to disperse, some grumbling as they walked away. To just close up shop without warning. What could he possibly be thinking? A middle-aged man remarked, glancing at the unmarked establishment with resignation. Immediately, someone countered. He has not closed for good. He'll reopen tonight. Exactly. Exactly. If it were any other shop, I would have left already, but I simply cannot part with that fried rice. Agreed. The boss's skills are unparalleled. Compared to the other fried rice, this is fit for royalty. I feel like my life is over. I'll have to rely on the boss's meals to survive. The crowd's voices echoed as they gradually dispersed. Observing the entire spectacle from the neighboring dry-cleaning store, Boss Tong couldn't help but exclaim. Who would have thought Yuan's skills were so remarkable? In such a short time, he has garnered so many loyal customers. However, Boss Tong had no intention of trying Yuan Zhou's offerings. Recalling a time when he ventured into Yuan Zhou's shop, intending to support his neighbor, he was taken aback by the prices, which deterred him from even uttering a word. Initially, he thought Yuan Zhou must be out of his mind to charge 200 for fried rice. For the first couple of days, Tong's apprehensions seemed justified. But soon he observed the bustling crowd entering and exiting, pondering how many naive souls were willing to spend extravagantly. Yet, today's unfolding drama made him realize that these patrons were genuinely drawn by Yuan Zhou's culinary prowess. Perhaps I should give that 200 fried rice a try one day, Tong mused aloud. Meanwhile, Yuan Zhou remained blissfully unaware of the commotion at his shop, as he meticulously savored each dish he had ordered. After all, they were priced significantly higher than usual. The frog legs are overly tough, and the spiciness overwhelms the delicate flavor of the frog. After sampling the boiled bullfrog, he offered his critique. The beef is excessively chewy, utterly unmanageable. The egg fried rice is overpowered by the fishy taste of the eggs. With every bite, Yuan Zhou provided such evaluations, leaving only the chef's turtle soup untested. The turtle soup was presented in a large, flower-patterned celadone bowl, its broth a pristine white without a trace of grease. Devoid of any fishiness, green onions floated atop the surface, and as he gently stirred with a spoon, the neatly chopped turtle beneath came into view. It looks quite promising, Yuan Zhou mused, before ladling some into his bowl and taking a sip. That sip led Yuan Zhou to conclude that perhaps it was best to stick to his own cooking. The soup was not unpleasant, but his discerning palate detected a hint of fishiness from the turtle, a sterilizing taste from the water, and an earthy flavor from the onions. The meal left Yuan Zhou with a stark comparison and a visceral understanding. The offerings from the system were indeed of the highest quality. With each dish barely touched, he couldn't help but grimace. Had I known, I wouldn't have pretended to be sophisticated. What a waste this is. Yuan Zhou continually reassured himself that his wastefulness was trivial compared to the many children in Africa who went without food. This was not about the money, but simply a matter of food waste. Approximately 5 minutes later, Yuan Zhou calmly called out, "Check, please. Sir, your total comes to 2,986 yuan. Would you like to pay by card or cash?" The waitress approached with the bill, her gaze sweeping across the nearly untouched dishes. Maintaining a composed demeanor, with a wallet bulging with crisp bills, Yuan Zhou confidently declared, "Cash." "Very well, please follow me. The cash register is this way." The waitress led Yuan Zhou to the register, where he promptly withdrew 3,000 yuan, leaving with a casual air as he pocketed the 14 yuan in change. Meanwhile, the waitress summoned the supervisor. "Look, that guest ordered all specialty dishes but barely touched any of them." She pointed at the nearly intact offerings. "Compile a list for me. I'll report this later," the supervisor instructed. Pondering the situation, after a moment of thought, he directed several servers to take the uneaten dishes back to the kitchen at the hotel. The supervisor's report swiftly reached the front desk manager. But since the matter involved the kitchen, the front desk manager forwarded the issue to the administrative department. Ultimately, the head chef was summoned to the general manager's office. "Chef Liao, could you take a look at this individual? Is he perhaps a food critic?" Upon the chef's arrival, the general manager pointed to the surveillance footage of Yuan Zhou dining. Chef Liao, unlike other chefs who were often portly, was a sprightly, astute middle-aged man. He approached the screen for a closer look. His attire doesn't seem indicative of a critic, but I cannot be certain. Has anyone mentioned a visit from a critic? Chef Liao observed Yuan Zhou, dressed simply in a t-shirt and jeans, but the manner in which he savored his meal bore resemblance to that of food reviewers. Now, Chef Liao hesitated to reach a conclusion. The general manager, unable to discern anything further, instructed, "In that case, prepare a few extra dishes over the next couple of days. I'll see if any magazines take notice." Understood, Chef Liao readily agreed, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction upon witnessing the young man on the video seemingly unimpressed with the soup. Unbeknownst to Yuan Zhou, his presence had stirred quite a reaction in the hotel. Exiting the establishment, he hopped into a well-kept taxi. "Where to, sir?" the driver inquired. 14 Taoshi Road, Yuan Zhou replied. After speaking, Yuan Zhou closed his eyes to recuperate. The vehicle glided smoothly along the road, with the driver adhering strictly to the route, delivering him directly to his destination. Upon settling the fare, Yuan Zhou entered through the back door. Meanwhile, Wu Hai, who had been observing from across the street, remained oblivious to this turn of events, still entangled in his thoughts about whether to endure a day of hunger if Yuan Zhou did not open the door that evening. For Wu Hai, this was not a dilemma. He had often gone without food for an entire day during his busy periods. However, the emergence of Yuan Zhou's delightful little restaurant had instilled in him the habit of timely meals. Upon returning home, Yuan Zhou first stowed away his old computer and phone before unboxing his new devices. That afternoon, he forewent a nap and instead indulged in an entire afternoon of gaming, specifically playing the pre-installed solitaire game, only to find himself defeated time and again until 4:30. Frustrated, he shut down the computer, resigned to head downstairs to prepare for the opening of his restaurant, where a surprise awaited him. Chapter 31. Yuan Zhou's nickname. Yuan Zhou opened the shop quite early, at just 4:40. Most people were still at work, and typically, the streets were devoid of patrons at this hour. To his surprise, as soon as he opened the door, he was greeted by a throng of familiar customers. Taken aback, he inquired, "Why so early today?" "It's not early. It's already 5. Yuan boss. Your opening hours are quite late," replied one among the crowd as they streamed inside. "By the way, I heard you have something new on the menu," a charming girl who frequented the place asked, taking her seat. "Hey, those of you seated, hurry up and order. Others are waiting," urged a youthful boy with a sunny disposition, who was among the standing crowd. "Little one, who told you to arrive late? The sister just wants to inquire thoroughly before eating," the cute girl retorted playfully, then turned to Yuan Zhou with an ingratiating smile, displaying a rapid shift in demeanor. Coincidentally, the remaining guests were also waiting for Yuan Zhou's response. "Yes, we have added new items, but they are only available in the morning. We do not serve them at lunch or dinner," Yuan Zhou replied, tying on a pristine white apron without lifting his gaze. "That's unfortunate. I could easily have those dumplings for dinner," the cute girl pouted, visibly displeased. "It seems dinner will be out of reach tonight." "Yuan boss is as stubborn as ever. I'll take an egg fried rice set," commented a well-dressed man sitting beside her, shaking his head in amusement. As the orders began to flow in, it was mostly the men who had gathered to watch the commotion, while the 6 older women present exuded an air of sophistication, hesitant to indulge in playful banter. However, the younger, more adorable girl was unrestrained. And if Yuan Zhou acquiesced, everyone would be in for a treat. Thus, they silently watched as she engaged Yuan Zhou. "All right, please wait a moment," Yuan Zhou said, rolling up his sleeves and heading to the kitchen to fry the rice. Meanwhile, discussions erupted among the patrons. "Have you noticed how delicious Yuan boss's food is?" The sunny boy, who realized he was missing out, chimed in. "Yuan boss is certainly no ordinary individual," he declared, answering his own question before anyone could respond. The cute girl rolled her eyes in an ungraceful manner. "Well, of course, he isn't. How could an ordinary person cook so exquisitely?" "Haha, I believe Yuan boss not only possesses exceptional culinary skills, but also upholds the strictest of rules. No second servings allowed," remarked a patron who felt unsatisfied. "Exactly. Why is there no allowance for a second serving?" The conversation quickly veered off course, but the central focus remained the same, the hope for a second helping. Each person began to offer examples, only to realize that it was an impossible feat. Yuan boss truly lives up to his nickname, the Rule Master. He only understands rules, the cute girl exclaimed in exasperation, inadvertently revealing Yuan Zhou's nickname. Unbeknownst to him, his regular customers had dubbed him Rule Master. This nickname, first uttered by Enya, had indeed drawn in quite a bit of business for Yuan Zhou, a tale that traces back to the day the egg fried rice set was launched. On that occasion, when Enya's request for an additional serving of seaweed soup and pickled radish was denied, she stormed out in a huff, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. After returning home and reflecting on the matter post-shower, she impulsively posted a makeup-free selfie with the caption, "Do you think I still look pretty?" on her social media. Being a beauty naturally attracted attention, and given that Enya had always been stunning, her barefaced image still showcased her fair skin and delicate features. The likes poured in, and regaining a bit of confidence, she continued to share her experience of being denied extra seaweed soup and pickled radish with her fried rice set, insisting even that she was willing to pay for it. The responses varied widely, with friends offering to treat her to a meal or join her for drinks. Thus, Enya recounted her experience at Yuan Zhou's little restaurant in detail, during which she humorously assigned him the nickname Rule Master. According to the 6 degrees of separation theory, even a connection to the president could be made through 6 individuals, and as Enya's story spread, it garnered immense interest. Curious onlookers from nearby workplaces flocked to see for themselves, and once they tasted the food, they quickly became devoted patrons of Yuan Zhou's establishment. The quaint little shop, cramped and limited in seating, was always bustling with customers who were accustomed to finishing their meals and promptly leaving. As the initial group departed, another soon filled their place, including some from the morning crowd who had previously enjoyed the dumplings. The 30-square-meter shop became packed to the brim. "Young master, please give my wife and me a portion of dumplings," We missed them at lunch, but have been thinking about them, an elderly gentleman said, his vitality evident as he held his partner's hand and sat down. I'm sorry, we do not serve dumplings at lunch or dinner, Yuan Zhou replied patiently, recognizing the elderly gentleman from the morning. The old man paused in surprise, then thumped his thigh and pointed at his wife, wearing a pitiful expression. Oh dear, young brother, you can't do this to us. I brought my wife especially, and we've come twice already. I'm sorry, Yuan Zhou reiterated firmly but with a slightly gentler demeanor. Others who had come for dumplings began to voice their frustrations. Boss, you don't understand. Having those dumplings for lunch left me craving them all day. Nothing else tastes as good. A man in athletic wear said earnestly, scratching his head. What's this about your meat and my meat? That's rather inappropriate. It's pork, Yuan Zhou retorted, baffled by the nonsensical comment. Indeed, boss, your dumplings are the best I've ever had. They are unparalleled. And that's no exaggeration, another patron in a suit chimed in, eagerly singing praises. Chapter 32. The origin of the dumplings. While the patrons who had tasted the dumplings were busy extolling their virtues, the elderly gentleman's wife was far from pleased. Her kindly face bore signs of impatience as she tugged at her husband's sleeve, saying, Old man, enough of this fuss. If we can't eat, we won't. It's all right. I'm just inquiring, the old man reassured her, mistakenly believing her discomfort stemmed from the noisy environment. That's not the point, she quickly clarified, recognizing the misunderstanding in her husband's expression. Look at this young man. He clearly doesn't know how to run a business. His offerings don't seem that delightful. Let us go. Realizing his wife was upset about their unfruitful quest for dumplings, the old man, eager to placate her, declared, This young master's skills are truly exceptional. The dumplings this morning were perfectly sized, with thin, translucent skins that revealed the delectable broth and firm filling inside. They held up well under chopsticks without breaking. Yet once in the bowl, they burst open with a gentle poke, releasing their savory broth. Well then, my dear, shall we wait a bit longer? The elderly woman observed the glow on her husband's face as he described the dumplings, noting his involuntary swallow at the mention of the broth. She understood better than anyone how much he valued his reputation. Your description makes it sound like a ginseng fruit. I'll wait, she conceded with a sigh. This is far tastier than that bland ginseng fruit, the old man replied with a smile. Young master, how about 2 servings then? I'm afraid that's not possible, Yuan Zhou insisted resolutely, leaving no room for hesitation. Yet, he could not help but feel tempted by the descriptions of his own creations. Recalling the ingredients from the system that had once been fresh in his mind, the system had noted, this meat is sourced from the extinct Wuzhishan fragrant pig. The Wuzhishan fragrant pig, indigenous to the Wuzhishan region of Hainan Island, stands as one of the most ancient primitive pig breeds in China. It is affectionately known as the affectionate pig, a name that stems from its origins, offspring of domesticated pigs raised by the farmers of Wuzhishan, who foraged in the mountains and engaged in clandestine encounters with wild boars. This unique breed walks with its snout nearly touching the ground, creating the optical illusion of having 5 legs when viewed from behind. Hence the nickname five-legged pig. Under systematic rearing, these pigs are nurtured using the most scientific methods, fed on spirulina, jasmine flowers, mulberry leaves, and insects. This meticulous diet results in a high lean meat ratio, firm yet tender flesh, and a cholesterol-free meat that exudes a delightful aroma. From birth to slaughter, the rearing cycle of these pigs exceeds that of ordinary pigs by more than double. Fragrant pigs require daily exercise, enjoy music, and are free to roam in orchards, complemented by designated areas for their needs. Through this free-range approach, they absorb selenium from the land's water, enriching their meat with an abundance of this essential element. Alongside elevated levels of lysine and 3 essential amino acids, the system exclusively selects the prime cuts from the pig, specifically the pork belly and shoulder. Moreover, your assertions of scientific methods are ironically the least scientific, Yuan Zhou interjected, unable to restrain his sarcasm as he recognized the system's offerings were undoubtedly beyond his reach. He continued to inquire. You always catch me off guard. What about the pigskin jelly? The system promptly responded. The pigskin jelly is made by simmering the skin that connects to the pork belly. Noting the system's nonchalant demeanor, Yuan Zhou surmised that perhaps the pigskin jelly was rather mundane. That he then recalled the key ingredient, wheat, which had proven delightful during preparation. The flour not only possessed an enchanting aroma, but also showcased an ideal gluten content, making it resilient yet delicate. Although Yuan Zhou's expertise played a significant role, the quality of the wheat itself was commendable. What variety of wheat is this? Yuan Zhou inquired, accustomed to the pleasant surprises that accompanied the system's revelations. The system replied, "This wheat is a high-quality variety sourced from the ancient river plains of Inner Mongolia, selected through comparative analysis of every 100,000 grains to ensure the gluten content meets the standard of 35. 39. The protein composition of the wheat is categorized as follows. Gluten accounts for 49, gliadin for 39, albumin for 4, and globulin for 8. Very well, I no longer wish to inquire about the origin of the ginger," Yuan Zhou remarked. Suppressing his exasperation, Boss Yuan? The man in the suit had been fervently requesting another serving of soup dumplings, yet he found Yuan Zhou lost in contemplation. No, Yuan Zhou firmly refused, realizing he could hardly manage to eat himself. These individuals should content themselves with egg-fried rice instead, in that case. "I shall have an egg-fried rice set," the suited man conceded, having lost hope, indulging in the package he usually hesitated to order, a luxury at 288 RMB. Has the old man finally given up? "Time to head home," the elderly lady beside him remarked, tugging at her companion. "No way, I still want to try something else. I'll go for the most expensive dish," the old man retorted. His determination unyielding, convinced that egg-fried rice could hardly rival the delectable soup dumplings, compelling Yuan Zhou to forego dumplings in favor of fried rice. "You stubborn old man." The elderly lady, well aware of her husband's obstinacy, complained as she tugged at his sleeve. "Young chef, I want 2 servings of that set," the old man declared, disregarding the commotion around him. Yuan Zhou, slightly comforted to see others sharing his fate of egg-fried rice, completed the orders before retreating to the kitchen to commence cooking. The elderly lady held little expectation, as egg-fried rice tended to be greasy, and she preferred to avoid oily fare. Meanwhile, patrons unable to savor soup dumplings either departed or lingered, eager to explore other culinary options. "Boss Yuan, why didn't you call me when you opened this morning? I want to try the new dish." At that moment, Wu Hai hurriedly burst through the door, eager to fulfill his hunger that had lingered all day. "Hi go. Boss Yuan mentioned he wanted to be serving soup dumplings tonight." The suited man chimed in, his voice tinged with surprise that Wu Hai fell silent, casting a glare at the suited man, vexed by his presence, as he had earlier claimed he couldn't dine at lunch and now was being denied the new dish at dinner. Despite his desire to ignore the man, he recognized the reminder was well-intentioned and could only respond with feigned indifference. "How do you know? We all came here for the soup dumplings." The suited man gestured toward those seated nearby and those waiting behind. "Fine." Wu Hai gritted his teeth in response. "Boss Yuan, I want a set meal. I'll eat standing up," he urged Yuan Zhou, who was busily cooking. "Coming right up," Yuan Zhou replied over his shoulder, returning to his culinary duties while Wu Hai eagerly awaited. Clutching his stomach. Chapter 33. A brilliant idea. Having fasted throughout the day, Wu Hai found himself irritable. Not a single task had been accomplished at home, save for a brief nap, awakening in the evening. He felt a mix of fortune and misfortune. Fortunate to indulge in Yuan Zhou's culinary mastery, yet unfortunate to miss out on the new dish and delay his meal within 7 or 8 minutes. Yuan Zhou presented the patrons with their ordered dishes. "Your meals are ready." The elderly couple exchanged glances, both recognizing that the egg-fried rice appeared quite appealing. The elderly lady, a seasoned cook herself, had no trouble preparing a simple egg-fried rice, yet the dish presented before them was a golden hue, not the greasy kind, but resembling the warmth of sunlight, with a perfectly balanced aroma that was neither overwhelming nor faint. Despite the price, she felt a pang of regret. However, upon seeing the dish, she conceded that 288 renminbi was justified for such quality. Disliking greasy foods, the elderly lady pondered whether this egg-fried rice, though visually ungreasy, might still harbor a thick layer of oil beneath, prompting her to lift the seaweed soup for an initial sip.as1 ages. Taste buds may dull, leading to an unconscious craving for richer flavors. The elderly lady expected to taste the bland, insipid seaweed soup typical of other establishments. However, the opposite occurred. With the first sip, she was transported back to her youth, savoring flavors long forgotten, even detecting a hint of sweetness in the essence of the seaweed. In disbelief, she took another sip, realizing it was not a figment of her imagination. She could distinctly identify the myriad of flavors within this bowl of soup, bringing her immense joy, as she had once been a passionate food lover in her youth. With the seaweed soup setting a high standard, the elderly lady eagerly anticipated the pickled radish and egg-fried rice, but first sampled a piece of the crystalline radish, its translucence harmonizing delightfully with her brown chopsticks. "I wonder how the egg-fried rice will taste," she mused, her previous discontent vanishing, replaced by anticipation and curiosity, along with a sense of happiness. Meanwhile, the elderly man beside her enjoyed his meal with equal enthusiasm, feeling vindicated for his morning stroll. As in their later years, the couple found that their simple desires revolved around good food and restful sleep. Yuan Zhou's establishment perfectly catered to these needs. The man in the suit, known as Wu Zhou, bore a relatively uncommon surname and was, in fact, a programmer, one of those who toiled relentlessly, often sacrificing personal time to meet the demands of his employer. However, Wu Zhou was fortunate, for he had a girlfriend, a charming beauty with whom he had been in a relationship for 5 years. As a diligent and loving partner, his greatest aspiration was to purchase a home and marry her. To achieve this, he willingly accepted a position in a less urban area, motivated by a higher salary. Albeit at the cost of distance from his girlfriend, Wu Zhou earned a respectable salary of around 22,000 RMB, saving 20,000 to contribute towards a home, leaving 2,000 for living expenses. Thanks to his friends, he benefited from shared costs. His phone bill and rent were covered by his girlfriend, sparing him from the burden, while she also took care of his clothing and personal items, filling him with contentment. In the days before Yuan Zhou opened his restaurant, his busy work schedule meant he often relied on his girlfriend to cook for him during her visits on weekends. He abstained from smoking and drinking, rendering the 2,000 renminbi monthly living expenses largely unnecessary, a fact he took pride in boasting to his girlfriend. Your man earns money but never squanders it. Now faced with a meal priced at 288 renminbi, Wu Zhou felt both fortunate and pitiful, as this single day's expenditure had surpassed 400 RMB, leaving him with only 500 renminbi in his pocket halfway through the month. Meanwhile, Wu Hai, standing to eat, felt no such constraints and indulged freely. With a decisive motion, Wu Hai tossed the pickled radish into his egg-fried rice, leaving not a single drop of juice behind, before setting the plate and seaweed soup on the table. As he dug in, relishing the flavors, the expressions of bliss and ecstasy on the faces of those eating around him, combined with the sounds of crunching and savoring, made the wait unbearable for those still in line, prompting many to demand to eat while standing. In the face of exquisite cuisine, standing or even squatting to eat was a trivial concern. From that day forth, Yuan Zhou would rise at 6:30 a.m. to prepare 100 portions of soup dumplings, which would sell out in an hour. He would then close the shop until noon, operate for 2 hours at lunchtime, and 3 hours in the evening, 6 hours perfectly suited to the office building, where after 7 p.m., patrons were scarce except for those working late. Those meals that cannot be enjoyed at any other time must be crammed into these 6 hours. Consequently, the business at Yuan Zhou has not only remained stable, but has actually thrived. With the restaurant bustling every day during opening hours, and the entrance crowded with eager patrons waiting in line. As Friday swiftly approached, Yuan Zhou's little eatery was at its busiest. Unusually, this weekend, Wu Zhou's company not only did not require overtime, but also allowed employees to leave an hour early, a remarkable occurrence for Wu Zhou. Wu Zhou, don't rush off so quickly. Are you heading out for skewers today? Just as Wu Zhou finished clocking out and was making his way outside with his backpack, an arm draped over his shoulder, revealing a handsome face that spoke up. Oh no, I'm not going, Wu Zhou replied, somewhat dazed, his tone light and airy. What's wrong? You haven't had to work overtime for days, yet you look utterly drained, the charming man said with a mischievous grin, giving Wu Zhou a playful nudge. Overthinking it. I just want to eat egg-fried rice, Wu Zhou replied, his expression one of resigned disinterest. Even rolling his eyes seemed too much effort. I haven't had it in 5 days. When will this month end? Wu Zhou finally regained some spirit, gritting his teeth in frustration. The handsome man rolled his eyes in response. Egg-fried rice? What's so special about it? Are you really not going for skewers? No, I am not going, Wu Zhou said, shrugging off the arm resting on his shoulder, mentally weighing the enticing egg-fried rice set from Yuan Zhou against the mere 300 yuan left in his pocket. Frustrated, he raked a hand through his hair as he descended the stairs and made his way to the snack street, preparing to grab something to satisfy his immediate hunger at that moment. Wu Zhou believed that aside from the food from Yuan Zhou's establishment, eating anything else was merely a means to stave off starvation. He passed a small eatery he used to frequent. An excellent idea struck him, prompting him to quicken his pace and step inside. Boss, 1 takeaway egg-fried rice, in a sturdy container, please. All right, just a moment, it'll be ready shortly. The jovial boss responded with a broad smile. You haven't been around in ages, and today you're just having egg-fried rice. The plump boss, bustling about in the kitchen, approached Wu Zhou with a curious look. The business at the plump boss's establishment had once thrived. Even if the food was only average and the prices higher than elsewhere, cleanliness was the main draw, appealing to the office workers who didn't mind spending a bit more for hygiene. However, recently, the plump boss noticed a decline in customers, and now he was inquiring after the regular who used to dine thrice daily but now only appeared sporadically. I just don't feel like eating anything else. Wu Zhou, bubbling with excitement over his idea, gave a vague response. Noticing Wu Zhou's distracted demeanor, the plump boss refrained from pressing further, just as the egg fried rice was ready for packaging. Here's your egg fried rice, with the container. That will be 16 yuan. I've also packed the soup for you, the plump boss said with a smile as he collected the payment. Be careful not to spill the soup, he called out as Wu Zhou casually turned to leave. Got it, Wu Zhou replied, hurrying away without a second thought. The streets were relatively quiet, as most employees from the nearby office buildings typically left work between 5:30 and 6 o'clock p.m. It was only just past 5. Holding the takeaway in one hand and glancing at his phone with the other, Wu Zhou muttered, there should still be space. I just wonder if they're open. With a whoosh, Yuan Zhou swung the door wide open. Stretching lazily at the entrance, noticing that no one was around, he stepped inside to wait. He had been utterly exhausted these past few days, with an increasing number of customers crowding into the limited time slots available. I wonder when I can complete this task, he mused as he opened the task list. Task 2. Given that the host has a modest reputation in the vicinity, please achieve over 1,000 recognition points within 20 days. Task progress. For 101,000 inch, it seems there's still much to do. Thankfully. Only a few days have passed, Yuan Zhou thought as he settled into a chair, propping his head up with one hand while idly playing with a glass of water in the other. Yuan boss. I have something to ask of you. Wu Zhou approached, holding his takeaway box. Noticing that the restaurant was still empty, he quickly stepped forward. The rules are posted on the wall. Take a look for yourself, Yuan Zhou replied. Not bothering to look up, merely gesturing towards the wall. Don't worry, it's not about ordering more food, Wu Zhou assured, glancing down at his takeaway box. Once some matters are broached, it becomes easier to articulate subsequent thoughts, such as borrowing money. What is it? Now intrigued, Yuan Zhou lifted his gaze to regard Wu Zhou with curiosity. Yuan boss, I'd like to eat here, Wu Zhou stated, observing Yuan Zhou for any reaction before continuing, but I'll be eating takeout from another place. Why would you come here to eat takeout? Yuan Zhou asked. Perplexed. I'm out of money and can't afford it, but I still want to eat your food. Eating here would feel like I'm enjoying your cooking, Wu Zhou explained, placing his takeaway box down and candidly revealing his reasoning. Then you can just treat yourself, Yuan Zhou replied. Momentarily taken aback by Wu Zhou's honesty, taking a moment before gesturing to indicate the word treat. That's fine. No one has ordered yet, so I'll eat when someone arrives, Wu Zhou said cheerfully upon receiving Yuan Zhou's consent. This way. It truly feels like eating your egg fried rice, he added, then quickly followed up with, all right, do unleash your creativity. Yuan Zhou retorted playfully, do you want me to serve it in a bowl and plate? That would be more authentic. Yuan boss, you're so considerate. Thank you. Wu Zhou responded, his face lighting up with delight. Just a moment, Yuan Zhou said, eyeing the takeaway box. Considering its size, it seemed the original container would not suffice. He retrieved a larger box and handed it to Wu Zhou, along with a medium-sized white porcelain bowl. With joy, Wu Zhou poured the fried rice and seaweed soup into the new container. Then dutifully discarded the trash into the nearby bin. In this brief interval, customers had begun to filter into the restaurant. Aside from the table with food, all other seats were filled, with patrons animatedly placing their orders. Yuan boss. I'll have the egg fried rice set. Egg fried rice. As Wu Zhou took a seat, he didn't start eating right away, instead watching Yuan Zhou intently, waiting for him to finish. Fortunately, it was only 5 or 6 minutes before Yuan Zhou presented the egg fried rice. Here's your fried rice and set meal. Thank you. Yuan boss. Yuan boss, your egg fried rice is simply magical. If I go a day without it, I crave it fiercely. I just can't resist, a dapper gentleman in a suit and tie exclaimed, revealing his watch as he began to dig in, unabashedly enjoying his meal. Seeing that all the dishes had been served, Wu Zhou finally began to eat. Yuan Zhou observed the scene with great interest. Typically, patrons enjoy their meals in silence, reluctant to speak or glance around, making Wu Zhou's behavior all the more conspicuous. He scooped a spoonful of his egg fried rice, turned to glance at the fried rice in the bowl of the person next to him, and popped it into his mouth, After a few such exchanges, the gentleman next to him, protective of his plate, began to shift his side dishes closer to himself, continuing to eat. Wu Zhou, oblivious, mirrored the gentleman's actions, taking a sip of soup when he did, and following suit with the pickled radish. Watching his satisfied expression perhaps gave Wu Zhou the illusion of partaking in Yuan Zhou's egg fried rice. Yuan Zhou couldn't help but chuckle at the unfolding scene. As the gentleman began to eat more rapidly, Yuan Zhou felt an even stronger urge to laugh. Just as he thought Wu Zhou would finish in this manner, the gentleman finally couldn't contain himself. Glaring at Wu Zhou, "What are you doing? You can only eat one serving here. I want to share mine with you," he said, pushing his plate further away. "Wait a minute. Why is your portion bigger than mine? Your soup is more plentiful. And what about those pickled radishes? Yuan boss, do you offer larger portions?" The gentleman exclaimed in astonishment, noticing Wu Zhou's significantly larger plate and bowl. "No, mine is just a standard portion. As for why his is larger, let him explain." Yuan Zhou feigned a cough to stifle his laughter, gesturing for Wu Zhou to clarify. "Hee, I'm not eating what Yuan boss made. I bought this from somewhere else," Wu Zhou stated plainly. "How can you have the gall to eat food from another place here?" The gentleman asked incredulously. "I'm out of money and wanted to eat Yuan boss's fried rice. So watching you all enjoy Yuan boss's cooking while I eat my own makes it feel like I'm also partaking in Yuan boss's meal," Wu Zhou replied with an unabashed sincerity that was both refreshing and absurd. Just how ridiculous would one have to be to pull off such a stunt? Yet, it also reflected the undeniable allure of Yuan Zhou's egg fried rice, a situation surely unique. The gentleman felt a sudden pang of discomfort. Muttering to himself, "This guy is such a clown, but as long as he doesn't plan to take my food, it's fine." Ignoring Wu Zhou, he resumed his own meal. Wu Zhou finished his egg fried rice. Yet internally he felt disheartened, observing the glistening grains of rice in the gentleman's bowl while his own was slick with oil. It was evident that excessive oil had been used. Beneath the top layer of rice, a thick pool of oil lay at the bottom of his plate. The scrambled eggs and rice were disheveled, some pieces even remaining clumped together, with the yellow and white of the eggs barely coating the rice grains. The taste was overwhelmingly artificial, with an unmistakable flavor of monosodium glutamate lingering on his palate. This was a clear disparity. As for the seaweed soup, it was a tale of woe, murky and unappealing. The soup contained only tiny fragments of seaweed, reminiscent of a diluted concoction made from a few pounds of broken seaweed, having been spoiled by the rich flavor of the seaweed soup at Yuan Zhou's. Wu Zhou found the overwhelming taste of bleach in this soup nearly impossible to swallow. The pickled radish, dressed in chili oil, sugar, and MSG, typically offers a delightful flavor, but now, upon tasting it, I am overwhelmed with nausea. The chili oil carries the rancid scent of low-quality blended oil, the sugar is excessive, and the flavor of MSG is overpowering, completely drowning out the fresh taste of the radish. Truly, the adage "comparison brings pain" holds true. Wu Zhou, with tears welling in his heart, continually attempts to hypnotize himself into imagining he is savoring the egg fried rice from Yuan Zhou's quaint eatery. Yet, the more he thinks about it, the more he recalls the exquisite flavors of the past, and upon regaining his composure, the once pleasing taste he used to enjoy now seems even more unbearable. Upon returning home, Wu Zhou dropped his bag and found himself too lethargic to move, falling into a deep slumber until dawn. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking jolted the deeply sleeping Wu Zhou awake. "Oh no, today is when my girlfriend is coming over, and I haven't even changed my clothes." In a flurry, Wu Zhou donned his pajamas, feigning just waking up as he approached the door. "You're here. Have you had breakfast?" Standing at the entrance was a girl with a short bob, her delicate features and slender frame adorned in a white dress. Wu Zhou's girlfriend, named Zhuang Xinmu. "Sleeping in again? It's already 10 o'clock. Were you working late last night? You didn't even call." The girl with the bob glanced at Wu Zhou, holding up a bag of breakfast for him to see while bombarding him with questions. "No. The company let us off early yesterday." Wu Zhou was never one to lie to his girlfriend. "If you didn't work late, why do you look so tired?" Zhuang Xinmu observed him skeptically and set the breakfast on the living room table. "Just feeling a bit worn out from earlier. I fell asleep as soon as I got back. I promise I'll call you next time. I need to freshen up first." Wu Zhou scratched his head and dashed into the bathroom. Their residence, located near the Third Ring Road and away from the city center, boasted affordable rent. Since his girlfriend visited every week, Wu Zhou rented a one-bedroom apartment for convenience and solitude. It may be small, but it was fully equipped. This guy, Zhuang Xinmu muttered to herself as she began tidying up the room. Being a young man with a girlfriend, Wu Zhou naturally avoided doing laundry. Even if he had a washing machine, he wouldn't use it. Zhuang Xinmu rummaged through the house, gathering dirty clothes and sorting them meticulously before placing them in the washer. She picked up the scattered trash and tidied the clutter on the sofa just as Wu Zhou emerged from the bathroom. "Come over for breakfast," Zhuang Xinmu called out. He responded. "Thank you, Mumu." Wu Zhou approached and affectionately kissed her cheek. "All right. Hurry up and eat, or we'll be late." Zhuang Xinmu chuckled, shaking her head as she pulled Wu Zhou to sit down. "How about we go out for steak for lunch?" Zhuang Xinmu suddenly suggested as they neared the end of their breakfast. "Sure," Wu Zhou readily agreed without a second thought. It was only after he committed that he realized his cash was running low, only a little over 200 left. Would that be enough for steak? Wu Zhou felt a twinge of anxiety. "Then after we eat, let's catch a movie. There's a new release I've been wanting to see that it's been out for several days, just waiting for you to join me." Zhuang Xinmu smiled, revealing a small dimple. No problem. Seeing his girlfriend so happy made Wu Zhou forget his financial worries. But soon, concern crept back in. Having been together for several years, Zhuang Xinmu knew Wu Zhou well, and she quickly noticed his anxious demeanor. "What is wrong? Don't want to go?" she inquired, puzzled. No, it's not that I don't want to go." Realizing his girlfriend misunderstood his hesitation, Wu Zhou hurried to clarify, revealing the real reason. "It's just that I only have a little over 200 left for living expenses. I've spent the rest." "Spend it all. There are still 10 days left in the month." "What have you been buying?" Zhuang Xinmu was aware of her boyfriend's frugality. He never splurged without informing her, and he usually had at least 1,000 left at this time of the month. His sudden declaration of being nearly out of cash struck her as odd. "I didn't buy anything. It was just on food." Wu Zhou recalled the delicious meals from Yuan Zhou's eatery, causing his mouth to water as he hurriedly swallowed a sip of congee in Zhuang Xinmu's eyes. This reaction signaled guilt. If he were truly innocent, why would he bow his head and pretend to eat? "Are you hiding something from me?" Zhuang Xinmu's tone took a dangerously sharp turn. "No. It's just this one thing." Wu Zhou wore a bewildered expression, unable to grasp why her demeanor had shifted so suddenly, considering she usually urged him not to be overly frugal and to enjoy good meals. "Oh. Then how come you spent your money so quickly?" Zhuang Xinmu's suspicion only grew, her frustration mounting as she noticed Wu Zhou's innocent facade. "I really just spent it on food," he replied candidly. "Did you go out with friends? Did you treat them?" Zhuang Xinmu began to interrogate him one by one. Wu Zhou sat obediently, answering earnestly, but the morning's inexplicable tension and his earlier gulp of congee only fueled her suspicion that he was concealing something. Suddenly, Zhuang Xinmu recalled her friend's warning about long-distance relationships being prone to infidelity. She scrutinized Wu Zhou from head to toe, contemplating whether he was indeed appealing enough to attract other girls. Overwhelmed with a sense of injustice, she asked, "Do you like someone else?" Zhuang Xinmu's delicate face was etched with grievance, tears brimming in her eyes. Wu Zhou immediately panicked. "No. How could you think that? I really just spent it on food, nothing else." Despite having been together for years, Wu Zhou never imagined that a simple financial matter could lead to such accusations. Yet, from experience, he understood that comforting a crying girlfriend was always the right approach. "Mumu, you being silly. There's truly nothing wrong." This comforting session lasted half an hour, and finally, Zhuang Xinmu managed to compose herself, allowing Wu Zhou to breathe a sigh of relief. Tentatively, he suggested, "I genuinely spent all my money on food. There's a new restaurant near my company that serves delicious meals. Albeit a bit pricey. How about we go there for lunch?" "Sounds good. Let us go there for lunch," Zhuang Xinmu readily agreed, eager to discover what kind of restaurant had so captivated her boyfriend. "No problem. You're sure to love it," Wu Zhou assured her, affectionately ruffling her hair. In Wu Zhou's apartment, the atmosphere was filled with rosy bubbles, while Yuan Zhou's establishment was decidedly more serious. The day began with Yuan Zhou noticing a decline in his sleep lately. Rising at 6:30 every morning to knead dough and chop fillings was a challenge for someone like him who had woken up early since graduating high school. Previously, he would start work at 10. Now, owning a restaurant demanded he rise much earlier. Yuan Zhou, thinking it was Saturday and most of the staff would be off, indulged in a bit of extra sleep. Ordinarily, he would sleep until 10:30 without interruption, but an unexpected event occurred. Why hasn't the young chef opened the shop yet? An elderly man, having become a loyal customer thanks to the delicious egg fried rice and soup dumplings, was puzzled. Though he generally visited every few days, he always brought his wife along. Old man, is that young chef not opening today? A kind-looking elderly woman, graying hair framing her face, queried. He shouldn't be. Yuan is only closed once in a blue moon, replied Wu Hai, lazily strolling over. It's already 8:30, he should be open by now. The old man checked his watch. Oh dear, I'm starving. Those soup dumplings are simply irresistible, though they're too few in number, the elderly woman reminisced with a smile. Thanks to the diligence of Yuan Zhou and the old man's insistence, the elderly woman eventually enjoyed her soup dumplings. Eagerly brought by the old man, the elderly woman anticipated the meal. Particularly after the last egg fried rice set was so delectable that even she, a lifelong cook, had to admit defeat. She doubted she could ever match such culinary skills. The old man, familiar with the menu, placed their order. Young chef, 2 servings of soup dumplings, with vinegar. Pre-prepared, the soup dumplings arrived promptly, allowing the elderly woman to quickly discover their allure. Steaming hot, the aroma wafting from the soup dumplings was intoxicating. The finest meat aroma combined with a hint of spicy ginger and the subtle sweetness of flour awakened the appetite. The translucent dough enveloped a bounty of broth, with the pink meat filling nestled within. The delicate bamboo basket, nearly transparent, showcased the glistening broth and meat, accompanied by an enticing fragrance, an irresistible culinary masterpiece. The elderly woman picked up her brown chopsticks and gently prodded the seemingly fragile skin, discovering it was surprisingly resilient. Without hesitation, she pinched one and took a bite, mirroring the old man's actions. Slurp. The broth flowed into her mouth. A fresh, natural flavor that embodied the essence of the ingredients, merging into a delightful taste. Why is everyone waiting? Has Yuan not opened yet? A regular customer suddenly interjected, interrupting the elderly woman's reverie. Reality set in as her stomach grumbled, and the elderly woman, at her age, couldn't help but swallow hard in anticipation. Indeed, we're starving. Outside the shop, a crowd had gathered once more, and one person spoke up. Who has Boss Yuan's phone number? Let's call and ask. It seemed like a rather sensible suggestion. However, as everyone exchanged glances, it dawned on them that not a single person possessed the number. Wu Hai, don't you have it? You live nearby. Do you know what's going on? An elderly gentleman inquired. I have no idea. I'm so hungry. Wu Hai suddenly felt quite foolish, having lived so close yet never thought to obtain a contact number. They waited for an hour, and as the clock struck 9, the crowd grew larger, yet the door showed no signs of opening. Never mind. I'll come back at noon. Standing here is making me increasingly hungry. I need to grab a bite. After one person voiced this sentiment, it seemed to set a precedent, and gradually, more than half the crowd dispersed, leaving only a dozen or so. After another half hour, this number dwindled further to 7 or 8. Wu Hai anxiously paced back and forth, glancing at the door, hoping it would open soon. Upon looking up again, he noticed that the window on the second floor of Yuan's establishment was ajar. With a sudden thought, Wu Hai proposed, "The window up there is open. How about we shout? Wouldn't that disturb the young master?" The elderly man reasoned. Believing that skilled individuals often had their own temperaments, yet if their craft was truly exceptional, it could be overlooked. What is the harm? What if Boss Yuan is busy with something? Let us call out together. The man standing beside Wu Hai readily agreed. Let us shout. The remaining young patrons, aside from the elderly couple, nodded in agreement. Boss Yuan, are you there? A chorus of loud calls rose from below. The clamor was so great that even those on the 5th floor opened their windows to investigate. Yuan, who typically did not sleep deeply, was abruptly roused. The first thing he did upon waking was to sit up on his bed, staring blankly. After 5 minutes, the shouts below began to dwindle, prompting Yuan to lie back down. Unable to return to sleep, yet one should never expect to wake someone feigning slumber, Yuan remained supine, resolved to stay that way until 11, with the lingering effects of his morning irritability delaying his opening time. Time passed, and just after 11, Yuan finally opened the door. Boss Yuan, you're home. Do you realize that this could easily lead you to lose customers? As soon as the door swung open, Wu Hai expressed his grievances. Come in. Yuan nodded, gesturing for Wu Hai to enter. Wu Hai, with an air of discontent, followed Yuan, radiating a palpable sense of resentment that seemed to lower the temperature around them. What's wrong with you? Yuan inquired as he moved to the curved table, looking at Wu Hai. Hungry. One set meal, please. Wu Hai stared directly at Yuan, his expression unsettling enough that Yuan immediately began preparing fried rice. Yuan managed to produce the dish with unprecedented speed, within 2 minutes. It was on the table, With the fried rice before him, Wu Hai's earlier resentment faded, replaced by joy as he savored the fried rice, drank the seaweed soup, and munched on pickled radish, his earlier discontent now seeming like a distant memory. The portion of fried rice was modest. Even with meticulous chewing, Wu Hai finished in half an hour at a tea that moment. Wu Zhou arrived with his girlfriend at the shop, encountering those who had departed earlier that morning. Chapter 37. Increasing living expenses. Wu Zhou entered the shop with his girlfriend and bumped into a few people who had left in the morning. Boss Yuan, you finally opened. Why didn't you open this morning? Boss Yuan. Since you didn't open earlier, can we order some soup dumplings now? Before Wu Zhou could speak, the others who had come in together bombarded Yuan with questions. Mumu, let us sit here. Wu Zhou quickly guided his girlfriend to the two-edge seats. This place is really small. Only 8 chairs, Zhuang Ximu observed as she entered. Noting the simplicity and ordinariness of the establishment, that it wasn't until she saw the price list on the back wall, that she realized the true peculiarity lay in the pricing. Was this a 5-star hotel? Fried rice for 188, fried rice set meal for 288. Zhuang Ximu couldn't help but scoff at what she deemed Yuan's extortionate prices. She squeezed Wu Zhou's arm tightly, gritting her teeth as she asked, "Do you usually eat at this place?" The look on her face suggested that if Wu Zhou dared to answer affirmatively, he would face her wrath. Mumu, let us eat first. You'll understand once you try it. Just trust me, Wu Zhou reassured, knowing that any explanation would fail to justify the unreasonable prices. He could only placate her, confident that once she tasted the food, she would comprehend. Humph, it better be like that, Zhuang Ximu huffed, temporarily relenting as she prepared to return home and interrogate Wu Zhou later, harboring a very poor impression of this establishment. Meanwhile, Yuan stood unperturbed, bombarded by questions. Eventually, the inquiries coalesced into one. Boss Yuan, why didn't you open this morning? Because I overslept, Yuan replied calmly. Fortunately, Wu Hai had already finished and left. The group had only waited a short while, and the crowd that had been waiting for a long time had not yet arrived. Otherwise, Yuan's nonchalant admission of oversleeping would likely have drawn the ire of those eager for soup dumplings. Boss Yuan, do you realize that this could easily lead you to lose us? Are you aware that this is quite unacceptable? Could you at least act like a proper shopkeeper and open on time each day? After a moment of silence, the group began to voice their concerns in unison. Well then, what are we having today? Yuan feigned ignorance, awkwardly shifting the topic. Boss Yuan, that's too much. I demand 2 portions of fried rice as compensation for my wounded spirit. Seeing Yuan's lack of engagement, the group boldly presented their demands. Indeed, their earlier facade of seriousness was merely an attempt to secure an extra portion of fried rice. As for the threat of never returning, they would cross that bridge when they came to it. No. Yuan coldly refused this reasonable request, adding cruelly, there are already people waiting outside. The group shot Yuan a look that screamed heartless, shameless, and unreasonable. Yuan's expression remained unchanged. Fried rice set meal. Defeated by Yuan's unwavering demeanor, they reluctantly placed their order. Boss Yuan, I'll have 2 fried rice set meals as well, Wu Zhou promptly declared as Yuan glanced his way. Yuan nodded and proceeded to prepare the dishes. Just order the fried rice. That one is 100 yuan more, Zhuang Ximu complained. It is fine. Everything here is delicious. And it comes with soup. You love soup, don't you? Wu Zhou comforted, holding Zhuang Ximu's hand and resolutely declaring, I'll let you have my soup. By the looks of it, you're offering just a bowl of soup. As if you're sacrificing a piece of flesh, Zhuang Ximu retorted, withdrawing her hand in displeasure. Oh, Mumu, you'll understand in a moment. Humph. The couple's quarrels were merely whimsical, yet such antics were normal for those in love. Please enjoy your meal, Yuan announced as he served 8 set meals. Thank you. Boss Yuan. By the way, this is my girlfriend, Wu Zhou proudly introduced as he moved the food in front of Zhuang Ximu. Yuan responded with a calm nod. As for his inner thoughts, what reaction could a single man have? However, Yuan believed that the large FFF group was an excellent community. Zhuang Ximu frowned at the fried rice, noticing it seemed devoid of eggs. The rice was a vibrant yellow, yet there were no scallions or ham as garnish. And the seaweed soup was merely a small bowl that would be gone after just a few sips. The pickled radish was even scarcer, with only a few pieces to count. This was her first encounter with such a fried rice dish where the egg was practically non-existent. Mumu, this is for you. Wu Zhou immediately offered his seaweed soup to Zhuang Ximu. She didn't refuse. One should accept a partner's goodwill, especially when it was just a bowl of soup, noticing that his girlfriend had yet to take a bite. Wu Zhou encouraged, "Moo moo, try it. It's really delicious." Zhuang Xinmu replied, scooping a spoonful into her mouth. Instantly, a wave of flavor enveloped her. Although she wasn't particularly skilled in cooking, her specialty being soups, she had learned this dish to provide for her boyfriend who often worked late. Thus, upon seeing the golden fried rice, her initial reaction was to note the absence of eggs. It was delicious. Exceedingly so. Now Zhuang Xinmu felt that the fried rice she had eaten for the past 20-odd years must have been subpar. If those weren't inferior, how could this fried rice taste so divine? It was nothing short of miraculous, in a sense. Zhuang Xinmu had indeed guessed correctly. This fried rice was truly a divine creation. As for the seaweed soup, she took a hearty sip. Realizing why her boyfriend had such a reluctant expression when he offered it to her, she didn't want to waste a single drop. Knowing she had another bowl to savor filled her with overwhelming happiness. She relished the seaweed soup and enjoyed the fried rice. The meager portions of pickled radish were perfectly understandable, with such delectable offerings. It was only natural for the quantities to be limited. After savoring a delightful meal, which included an additional bowl of seaweed soup and pickled radishes generously provided by her boyfriend, Zhuang Xinmu felt a surge of affection. Realizing that her boyfriend truly cherished her, willing to share such delectable treats. Happiness often manifests in the most unexpected moments, prompting Zhuang Xinmu to muse, "Next month, why not take 4,000 yuan? Treat yourself well. And come here to dine." With renewed vigor, Zhuang Xinmu added, "But what about buying a house?" Wu Zhou initially felt elated, but soon contemplated the weighty matter of life decisions, hesitantly inquiring, "No worries, we're still young. This won't hold us back," Zhuang Xinmu passionately stated. Clinging to Wu Zhou's arm, "Thank you, Mumu, for being patient with me," Wu Zhou replied, touched as he wrapped his arm around his girlfriend's shoulders. "And next time, do let me have a sip of that soup," Zhuang Xinmu chimed. Grinning like a mischievous little fox. Chapter 38. Astonishment having been metaphorically battered, Yuan Zhou silently resolved to indulge in a much-needed lie the following day to heal his wounded spirit. In his dreams, he transformed into the formidable FFF group, vanquishing the troublesome couple. The next morning, the doors of Yuan Zhou's eatery remained firmly shut, with the lamentations of patrons outside doubling in number. Regulars, exhausted by this behavior, were also feeling fatigued. Ever since they learned that Yuan Zhou had overslept last time, they had contemplated abandoning his small establishment in hopes of stirring some urgency in his business. Yet, they found themselves waking up at the exact hour he opened, their stomachs growling insistently, leading them to unconsciously make their way to Yuan Zhou's eatery. A week passed in this manner. With his girlfriend's unwavering support, Wu Zhou found himself reinvigorated, making daily visits for fried rice. Meanwhile, his girlfriend, having previously only come on weekends, occasionally visited midweek just to dine, naturally benefiting from Wu Zhou's generosity. Their relationship blossomed, entering yet another sweet phase, while Yuan Zhou, still reeling from previous emotional turmoil, grew increasingly reluctant to rise early. This made the little steamed buns seem ever more precious. If the diners were aware that this situation stemmed from Wu Zhou's inadvertent display of affection, they might truly comprehend the saying, "Show affection and meet a swift demise." Good evening, it's time for Meng Meng to seek out some delicious food. Any recommendations? A charming girl, sporting a bun hairstyle and dressed in suspenders with a white lettered t-shirt, held her phone, bouncing around as she walked, raising concerns about her balance. Upon closer inspection, her lively face appeared even cuter on the small screen, embodying the current trend of a lowly aesthetic, suggesting she was a streamer. Your recommendations are utterly unreliable. There is nothing to eat here. I need to find something delicious. The streamer, with the ID, Sa Shou Mei Meng Ni Mei, whose real name was Wang Meng, scrunched her nose adorably. Streamer, I envy your skill at walking backwards without hitting walls, commented a viewer. Hurry and eat something. I love watching you eat. It's so appetizing. Another chimed in. There is someone behind you, warned yet another. Such comments flooded the screen, indicating that Wang Meng, as a streamer, enjoyed a commendable level of popularity. All right. I'll take you all to find something tasty, she declared, observing the screen filled with requests for delicious food, her movements playful and natural as she spoke. The audience erupted in cheers. Wang Meng, glancing around, suddenly noticed the unadorned Yuan Zhou's eatery. Look, this place has no sign, she remarked, lifting her phone to capture a shot, and continued, it seems quite new. Let us try this establishment. The comments were filled with eager anticipation. Yet Wang Ming remained unhurried, exploring the exterior at her own pace, creating a sense of adventure. Be careful, streamer. If you linger too long at someone else's door, the owner might chase you away, one viewer playfully warned. I'm here to watch you eat. Hurry up, another urged. All right. I am hungry too. I've finished my exercise, so I can indulge a bit today, Wang Ming said, giving a thumbs up as she brandished her phone while entering Yuan Zhou's small restaurant. This time, she walked carefully, avoiding tripping over the threshold that it was just after 5 in the afternoon, and the diner was still sparsely populated, with only regular customer Wu Hai and 3 newcomers present. Boss, you're being rather inconsiderate. Tell me, will you be open tomorrow morning? Wu Hai asked, patting his belly after finishing his fried rice. Who knows? Tomorrow is unpredictable, Yuan Zhou replied calmly, taking a sip of water, his face maintaining a composed demeanor. Wu Hai, looking frustrated, persisted. Yuan Zhou, as a business owner, I'm pleading with you. Just give me a straight answer, or perhaps share your phone number. Absolutely not. Yuan Zhou firmly refused. He was no fool. Handing out his phone number would only lead to Wu Hai becoming a human alarm clock, disrupting his newfound peaceful sleep. Yuan Zhou had grown quite content with his current lifestyle, waking naturally each day. Occasionally, he would rise to make a few steamed buns for sale, operating for a mere 6 hours daily, 2 in the afternoon and 4 in the evening, leaving him ample personal time. He even planned to learn something new to enrich himself. Of course, this leisurely routine hinged on maintaining a steady daily revenue, which had remained consistent with previous earnings, making the notion of earning a fortune seem entirely reasonable. Wang Ming, having just entered, witnessed this lively exchange, listening intently while occasionally engaging with her audience through text. In a situation where others were present, she opted for silence, allowing her charming demeanor to speak for itself. Wang Ming perched herself on a high stool in the center, adjusting her phone to capture both herself and her meal attractively. The table was impeccably clean, devoid of the usual condiments found in other eateries, and paper towels were typically brought by patrons, leaving no supportive items on the long table. As a streamer, however, Wang Ming was well prepared. Her suspenders featured a large pocket from which she produced a small tripod that adhered to the table. With a satisfying snap, she secured the tripod, placing her phone atop it and adjusting the angle. From her pocket, she also retrieved napkins and wet wipes for her hands, showcasing her seemingly magical pocket, reminiscent of Doraemon's gadget bag. In the midst of her preparations, Wang Ming suddenly noticed the screen inundated with a singular phrase. Streamer, look behind you. Initially, she dismissed it, recognizing the user Siwa Wuxing Tming, who often left such comments to spook her. However, as more similar messages flooded in, she began to feel a twinge of fear. My goodness, I can't breathe. I need a kiss from the streamer. Hurry and look behind you, another viewer urged. Please tell me this isn't real. Streamer, look behind you. You have something shocking behind you. Go check it out, urged yet another. The barrage of comments warning her about something behind her wall began to instill genuine fear within Wang Ming, leaving her uncertain of what could possibly elicit such a reaction. Chapter 39. Linear Thinking. Startled, Wang Ming resolved to heed her audience's advice and turned to investigate. Trembling slightly, she slowly rotated 90 degrees, then 180 degrees, and then, did I see that wrong? Wang Ming exclaimed, hardly believing her eyes, rubbing them before taking another look. Yet, the scene remained unchanged, leaving her with an expression akin to encountering a ghost. Behind her was a clear price list from Yuan Zhou's eatery. Fried rice for 188 yuan per serving, a fried rice set for 288 yuan, and soup dumplings priced at 66 yuan each. Had it not been for the unmistakable display of RMB, Wang Ming might have genuinely thought these prices were in yen. Who had ever heard of such exorbitant fried rice prices? Just one bowl could easily be had for 20 outside these walls. The price list even boasted, all dishes in this establishment are served in single portions. How absurd! Did anyone truly believe patrons would order a second bowl? Did they think people were foolish and wealthy? Streamer, you're in shock. Come here for a comforting hug, one user chimed in. Don't be afraid, you can afford it. I'll give you a tip, another added, promptly donating 500 yuan. Use it to try 2 bowls. Go ahead, the benefactor urged. Streamer, hurry and taste the 300 yuan fried rice, another viewer implored. Such spontaneous generosity was precisely the kind of support Wang Ming cherished, witnessing so many viewers rallying behind her. She felt compelled to try it out. Like authors and streamers alike, it was paramount to deliver what the audience wished to see. Boss, what do you have that's delicious? Wang Ming inquired in a standard manner. Take a look for yourself. It's right behind you. Yuan Zhou replied, ever perceptive. Wang Ming laughed lightly in response, internally critiquing, why does everyone keep telling me to look behind me? The boss rejected your cute antics. Be good. Ming Ming, a viewer teased. Don't forget about the 300 yuan fried rice. Another reminded her, as the two individuals made another generous donation of 100. One of them exclaimed, Boss, I would like a fried rice set. Please. Wang Ming opted for the most expensive set, which was the most popular dish according to the screen. All right, please wait a moment, Yuan Zhou replied, his voice always carrying a certain magnetic charm, with his ruggedly handsome demeanor resembling that of a mature gentleman. Save for the absence of a beard, most people were unaware that Yuan Zhou was merely in his mid-20s. Often estimating him to be around 30. His captivating voice had already enchanted the young girls watching from the other side of the screen. Anchor, let us see the boss's face. We have yet to catch a glimpse of him. Nangong Aoyu, the boss's voice is so alluring. As a voice enthusiast, I am utterly entranced. Character style, please share a high-resolution image of the boss, Anchor. Lung Mo Hanu Wang Ming. Noticing the flurry of comments on the screen, playfully stuck out her tongue. All right, I'll show you, but you mustn't be distracted by others. The audience watching the live stream adored Wang Ming's playful demeanor. And soon a stream of comforting donations appeared on the screen. Just then, Yuan Zhou approached Wang Ming with the freshly prepared fried rice in hand, and she took the opportunity to turn her camera towards him. Anchor, this boss has such a mature charm. He is totally my type. Kumimi Dev, the mature boss, is so adorable. I adore mature men. Ai and I Giorgio, the serious, stoic, and aloof mature boss paired with the cute lowly Anchor has opened up a new realm of imagination. Unfathomable. So many comments echoed this sentiment, revealing that not only boys but also many girls were drawn to such culinary shows. Please enjoy, Yuan Zhou said, placing the dish down with his customary formality. Boss, since you want to tell me whether you'll be serving breakfast tomorrow, I'll have to indulge a bit more to stock up, Wu Hai stated. As if it were a given. That request is quite reasonable, Yuan Zhou replied earnestly to his regular patrons. I knew my persistence would pay off. Look at me now, Wu Hai exclaimed, excitedly clutching the person next to him. Boss, I want some too. I've never been satisfied, always waking up hungry in the middle of the night. The person being clutched protested while trying to escape Wu Hai's grasp. I haven't finished, Yuan Zhou said, crossing his arms while casting a glance at the disheveled Wu Hai. The request is reasonable, but I must decline. The moment these words left his lips, the 5 individuals, aside from Yuan Zhou and Wang Ming, were instantly petrified. Yuan Zhou was the architect of this chaos, while Wang Ming was utterly captivated by the delicious fried rice, nearly forgetting about the live stream altogether. This effect was undeniable. Previously, when Wang Ming showcased her culinary experiences, she often needed psychological prompts to reveal genuine expressions of delight. However, now it was unnecessary due to the extraordinary taste. The abundance of comments on the screen illustrated just that. The sheer joy on her face as she savored the dish left viewers, even those who had already dined, feeling ravenously hungry. Smack, smack, she relished the last bite before finally finding time to speak. Oh my goodness, it's incredibly delicious, truly delightful. This establishment serves the finest food I have ever tasted, not just in terms of fried rice. But this bowl of fried rice rivals delicacies from the mountains and seas. It's delicious. Words failed to capture its exquisite taste. After her praise, Wang Ming noticed the screen was filled with requests for another bowl and the shop's address. A strong request for the Anchor to share the location. Donations have been sent. Ingxiang Jiangnan, Anchor, please share your location. Your expression while eating earlier was sheer bliss, and I've already devoured 3 bags of sunflower seeds. Robin 119. I just rushed to eat a bowl of instant noodles, almost starving in front of the screen. I'm willing to gamble on the 300 yuan fried rice, so please disclose the shop's location. Lantian Zhongdaweng. SNT, anyone eager to see the Anchor eat another bowl. The payment for the meal has been made. Let us have another bowl. Not counting on the disguise. Another 300 was donated. The Anchor's eating demeanor is incredibly adorable. I request another bowl and kindly share the location. Yuxiqing Huang Mo Ruyan. You are all terrifying. To abandon me for food. Wang Ming pretended to be heartbroken. But as she saw the comments shift towards praising Yuan Zhou's establishment, she deftly adapted her rhythm. I've shared the address. Who knows, perhaps we'll have the chance to live stream together. Nevertheless, this shop is truly exceptional. I will definitely be back for another bowl, Wang Ming said with a sweet, innocent smile, glancing at Yuan Zhou with eager anticipation. "Boss, please bring me another fried rice set." "Miss." "The shop's rules are clearly stated on the wall. Take a look behind you." Yuan Zhou pointed towards the wall behind Wang Ming, coldly rejecting her request. "Each dish is limited to 1 serving per person per meal. No additions allowed." Wang Ming unconsciously read the words aloud. The bold, vigorous calligraphy stood out strikingly against the pristine white wall. Meanwhile, Wu Hai and his companions switched to spectator mode, initially expecting the charming girl to leave empty-handed, only to witness an unexpected turn of events that left the men momentarily dumbfounded, including Yuan Zhou himself. Chapter 40. Task completed. Each dish is limited to 1 serving per person per meal. No additions allowed, Wang Ming read aloud, her voice carrying a hint of defiance. "Then I want to have the set. Just give me a bowl of fried rice," she said matter-of-factly. The onlookers, including Wu Hai, chuckled in anticipation, waiting for the girl to be heartlessly denied. Just as Yuan Zhou was about to refuse, the system suddenly responded. The system displayed the message: "This request complies with regulations." Yuan Zhou found himself swallowing his words, the system's notification lingering vividly in his mind. "All right, please wait a moment." He nodded calmly and prepared to return to the kitchen to fry the rice. The smug expressions of Wu Hai and the others quickly morphed into shock, disbelief, and incredulity. With a sudden burst of energy, Wu Hai jumped up, exclaiming, "Boss, what is going on? Are you breaking the rules today?" "Exactly. We've come here countless times, and you wouldn't allow us an extra serving. Yet she asked just a little girl, and you immediately agree. What is the deal?" The onlookers could no longer contain their dissatisfaction, rising in unison to voice their grievances. "Yuan boss, business cannot be conducted this way. You're clearly favoring her. This isn't right." At this moment, Wang Ming, with her big, innocent eyes, weakly interjected, "I didn't order the same dish. I ordered fried rice, not the set. This is a different dish. Isn't it?" "Huh." The men, who had been arguing fervently moments ago, now stood frozen in disbelief, as if struck by a petrifying curse. "Wait, it can be done this way. How did I not think of this? If only 1 serving is allowed, why not just order a different dish?" Wu Hai silently berated himself. "Exactly. How did I miss that? It turns out we can order 1 of each." The realization dawned upon them, their thoughts racing like a stampede of wild horses. Those capable of self-reflection are scarce, generally. When mistakes occur, people either make excuses or blame others, just as Wu Hai was currently doing. "Yuan boss, you've played me." Wu Hai, a burly man with a little mustache, feigned a heartbroken demeanor, his resentful gaze blazing towards Yuan Zhou as if he had committed an unforgivable sin. "Boss, that's really unfair. You should have mentioned it sooner." Another chimed in with a disapproving frown. "To this," Yuan Zhou replied matter-of-factly. "You all have never ordered like this before." Naturally, Yuan Zhou himself was unaware of this possibility. Otherwise, he would have mentioned it earlier, silently lamenting the lost potential revenue. His expression grew even more serious. The words left Wu Hai and his companions momentarily speechless. Eventually, Wu Hai was the first to regain his composure, hurriedly declaring, "Then I want a bowl of fried rice too." "I want one too. I'll have a bowl as well." The group clamored, each placing their orders, sharing smiles tinged with self-deprecation, realizing this was a case of cognitive bias. The wheel of fortune had turned. It was now Wang Ming's turn to enjoy the spectacle. As she observed the men, who had been arguing vehemently, now deflated by Yuan Zhou's simple statement, she mischievously placed a finger to her lips, stifling a giggle. The boss has such a personality, but the anchor is still the cutest. Donations incoming. YouTube. As she spoke, more donations began to flood the screen. "This boss is quite impressive. Is the food really as delightful as it seems?" Tongqing Luchi Chiu Dailu. Anchor, stop watching others' fun and focus on eating. That's what matters most. Chou Dian, what the boss said makes so much sense. I'm left speechless, but is there anyone up for a meal? Hui, the anchoress expression was so blissful earlier. I request another round. But now her smile is equally adorable. Ku Liang Run, rest assured, everyone, the fried rice is coming. First, let me show you this freshly prepared fried rice, Wang Ming announced, presenting the steaming dish with pride. She lifted the fried rice, positioning it under the camera. Yuan Zhou's fried rice was not only divine in flavor, but also a feast for the eyes. Its colors, aroma, taste, and presentation were all exquisite, resembling a work of art. Unlike other dishes that required meticulous editing, careful lighting, and precise angles to capture their beauty, even Wang Ming's casual placement of the dish was worthy of a momentary masterpiece. Wow, Anchor, did you just casually place that? It looks even better than those food pictures. YouTube, I don't know why, but I almost wanted to bite the video. It must be an illusion. But this is the picture. Make sure Chiedai, Anchor, wait for me. I'm so hungry. I need another pack of instant noodles to calm my nerves. In the azure sky, dark clouds loomed. I know you all are eager to indulge. But for now, let me take the first bite, Wang Ming declared, lifting her spoon and beginning to eat. At that moment, the screen was flooded with gifts, which only made Wang Ming savor her meal with even greater enthusiasm. I feel as though my life has finally reached a point where I can eat to my heart's content. The second helping of fried rice was truly a hard one. Wu-hai. An artistic soul known for his emotional nature was on the verge of tears, fearing that his tears might taint the taste of the fried rice. It has not been easy. Boss Yuan truly lives up to his reputation. Principled, yet relentless. They were indeed a tearful duo. This wonderful fried rice. From now on, I can have 2 bowls at every meal. What bliss! Another earnest diner exclaimed as he reverently held his spoon. However, you don't possess enough funds, came a cool retort from the side. No matter, I shall strive for a promotion and a raise, enjoying 6 servings of fried rice daily, replied the unyielding hard worker. Yuan Zhou raised an eyebrow, realizing that his fried rice had this unexpected effect. Thank you, boss. I shall take my leave now. Wang Ming politely bid farewell to Yuan Zhou after ending her live stream. You're welcome. Take care on your way, Yuan Zhou replied as he saw her off. Just before she closed the door with a resounding bang, Yuan Zhou commenced his daily routine, tossing the used plates into the advanced dishwasher for cleaning, with little else required of him. The system then displayed, task completed. Rewards available for collection. As Yuan Zhou ascended the stairs, his pace momentarily faltered before quickening. The stairs echoed with the sound of his hurried footsteps. He opened the door and swiftly entered, tossing his phone onto the bed and immediately checking the task progress. Task 2. Due to the host's modest reputation, please achieve an online recognition of over 1,000 within 20 days. Task progress. 1,000. Completed. Reward. Clear soup noodles, available for collection. How could it be completed so swiftly? Yuan Zhou mused, only to realize his folly. It was undoubtedly due to the girl live streaming while eating. The system, in its efficiency, disregarded his query. Upon claiming the clear soup noodles, the method to prepare them flashed in Yuan Zhou's mind, revealing that this so-called clear soup noodle was entirely different from the ordinary kind. Chapter 41. A bowl of clear soup noodles. Part 1. Grumble. A growl from his stomach roused Yuan Zhou from his reverie while contemplating the preparation of the clear soup noodles. Oh, I haven't had dinner yet. I might as well make the noodles and eat, he muttered earnestly, entirely forgetting the 2 bowls of fried rice he had just devoured. With renewed urgency, he rushed downstairs. Click! He illuminated the kitchen, which instantly brightened as if under a spotlight, every corner aglow. The dining area, however, maintained a softer, more comfortable light that was easy on the eyes, ensuring that even after prolonged wear of glasses, one would not feel fatigued in Yuan Zhou's small establishment. A glance around the kitchen confirmed his expectations. It was now even better equipped. On the new cupboard next to the steamer for soup dumplings, the words, all-purpose flour, were inscribed, and beside the frying pan stood a new pot for boiling noodles. Yet, this pot was unlike any Yuan Zhou had previously encountered. Most noodle shops utilized large, rapid-boiling pots, but this one resembled a grid for Odin, albeit with larger compartments capable of accommodating 2 liang of noodles each. The grid featured 3 rows, each with 4 compartments, totaling 12. Upon closer inspection and a gentle touch, he discovered that each compartment was entirely sealed. Knock, knock. The crisp sound and tactile sensation informed Yuan Zhou that this was indeed porcelain. Could this pot possibly be made of high-temperature ceramic? During his university days, he had visited Jingdezhen, renowned for its porcelain, thus he possessed a rudimentary understanding of ceramics, particularly that high-temperature ceramics demanded exceptional craftsmanship. The system then confirmed. This pot is indeed crafted from high-temperature ceramic. Employing a remarkably intricate process, the final product is of the highest quality. Can I sell it and exchange it for another pot? Yuan Zhou inquired, resting his head on his hand. This pot produces noodles with peak texture and nutritional value. This item is not for trade, the system responded. Yuan Zhou mused. Aware that high-temperature ceramics are utilized in various fields such as aerospace, nuclear energy, electronics, machinery, chemical engineering, and metallurgy, rendering them indispensable in modern high-temperature engineering. The system had fashioned him a boiling pot from such materials, leaving Yuan Zhou somewhat incredulous. Moreover, he noticed that since encountering the system, his usage of he had exponentially increased, and he found himself nostalgic for the days when he refrained from using profanity. Next to the new addition, a faucet bore the inscription for kneading dough, which was strikingly conspicuous. After mentally digesting all this, Yuan Zhou calmly opened the cupboard containing flour. The distinctive aroma of wheat wafted forth as he opened the door. Bang! Yuan Zhou selected a large ceramic basin, 50 centimeters in diameter, placing it on a nearby glass table. He then began to scoop flour with a clean, odorless wooden spoon. This flour differed significantly from the last. It was not the usual pristine white, but bore a slight yellow hue. And Yuan Zhou's keen sense of smell detected a unique fragrance. Upon opening the bowl cupboard, he discovered a new coarse porcelain bowl, light brown in color, adorned with cloud patterns. Though rough, it was smooth and delicate to the touch, unlike typical coarse pottery, and it was evident that it had not been glazed. Swish, swish. Yuan Zhou filled the large bowl with 2 servings of water and commenced kneading the dough. Indeed, the clear soup noodles awarded by the system began with the crafting of the noodles. If there existed a standard for kneading dough, Yuan Zhou was both the epitome of a textbook example and the most unorthodox apprentice, as his technique bore unmistakable personal flair while remaining exquisitely graceful. The dough gradually transformed under Yuan Zhou's deft hands, becoming smooth and supple, its hue shifting to a lustrous golden sheen, the aroma of flour becoming subtle and nearly imperceptible. He sprinkled a bit of dry flour on the other side of the glass table and took out the dough, preparing to roll it out. Naturally, the rolling pin he utilized was no ordinary tool. It was a grand rolling pin crafted from fragrant ash wood, specifically designed for noodle making. This rolling pin, made from a century-old heartwood of the ash tree, was comparable to fine hardwoods. Legend has it that El Dong Bin, one of the 8 immortals, often used ash wood for his pillow during his exile in Shanzhou. In ancient times, only the affluent and noble families could afford furniture made of ash, nanmu, or redwood. This rolling pin was crafted from the heartwood of an old ash tree, its core a reddish-brown with a hint of gold, polished to a mirror-like sheen, exuding a pleasant fragrance when moist, earning it the title of King of Woods. Of course, this was merely the system's rolling pin. Creak, creak. The dough produced a melodious sound on the glass table, a sound indicative of fine flour. Yuan Zhou worked swiftly, soon progressing to the cutting stage. He retrieved a bamboo mat from the lower shelf, layered the rolled dough to an ideal thickness, and began slicing the noodles with a cutting knife. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of the cutting knife against the glass table was crisp and harmonious, and with each sound, the noodles were cut to perfection, each measuring approximately 30 centimeters in length and 1 centimeter in width, neatly arranged and stacked in the verdant bamboo mat. He then sprinkled the remaining flour from the bowl over the freshly cut noodles and placed them into a cabinet labeled Fresh Keeping. Finally, it is time to boil the noodles. Yuan Zhou wiped the slight perspiration from his forehead and opened the specialized boiling pot. The intelligent high-temperature ceramic pot automatically filled to 7/10 capacity in mere seconds, and before long, the water began to simmer. Yuan Zhou tossed in 2 handfuls of noodles, which danced gracefully in the boiling water, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. System, please elaborate on the origins of this flour, Yuan Zhou inquired, having made it a habit to ask such questions, for it was the only way to discover the myriad of delectable offerings awaiting him. The system responded, the earliest cultivation of wheat occurred in the region of the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, the cradle of wheat domestication. In Huaxia, wheat gradually spread from the middle reaches of the Yellow River to the south of the Yangtze River, and was later introduced to Korea and Japan. Between the 15th and 17th centuries, European colonizers disseminated wheat to both South and North America. By the 18th century, it reached Oceania, when a 2-grain wheat variety from western Iran was brought to the region of coarse goat grass. Natural hybridization occurred, resulting in a common wheat strain after chromosomal doubling. The wheat selected by this system is the first generation of natural hybrids, the most perfect variety, categorized as hard white wheat with over 50 gluten content, compared to red-skinned wheat. Hard white wheat is yellow or milky white, has a thin skin, a high endosperm content, and a high flour yield. This specialty wheat is designated for tribute, representing the finest quality wheat. Truly, I am receiving imperial treatment. First tribute rice. Now tribute wheat, Yuan Zhou murmured to himself. At that moment, the noodles in the pot were nearing completion. The legendary clear soup noodles were almost ready to be savored. Chapter 42. A bowl of clear soup noodles, Part 2. Yuan Zhou grasped the coarse ceramic bowl and began to add the final seasonings. He opened the salt container, adding a pinch to suit his taste, followed by a drizzle of seafood sauce to enhance the umami flavor. After setting down the bowl, he began to ladle the noodles. With a specialized strainer and a pair of long bamboo chopsticks, Yuan Zhou skillfully gathered all the noodles in a single motion. He swiftly submerged them in ice water, then tossed them into a bowl that had just been prepared with condiments. As he added a ladle of steaming broth, a plume of aromatic steam rose, tantalizingly wafting towards his nose. A few drops of sesame oil were drizzled on top, intensifying the fragrance that lingered in the air. The dish was simply delicious, no more words needed. Yuan Zhou placed the bowl before his designated seat and picked up his chopsticks, ready to indulge. The broth, nestled within the coarse brown pottery, was not crystal clear but rather rich and inviting. Filling the bowl to a satisfying 8/10, the combination of the broth and perfectly cooked noodles elicited an irresistible urge to dig in. Although Yuan Zhou hailed from the authentic southwestern region, he was not particularly fond of noodles, preferring rice instead. As a robust man, he could only manage a small portion of noodles, and in times of desperation when rice was scarce, he would order a mere couple of servings. Often met with incredulous looks from the vendors. In his younger days, when his parents ran a noodle shop, he could eat 2 servings with ease. Yet now, as he savored his bowl, there was no trace of his noodle aversion. "Too delicious," he mumbled, his words somewhat garbled. The noodles were seasoned minimally, with just salt, seafood sauce, and a few drops of sesame oil, but this bowl transcended mere noodles. Wheat itself could serve as an ornamental plant or even have medicinal properties. Boasting substantial nutritional value, particularly when processed systematically, the wheat was meticulously selected after rigorous screening for plumpness and ripeness, its outer skin roughly removed before grinding. Using a traditional stone mill for slow grinding ensured that the nutritional content of the wheat remained intact. Stone ground flour retains the proteins, gluten, carotenoids, carbohydrates, calcium, phosphorus, iron, and various B vitamins, with the carotenoids and vitamin E present in stone ground flour being 18 times that of other flours. The slow grinding method preserved the flour's molecular structure, eliminating the need for any additives. The yellow hue of the original flour is due to the retained B vitamins, which greatly benefit the nervous system and skin tissue. The stone mill was crafted through traditional techniques, utilizing 2 meticulously shaped round stones, each a substantial block, hand-carved into a flattened cylindrical form, with grooves etched into the grinding surfaces. Thus, the noodles that now graced Yuan Zhou's bowl had undergone extensive refinement. A gentle bite revealed their elasticity, with the freshly kneaded aroma bursting forth in an explosion of flavor, reminiscent of golden wheat swaying in a sunlit field. The primary ingredient was undoubtedly the noodles. All other seasonings merely served as accompaniments, even the esteemed well salt, enhancing the exquisite broth. The noodles' chewy texture and smoothness upon swallowing left no room for discomfort. As his stomach urged him to indulge further, the sounds of Yuan Zhou relishing his meal echoed throughout the establishment. When the food reached a certain level of deliciousness, who cared about appearances? With a loud gulp, he finished the last of the noodles and, without a second thought, lifted the bowl to drink the remaining broth. "Ah," he sighed contentedly, patting his stomach and glancing at the empty bowl before casting his gaze towards the pot of boiling noodles. Letting out a wistful sigh. "I'm too full to even consider a second bowl." With his appetite satiated, Yuan Zhou finally had the opportunity to check on his progress regarding his tasks. Opening his information panel, he read, "Objective. The system will assist you in mastering culinary arts from both Eastern and Western traditions, aiming to become the world's greatest chef. Host, Yuan Zhou, ordinary Han Chinese male, age 24. Physical fitness, C. Comprehensive assessment of neurological response speed, strength, coordination, agility, etc. Culinary talent, unknown. Skills, none. Items, none. Culinary proficiency, rookie. Recently learned to make fried rice and clear soup noodles. Level, 2. Title, Master of Noodles. As a Master of Noodles, one cannot be perpetually occupied in the kitchen. Personal time is essential for culinary development, and daily operational hours must not exceed 6. Task 2. Given the host's moderate reputation, please achieve over 1,000 online followers within 20 days. Status, completed. Task reminder. Self-promotion or funded promotion is prohibited. As a future culinary deity, one must rely on the goodwill of others to spread the word. Task reward. Clear soup noodles. Status, Received. Upon closer inspection, Yuan Zhou discovered that his level had now risen to 3. What is the system upgrade reward? It replied. Unlock a set of tables and chairs for 2. Activate the lottery system. Activation successful. Host has 1 chance to draw. A lottery. This seems intriguing. Yuan Zhou mused, eyeing the now vanished flower rack near the door, replaced by a dim glow that hinted at the construction of dining tables and chairs. Should I draw now? Yuan Zhou pondered. Let's first see what rewards are available. Opening the lottery interface. He couldn't help but twitch his lips in amusement. The options displayed were limited to 2 rewards. A selection of 222 sauces, with a chance to draw 2 that the drawing mechanism appeared to be dice, specifically. A row of dice. Is this really a lottery? Rolling dice? He thought, bemused. Just as he questioned the arrangement, he noticed that one of the dice had detached itself from the lineup, seemingly waiting to be tossed. Very well. Let us roll, he commanded. The dice began to spin uniformly. After 10 seconds, stop. Yuan Zhou called out, initially believing the system controlled the outcome. Only after 10 seconds did he realize the die continued to whirl merrily. The die finally settled, revealing the numbers 1322. System, what does this mean? Yuan Zhou inquired. The system responded, congratulations, host, for drawing 2 items at once. Wasn't it stated that I could draw 2? I can see that for myself. Never mind, I'll claim the reward. Without hesitation, he accepted the item. This only shows numbers. I have no idea what they are, he mused. The system had mentioned a total of 222 sauces, leaving him at a loss for what to expect. How does the sauce ranking work, he wondered, but was too apathetic to speculate. As much of the system's content was beyond his comprehension, the system clarified. Sauce rankings are not in order. Rewards have been dispensed. Furthermore, the system noted, given that the host has reached level 2, a set of tables and chairs has been unlocked for customers dining in the establishment. Standing while eating is not permitted. As a culinary deity's small establishment, standing meals would indeed detract from the ambience. Reflecting on the day's events, Yuan Zhou realized that the 222 sauces, the system upgrade to level 2, and the drawn sauce number 22 were all rather significant. I'm not bothered by this, he reassured himself. Acknowledging that each system upgrade brought delightful surprises, albeit overwhelming at times, he considered that the number of customers would not diminish significantly. Standing diners were a rarity, and it did seem peculiar to consume soup noodles while standing. Yuan Zhou always found reasons to console himself, recognizing that while there might be a loss of patrons, the allure of a new dish would surely attract far more. Ultimately, this was the most vital consideration. As long as there was progress in business, adhering to certain rules was necessary, fostering the establishment's healthy growth. Yuan Zhou understood this principle well, acknowledging that beneficial practices often went unheeded, much like the warnings on cigarette packages stating, smoking is harmful to health. Yet people continued to indulge. My money, Yuan Zhou lamented. Feeling the sting of the lost bills, the system reassured him. A set of tables and chairs has been unlocked for customers dining in the establishment. Standing while eating is not permitted. Very well, he conceded. Accustomed to the system's quirks, grateful nonetheless for the unlocked furniture. Let us see what my reward entails, he decided, clutching his chest where a faint ache lingered, as he searched the kitchen for new items. The system's placements were easy to identify, situated near the stairway, where a built-in cabinet had been added, complemented by 2 cylindrical transparent glass jars on the previously empty countertop. Knock, knock, Yuan Zhou tapped on one, producing a resonant sound. This shouldn't be glass, he speculated aloud. The system clarified. This container is crafted using ancient glass-blowing techniques, made from glass stone combined with glass mother to create transparent crystal glass. The crystal glass is melted in a furnace exceeding 1,000 degrees Celsius, naturally coalescing into a luxurious and exquisite form. The quality is crystal clear, dazzlingly brilliant. When struck, it resonates with the sound of exquisite glass, and it remains unchanged over time. To this, Yuan Zhou chose to remain silent. What are these 2 sauces? Yuan Zhou decided it was better to inquire about food. The system displayed. Number 13 is blueberry jam. Number 22 is beef sauce. They appear quite appetizing. Yuan Zhou sighed at the sauces. He had overindulged in fried rice and noodles, leaving no room for anything else. Given the circumstances, he could only hope to try them tomorrow. Out of sight, out of mind. Yuan Zhou promptly turned off the lights and ascended the stairs, He picked up his change of clothes and proceeded with his nightly cleansing routine. Yuan Zhou was quite fond of cleanliness, a habit cultivated since childhood. Lying in bed, he soon realized he was far from sleepy. He took out his newly purchased phone and began to play. Given his level, he could only engage in puzzle games such as Candy Crush or Carrot Defense. However, his intent in playing these games was merely to aid in sleep. Before he could finish a round, his carrots were devoured, and he succumbed to slumber. The dawn light streamed through the window, illuminating Yuan Zhou's small room, and the clock struck 10 o'clock. Is Boss Yuan sleeping in again? Wu Hai and several idlers chatted casually while sipping mineral water nearby. I bet he is. Is what you said last night true? A boy in a t-shirt and jeans asked, tilting his head. Of course it's true. Despite our lengthy research, we were outdone by a little girl who pointed out 2 orders at once. Wu Hai grumbled, biting his teeth in frustration. Well, it's great. Finally, we can have 2 servings. You don't know how I wake up hungry every night, interjected a chubby man nearby. Exactly. Come this time. I can't help but feel hungry, another added. Indeed, if you don't think about it. Your feet just carry you over. Boss Yuan's skills are truly remarkable, someone else chimed in. The group began to share their tales of being caught off guard by the rules of Yuan Zhou's establishment. Tap, tap, tap. Dressed in an expensive suit, with a Buva watch adorning his wrist, and wearing black leather shoes that produced a crisp sound on the tiled floor, elite man Yuan Lu strode briskly towards the sales department. Yuan Lu was the supervisor of the sales department, and recently they had secured a substantial order, necessitating negotiations for a project with a construction materials company involving over $5 million if successful. The commission alone would suffice for 3 months' sustenance. Thus, during this period, Yuan Lu had not visited Yuan Zhou's small shop, opting to eat and reside at the company instead, after 10 days of hard work alongside his team. He finally signed the contract today and was eager to announce the good news to his subordinates. Just as he entered the sales department, a man similarly dressed but of lesser quality blocked his path. Boss, how did it go? Did they sign the contract? Ma Wei, you startled me. Yuan Lu retreated a step, protecting the contract, only to relax upon realizing it was one of his subordinates. I was just anxious to know the outcome. How did it go after a whole morning of discussions? Ma Wei straightened up, leaning forward to glimpse the contract in Yuan Lu's hand, his expression caught between anticipation and anxiety. All right, is it just you? I plan to announce it in front of everyone. Yuan Lu maintained a serious demeanor, appearing quite formidable. Everyone can come out. The boss knows now. Ma Wei shouted towards the back office, and 4 people emerged, 3 men and 1 woman. Each was similarly attired in dark suits, the men exuding vitality, while the lone woman, adorned with light makeup and her hair neatly styled, appeared quite composed. You finally decided to show up. This won't be tolerated next time. Yuan Lu initially reprimanded them sternly. Noting their embarrassed expressions, he then opened the contract to the signature page for them to see, the black and white text glaringly evident. Holy cow, we finally did it. Ma Wei was the first to exclaim. It wasn't easy. My wife has been complaining about me not coming home for days, a slightly older man said, clenching his fist in excitement. Indeed, it was a tough journey. The sole female nodded in agreement. Boss is treating us. Let's celebrate. Ma Wei initiated the cheer. Treating us. Boss is treating us. The group echoed in unison. All right. Keep it down. We can't disturb other departments, Yuan Lu cautioned, and while the volume lessened somewhat, they continued to chatter about the treat. I can't help it. I'll take you out for a nice lunch. It's on me, Yuan Lu said with an air of mystery. Chapter 44. New dishes. The sun is shining bright. The flowers are smiling at me, and the birds say good morning, good morning. Yuan Zhou sang a nursery rhyme as he descended the stairs, for those waiting outside for breakfast. It was already quite late, yet Yuan Zhou felt it was still early, for it was only 10 o'clock. With a swift motion, he pulled open the door, allowing the sunlight to flood in, stretching lazily before returning to the kitchen. He opened the refrigerator and retrieved 2 portions of the fine noodles he had prepared the previous night, dropping them into the pot. A light broth noodle is certainly the way to start the morning, Yuan Zhou mused aloud while stirring the noodles. Completely oblivious to how little he had actually prepared, after finishing a bowl of hot soup noodles, Yuan Zhou felt a surge of energy by noon. It was already 11:30. Boss, where are you taking us? That little street inside doesn't seem to have any restaurants, asked Ma Wei, unable to remain idle among the 6-person group. What are you fussing about? Where the boss says there is, The woman with hair tied back and a serious demeanor shot Ma Wei a glare. "Did you misbehave and get scolded?" teased a slightly plump man nearby. Yuan Lu paid no mind to their banter. Walking briskly, he distinctly remembered that Yuan Zhou's small establishment always had a bustling business, and with limited seating, he feared they might have to wait in line. They soon arrived at the shop's entrance. "All right, this is the place. Let us all go in," Yuan Lu instructed, stepping inside first. "No way, is this a flea-ridden eatery?" Ma Wei whispered to his colleague Xiao Lu beside him. "Let us see. The boss doesn't he seem like the stingy type?" Xiao Lu frowned and shook his head. "That's a significant contract. The commission is substantial," the last person in line remarked before entering the shop. "Even the most generous have their moments of frugality," someone muttered under their breath. Ma Wei, holding on to the belief that his supervisor was usually quite generous, stepped inside only to find the decor equally shabby. A sparse number of patrons occupied the few seats, conversing with a man standing behind a curved long table. A quick glance revealed the absence of a waiter, and seating was severely limited. Apart from a small table near the entrance with 2 chairs, there remained only 8 high stools, 2 of which were already occupied. "Why would the boss bring us to a place like this?" Ma Wei quietly grumbled. "Wasn't he supposed to treat us to a lavish meal?" Just as he was voicing his dissatisfaction, he felt someone tugging at his shirt. It was his colleague Xiao Lu. "What's up? Why are you pulling me?" "Look over there at the prices," Xiao Lu said, swallowing hard as he spoke. Following Xiao Lu's gesture, Ma Wei's eyes widened in shock. "Holy cow, did I misread that?" he exclaimed, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. His voice was loud enough for nearby colleagues to overhear, prompting them to turn and see what was amiss. "Is that really true? Does it say 188 for egg fried rice? Is it made of gold? Holy cow, I've never encountered egg fried rice costing nearly 200. Ahem, I was wrong. I shouldn't have doubted the boss." The colleagues who had also felt slight dissatisfaction were immediately won over by Yuan Zhou's price list. How could they not be? Goodness, those prices. I can't speak to the taste, but I know the boss certainly spared no expense. It's outrageously expensive, making my heart ache, Ma Wei remarked to his colleagues. "Indeed. You make a valid point. The boss is exceptionally generous with the 288 egg fried rice set," the serious female colleague concurred. "Hurry up and order. Stop the chatter," Yuan Lu, typically serious, commanded, and the group ceased their discussions, moving to take their seats. "Boss, have you tried anything here?" Ma Wei asked somewhat sheepishly. "What? Afraid your boss might rip you off?" Yuan Lu replied, glancing at the hesitant expressions of his colleagues. "Rest assured, Yuan Zhou's culinary skills are beyond reproach. Just don't end up swallowing your own tongue," he added. Yuan Zhou. 1 egg fried rice set for each of us. Yuan Lu, aware that the menu at Yuan Zhou's shop only featured 2 items, skipped the rest and directly ordered the most expensive options. Pulling out his wallet, ready to pay, he had a couple of thousand on him. Those who had seen the menu now refrained from voicing their opinions. In such a small establishment, a single egg fried rice set costing nearly 2,000, who would believe it? Since the boss insisted and the order had already been placed, the subordinates had no choice but to comply. "All right." Coming right up, Yuan Zhou acknowledged the payment, not mentioning any new dishes, and proceeded to prepare the fried rice. Yuan Zhou never worried about business. With quality ingredients and exceptional skills, what was there to fret about? The group sat anxiously on the high stools. Even the usually lively Ma Wei appeared subdued. "What is wrong with you all?" Yuan Lu, there to celebrate, couldn't help but inquire about their behavior. "Nothing," Ma Wei, who had initially intended to speak, was silenced by the glare from the serious female colleague, ultimately opting to dismiss it with a vague response to Yuan Lu, who has ascended to the role of supervisor in the sales department. Possesses both high intelligence and emotional acumen. He quickly deduces that the lackluster reaction stems from an unfavorable impression of the price list, which he perceives as unjustified. A subtle smile graces his face. Yet he remains silent. Such matters will soon reveal themselves during the meal. He recalls having exhibited a similar demeanor in the past, nearly accusing Yuan Zhou of running a dubious establishment. Questioning how anyone could sell egg fried rice at such exorbitant prices, while Yuan Lu and his companions are oblivious to the new dishes, Wu Hai, having arrived earlier, is well aware of them and has been eagerly anticipating the opportunity to inquire. For Yuan Zhou, preparing 6 servings of egg fried rice is no different than making just one. Both are cooked in the same pan. He meticulously portions the rice into 6 plates, arranging them on a tray to serve in 2 rounds. "Here are your egg fried rice sets," Yuan Zhou announces after completing the service. Upon seeing the egg fried rice sets, Ma Wei and his companions feel even more disheartened, silently lamenting. It's merely ordinary egg fried rice, and yet they dare label it as a set. Which restaurant doesn't he provide pickles as complimentary? However, witnessing their boss commencing his meal, they feel compelled to accept their fate and pick up their spoons. Even Ma Wei, who is not particularly fond of egg fried rice. Meanwhile, Boss Yuan, I have a rough idea about your new clear soup noodles, but what do the special plates 1 and 2 signify? Wu Hai, unable to contain his curiosity, questions as soon as Yuan Zhou finishes his tasks. Noticing the eager gazes of the three men, Yuan Zhou feels a chill run down his spine. Their expressions are unsettlingly intense. Retreating a step to regain his composure, he casually replies, "You will know once you order. But you haven't written anything on the menu. How am I supposed to place an order?" Wu Hai protests, unwilling to relent. Typically, Wu Hai is known for his short temper, often threatening to strike due to frustrations with his manager. Yet, since encountering Yuan Zhou, he has lost that edge, as Yuan Zhou has expertly identified his weakness: his extreme fastidiousness regarding food. His pickiness has led him to the brink of throwing plates when even a hint of dissatisfaction arises, resulting in severe gastric issues. However, dining at Yuan Zhou's establishment has left him utterly content. Yuan Zhou's culinary skills have rendered him incapable of finding fault, even to the extent that he has not suffered from his gastric ailments despite consuming greasy egg fried rice. Curiously, Wu Hai is frustrated that he cannot extract any information from Yuan Zhou. Yet he remains undeterred in his attempts. Yuan Zhou, seemingly unperturbed by Wu Hai's complex emotions, responds, "Order however you wish." Chapter 45. How to illuminate special ordering techniques. Yuan Zhou, still oblivious to Wu Hai's intricate feelings, maintains his calm demeanor, stating, "Order however you wish." Boss Yuan, you must at least provide some hints about what the dishes entail. Wu Hai presses on, unwilling to give up. "You will know once you order. What would you like to eat today?" Yuan Zhou deflects, changing the subject. "Boss Yuan, one must be considerate. These special plates are not inexpensive. At the very least, tell us their sizes," interjects a man sitting beside Wu Hai. The price list indicates that the special plate 1 is priced at 108, as is special plate 13. They are the same size as the pickled radish plate. Yuan Zhou replies after a moment of contemplation. Since the prices are identical, why assign different numbers? Does a lower number indicate better taste? It signifies different flavors. The ranking does not imply superiority, Yuan Zhou states, revealing his reluctance to elaborate further. Boss Yuan, you are impressive. The man who had previously interjected gives Yuan Zhou a thumbs up, acknowledging his cleverness. For such a diminutive plate to cost over 100, he decides to forego it, realizing that money does not grow on trees. "I will have a bowl of clear soup noodles," he orders. "Total, 268, Yuan Zhou acknowledges with a nod. "Boss Yuan, your heart remains as unyielding as ever. Will this plate be more generous?" Wu Hai inquires, grappling with the dilemma of whether or not to indulge. After a thorough internal comparison, Yuan Zhou replies, "It will be somewhat less. I have made my decision. I shall have a serving of clear soup noodles along with special plate 13. And I will order additional items later." Wu Hai decisively opts for a filling meal, driven by curiosity, especially since he is not short on cash. "All right, please wait," Yuan Zhou replies as he heads back to the kitchen to prepare the noodles. Ma Wei feels compelled to reconstruct his worldview, pondering, such delectable food is merely egg-fried rice, a dish I previously did not fancy. Meanwhile, on the other side of the table, Wu Onlu savors his meal with a sense of reverence, internally reminding himself to eat slowly, for one can only consume one serving. Ma Wei turns away from his egg-fried rice with great difficulty, glancing at his colleagues, who all wear expressions of utter delight, their faces reflecting unprecedented satisfaction. In Chinese dining culture, it is customary to converse while eating, a practice that most adhere to without exception. However, during the celebratory meal, not a single person engages in conversation. The only sounds in the small eatery are the clinking of utensils and spontaneous exclamations of "delicious." "Boss, you are ruthless. Having tasted this egg-fried rice, how could one return to preparing their own? I actually feel this price is reasonable. Am I losing my mind?" The usually egg-fried rice-averse Ma Wei finishes first, calling out without hesitation, "Boss, I'll have another serving." However, before he can continue, Wu Onlu interjects, "At Boss Yuan's place, each person is only allowed to order one serving per meal, so don't waste your efforts." "No way," the first to voice despair is the slightly plump Xiaolu. known for his prodigious appetite within the group. Given the exquisite taste of the egg fried rice, he could easily devour 10 bowls without complaint. Xiao Lu, I nearly forgot about you. Once we step out, I'll make sure to order you something else. Rest assured, you won't go hungry, Yuan Lu assures him with a smile. That's not the point, boss, having tasted such exquisite egg fried rice. How could I possibly eat anything else soon? Xiao Lu laments, disregarding the presence of his superior. Indeed, boss, why don't you speak with the owner? You seem quite familiar with him, Ma Wei encourages, as all the colleagues cast hopeful glances toward their leader. Yuan Lu shrugs, that's too challenging. I'd rather secure another substantial order today than ask Boss Yuan for an additional serving. As the group feels dejected, Wu Hai, overhearing their half-hearted conversation, chimes in. Take a closer look at the rules. Wu Hai is not so altruistic. He remembers what it was like to go hungry for extended periods, although he empathizes with their plight. He is not inclined to share the special ordering techniques so readily. Watching others struggle is far too entertaining. Rules. Yuan Lu and the others instinctively glance at the price list on the wall. Boss Yuan, you have introduced so many new dishes. Why didn't you mention them earlier? Yuan Lu exclaims, noticing the new items on the menu he has never tried. Yuan Zhou, who is busy preparing noodles in the kitchen, simply states, you didn't ask. Boss Yuan, your point is undeniably valid. The amiable sales supervisor, who earns a generous salary, cannot help but exclaim, letting slip an expletive. Yuan Zhou, however, remains unfazed. To avoid succumbing to frustration, Yuan Lu begins to scrutinize the price list's rules as if studying a partner's proposal. The gentlemen express their opinions. Boss, with rules like these, do they intend for us to starve? Xiao Lu remarks, glancing at Yuan Zhou for a reaction, hoping his pity ploy will succeed. I simply want another bowl. I can't conceive of a strategy, Ma Wei states. Alternating his gaze between the rules and his resigned leader, the most dashing yet least noticeable man in the group quips, shall we resort to coercive purchasing? Wu Hai, observing the brainstorming session, feels a wave of satisfaction, having discovered the special ordering technique himself. He is not about to divulge it so easily, and is eager for them to come begging for help. Suddenly, the calmest woman in the group speaks up. Boss, look at this rule. Any dish. 1 serving per person per meal. Yet there are several dishes listed. We could try ordering the egg fried rice, thus adhering to the regulations. Once this insight is shared, all present grasp the loophole. And excitement erupts as they exclaim, Boss Yuan, we would like 6 servings of egg fried rice, but not as a set. After their shout, they anxiously await Yuan Zhou's response. Yuan Zhou turns around, casually replying, please wait. We did it. It was surprisingly simple, Ma Wei boasts. Entirely oblivious to Yuan Lu's darkening expression, Yuan Lu feels exhausted by his subordinate's lack of awareness, thinking, if it were that easy, would I have gone home hungry every time before overtime? Such foolish subordinates. In a rare moment of pride, Yuan Lu feels a sense of superiority. Yuan Zhou believes that the items in his establishment aptly reflect their names. For instance, the clear soup noodles are indeed just that clear soup. Devoid of even scallions, he places 2 bowls of noodles on a tray, retrieves a small plate adorned with green vines, and scoops blueberry jam from AJAR.AS for how Wu Hai intends to combine sweet jam with savory noodles. Yuan Zhou deems it none of his concern, thinking rather irresponsibly. The clear soup noodles make their debut in front of the companions. Chapter 46. The allure of clear soup noodles while carefully ladling the sauce. Yuan Zhou suddenly notices something peculiar, pausing to contemplate for a few moments before deciding to test it again later for confirmation. A tray effortlessly accommodates 2 modest bowls of noodles and a small dish of blueberry sauce. Your clear soup noodles, Yuan Zhou remarked as he first served 1 bowl of clear soup noodles to the man by the edge of the lake, before presenting the remaining bowl to Wu Hai. Your signature dish number 13 and clear soup noodles. Isn't this blueberry sauce? The man with the clear soup noodles interjected. It certainly resembles blueberry sauce to me, Wu Hai said. Casting a puzzled glance at Yuan Zhou. In response, Yuan Zhou turned to place the tray down and began preparing fried rice. I believe it is indeed blueberry sauce. Don't you agree, Boss Yuan? The man pressed on when Yuan Zhou did not reply. Yes, Yuan Zhou affirmed this time. The man wore a smug expression, anticipating Wu Hai's praise, only to see Wu Hai turn away, as if oblivious, and commence enjoying his own meal. To be fair, while Wu Hai is indeed discerning, he harbors no aversion to food. He simply has varying preferences. For instance, he has a fondness for noodles, which is why he often pesters Yuan Zhou about the dumplings. Now that he has noodles, Wu Hai is undoubtedly keen to sample them, even if they appear bland and insipid. A man with severe gastritis, Wu Hai relishes spicy food, particularly when it is intensely fiery. In his previous perspective, noodles without chili were mere watery soup. Concerning dining habits, Wu Hai prefers to sip soup first. With a slurp, he lifted the bowl and took a sip. The noodle broth was light, imbued with a rich aroma of flour and the natural crispness of sesame oil, that a hint of oiliness mingled with the inherent sweetness of the water surged down his throat, creating a refreshing sensation that rose upward while another wave traveled downward through his esophagus. After a meal at Yuan Zhou's following a creative session, Wu Hai always felt invigorated, akin to having enjoyed a particularly sweet slumber, leaving him fully energized. Initially, he believed this was due to the exquisite flavors of Yuan Zhou's dishes, which satisfied both his heart and body. But now it seems more complex than that. He picked up a chopstick full of noodles, which were a deep brown rather than the bleached white of commercial noodles. The slightly yellow hue, accompanied by steam rising from the hot broth, prompted Wu Hai to hastily consume them without further contemplation. With a bite, the noodles snapped satisfyingly in his mouth, each strand providing ample elasticity and chewiness, yet were not difficult to masticate. The balance of texture was impeccable, allowing for enjoyment of the noodles' resilience while being easy to swallow. Though the flavoring was simple, it produced an irresistible texture and taste. Slurp, slurp, gulp. Wu Hai and the man beside him showed no regard for the gazes of Wu Onlu and others, engrossed in their meal with abandon. Gulp. Ma Wei could not help but swallow. That noodle must be delicious. Look how enthusiastically they're eating. If the fried rice is that good, the noodles should be no less. Just look at those two, their heads nearly buried in their bowls, Xiao Lu remarked, carefully swallowing. Witnessing others enjoy their food so heartily stirs one's appetite. Dining alongside someone relishing their meal often compels one to indulge a bit more, particularly after having savored a superbly delicious fried rice. With their own servings yet to arrive, the group could hardly restrain themselves from joining Wu Hai and the others. They asked for the portions they had previously consumed. They insisted they had been perpetually hungry and had never truly filled their stomachs. Boss, is our fried rice ready? Wuan Lu inquired, glancing at the eager group. Just a moment, Yuan Zhou replied, balancing 3 portions on a tray. There was no need for Yuan Zhou to deliver them, as the group eagerly approached to retrieve their meals, each taking only their own portions, oblivious to their leader Wu Onlu's needs. As Wu Onlu collected his fried rice, he mused, it seems this place is not suited for treating subordinates to meals. It easily undermines one's authority. Yuan Zhou stood with his arms crossed, observing the eager diners relishing the meals he had prepared. For Yuan Zhou, crafting a portion of fried rice took no more than 3 minutes, while consuming one could take, at most, half an hour. The optimal taste is found when consumed before it cools. Once the last grain of fried rice vanished from his bowl, Wu Onlu returned with his subordinates to the office to prepare for the afternoon's tasks. Boss, how about we gather here for meals from now on? Xiao Lu suggested, stepping closer to Wu Onlu. Indeed, this place is rather good, Ma Wei chimed in. The other 3 nodded in agreement, expressing their approval. I still don't know about you all. It can only be once a month. Wu Onlu initially adopted a stern expression before finally relenting. The group collectively sighed in relief. While the fare at this quaint establishment was indeed exquisite, the prices were also quite considerable, with their salaries not exceeding 10,000 a month. Indulging in 1 or 2 visits was manageable, but any more would likely be beyond their means. Now that their boss had agreed to treat them once a month, it was the best outcome imaginable. In a short while, those who needed to return to work departed, leaving only Wu Hai, who, undeterred, ordered 2 more servings of fried rice paired with blueberry sauce. This peculiar combination drew a few curious glances from Yuan Zhou. After Wu Hai exited, Yuan Zhou closed the door and ascended to play a card game. Preparing for a brief nap, predictably, he had never won a single game and, determined to succeed, continued playing until 4:30 in the afternoon before finally heading back to the shop. Yuan Zhou felt that his intellect was inferior to that of an AlphaGo adept at Go. So he resolved to try again in the evening. Refusing to believe he could not win even once. If he still lost, he would suspect that the newly purchased computer was at fault. His old machine had at least secured him a victory or 2. Yuan Zhou remained confident in his intelligence, considering he could master the system's skills with ease. Clatter. When the door swung open this time, It was not the familiar bearded face of Wu Hai, but rather the long absent Enya, dressed in a gray professional skirt suit. She stood there, looking as if she had hurried over, with beads of sweat dotting her forehead. "Boss Yuan, you opened the door quite late. Others have been open since the afternoon. And you? Well, you wait until just before meal time." Enya shot a glance at Yuan Zhou as she entered. "Miss Yin, it has indeed been a while. What will you have today?" Yuan Zhou queried. Familiar with her demeanor, she was beautiful, appeared amiable, and her personality was quite endearing, prompting him to ask another question. "It does feel like it's been ages. I was away on a business trip," Enya replied casually. Turning to glance at the menu. "Boss Yuan, I'll have the clear soup noodles and that dish." Wu Hai strode into the shop, eager to place his order, anxious not to miss out. "So many new items. I'll try the soup noodles as well." "What is that dish?" Enya inquired. "You'll find out once you order it. Would you like to give it a try?" Yuan Zhou patiently suggested, especially since she was a beauty. "Don't listen to him. That number 13 is blueberry sauce. And I have no idea what the other one is," Wu Hai interjected, undermining Yuan Zhou. "Then I'll have the blueberry sauce. Fruit jams are more to my liking," Enya decided, opting for the blueberry sauce, as knowing what it was felt safer. "All right, please wait a moment," Yuan Zhou responded, unfazed by Wu Hai's interruption that he often teased him, and occasionally letting Wu Hai feel victorious was also fine. Both ordered noodles, which were relatively straightforward to prepare. Yuan Zhou swiftly retrieved the designated chopsticks, portioning out 2 servings of noodles as the water heated up in the ceramic compartments below. As the noodles danced in the boiling water like white dragons, Yuan Zhou took the opportunity to quickly prepare 2 bowls of sauce. He set out 2 small plates, and as the timing aligned, he used long bamboo chopsticks to lift the noodles, swirling them slightly to mix in the seasonings before pouring a ladle of hot broth over one bowl. Releasing an enticing aroma, with a couple of sharp sounds, Yuan Zhou placed the noodles onto the tray and began preparing the sauce. This time, Yuan Zhou conducted a small experiment with great seriousness. And until he completed the sauce and placed it on the tray, the system remained unresponsive, confirming his suspicion. Yuan Zhou calmly lifted the tray and served the 2 diners. "Oh, it's chili sauce, and beef chili sauce at that. What bliss! I can finally enjoy some spice," Wu Hai exclaimed joyfully, eyeing the small dish of chili sauce with great enthusiasm. Glancing between the clear soup noodles and the chili sauce, Wu Hai suddenly conceived an excellent idea and reached for the chili sauce to pour it into his noodles. "I'm sorry, but you cannot add anything to the clear soup noodles, including seasonings," Yuan Zhou interjected, directly lifting the clear soup noodles with a slow, deliberate tone. Wu Hai, holding the dish, froze. What sort of unreasonable world was this? Not allowing someone to add chili to their noodles was utterly absurd. Wu Hai felt like crying in front of Yuan Zhou. "Boss Yuan, without chili, I can't survive. It's a matter of life and death," Wu Hai declared, his seriousness making it seem as if he was discussing a grave matter, his eyes glinting with unwavering determination. "I see. If you choose to add it today, do not return to my establishment in the future," Yuan Zhou replied nonchalantly, placing the clear soup noodles back down. "Boss Yuan, let's negotiate. There's no need for such cruelty." Wu Hai paused his pouring motion, looking at Yuan Zhou with a face that suggested compromise was possible. "These are clear soup noodles," Yuan Zhou replied succinctly, closing off the discussion. "Can't we change that?" Wu Hai asked, holding on a hope. "No," came the steadfast refusal. "Boss Yuan, with your steadfast principles, you might remain single for a lifetime, unable to find a girlfriend." Wu Hai despondently set down the plate of chili sauce, uttering the most venomous curse. "Not at all. I'm quite handsome and a good cook, unless all female life forms on Earth were to become extinct," Yuan Zhou replied thoughtfully. This was Wu Hai's disdain, and he began to focus on the chili sauce beneath, finding some solace in its spiciness, which was a small comfort for someone like him, who had a serious penchant for heat. At least the restaurant offered chili now. "It looks so beautiful," Enya remarked, admiring the food on the table, initially struck by its aesthetic appeal. The color of the blueberry jam was undeniably captivating. Girls are naturally drawn to visually pleasing items, as one can often witness them selecting fruits or vegetables based on their appearance. Presently, blueberry jam was undoubtedly the star of the show. The small dish of blueberry jam came with a tiny spoon, merely the size of a pinky finger, yet its length was perfectly suited for grasping. The flesh of blueberries is colorless. However, their skins are blue, and once made into jam, the flesh takes on a stunning hue. The system's blueberries, of course, were anything but ordinary. The system noted, Blueberries are low-growing, perennial shrubs that produce small, flavorful berries, often found in the wild. Their small size is rich in anthocyanins, hence their blue appearance. This system employs wild blueberries, cultivated to form a new variety. This variety yields large berries with plump flesh, enhancing the culinary experience compared to wild blueberries and improving the human body's absorption of anthocyanins. The blueberries produced by this system are rich in nutritional components, capable of preventing neural aging, protecting vision, strengthening the heart, combating cancer, softening blood vessels, and boosting the immune system, thus possessing exceedingly high nutritional value. The blueberries used for jam are meticulously selected, with those not meeting standards discarded. The water used to wash the blueberries is sourced from glacial springs to preserve their freshness and nutritional elements as much as possible. The sugars used in the jam are exclusively sucrose. Sucrose's sweetness ranks just after fructose, facilitating an excellent fusion with blueberries to create a remarkable flavor and a delicate, rich texture. Moreover, the combination of sucrose and the nutrients in blueberries allows one to savor the sweetness of the jam without the adverse effects of obesity, high blood pressure, or elevated blood sugar. Munch, munch. Enya savored her meal with utmost seriousness. This blueberry jam was far superior to eating fresh blueberries, which often had astringent notes that were impossible to eliminate and could be quite sour at times. The jam, however, was perfectly balanced in sweetness and tartness, leaving no unpleasant aftertaste. She could easily consume another jar without hesitation. Observing the two engrossed in their meals, Yuan Zhou seized the moment to consult the system. System, I've discovered a flaw. Shouldn't I receive a reward? Yuan Zhou struck straight to the point. The system responded, please, host, strive to level up and refrain from daydreaming. The system's response was indeed rather curt. Is the quantity of each item you provide always the same? Yuan Zhou pressed on, undeterred. Upon hearing this, the system fell silent for a prolonged moment. A few minutes later, the system noted, the host is correct. Can you observe the situation in the restaurant? Yuan Zhou shifted the topic. The system replied, if the host desires, I can do so now. Then please compare the differences between that lady and gentleman. They ordered the same items, yet the quantities are entirely different. Yuan Zhou pointedly stated, the first time Wu Hai ordered the specialty small dish. Yuan Zhou realized that if he were to serve it himself, he could easily decide to scoop a bit more or less. Initially, only Wu Hai ordered, leaving things uncertain. This time, Yuan Zhou intentionally served Enya more and Wu Hai less. Yet the system showed no reaction. Yuan Zhou had long since discerned that the system was somewhat obsessive, ensuring every item was identical in quantity. As for the fried rice, Yuan Zhou, possessing divine skills in preparing it, had no issues maintaining uniformity. The system announced, in light of the host discovering a flaw, a reward will be granted, which can be claimed immediately. Chapter 48. A most fitting reward. The system stated, in light of the host discovering a flaw, a reward will be granted, which can be claimed immediately. A complimentary clear broth noodle set is available for collection, priced at 308 RB. Upon unlocking the reward, Yuan Zhou displayed a satisfied smile. Boss Yuan, I've thought of something. I've found a solution. Wu Hai's exclamation startled Yuan Zhou as he prepared to claim his reward. What is it? Yuan Zhou asked, arms crossed. Bring me a fried rice set, Wu Hai declared with an air of triumph. Clever. Coming right up, Yuan Zhou raised an eyebrow, responding. Indeed, Wu Hai had concluded that chili sauce paired with fried rice was an exceptional combination. Most importantly, Yuan Zhou had only mentioned that it couldn't be paired with noodles, never stating it couldn't accompany rice. Wu Hai felt a surge of admiration for his own cleverness. What? Can we now order 2 dishes here? Enya, who was enjoying her noodles, inquired with curiosity. Of course not. But different foods can be ordered. Wu Hai, in a good mood, was quite willing to engage in conversation with the beauty. Being an assistant director, Enya possessed exceptional reflexes and quickly understood, so that's how it is. Slurp? Slurp? Wu Hai finished his noodles in just a few bites, lifting the bowl to drink the remaining broth. In Yuan Zhou's establishment, there was no such thing as leftover food. The clean plate initiative was strictly enforced, and even the truck that collected scraps at night no longer visited. After a week of not collecting scraps, it had ceased to come altogether. Boss Yuan, my meal. Wu Hai wiped his mouth with a napkin pulled from his bag. It's coming. Yuan Zhou placed the tray directly in front of Wu Hai, gesturing for him to serve himself. This can be used to mix with rice, right? Wu Hai cautiously sought confirmation. Absolutely. Enjoy to your heart's content. Yuan Zhou shrugged, reclaiming the tray. Wonderful. Wu Hai cautiously dipped his chopsticks into a bit of chili oil. Savoring its flavor, a burst of fragrant, spicy, savory, and salty flavors overwhelmed him. Chili truly is the greatest invention of all time. The aromatic spiciness opened Wu Hai's appetite. He picked up a piece of beef the size of a bean. Chewing it slowly, the unique tenderness of the beef combined with the slight heat of the chili created a storm of sensations in his mouth. "Boss Yuan, this beef is extraordinary," Wu Hai exclaimed. Eyes wide in astonishment as he looked at Yuan Zhou, Wu Hai had long known that Yuan Zhou's ingredients were exceptional. The importance of quality ingredients accounted for at least 50% of a chef's skill. A great chef is akin to an artist, presenting the most exquisite flavors of food in the most perfect manner. Eating this beef instantly reminded Wu Hai of something he had once tasted at a friend's home, a prized delicacy. The European bison, known as Bos priscus, was one of the most famous extinct species in Europe. To confirm his suspicion, Wu Hai sampled 2 more pieces, setting down his chopsticks to savor the flavor. The meat was firm and chewy, yet delightfully tender, with a unique floral fragrance. This flavor was reminiscent of the national flower of Lithuania. The It is said that this European bison greatly enjoys this flower, as it possesses heat-clearing and detoxifying properties, and can alleviate symptoms from colds, fevers, toothaches, headaches, and bruises. The leaves and flowers also have a strong, distinctive aroma, and consuming them can repel mosquitoes. Every year, during the 36th month and the end of winter, European bison seek out this flower to consume. The European bison is most renowned for the special aroma inherent in its meat. Wu Hai was convinced that this beef was indeed the same dried delicacy he had tasted at his friend's house. After all, his friend had passionately explained it for nearly an hour, claiming that the piece of bison meat had been acquired with great effort, having been dried for too long, thus losing its original freshness and that subtle yarrow aroma, which had left his friend quite disappointed for some time. To make beef sauce with such an extinct meat, if people found out, they would be outraged. Wu Hai now felt certain that Yuan Zhou was anything but ordinary, as he had managed to procure what was commonly believed to be an extinct wild game for his chili sauce. That Wu Hai's gaze towards Yuan Zhou had markedly changed. "Oh, is it delicious?" Yuan Zhou replied to Wu Hai's astonishment with a calm inquiry. "Absolutely. It's incredibly tasty." Wu Hai, unsure of why Yuan Zhou asked, responded honestly. "That's good to hear." After this, Yuan Zhou began to greet new customers, as his little shop was bustling with business that evening, filling up in no time. Is that all? Wu Hai deeply felt that sometimes having a strategy is beneficial. For instance, Yuan Zhou should not hold back, but rather share how exceptional this beef is, allowing Wu Hai to showcase his own experiences elsewhere, with Yuan Zhou refraining from boasting. Wu Hai had no choice but to happily indulge in his chili sauce with fried rice. "Boss Yuan, I feel a bit down. I need one of everything on the menu to comfort my heart," Wu Hai declared, taking action to soothe himself. "Is this guy a pig? He eats way too much. What's the matter with you? There are still people in line behind you. Hurry up and finish eating," came a chorus of dissenting voices from behind. Wu Hai had long grown accustomed to this, ignoring them and continuing to place his order, his infuriating demeanor causing Yuan Zhou to feel a twinge of mischief. Phew, finally done with the rush. As soon as the peak hour arrived, Yuan Zhou found himself engulfed in a whirlwind of activity, darting back and forth between the kitchen and the dining area. Were it not for the system, managing to find change alone would have proven to be a cumbersome task. Given the overwhelming number of patrons. I haven't claimed my reward yet, he mused, stroking his chin as he recalled the reward he had obtained. Speaking of which, the pricing this time is rather low. After muttering to himself, he opened the system and promptly clicked to receive his reward. The clear soup noodle set materialized into a multitude of sparkling points, vanishing deep within his mind, just as he was about to pick up his toiletries. Yuan Zhou found himself frozen in place for a full minute. "System, are you being a bit too stingy?" He gritted his teeth and questioned. The system responded, "Reward has been claimed. The next task will be released in 2 days." Consisting of several smaller tasks. Upon the completion of each task, a reward mechanism will activate, allowing the host to draw rewards at will. Rewards. The glimmering word captivated Yuan Zhou instantly. The system continued. Each completed small task grants one opportunity to draw a prize. "What are the prizes?" Yuan Zhou inquired, his curiosity piqued. The system replied, "The host will draw at their discretion to find out." All right then, Yuan Zhou's curiosity subsided as he recalled the previous reward. "I must say. System, what on earth is this reward?" Yuan Zhou was utterly speechless at the sight of the clear soup noodle set in his mind. A serving of clear soup noodles, a bowl of broth, and 2 cloves of raw garlic. System, aren't you going to provide some explanation? He pressed on, though the system remained unresponsive as always. So this was what the legendary clear soup noodle set entailed. Fine, I understand now, he said, taking his toiletries and heading to the restroom. Rinsing away the fatigue under the sound of rushing water. As he stepped out of the restroom, a distant barking caught his attention. Sounding eerily like a child's cries filled with despair, piercing through the night, Yuan Zhou furrowed his brow, his acute senses alert as he ventured forward. A more anguished howl reached his ears, prompting him to halt. Well, I might as well take a look, he decided, draping a towel over his shoulder, his wet hair dripping as he shuffled downstairs in his slippers. Standing in the kitchen, he listened closely and discerned that the sound was emanating from the back door. With a click, he turned the doorknob. It was 11 o'clock at night. The bustling office building that had thrived during the day was now shrouded in darkness, save for a few scattered lights. Likely only the security personnel and those working late shifts remained. Huh, where did it go? It couldn't have died, could it? Yuan Zhou mused, glancing around under the dim light of a street lamp, the narrow brick path behind his small shop. Barely distinguishable as a street, merely served to separate the old houses from the newly constructed CBD office buildings. The environment was less than ideal, damp and somewhat dirty, but it was merely the back door of his establishment. Suddenly, his foot slipped, nearly causing him to fall. Steadying himself against the wall, he finally spotted the wailing dog. It lay next to a garbage bin at the end of the narrow path, on a damp surface covered with a snakeskin bag. Panting heavily. As he approached, he realized it was a pet dog, its once beautiful chocolate-colored curls now tangled and dirty, revealing patches of tender pink skin. Upon noticing Yuan Zhou, the dog only glanced at him warily, before lowering its head to its back legs. Despite the visible blood, skin disease, Yuan Zhou thought, having always harbored a fondness for dogs but never owning one, as having a dog in a restaurant often made customers feel uneasy. Seeing the plight of this dog, he felt compelled to offer assistance. Returning to his shop, he boiled some noodles, then took a bowl and began to eat while walking towards the dog. By the time he reached the dog, only a few bites remained. This is all I can do for you. Hopefully, it helps, he said, pouring the remaining broth into another bowl and placing it a meter away from the dog before turning to leave. If that little poodle could speak, it would likely be cursing its luck. After all, it was a stray dog stricken with illness, and now it had to watch another dog eat noodles, followed by the broth. Feeling rather heroic for doing a good deed, Yuan Zhou found himself rising unusually early the next day. Oh my, Yuan boss, you're up so early today? A line had formed outside his shop, with about 7 or 8 people waiting for soup dumplings, all intrigued by the sudden opening of the door, their surprise outweighing their joy. Yes, I woke up early today, Yuan Zhou nodded, retreating to his domain. Little master, early to bed and early to rise is good for health, keep it up. The elderly gentleman was the first to enter, followed by others who formed an orderly queue, all eager for a meal. Yuan boss, is the sun rising from the west today? Wu Hai chimed in, his typical banter. I think it is a bit early today. Perhaps I should go back to sleep? Yuan Zhou replied with a serious expression. Wu Hai was suddenly met with several piercing gazes, particularly from the elderly gentleman, whose authoritative glare felt akin to being suppressed by the Buddha himself, causing Wu Hai to swiftly change the subject. Yuan boss is just joking. He is a diligent person. Shall we have breakfast then? Wu Hai suggested, stroking his little beard as he took a seat. Little master, I'll have a serving of soup dumplings. Oh, and there are noodles now. I'll take a bowl of noodles, just that noodle set. The elderly gentleman, seeing Yuan Zhou's playful demeanor, decided not to say much more and simply ordered from the menu. Yuan boss, you really have a variety. There were no noodle sets yesterday, and now there are, Wu Hai murmured under his breath. Boss, soup dumplings. The others rushed to place their orders. It was only after everyone had ordered that Yuan Zhou announced. I am sorry, but we don't have soup dumplings this morning. Huh. Everyone in the shop turned to stare at Yuan Zhou, who suddenly found himself experiencing Wu Hai's earlier feeling of disbelief. We don't have soup dumplings this morning, he shrugged, his expression calm. Yuan boss, you really should have gone back to sleep. I haven't had soup dumplings in 8 days, a casually dressed man grumbled. Resting his forehead in discontent. Was Yuan Zhou's nonchalant reply. It seems that wanting to eat Yuan boss's soup dumplings requires some luck. I'll settle for the noodle set then. The elderly gentleman sighed deeply, as if his resignation would somehow compel Yuan Zhou to feel guilty enough to prepare the dumplings. Yet, seeing Yuan Zhou's unperturbed demeanor, he could only settle for a dish he hadn't tried before. "Yuan boss, can you give me a definitive answer? Will there be soup dumplings available in the future?" Another man in sportswear directly inquired. "Yes, just not today," Yuan Zhou replied confidently. "Then when?" The man in sportswear pressed eagerly, wanting to know so he could plan his visit accordingly. "I don't know." Yuan Zhou maintained his straightforward style. The man in sportswear fell silent, utterly defeated. "What will everyone have today?" Yuan Zhou asked. Noticing that the group had settled down. "Set menu." Noodle set. Wu Hai decided on the dish he had the night before. "Egg fried rice," the man in sportswear stated, his tone filled with an inexplicable sense of frustration. Once everyone had placed their orders, Yuan Zhou set to work. His increasingly skilled movements while making fried rice were a sight to behold, effortlessly combining precision and flair, which Wu Hai greatly admired. The fried rice was presented first, followed by the noodle set, which consisted of a bowl of soup and an empty plate. Yuan Zhou looked puzzled as he raised his head to see a new small cabinet above, only about 10 centimeters in length and width. Last night, due to the rather disappointing reward, Yuan Zhou hadn't noticed anything new. Now, upon opening it, he found it filled with neatly arranged garlic cloves. "Am I supposed to peel these myself?" he thought, feeling that the system's reward was merely a ploy to inconvenience him. However, with an order in hand, he had no choice but to peel them. He casually peeled 2 cloves and placed them in the dish. "Leaving the skins on, your clear soup noodle sets," Yuan Zhou announced, placing the tray in front of the elderly gentleman and Wu Hai. Their reactions were immediate and stunned, mirroring Yuan Zhou's initial disbelief. "What on earth is this? Little master, is this really the set meal?" the elderly gentleman questioned, inspecting the dish, which contained only a bowl of broth and 2 unpeeled cloves of garlic. "Yuan boss, even if this is a rare red-skinned garlic, it is still just garlic." Wu Hai stared blankly at the so-called set meal before him, which consisted of just 2 cloves of garlic and a bowl of broth, priced an exorbitant 40 yuan. "Well, give it a try," Yuan Zhou replied matter-of-factly. "Little master, if this garlic were pickled, I could give it a taste." But raw garlic, the elderly gentleman trailed off, clearly unable to accept the raw garlic. "I can handle spice, but I can't eat raw garlic." Wu Hai instinctively pushed the garlic dish away, thinking about how the pungent odor would hinder any chance of charming a lady. "This is lipstick garlic. It's flavorless. Just give it a try," Yuan Zhou insisted confidently, for the system had already provided its assurance. The system then stated, "The red garlic in this system, once consumed, will not impart any unpleasant flavor." Garlic is a biennial herbaceous plant belonging to the allium genus of the lily family, renowned for its bulbous roots utilized in medicinal applications. The garlic used in this system has undergone exclusive modifications to eliminate the unpleasant odor typically associated with its consumption, resulting in the creation of a unique variety known as rouge garlic that refreshes the breath. This rouge garlic incorporates distinctive substances found in both purple and white garlic, leading to the development of a new strain that enhances the levels of allicin and alliinase, thus producing a more potent antibacterial effect. This garlic compound exhibits formidable destructive power against cysteine and bacteria, achieving optimal health benefits. It is worth noting that these beneficial compounds are present in raw garlic, yet they significantly degrade or lose their efficacy when subjected to heat. "Well, I am not particularly fond of raw garlic," the elder insisted on his preference. Jiang considered for a moment before saying, "All right, I shall consume the garlic first, then the noodles." This way, any lingering taste would be masked by the deliciousness of the noodles. "Boss Yuan, could you at least peel the garlic before serving?" Jiang grumbled as he picked up the garlic, peeling it while complaining. "Self-reliance leads to abundance," Yuan Zhou replied, arms crossed, observing Jiang. "Ahem, your command of language is quite commendable, Boss Yuan," Jiang remarked dryly. "Thank you for the compliment. I share the sentiment," Yuan Zhou responded without hesitation. Accepting Jiang's praise, Jiang found himself at a loss for words, but fortunately he had finished peeling the garlic. The rouge garlic boasts an appealing appearance. The outer skin is a deep crimson, while the cloves within are not the ordinary white but a delicate shade of pink, exuding a youthful charm. Instead of the pungent odor typical of other garlic varieties, it carries a refreshing plant-like fragrance. Jiang inspected it in his hand before popping a clove into his mouth, taking a cautious bite. Some regions have a strong affinity for raw garlic. For instance, in Jincheng, whole heads of garlic are placed on every restaurant table for patrons, while in Chang'an, People consume raw garlic alongside their noodles. However, Zhayong was certainly not one to indulge in such practices. As he chewed the garlic, he was relieved it was rouge garlic, as ordinary garlic could be overwhelmingly pungent for those unaccustomed to it. Once bitten, the aroma of the garlic intensified, causing Zhaoyang's eyes to brighten as he quickened his chewing. With each bite, the fragrance grew more pronounced, invigorating him, and he quickly finished a clove, feeling considerably more alert. The morning's haze dissipating entirely. "This garlic is truly delightful," Zhaoyang exclaimed, instinctively covering his mouth, fearing the aroma might be overwhelming, yet the flavor was refreshingly pleasant, infused with a hint of herbal fragrance that was far from overpowering. "Huff," he exhaled, testing the aroma, and was pleased to discover it was indeed as described. He still remembered his toothpaste brand, Yunnan Baiyao, which had a minty flavor. This, however, was clearly not mint. "There really is no strong flavor," he murmured to himself, proceeding to peel another clove. "Zhang, this garlic is appetizing. It truly is wonderful. You should give it a try," he urged the elder seated beside him while peeling. "You see, I ate it, and there was no strong flavor. And it isn't spicy at all." "Oh, not spicy?" Elder Zheng inquired, setting down his chopsticks. "You'll understand once you try it." Zhaoyang indicated for the elder to sample it directly. "All right, I shall have a taste." Elder Zheng, not one to waste food, realized that a bowl of noodle soup plus 2 cloves of garlic cost 40 yuan, and not eating would be wasteful. He carefully peeled a clove, sniffed it cautiously, and placed it in his mouth. That he too was soon captivated by the unique aroma and appetizing sensation of the rouge garlic. Being of advanced age, with his internal organs inevitably deteriorating, Elder Zheng found that although Yuan Zhou's dishes were delicious, he typically only ordered one type to feel full, though he could manage a couple of soup dumplings. Now, with the rouge garlic in his stomach, he felt more energized and comfortable, and the flavors of the noodles seemed to emerge with newfound clarity, akin to an enhanced sensitivity to taste, igniting his appetite. Of course, Elder Zhang's newfound appetite merely indicated an increased enjoyment of food rather than a sudden desire to consume 2 additional bowls. It merely heightened the warmth derived from the meal. "Is this truly garlic? Boss Yuan's creations are never simplistic. I generally dislike garlic. Yet today I've consumed 2 cloves. 40 yuan, averaging 20 yuan per clove. Though quite expensive, it was worth it." The rouge garlic instantly gained 2 new admirers. Typically, Yuan Zhou's establishment opens for just an hour in the morning. And soon that hour had elapsed. Those accustomed to his morning closures found the doors once again tightly shut. Slurp, slurp, Yuan Zhou prepared noodles as usual, finishing the bowl in a few bites and carrying the remaining broth out through the back door. The alley appeared less dark and damp during the day, with unknown wildflowers sprouting between the bricks, and the moss on the stone bricks added an antique charm. Upon reaching the end of the alley, the stray dog from the previous night lay on a burlap sack, silent this time, lacking its own legs. In daylight, it was clearer that this dog was not a purebred poodle. Its brown fur was interspersed with black, and not all of it was curled, revealing numerous patches of raw flesh. It appeared to be ill, possibly discarded for not being purebred. The bowl from the previous night was now empty, placed in front of the small dog. As Yuan Zhou approached, the dog raised its head briefly before lying back down, displaying a disinterest in movement. Yuan Zhou had no intention of adopting it. Instead, he poured the noodle broth into yesterday's bowl and turned to leave. The small dog watched Yuan Zhou until he was far away, then cautiously approached to drink the broth. A nearby woman, who seemed to live close by, observed this scene, dressed in a simple cotton t-shirt and holding a piece of bread. She approached. "Why is this person giving rice soup?" "Oh, it's noodle broth. It actually smells quite nice." As the aroma of noodles wafted through the air, the woman corrected herself, then began to coax the small dog. "Good dog. Noodle broth won't fill you up. Here, have some bread." Chapter 51. A red envelope from the system. Come, place your bets. Let us see what Boss Yuan prepares this morning. A seemingly refined gentleman clad in a suit and tie, holding a briefcase, called out to those waiting in line while displaying the signs for soup dumplings and noodle soup. His familiarity suggested he was no novice. "Jida, are you playing this again?" A muscular man casually pulled the suited man aside. "Well, it's almost 9 o'clock. I just wanted to have some fun with everyone without delaying work," the suited man replied nonchalantly. "Hurry, place your bets. Each person can only wager 1 yuan, no more." The suited man wandered around with his briefcase. "Hey, why don't you have the option for Boss Yuan not opening?" a big-eyed beauty asked curiously, holding a 1 yuan note. "Miss, you wouldn't understand. This is just for fun. Everyone's waiting to eat, so of course." We hope he opens. If Boss Yuan oversleeps again, we'll have nothing to eat, the suited man explained, using animated gestures that amused the beauty. Haha, I see. Then I'll bet on the soup dumplings, the big-eyed beauty said, cheerfully placing her note down. I hope you win today, beautiful. The suited man winked, offering early congratulations before departing. Time ticked by, yet there were no signs of Yuan Zhou's small establishment opening. Looks like Boss Yuan must have gone shopping late again, a regular patron, who was plump, remarked while patting his belly. Why does Boss Yuan always go shopping at night? The suited man returned his wager, realizing it wasn't too much, only a little over 10 yuan total. Exactly. If he shops late, he certainly won't get up early. The muscular man also began to head back. Indeed, Yuan Zhou's excuse for not opening in the morning was that he needed to procure the freshest ingredients at the crack of dawn, which required considerable effort. Therefore, despite any complaints, the patrons could only grumble a bit. The truth, however, remained known only to the heavens. Nevertheless, Yuan Zhou's pleasant dreams were abruptly interrupted. Ding! Suddenly, the system emitted a sound, jolting Yuan Zhou awake from his slumber. What is happening? He murmured groggily. Unable to fully awaken, the system displayed a message. Congratulations, host, on successfully operating for a month. As a reward, you have received a red envelope from the system, which is a cash reward, available for immediate collection. A red envelope? Good, Yuan Zhou replied in a daze. Wait, a red envelope, a cash red envelope. At this, Yuan Zhou was completely alert, leaping from his bed to confirm. The system reiterated, confirmed as a cash red envelope. Ready for collection. The system actually gives me red envelopes? How extravagant, Yuan Zhou asked in disbelief. The system responded, red envelope available for collection. All right then, it wouldn't just be a dime, would it? As a young man who often found himself in a hurry, Yuan Zhou was familiar with the tradition of during the new year, where some would send out large red envelopes only to follow up with a meager dime, or send out 21 yuan envelopes, where good fortune might yield a dime. Now, with the system inexplicably offering him a red envelope, Yuan Zhou's first instinct was skepticism, followed by the expectation that this miserly system might just give him a dime as a consolation prize. Past experiences lingered in his mind. The system urged, please collect the red envelope promptly. Now it's pushing me to collect. Yuan Zhou sighed in resignation, clicking on the red envelope marked with the words successful opening. In an instant, a thick red envelope unexpectedly appeared in his hand. Indeed, it was remarkably substantial, suggesting it contained far more than just a mere 10,000. However, Yuan Zhou harbored a strong suspicion that the contents amounted to nothing more than a single dime, albeit significantly larger than just that. Let's tear it open to find out, he declared. With a swift motion, he ripped open the envelope. Wow, Yuan Zhou couldn't help but exclaim, as he discovered it was filled to the brim with soft sister currency, red bills. All of them. Is it possible that I woke up incorrectly today? He pondered, questioning his own fortune. After a lengthy deliberation that yielded no clarity, he ultimately abandoned the thought, recognizing that the most pressing matter at hand was to count the generous reward from the system. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. After counting twice, he confirmed there was a total of a whopping 150,000. The system truly delivers a cash reward. Yuan Zhou's excitement surged. At that moment, the system transmitted another notification this time. It was a friendly reminder. The system stated, the host's business has been operational for a full month and needs to pay the business tax at the tax bureau to facilitate smooth operations moving forward. Yuan Zhou found himself momentarily bewildered. What is going on? Am I only entitled to 23% of the earnings each day, and I still have to pay taxes? He questioned, clenching the freshly acquired bills that had yet to warm in his grasp. The system clarified, the business tax will be calculated at 6% of the actual sales revenue. Actual sales? But I haven't received that much. Yuan Zhou felt wronged, knowing that the bulk of the profits belonged to the system, while he bore the tax burden. Nevertheless, he merely lamented. The saying, no good deed goes unpunished, rings true, he mused. No wonder you handed out red envelopes today. It was all for tax purposes. How much do I owe in total? As someone who counted money every night, Yuan Zhou found it easy to ascertain his earnings, yet determining how much he owed was a different story altogether. As he struggled with mathematics, the system revealed, the host's monthly revenue can be reported as 589,800 yuan, requiring a total payment of 6%, which amounts to 215,388. But system, you only gave me 15,000. Where's the rest? Yuan Zhou gazed longingly at the bills that had yet to warm in his hands. The system responded, The host must pay this amount independently. Very well, system, Yuan Zhou replied. Speechless to his dismay, he realized he would have to supplement by an additional 65,388, initially thrilled by the prospect of a large red envelope. His mood soured. Despite having earned 697,960 last month, the thought of the tax burden weighed heavily on him. After all is said and done, that leaves me with 632,572. What a laborious month, he muttered while preparing for the day. Had anyone heard his complaints, they would likely have found them absurd. Over 600,000 in a month, yet lamenting the toil. This revenue, aside from his former salary of 3,000, was an amount that would typically take years for many to accumulate, surpassing the annual earnings of most white-collar workers. Yuan Zhou understood this well, and thus resolved to comply with the tax payment, allowing himself a few grumbles. Taking advantage of the early hour, he exited through the back door, ensuring to bring a bowl of noodle soup for the stray dog. Taxi, now elevated to the status of a wealthy individual. Yuan Zhou indulged in the luxury of hailing a cab for purchasing a car. He had little interest in vehicles and thus lacked a driver's license. Driver, to the Municipal Tax Bureau, he instructed. Settling back to rest in the taxi. Chapter 52. Revenue of 3 million inches is easy. The taxi came to a halt in the designated drop-off area. We've arrived at the tax bureau. That will be 22 yuan, the driver informed him. Here you go. 25, Yuan Zhou replied, extracting a bill from his black wallet and handing it over, waiting patiently for his change. The driver returned promptly with 3 yuan, which Yuan Zhou tucked away in his wallet. The tax bureau was approximately 200 meters from the drop-off point. Though Yuan Zhou appeared mature for his age, he stood at a commendable height of 177 centimeters, and he ambled at a leisurely pace. Reaching the lobby within 5 minutes, the tax bureau's lobby was bright and spacious, with clear signage indicating where payments could be made. Yuan Zhou, prepared to part with his hard-earned money, queued to obtain a number. The payment process at the tax bureau mirrored that of a bank. After confirming the size of his establishment, he presented his business license to pay taxes. As a sole proprietor, Yuan Zhou was subject to a fixed tax rate, which was not exorbitant. However, his small establishment necessitated compliance with the small-scale taxpayer regulations due to pricing issues. Various windows catered to different types of businesses, individual proprietors, small-scale taxpayers, production enterprises, and commercial enterprises, making the process rather complex. In contrast, chain restaurants or larger dining establishments typically had payments processed directly through the bank, having obtained a business license and operating permit, as well as the price verification from the Price Bureau. Yuan Zhou understood he needed to self-report his revenue for the first month. Holding the form, he faced a moral dilemma. Should he underreport to reduce his tax liability? Yet, the thought of his prominently displayed prices and daily foot traffic made it clear that any discrepancies would not withstand scrutiny. Ultimately, he opted to report the system's revenue figures. His turn came swiftly at window 1. Hello, please present your business license copy, Price Bureau approval document, identification, and completed revenue report, instructed a charming young woman behind the counter. Her Mandarin impeccable and her voice sweet. Here they are, Yuan Zhou said, handing over all the documents in one go. Afterward, he retrieved a bank card to make the payment, initially considering cash. However, he realized that carrying such a significant amount of cash would draw too much attention, especially without a large bag to conceal it. Given his lack of physical prowess, he quietly abandoned that idea and prepared to pay by card instead. Sir, it appears there may be an error in your reported revenue. This cannot be altered and requires a fresh submission, the clerk remarked, examining Yuan Zhou's form. No, that's accurate, Yuan Zhou asserted confidently, shaking his head. Your establishment is 30 square meters, yet your reported revenue exceeds 3 million. Are you certain this isn't a mistake? The clerk inquired with a hint of skepticism, adding, this will result in a substantial tax liability. My shop is unique. That's indeed the correct figure, Yuan Zhou replied firmly. The clerk, now somewhat irked, refrained from further warnings and summoned the deputy section chief. Xiao Qian. What's the matter? A balding man in a tailored suit approached, inquiring. Xiao Qian briefly recounted the situation, and the deputy section chief, glancing at Yuan Zhou, who sat composedly, said, Let me handle this. Young man, take a good look at your documents. If you fill them out incorrectly, you will be obliged to adhere to that standard for tax payments. Your shop is too small. You may struggle to meet the obligations, the deputy section chief remarked in a calm, yet pointed tone. I'm sorry, but I'm not quite following. All my documents are in order. Is there an issue? Yuan Zhou asked, gesturing to the papers in the deputy's hands. You seem unwilling to listen. Consider your position carefully, the deputy section chief replied. Growing frustrated as he prepared to process Yuan Zhou's submission despite his protests. Upon reviewing the documents, everything appeared standard until he reached the Price Bureau's approved pricing. Each restaurant could set its own prices. But these had to be pre-approved by the Price Bureau. Yuan Zhou's approved base price for fried rice was 188 yuan, and those at the Bureau had initially thought him to be jesting. Who would pay such a price at a less than 50 square meter establishment? The deputy section chief was astonished by the combination of this pricing and Yuan Zhou's reported revenue, which seemed reasonable if the pricing was accurate. However, the business license clearly indicated a 30 square meter shop. The deputy section chief began to suspect either his eyesight or Yuan Zhou's credibility. After organizing all the documents, he addressed Yuan Zhou again. Sir, your tax amount has been confirmed at 215. 388, that will you be paying by card or cash? By card. Yuan Zhou replied boldly, producing his card from his wallet and handing it over. Please wait a moment, the deputy section chief said as he completed the transaction. Please enter your PIN. Once the payment was processed smoothly, Yuan Zhou left the tax bureau with a receipt in hand, feeling as though he was a mythical creature that only entered but never exited. Meanwhile, the deputy section chief took all the documents to the office of the section chief. Knock. Knock. Come in. A resonant voice called from within. Li, come have a seat. What brings you here? Upon opening the door, a sharply dressed, meticulously groomed middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 40s, greeted him warmly. Chief, the situation is as follows. Li briefly outlined the matter at hand. Deputy Section Chief Li has performed exceptionally well. It is quite suspicious that such a small establishment generates such substantial revenue. The section chief initially concurred with Mediterranean's statement, but then shifted the conversation. However, we lack concrete evidence, so it would be prudent for Deputy Section Chief Li to personally investigate the situation. As we are spending taxpayers' money, we must ensure our efforts yield tangible results. The section chief regarded Mediterranean with an optimistic expression. Very well. I shall go and take a look tomorrow morning. Mediterranean, realizing the section chief had made up his mind, could only acquiesce. Just as Yuan Zhou stepped out of the door, he unexpectedly received a new assignment. The nature of the task left Yuan Zhou utterly bewildered. Chapter 53, Phase 1 Task. System, what on earth is this task? Yuan Zhou raised a hand to his forehead, inwardly lamenting. The system responded, in light of the host having leveled up twice. An upgrade phase task has been activated. The phase task required the host to close the establishment for 3 days starting today. The task description read, as a candidate for the title of Culinary God. How can one abstain from conducting field research? Go forth, young one, and embrace the waves. Task reward, the recipe for watermelon juice. System, I have no inclination to frolic. Yuan Zhou declared firmly, presenting himself as a diligent young man devoted to his work. The system replied, the aura of leisure that surrounds you is undeniable. Do not deceive yourself. Phase tasks are non-negotiable. Standing idly at the entrance of the tax office felt rather peculiar. Yuan Zhou hastily departed, intending to hail a taxi while simultaneously voicing his rebuttal to the system. System, please do not impose such a frivolous demeanor upon me. That is likely a reflection of your own thoughts. Subsequently, the system fell silent again. Driver, please take me to number 14 Taoshi Road. Yuan Zhou signaled a taxi, and after relaying the destination, he began to contemplate a plausible excuse for taking leave. Suddenly, he straightened in his seat, put his hand down, and retrieved his phone from his pocket to search for some information. Ji Lu arrived. This driver was rather taciturn, only speaking briefly before waiting quietly for Yuan Zhou to settle the fare. Thank you, driver. Bang. After paying, Yuan Zhou exited the taxi through the back door. As he passed by a pile of refuse, the scruffy teddy dog lay sprawled on a burlap sack, showing no reaction to Yuan Zhou's presence. It was only after Yuan Zhou disappeared into the alley that the languid teddy dog lazily lifted its head to glance around. With a creak, Yuan Zhou unlocked the back door and stepped inside. Greeted by a refreshing breeze and the absence of any greasy odors in the kitchen, that he rushed up the stairs 2 at a time, directly pulling open the drawer of the bedside table, where he found some A4 paper left over from his last purchase. Grabbing a pen from the computer desk, he swiftly penned a few bold characters. Exiting through the back door, Yuan Zhou bribed a small boy with 2 yuan to help him affix the notice to the front door. After casting a distant glance, he swaggered off to find something to eat. As it was nearly lunchtime that he asked for why he didn't post the notice himself. Yuan Zhou was likely aware that if any of his regular customers spotted him doing so, he might end up dining in the hospital cafeteria. With this thought, he couldn't help but commend his own cleverness. Jia, wait a moment. As the lunch break commenced, Gao Ying, who had previously dined on fried rice at Yuan Zhou's small establishment, was in a hurry to leave. Before she could reach the elevator, she was called to a halt. Elegantly turning at the sound, Gao Ying, dressed in her perpetually unchanged skirt suit, greeted the new girl from the Human Resources Department with a warm inquiry. What is it? Thank you. Jia. If it weren't for you this morning. Before the newcomer could finish her sentence, Gao Ying interrupted. Let us talk as we walk. She gestured for the new girl to keep pace with her. The new girl, whose name was Wei Wei, had a youthful visage and exuded a friendly aura. Having just graduated from university, this was her first job, and she demonstrated remarkable learning ability, being both obedient and sensible. However, she was somewhat impulsive. This morning, she had mistakenly filled out a critical form, which Gao Ying had fortuitously intercepted, leading to some careful guidance. Let us take the elevator. Gao Ying stepped into the elevator first, with Wei Wei trailing behind like a little sister. Now you can speak. Once the elevator was in motion, Gao Ying glanced at Wei Wei and prompted her to continue. I just wanted to thank you. Jia, without you, I would have surely been scolded today. Wei Wei stuck out her tongue playfully, her youthful vibrance evident. No need for thanks, we are colleagues. Gao Ying replied nonchalantly. Oh, I heard you didn't bring lunch today. So I'd like to treat you to something delicious. Wei Wei looked at Gao Ying cautiously, adding, I assure you it's very clean. Having heard that there was a particularly delectable fried rice place nearby that always had long lines, Wei Wei had longed to try it and saw this as the perfect opportunity to invite Gao Ying along. Gao Ying had initially intended to dine at Yuan Zhou's place that day, but seeing Wei Wei's earnestness, she felt it inappropriate to decline and agreed. Upon exiting the company, Wei Wei eagerly took the lead, enthusiastically praising the restaurant they were headed to, her excitement palpable. Jia, I've heard it's really delicious. On my first day here, many people were raving about this place. Jia, I know you're a bit of a clean freak, but I promise this restaurant is super clean. So don't worry. Gao Ying replied absent-mindedly, but as she listened to Wei Wei's descriptions, it seemed they were heading toward the very small, unassuming eatery she had in mind, and the route they took only confirmed her thoughts. Being treated to a meal at a place she had wanted to visit was indeed fortunate, especially for someone with Gao Ying's cleanliness standards. That a faint smile graced her lips. The two women chatted animatedly as they quickly approached the small street where Yuan Zhou's establishment was located, and from a distance, they could see a lively scene at the entrance. Look, Jia, there are indeed many people waiting in line. Let us hurry. Wei Wei exclaimed, bounding ahead. They soon arrived at the entrance, only to discover that the situation was not as they had anticipated. The murmurs they heard sounded like complaints directed at the shop owner. Boss Yuan is such a scammer. He doesn't announce when he is closing. Now we have to settle for something else to stave off hunger. One man declared. Exactly. How can Boss Yuan be like this? I certainly won't be returning tomorrow. A tall, skinny individual echoed indignantly. Hey, didn't you say that last time too? Yet here you are again. The tall man was immediately called out, but he, undeterred, retorted, if there were anywhere else that served fried rice as delicious as this, I definitely wouldn't come back. He huffed defiantly. Who can argue with that? Came a sigh from the waiting crowd. After listening for a while, Wei Wei could no longer contain her curiosity. What is going on? Is it closed? Little girl, go check for yourself. It's posted on the door. The tall man pointed to the A4 paper affixed to the entrance. Oh, Wei Wei stepped forward. Intrigued by the notice that it stated that due to today being May 28th, recognized as National Leisure Day, the establishment would remain closed for the day. The notice was signed by the store owner. Upon reading this unconventional reason for closure, Wei Wei was initially taken aback, followed by a sinking feeling. I'm sorry, Jia. Wei Wei looked at Gao Ying with a pitiful expression, her face tinged with embarrassment, having eagerly brought someone along to dine. And after boasting about how wonderful the food was, only to find the establishment closed was disheartening. But what on earth is National Leisure Day? She had never heard of such a thing, let alone that it was a public holiday. Wei Wei suddenly felt as if she and the owner lived in entirely different realms. Meanwhile, upon seeing the notice, Gao Ying merely raised an eyebrow and soothingly remarked, It's all right. I've been here before. And the owner has quite the personality. Oh, Ingjia has been here before. Do tell. Wei Wei, reassured, quickly forgot her embarrassment and followed after Gao Ying, relentlessly inquiring. Chapter 54. A refreshingly unique reason for closure. In May, the weather in Chengdu was still quite mild. Yuan Zhou began to stroll through the food street, dressed in a simple patterned t-shirt and khaki casual pants, his attire reflecting little change from before. The only difference being that he had previously avoided light-colored clothing, a concern he no longer held. This food promenade was the largest in the entire city, lined with small shops, with the ground floor mostly catering to budget-conscious consumers. During lunchtime, the bustling atmosphere and high-foot traffic were evident. Yuan Zhou, undemanding when it came to food, approached a place that emanated the freshest aromas. Old City Steamed Bun Shop, he read the sign and proceeded inside. What mattered most was the freshness of the ingredients, not the specific dish. The interior was filled with patrons, most of whom were enjoying buns and congee, each relishing their meals. One basket of vegetable buns, one bowl of congee, and one bowl of white fungus soup, please. Yuan Zhou scanned the sparse menu and began to place his order. Coming right up, please hold on. This small eatery was run by a husband and wife team. The middle-aged man appeared honest and sturdy, his arms muscular and flushed from kneading dough, while the wife sported a fashionable hairstyle, applied light makeup, and exuded a sharp, efficient demeanor, swiftly handling orders and payments without delay. Your buns, congee, and white fungus soup can be found in that container over there. The proprietress approached with a tray, presenting a steaming basket of 4 buns that released a fragrant waft of wheat. Upon receiving the congee, Yuan Zhou noted its warm temperature, just right for consumption, accompanied by a small dish of seaweed on the tray. After taking a sip of congee to moisten his throat, he began to pick up a bun to taste. The buns emanate an enticing freshness, the aroma of flour unmistakably revealing itself with a single bite. The delicate fragrance of the vegetables rushes down his throat, prompting Yuan Zhou to furrow his brow slightly. Ever since enhancing his senses, no subtle aroma in the dishes could escape his discerning palate and keen nose. At this moment, alongside the enticing scent of the dough and the crispness of the vegetables, there lies an undeniable fishy odor. The vegetable buns, lacking any oil, require the addition of some fat during the mixing of the filling to achieve harmony. However, the taste of this oil is evidently of inferior quality, which Yuan Zhou finds utterly intolerable. He hastily consumes the bun skin along with a porridge that bears the stale flavor of aged rice. System. This meal is truly difficult to swallow. Yuan Zhou cannot help but express his discontent. The system promptly responds, the host needs to learn the heartfelt dedication of each chef. Please continue your exploration. If it's about learning, must you phrase it as exploration? Yuan Zhou expresses his frustration with the system's choice of words. Consequently, he must now embark on a quest for another establishment to sample. Thus, the first day concludes amidst Yuan Zhou's various culinary expenditures. Ring, ring, ring. Early in the morning, Yuan Zhou awakens to the sound of his phone ringing. Rising with a singular purpose, he grabs the A4 paper he prepared the previous day and slaps it onto his front door. Slipping into his slippers, he retreats to his room, intending to catch a few more moments of sleep. However, Yuan Zhou is rather naive. Just as he returns upstairs and is about to lie down, a cacophony of voices erupts from downstairs. Upon closer inspection, he realizes they are urging him to open the door. After some contemplation, he decides to freshen up and head out. Meanwhile, on the other side, Deputy Section Chief Li, who had promised to come by today, is on his way to the tax bureau. In truth, Deputy Section Chief Li is reluctant. For a small establishment with issues, it would suffice to notify the Industrial and Commercial Bureau directly. He is left wondering what his superior is truly thinking. Even if this assignment is mandated by his superior, Deputy Section Chief Li proceeds cautiously, first clocking in to ensure that all procedures are duly followed. Where is Deputy Section Chief Li headed? Just as he finishes this procedure and is about to leave, he encounters another Deputy Section Chief, Wang. Deputy Section Chief Wang, I am off to address a matter instructed by the chief. And you? Deputy Section Chief Li halts to respond. Oh, Deputy Section Chief Li, it seems you have caught the chief's attention. I shan't disturb you any further. With a smile, Deputy Section Chief Wang offers a few compliments before taking his leave. Puzzled, Deputy Section Chief Li resolves to first attend to the chief's directives, patting his substantial belly as he heads to the parking lot for his vehicle. The tax bureau is only a 20-minute journey from Yuan Zhou's small establishment, and Deputy Section Chief Li arrives in a steady 25 minutes. Meanwhile, a spectacle awaits him outside Yuan Zhou's door. "Hey, does anyone know what Boss Yuan is up to?" someone loudly inquires. "Who knows? It's been 2 days since he opened," another voice chimes in, clearly dissatisfied. "This absurd excuse is more than enough. Can't he just run a proper restaurant?" The discontent echoes among the crowd. At this juncture, a timid female voice interjects. "I checked, and yesterday was indeed National Love to Share Day. Is that really a thing?" Her statement garners immediate attention. Is that what matters now? Eating is the priority. The previous speaker is silenced, and a new discussion ensues as Deputy Section Chief Li arrives amidst this scene. What on earth is happening? Could it be that something has already gone awry? He muses, observing the agitated crowd. Hesitating for a moment, he decides to approach and gather information. "Excuse me, what seems to be the issue? Did the boss abscond with the money?" Recalling Yuan Zhou's revenue declarations, Deputy Section Chief Li poses the question decisively. "You must be new. That's not the case. We're all just waiting to eat." The question man glances back at Deputy Section Chief Li and explains. "Waiting to eat? There are other places. Why wait here?" Deputy Section Chief Li is perplexed. Since his arrival, it has already been 20 minutes. How can these people be waiting to dine when the establishment is closed? "You don't understand. Not being taken advantage of is a good thing," the man replies, a peculiar smile gracing his face, one that sends a chill down Deputy Section Chief Li's spine. "Perhaps I should proceed to investigate further," he mutters under his breath, slowly making his way toward the entrance. At the forefront, it is strikingly evident that the establishment has no sign hanging. Deputy Section Chief Li, aware that the shop's name had long been registered, wonders if their absence of a sign indicates some form of guilt. Just as he contemplates this, he is met with a notice affixed to the door. The notice declares that today is International Day of United Nations Peacekeepers, a statutory holiday, and thus the establishment will be closed for the day. Deputy Section Chief Li feels certain he must have misread it. As a public servant, he is quite familiar with holidays, yet this statutory holiday leaves him uncertain. The girl who had just checked yesterday's date, still clutching her phone, searches once more and, upon discovering the holiday is indeed legitimate, raises her device and exclaims, "I just found out that this holiday really exists." "What?" Deputy Section Chief Li, whose reaction is the most animated, steps forward to scrutinize her phone closely. Upon confirming the existence of this holiday, he finds himself speechless, and the others share his sentiment. Goodness, what on earth is this boss thinking? Chapter 55, The Distinction of Abalone, Truly. It is a challenge for Boss Yuan, going to such lengths to research these peculiar holidays. A voice grumbles through gritted teeth, revealing deep-seated dissatisfaction. "In that case, Inine, check if there are any odd holidays tomorrow," the Nowcom man instructs. It turns out the girl who had been searching was named Inine, and she obediently responds before diligently resuming her search. Meanwhile, Deputy Section Chief Li, having regained his composure, curiously inquires, "Will the boss open tomorrow? What if he runs away? I've heard the items in the shop are rather pricey." "You're new and know nothing. If Boss Yuan isn't a chef, it would be a waste of his talent," another retorts, implying that if Yuan Zhou were not a chef, he would be better off elsewhere. This blunt statement resonates with the majority, garnering nods of agreement. At this point, Deputy Section Chief Li concedes, however. With the shop closed, returning without a satisfactory report would be unsatisfactory, so he decides to return tomorrow morning to reassess before providing his superior with an accurate update. "I found something. I checked several times," Inine asserts with certainty. "What's the verdict? Are there any holidays tomorrow?" the man queries in a subdued tone. "No, there are no peculiar holidays tomorrow," she replies, her breathless manner of speaking almost comical, as had she not been a woman, she might have faced dire consequences. "Excellent. No holidays means I look forward to seeing how Boss Yuan will perform." The group breathes a collective sigh of relief and begins to disperse, planning to return the following day. However, reality proves them overly naive. Yuan Zhou has devised yet another method of posting his A4 paper, ensuring that Wu Hai, who has gone 2 days without a proper meal, remains disappointed. This time, his approach is even simpler and more audacious. Yuan Zhou sets an alarm for 2 a.m., and after rising, he stealthily carries the A4 paper to his shop's entrance. Has anyone ever witnessed the sky of Rongqing at 2 in the morning? At least, the former Yuan Zhou had not, and this time he experiences it fully. Amidst the darkness, a subtle chill permeates the air, and the flickering streetlights add an indescribable ambience. clad in a coat. Yuan Zhou hardly feels the cold. Goodness, you startled me. Yuan Zhou's voice echoes through the desolate street. What had surprised him was a dog lying at his doorstep, its eyes gleaming brightly in the dim light. Even someone as bold as Yuan Zhou is taken aback. The dog merely lifts its head to glance at him before returning to its position without a sound. Upon closer inspection, he realizes it is the scruffy little poodle he feeds with leftover dough daily. It remains motionless, blending into the shadows, its dark eyes watchfully scanning the surroundings as if guarding something. What are you doing lying here? You should go to your own place, Yuan Zhou muses, fully aware that his shop is secure and requires no guard. Yet, witnessing such a scene brings him joy, while one does not expect a reward for kindness. Receiving one is always pleasant. The poodle, with its distinct personality, merely glances at Yuan Zhou before resuming its vigilant watch, entirely disregarding him. Well, I suppose it's the same wherever you are, Yuan Zhou shrugs. Affixing the notice before returning to his room to continue his slumber. Unbeknownst to him, the poodle has been vigilantly guarding the little shop for several nights now. As dawn breaks, a bright and sunny day unfolds. A few individuals arrive, and from a distance, they spot the conspicuous notice on the door, a sense of foreboding creeping into their hearts as they approach. Is this even permissible? I, Yi Liangchun, am humbled. Boss Yuan. I concede. With that, they turn to leave. What a charade. If I could, I would relish the opportunity to give him a good thrashing, but I wouldn't dare strike his hands or face, one logically states. Reasoning that injuring his hands would prevent him from wielding a spatula, the notice reads, in the absence of a holiday to be found, I am discontented and shall take a day off to recuperate my spirits. Business will resume tomorrow. Signed, Yuan Zhou. This time, the crowd waiting at the door has dissipated, and the establishment appears like any other closed shop. Deputy Section Chief Li, who has rushed over in haste, finds himself again thwarted. With not a single person waiting outside, just the lonely notice hanging. Upon reading the content, Deputy Section Chief Li is filled with indignation. A mere small restaurant, and yet it dares to throw a tantrum. On his way back, Deputy Section Chief Li was filled with grievances. Not having entered the store, he felt it inappropriate to report back, so he could only ponder about returning tomorrow, relieved that the higher-ups had informed him that the business would resume operations then. Life is unpredictable, and at that moment, the section chief summoned someone to notify him. Deputy Section Chief Li, the section chief wishes to speak with you. All right, I'll head over immediately. Li could only respond with resignation in his heart. Knock. Knock. The sound of knocking interrupted the section chief's concentration as he was reviewing documents. Sitting up straight, he said, Come in. Section chief, I apologize, but that store has been closed for 3 days, and I am unclear about the specifics. Deputy Section Chief Li offered an apology as he entered, subsequently explaining the situation in detail. So, many people are praising the chef's skills, the section chief inquired with keen interest. Indeed, but the owner's behavior is quite absurd. Li's assessment was inevitably tinged with resentment. If the skills are truly as commendable as those people claim, then it would not be surprising, the section chief remarked with a smile. However, Deputy Section Chief Li did not share this view, feeling it inappropriate to counter his superior's words directly, and thus remained silent. How about this? Tomorrow after work, accompany me, and we shall visit once more. The section chief, intrigued by a small 30-square-meter establishment that paid substantial taxes, felt compelled to check it out, especially upon hearing the peculiarities of its owner. During the past few days, Yuan Zhou had been indulging in various culinary delights, and while some small shops may not have had ingredients as superior as his own, they still insisted on using the freshest produce. For instance, he later discovered a small bun shop in a nearby community that operated for only 4 hours each day, with prices for buns at twice that of other establishments, yet they sold out daily. Attracting numerous inquiries on his first visit, Yuan Zhou failed to procure any, as the buns were sold out by the time he arrived. This shop exclusively offered meat-filled buns, with no other fillings available. On his second attempt, Yuan Zhou understood the owner's strategy. The success stemmed from their cleanliness, as the proprietor maintained a commendable standard of hygiene, and the ingredients were undeniably fresh, though the taste left much to be desired. This time, Yuan Zhou learned of a particularly renowned old establishment, famous for its specialty dish of wild abalone, with a strict limit on servings per person, reputed for its exquisite flavor, prompting Yuan Zhou to seek it out. Chapter 56. Yuan Zhou's palate. The location of the shop was not hard to find. Situated in a bustling first-ring area, with an elegantly decorated storefront point, two beautiful hostesses greeted him at the entrance. "Welcome. How many in your party?" One of the hostesses approached with a warm smile. "Just one. A table in the main hall will suffice." Yuan Zhou wisely opted for the main hall, joking that private rooms required a fee, while he merely wished to savor the taste of the wild abalone. "Certainly, please follow me." The hostess courteously guided Yuan Zhou to a two-person table by the window, affording a view of the street, though scenic. It also brought a fair amount of noise. "Thank you." Yuan Zhou expressed his gratitude, then picked up the menu to place his order. "You're welcome. Someone will be with you shortly to take your order." The hostess maintained her polite demeanor throughout. The restaurant's decor was understated yet elegant, creating a comfortable atmosphere that left Yuan Zhou quite satisfied. "Good day, sir. What would you like to order today?" A cheerful waitress approached, her voice clear and pleasant. "I would like 1 serving of abalone rice and 1 serving of steamed abalone." "Please," Yuan Zhou requested, opting for the maximum allowable servings of abalone before handing the menu back to the waitress. "Understood, sir. The abalone you ordered is wild abalone from Canada, air-freighted today, so you will not be able to add more abalone dishes later," the waitress explained clearly. "I understand." Yuan Zhou nodded in acknowledgement. "Your meals will be served shortly. Please bear with us." With that, the cheerful waitress departed, allowing Yuan Zhou to pull out his phone and engage in a single-player game while waiting for his dishes to arrive. In this large, professional restaurant, the kitchen employed over 20 chefs, each with distinct responsibilities. Even with the hall nearly full, the speed of service remained impressively swift. "Sir, here are your abalone rice and steamed abalone," the previously cheerful waitress announced, accompanied by a food runner. "Thank you," Yuan Zhou replied. Setting his phone aside to facilitate the serving of his meal, the 2 dishes arrived expeditiously, and the waitress continued to serve other customers, as each server typically managed several tables to ensure the restaurant operated efficiently. In a small purple-red clay pot, approximately a bowl's worth of rice was presented, inverted into a round shape, with pearly grains drenched in a glossy brown abalone sauce, complemented by blanched broccoli and Shanghai greens arranged in an attractive display. The abalone was sliced thinly and placed alongside, soaking in the sauce, with flecks of vibrant carrot cubes adding a pop of color. The entire presentation was a feast for the senses. However, Yuan Zhou found himself puzzled as he stroked his chin. With a slight tug, he turned to the other dish, the steamed abalone. This dish, prepared by steaming, focused on the essence of freshness, with the chef having scattered only a hint of chopped scallions on top. Yuan Zhou picked up his chopsticks and noted the meticulous preparation. It exuded only a faint trace of the abalone's brininess, carrying the scent of the sea. Undeniably fresh, the plate held 4 sizable abalones. As larger specimens are preferred for steaming, the diamond-shaped cuts not only enhanced flavor absorption, but also significantly improved the visual appeal. Sighing, Yuan Zhou finally picked up a spoon to begin his abalone rice. His pace was unhurried, especially given the modest portions. He consumed merely a third of the abalone rice, and he barely touched half of the steamed abalone, even during his previous visit to the bun shop, where freshness was the only merit. He had finished his meal. Yet, for the abalone, which was considerably pricier, Yuan Zhou left nearly everything untouched. A poor review was warranted. After 20 minutes, Yuan Zhou rose to settle his bill. 5 minutes later, he returned to the entrance, glancing at the resplendent sign, and shook his head. The sequence of actions maintained a cool demeanor on Yuan Zhou's face, which still exuded an air of composure, though he could not sustain it for more than 3 minutes. "Wait a moment. I feel like I forgot something." Yuan Zhou suddenly halted, speaking to himself. "Your phone's volume is too low. Speak louder." "I can't hear you," a passerby exclaimed to the person on the other end of the call. "Oh right, my phone," Yuan Zhou mused, touching his chin as he turned to retrieve the new phone he had recently purchased. After Yuan Zhou left, his table remained untouched, as the dishes were scarcely touched, an occurrence nearly unheard of in their establishment. Setting aside the taste, the 1998 steamed abalone was not something anyone could afford to waste. Especially with the patron's phone still on the table, seated across from Yuan Zhou was a family of 3, appearing to be middle class. The man was impeccably dressed in a suit, while the woman sported a luxury handbag, and their charming young daughter was dressed adorably. They had ordered 3 servings of abalone, yet curiously, only the man in the suit had consumed 1. while the rest remained untouched at this moment. The suited gentleman called the waitress over. "Miss, could you please summon your manager?" The very waitress with the pleasant voice arrived, looking puzzled as she surveyed the nearly untouched dishes before inquiring, "Sir, is there something I can assist you with?" "Young lady, you probably cannot resolve this. Please call your floor manager," the man in the suit replied with a gentlemanly smile. "Junhua, perhaps we should let it go," the attractive woman gently urged her husband. "It's fine. Don't worry. They're trying to deceive us," the man insisted. Seeing her husband so adamant, the beautiful woman fell silent, while the waitress remained at a loss, only able to ask, "Sir, is there something wrong with the food?" "It is indeed the food. But it's not a matter of taste. Please fetch your supervisor." This time, the man in the suit spoke with a firmer tone, tinged with dissatisfaction. Realizing she could not resolve the issue, the clear-voiced waitress replied, "Please hold on. I will fetch the floor manager for you." With a sense of unease, she headed to the office to find the manager. Before long, a woman in her 30s, dressed in a black professional suit with her hair elegantly styled, approached with a serious demeanor. Upon reaching the table, she offered a slight smile and spoke in a gentle tone. "Sir, how may I assist you?" "Floor manager." The suited man glanced at the name tag that read Lu Na. "Manager Lu, may I ask where your abalone is sourced from today?" "Sir, our abalone today is sourced from the wild, top-grade abalone of the Pacific Ocean off Canada." Lu Na calmly recited a lengthy response. "Oh, wild, are you certain?" The man in the suit scrutinized Lu Na, demanding clarification. "It is indeed wild, sir. Please rest assured," Lu Na insisted. Thus, the two engaged in a quiet yet heated exchange, neither willing to concede. When Yuan Zhou arrived, he overheard Lu Na assert, "Our abalone is definitely sourced from wild Canadian waters." At that moment, Yuan Zhou, unable to restrain himself, muttered under his breath, "It has a taste of sand. It's clearly farmed." Speaking too much often brings trouble, a timeless truth. Chapter 57. Yuan Zhou under fire. This timeless truth resonated as both parties engaged in a heated debate. Hearing Yuan Zhou's remark, "Young man, you are quite right. Why don't you weigh in on this? This abalone is clearly farmed, yet they insist it is wild." The man in the suit turned eagerly to Yuan Zhou, seeking an ally in the matter. "This esteemed guest, you ought to savor the exquisite delicacies. What do you think?" Lu Na would not typically address a customer in such a manner. However, having been entangled by the suit-clad man before her, and now further provoked by Yuan Zhou, her tone inevitably grew severe. When the discussions behind her were overheard, Yuan Zhou felt a tinge of embarrassment, and as the suit-clad man called him out directly, Yuan Zhou had no intention of intervening. Just as he was about to leave, his attention was drawn to Lu Na's words, prompting him to furrow his brow slightly. Noticing that Yuan Zhou had no intention of stepping in, Lu Na let out a sigh of relief. In truth, she regretted her earlier remarks. After all, the individual before her was still a customer, and such words were inappropriate. Yet the suit-clad man was not so easily deterred from pursuing Yuan Zhou. Having finally found someone with discerning taste like himself, how could he ignore this matter without speaking up? "Manager Lu, you see, I am not the only one asserting this. The abalone here is certainly not wild." As the suit-clad man observed Yuan Zhou continuing to walk away nonchalantly, he raised his voice, declaring, "Everyone, listen to me. That gentleman just stated that the abalone served here is farmed, not wild." At this moment, the restaurant erupted into a flurry of voices. The patrons dining here were somewhat affluent, and thus, when the dispute initially arose, no one had paid it much mind. However, the suit-clad man's actions suddenly cast Yuan Zhou into the spotlight of scrutiny. "What is going on? Isn't this place known for its wild seafood?" a well-dressed woman exclaimed, setting her abalone down as she frowned in inquiry. With someone speaking up, others quickly joined in the chatter. "No way, this is an old establishment. I come here regularly, and the quality of the abalone has always been impeccable," a loyal customer protested. "That is hard to say, nowadays. Many businesses are deceitful," another voiced skepticism. "Is it all based on what that young man said? Let's ask him," someone suggested, noticing Yuan Zhou standing in the middle with a serious expression. "Exactly, let us question him," more voices chimed in. "Young man, how do you know this abalone is farmed? Where did you get this information?" People often follow the crowd, and thus Yuan Zhou found himself besieged by various inquiries from the other diners. The suit-clad man reveled in the chaos he had incited. "Lu Na, now thoroughly enraged, shot a glare at the suit-clad man and hurried over to Yuan Zhou in her high heels, forcing a smile through her flushed face from anger. Everyone, rest assured, we have been an established restaurant for decades, and our quality has always been guaranteed. What was just said was merely a prank. With a glance, she signaled Yuan Zhou to cooperate, but he merely shrugged, unwilling to comply, as the fact remained that the abalone was indeed farmed. This gentleman was merely trying to amuse everyone. How could our abalone possibly be farmed, right? Lu Na believed that under such circumstances, one would typically choose to defuse tensions, and had not Yuan Zhou just acted in this manner? That is not true. I did indeed say that, and it is a fact. Yuan Zhou, disliking how the manager was using him as a scapegoat to smooth things over, decided to voice his thoughts in accordance with his own feelings and the system's requirements. Indeed, the system had just issued a task, the system announced, as a candidate for the title of culinary god. How could you allow anyone to question your palate? Go forth, young man, and let them witness the prowess of a culinary god candidate. The random task was to unveil the true nature of the abalone. The task reward was a TEGG.in truth. Even without the system prompting this task, Yuan Zhou would have retaliated. After all, using oneself as a stepping stone should come with the understanding that even a stepping stone has its limits. Especially when the matter at hand did not originally concern him. The patrons of the restaurant were now in an uproar. Is what this young brother said true? A middle-aged man stood up, asking with a serious tone. That is not the case. Sir, your statements could lead our restaurant to sue you for defamation. Do you understand? Lu Na took a deep breath, her tone stern. The situation had escalated beyond the control of Lu Na. The head manager, as she countered while instructing a dazed server nearby to summon Manager Go. I can certainly take responsibility for my statements. I only hope that Manager Lu will also take responsibility for your restaurant's claims. Yuan Zhou shot a glance at Lu Na. I trust everyone here came with high expectations. As did I. Unfortunately, I happen to possess a bit of knowledge about food. Yuan Zhou began to elaborate while stepping in front of Lu Na. That was my order, and I have already paid for it. I have tasted both dishes of abalone, and the chef's handling was quite commendable. Yuan Zhou pointed towards the table by the window. The patrons instinctively turned to look, noticing that the ingredients on the table appeared untouched. This sparked a measure of belief in Yuan Zhou's words. Dining here was not inexpensive, yet the table seemed as if it had not been disturbed at all. I simply forgot my phone. Which is why I returned, he stated, waving his phone in hand. Then I witnessed that gentleman and Manager Lu in a dispute and inadvertently spoke a truth. That is how it transpired. Yuan Zhou succinctly clarified the situation's origin. At this juncture, the suit-clad man interjected. Indeed, my family and I just returned from Canada, and the abalone presented by this lady was claimed to be wild from Canada, but the flavor was not right. Prompting me to raise a few points, to my surprise, they refused to acknowledge it. What is wrong with your restaurant? Are you trying to deceive us with fakes? Exactly, refund us. I can't believe I am a regular here. Were previous meals also fake? The diners felt deceived, and the atmosphere grew increasingly fervent at that moment. The server who had been sent to fetch someone returned with Manager Go, who appeared quite young, looking no older than 30, yet wore a calm smile as he approached. Everyone, please remain calm, he urged, soothing the crowd before turning to Yuan Zhou and the suit-clad man with a smile. Do either of you have any evidence to support your claim that our abalone is not wild? In this day and age. The emphasis was on evidence, and Manager Go genuinely did not believe that anyone could ascertain the nature of the abalone simply by tasting it. Noting that neither party spoke, he politely added, "It is rather inappropriate to make baseless conjectures without evidence. Wouldn't you agree?" After addressing them, he prepared to reassure the other patrons. The suit-clad man remained silent, as he could only assert that the flavor was different. His insistence stemmed from Lu Na's demeanor, which implied that he was mistaken, leaving him unable to provide any evidence or sound reasoning. As for Yuan Zhou, he opened his mouth to speak. Chapter 58. Well reasoned. As for Yuan Zhou, he spoke up. I beg your pardon, but I have evidence. With a calm demeanor, he commanded the room's silence before continuing. Since you all have come to enjoy abalone, I trust you possess some knowledge about it. So I shall dispense with superfluous details and directly address the distinctions between wild and farmed varieties. The abalone was originally known as shield fish, named after Bao Shia who relished it, and its shape resembles that of a human ear. Sir, what you are sharing is merely basic knowledge about abalone, And what relevance does it have to our current discussion? Manager Go responded with a steady tone. It bears no relevance. I only wish to demonstrate my expertise, Yuan Zhou replied. Now we reach the information you seek. If my understanding is correct, the methods of abalone farming include raft farming, industrial farming, and trench farming, as well as a method that closely resembles natural farming known as bottom seeding. Upon this declaration, Manager Go's previously confident demeanor shifted. Your restaurant employs the very method of farming that I have described. Yuan Zhou spoke without hesitation. Abalone grows slowly. A 1-year-old abalone typically reaches 2 to 3 centimeters in shell length, while a 2-year-old can reach 4 to 5 centimeters. Abalone shells exceeding 10 centimeters usually take 6 to 7 years to form. Farmed abalone, however, only requires 2 years. Isn't that right, Manager Go? Yuan Zhou queried. What do you think? This is quite professional, isn't it? I know the methods and timelines of farming abalone with clarity. Now you must be wondering if I am a professional abalone farmer. Indeed, sir, you are correct. What you've shared pertains solely to the methods of farming abalone. Yet it lacks evidence, does it not? Manager Go calmly pointed out the absence of proof in Yuan Zhou's claims, maintaining a cordial demeanor even now. Oh, but I have yet to mention the differences in taste between the two, Yuan Zhou continued. Akin to a cat toying with a mouse. I cannot speak to the qualities of Canadian abalone, but this particular abalone is a domestic variety known as wrinkled abalone, which possesses distinct characteristics. As Yuan Zhou toyed with the abalone shell in his hand, he remarked, for specific details, I cannot elaborate. Those interested may seek the information online. After this statement, some in the crowd began to search for wrinkled abalone on their devices, and murmurs of discussion ensued. One patron held up their phone and remarked, indeed. It is also known as jade abalone, which exhibits a brownish-green or reddish-brown hue. When fed red algae, it develops a vibrant green shell, while those fed purple seaweed turn dark red. Another added, wild specimens possess particularly robust feet, constituting 40 of their weight. Each 100 grams of abalone meat contains 40 grams of protein, 0.9 grams of fat, and 33.7 grams of carbohydrates. The disparity is significant. Now that everyone is aware of what wrinkled abalone is, you may examine the abalone on your own tables. Yuan Zhou slowly laid down the vibrant green shell in his hand. A cacophony of sounds erupted as patrons began flipping their plates. This is indeed the case. This young brother is correct, soon echoed among those who had finished inspecting their plates. These unscrupulous merchants are selling farmed abalone while claiming it to be wild. If it is farmed, then let it be identified as such rather than misleading consumers with false claims. They have deceived us for far too long. They should compensate us, someone quickly chimed in, addressing the crux of the matter. Indeed, what you are doing is a deceit against consumers. I have just called 315, and they assured me that they will take action. A bespectacled man calmly placed his phone down. It's surprising that you are still an established shop. If this continues, no one will come anymore. Many were filled with disappointment. In any case, I have already reported this. It constitutes fraud. A man lounging with his legs crossed remarked nonchalantly. At this point, Manager Go was at a loss. For Yuan Zhou's every statement was both reasonable and factual. He had personally overseen the connection with the breeding farm, specifically choosing this type of abalone to mimic the wild, only to be unexpectedly exposed. If the waiter had not informed him that Yuan Zhou was deceived by the man in the suit, Manager Go would have suspected it was a scheme by a rival. He had no time to concern himself with others now, as several people had already made complaints to 315, and some had even reported the matter to the police. The restaurant was in utter chaos, with the suited man joining the ranks of the disgruntled. At this moment, the trouble-averse Yuan Zhou decided to leave. Having completed his tasks, he saw no reason to linger. As for compensation, it was too cumbersome, and he chose to depart quietly. Just as he stepped outside, his phone vibrated at an opportune moment. The screen displayed an unfamiliar number. After a minute's contemplation, Yuan Zhou decided to answer. Hello, you finally picked up. Are you going to open the door or not? It's been days. Do you want me to starve? A familiar voice boomed from the other end of the line. Oh, Sun Ming, what's the matter? Yuan Zhou inquired, puzzled. What do you mean, what's the matter? Don't you dare ask. Just tell me when you're opening the shop. Sun Ming shouted in exasperation. The previous day, Sun Ming had rushed over, eager to treat himself to a delicious meal, only to find Yuan Zhou's notice. What on earth was Loving Day? This was Sun Ming's first introduction to Yuan Zhou's peculiar sense of humor. He had previously thought of his friend as taciturn yet decent. But now he realized how much Yuan Zhou cared about various holidays. Tomorrow, did you not see the notice? Yuan Zhou continued to express his confusion. So, you're not open today. Sun Ming's tone had softened considerably. Yet the moment Yuan Zhou uttered those words, his irritation flared once more. What is going on? Yuan Zhou stubbornly pressed, wondering what was the matter. Forget it. It's been a while since we gathered. Let us get together. Sun Ming stated his purpose. We just met 5 days ago. What is there to eat? Yuan Zhou stated the fact before asking. You're open. Why go elsewhere? Let South go to your place. Sun Ming remarked. As if it were the most natural thing in the world, his main intent being to indulge in Yuan Zhou's cooking after several days of longing. I'm not opening today. Yuan Zhou firmly declined. Right. Not opening. Just for us few. Sun Ming was quite considerate of Yuan Zhou. No, let us go elsewhere. The shop is off limits. Yuan Zhou was resolute in his unconventional stance. Come on, buddy, can't you just cook for us? Sun Ming began to employ the tactics of friendship. No. The fragile vessel of friendship capsized in an instant. Running a shop is exhausting. If I'm not opening, I might as well rest and eat out. Yuan Zhou explained further. All right, then let us have roasted duck from Old Lee's. At this point, Sun Ming acquiesced, adjusting the location. Fine, I'll arrive at 5. Yuan Zhou glanced at the time and confirmed. All right, I'll hang up. With that, Sun Ming hung up first. Click. At 11:50 at night, Yuan Zhou opened his back door, switching on the light with a snap. It still looks quite clean. Yuan Zhou mumbled, surveying the spotless kitchen before stumbling upstairs. Having consumed 2 glasses of beer earlier, he felt a bit dizzy and disoriented, realizing that one's tolerance for alcohol indeed requires training. With a thud, he collapsed onto his bed, too lethargic to wash up. Just as he was drifting off to sleep, a notification from the system arrived. The system displayed, "Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed the first phase of the task. Rewards are available for collection." Collect, Yuan Zhou murmured. This collection included the previously completed tea egg and watermelon juice. However, the potent effects of alcohol caused him to succumb to slumber almost immediately. Downstairs, the price list had been updated with 2 new items. Both snacks and beverages now featured their inaugural offerings, with prices that perfectly encapsulated one phrase. Chapter 59. Watermelon juice after a restful night. Yuan Zhou, still feeling the effects of the alcohol, discovered upon checking his phone that it was only 6:20. Looks like I'll have soup dumplings for breakfast, he mused as he rose. He casually lifted his shirt, only to be confronted by the unpleasant combined odor of stale alcohol and sweat, prompting him to grab his toiletries and head to the bathroom. The sound of cascading water filled the air. Yuan Zhou realized that after a month of intense work, his arms had developed a pleasing muscular definition, and his upper arms felt strong and powerful. The water coursed over his body, bringing forth tiny droplets. And he noted that he appeared significantly more attractive than before. Given that he hadn't opened for 3 days, Yuan Zhou had taken the liberty to prepare 150 soup dumplings that morning. After consuming 4 himself, he was left with 146. Boss Yuan, you should definitely open today. A male voice suddenly called from the entrance. Of course, the door isn't even posted with a notice. If I don't open today, I'll smash this door. Wu Hai's voice, filled with indignation, echoed from outside. Yes, exactly. Boss Yuan is being too capricious. Immediately, someone chimed in. Hi Gu, you should have done this sooner. There were many eager onlookers. Just then, Yuan Zhou swung open the door with a flourish, glanced at Wu Hai, and said in a flat tone, if the door gets broken, you'll be responsible for the repair costs, which will take a week. With that, Yuan Zhou returned to his position, awaiting the arrival of customers. Those who had previously rallied in support of Wu Hai suddenly adopted a demeanor of unfamiliarity as they passed by him. Boss Yuan, I didn't say it alone. Wu Hai, feeling slightly uneasy for a moment, quickly regained his composure and began to play the victim. Look at me. I've had a terrible time these past 3 days. Boss Yuan, you should never close the shop without a word. Wu Hai pointed to his disheveled little mustache, feigning a pitiful expression. I posted a notice. Yuan Zhou's tone was always flat and matter-of-fact. Speaking of the notice, how did you manage to put it up without anyone noticing? Wu Hai recalled how he had gotten up before dawn to keep an eye out, but had failed to catch Yuan Zhou in the act. Yuan Zhou merely glanced at Wu Hai, remaining silent. That look conveyed disdain, and even the onlookers nearby could perceive it, that Wu Hai promptly shifted the topic. Did you have soup dumplings this morning, Boss Yuan? Just casually asking. He held little hope, yet this time he received a positive response. Yes, we do. That's wonderful. Boss Yuan is finally being considerate. Wu Hai exclaimed excitedly as he took a seat. One order of soup dumplings. Each new arrival began to place their orders until all 10 seats were filled, and those waiting formed an orderly line. The shop was soon filled with the delightful aroma of soup dumplings, accompanied by the sounds of slurping broth and the hissing breaths of those who had burned themselves. The queue continued to grow, and patrons who finished their meals willingly made way for the next in line, as sharing tables was a common occurrence at Yuan Zhou's establishment, despite the limited space. An hour and a half later, all 100 portions of soup dumplings had been sold out. The eager crowd, desperate for soup dumplings, failed to notice the new additions to the menu until Wu Zhou, the first to arrive after a week's absence, immediately inquired about new dishes. Despite the support of his girlfriend, Wu Zhou, as a programmer, still couldn't afford to indulge excessively. Not everyone was like Wu Hai, the wealthy one who treated Yuan Zhou's little shop as his personal cafeteria, often ordering 2 or 3 portions at a time. Boss Yuan, do you have any new dishes? Wu Zhou plopped down and asked eagerly. However, Yuan Zhou felt no affection for Wu Zhou, who flaunted his relationship every week, and simply pointed to the wall. Hey, Boss Yuan, you're always so aloof that my girlfriend says I should learn from you and adopt that serious demeanor, claiming it's very charming, and she finds me too chatty. Wu Zhou, oblivious, sprinkled more dog food. You do talk quite a bit. Since others were feeding him dog food, Yuan Zhou felt it was only fair to return the favor with a sharp retort. Wu Zhou fell silent, choosing instead to focus on the price list. Oh, there's even a drink now, watermelon juice. Wu Zhou quickly spotted his girlfriend's favorite beverage, but was soon stunned by the gleaming price displayed on the wall. BBB Boss Yuan. Is this the price for tea eggs? Wu Zhou stammered, pointing at the price list in shock. Yuan Zhou shot him a look of disdain, wondering how a programmer who stammered could have a girlfriend, while he himself, with a family and a handsome appearance, remained single. After a moment of self-reassurance, he replied, Yes, that's correct. Would you like to try it? No thanks. The response came swiftly, as Wu Zhou felt he truly resembled the rumors about being someone who couldn't afford tea eggs. It was terrifying. At that price, such tea eggs would likely be unattainable for most in the country. Why not give it a try? It's on special. Yuan Zhou's tone remained flat, devoid of any sales pitch. Interestingly, he too was curious about the tea eggs, having never tasted them himself, but they would only appear in his tiny kitchen when someone ordered them. But he asked for why Yuan Zhou didn't eat them. The answer was simple. They were too expensive. Wu Zhou scoffed. If this was the special price, how exorbitant would the regular price be? He felt that his entrance into the shop today must have been flawed. 1 cup of watermelon juice and 1 order of egg fried rice. Wu Zhou decided to try the watermelon juice priced at 88. Hoping to ease his shock, he thought to himself that 88 for watermelon juice was still quite pricey, but in comparison to the tea eggs, it was a significant difference. All right, please wait. A fleeting sense of regret crossed Yuan Zhou's mind. Yet he promptly set about preparing the egg fried rice. As for the watermelon juice, that required a different approach and had to be made fresh. Your egg fried rice. Yuan Zhou presented the dish, but did not serve the watermelon juice. Wu Zhou remained unperturbed, watching as Yuan Zhou crouched down and retrieved a watermelon weighing approximately 5 kilograms from beneath the glass counter. It resembled the striped watermelons sold outside. But the difference lay in its remarkable roundness. It was perfectly spherical, appearing as such from every angle, achieving the epitome of symmetry. Boss Yuan's watermelon is truly round, Wu Zhou remarked, having admired it from various perspectives. He had never encountered such a round watermelon in the market. This one was extraordinary. Yuan Zhou nodded, donning a mask before extracting a watermelon knife from the back rack, its blade already sharpened. A quick sniff confirmed there was no hint of rust, ensuring the fruit's natural flavor would remain intact. With a swift motion, he sliced the watermelon into 2 equal hemispheres. Wu Zhou anticipated that the next step would involve cutting the watermelon into smaller pieces for juicing. But Yuan Zhou instead opted for a smaller, pointed knife. One hand grasped the knife, while the other gently rotated the watermelon, which was cushioned by a thick layer of velvet beneath to prevent damage. This rotation was utterly silent, The sharp knife moved with remarkable speed, and Yuan Zhou's hand remained steady as he carved out the sweetest part of the watermelon, leaving behind not a single black seed. Only vibrant crimson flesh. With a large spoon, he delicately scooped the watermelon flesh into the belly of a peculiar small machine, which, despite its modest size, had a sizable compartment for the fruit. The first piece of flesh filled less than a fifth of the space. Another piece was treated in the same manner, completely added in. Chapter 60. The wasteful Yuan Zhou. After placing the last piece in, Yuan Zhou began to close the machine's lid, retrieving a glass cup to position beneath the machine's opening. He grasped the black rod atop the lid and gradually pressed down, causing the watermelon to be squeezed, with the bright, beautiful red juice flowing steadily into the glass. Upon reaching the bottom, the cup was perfectly filled with watermelon juice. Your watermelon juice. Yuan Zhou placed the glass before Wu Zhou. Boss Yuan, I always thought you were a cold person, but I never expected you to be so kind to me, Wu Zhou said, visibly moved as he held the glass. Yuan Zhou was utterly perplexed by Wu Zhou's emotional reaction. You actually used the core for my juice while giving the rest to others, Wu Zhou continued, still inexplicably touched. Oh, that's a misunderstanding. Everyone's order gets a fresh start, and only this much is used, Yuan Zhou explained while putting the leftover watermelon into another cabinet below. The remaining watermelon would be collected for recycling. Wu Zhou paid little heed to Yuan Zhou's explanation, merely viewing him as obstinate. Unable to believe that such a large watermelon would only yield juice from the center, dismissing the rest. Nevertheless, he thoughtfully shifted the topic. Boss Yuan, I would like some iced watermelon juice. Adding ice should be no problem, right? Wu Zhou inquired, holding the glass. No, Yuan Zhou firmly refused, then added, this watermelon juice is already chilled. Wu Zhou looked at Yuan Zhou with a gaze that seemed to say, are you joking with me? The cup was at room temperature, and no ice had been added to the juice. How could it possibly be cold? Yuan Zhou, however, paid him no mind and began attending to a new customer. This new patron was Wang Ming, who had previously visited for a live stream. This time, she donned a bright red short-sleeved shirt paired with a deep blue floral long skirt, looking youthful and charming, the vibrant colors accentuating her fair skin. Dear viewers, I'm back at this nameless little shop. Wang Ming's voice was playful and endearing as she attempted to charm her audience. Ming, go see the boss. I want to see the cool boss. Yi Mo Sheng, no, we want to see Ming eat. Xing Jianru Lai, I'm still quite curious about the boss's price list. Ming, check the price list. Yi Liao Jia, exactly, Ming, go look at the price list. He de, since everyone is requesting, let's first see what new products Boss Yuan has introduced, Ming said. Shifting her phone towards the price list, the screen erupted with comments. Did I just see tea eggs? Ming Xiangqian, I now believe I can't afford tea eggs. Are these gold eggs? Me too, Xenyang, sorry, I was wrong. I truly can't afford tea eggs. I'm just a silk. I concede to this price. Piao Xiang Hua Pianji, step aside. Step aside. The local tycoon is here. Oh, only 888 each. I can afford that. Ming, keep the donations coming. Ing Xiong saying 5 planes swept through the comments. Envious of the rich. This shop is incredible. Tea eggs for 888 each. Why doesn't tea the boss go rob? No, even robbing wouldn't tea be this fast. Hey you to Pianzhang, thank you to the wealthy hero for the donation however. The price next to the tea eggs says special price. Ming first smiled and thanked the donor before pointing out the conspicuous special price next to the tea egg. Oh, if it's a special price, I won't eat it. A tycoon like me only eats at full price. Ing Xiong, I'll just continue eating dirt. Goodbye manually. GG hee da oh. Boss has added watermelon juice. I think I'll have watermelon juice with my egg fried rice today. Ming tilted her head, contemplating for a second, before expressing her delight at that moment. Yuan Zhou happened to approach and asked, what would you like to eat? 1 cup of watermelon juice and 1 portion of egg fried rice, Wang Ming quickly ordered, then began setting up her phone to interact with her viewers. All right. Please wait a moment. Yuan Zhou's process remained consistently the same. He first prepared the fried rice before starting on the watermelon juice. Suddenly, Wang Ming called out, wait, Boss Yuan, can I film? She asked as she watched Yuan Zhou prepare to juice the watermelon. After a moment's consideration, Yuan Zhou consented, as this girl had previously helped him complete a task, and although she was unaware, he was willing to return the favor to this crowd. Everyone, look quickly. The boss is about to make watermelon juice. Ming exclaimed, Swiftly directing the camera at Yuan Zhou and commencing the recording as she watched, some viewers began sharing insights. Watermelon juice is generally made from seedless watermelons, ensuring no bitter seeds in the juice. Moreover, store-bought watermelon juice typically has some lemon added for enhanced flavor. Piao Xiang Hua PNG, observing the viewer's name indicated a seasoned foodie. They were knowledgeable about watermelon juice, yet still guessed incorrectly. Piao Xiang guessed wrong this time. The boss is using seeded watermelons. I wonder if he'll remove the seeds. Gigi Hida, oh my, the boss is giving Ming Ming a treat, using only the core for the juice. Ming Ming is formidable. The boss must be smitten. Ran Shui Hihua, has anyone noticed something off with this watermelon? Ying Xiong, the wealthy hero, suddenly posed a question, as they were always welcomed wherever they went, eliciting a flurry of inquiries. If I'm not mistaken, this watermelon retails for 227 yuan. It's likely sourced from the sunlit regions of Xinjiang or Hokkaido. Such watermelons are rare and boast the best sweetness and flavor. Ying Xiong. Indeed, Hokkaido's annual production is just 100, auctioning at a price of $4,000. Having tasted it last year, it still tasted like watermelon. I wonder which type Boss Yuan's is. Ying Xiong, though perhaps the other onlookers did not grasp the details, they understood the price. A watermelon costing 227 yuan was astonishing, especially when a typical 10-kilogram watermelon costs around 20. Thus, this one, seemingly weighing only 5 kilograms, was priced over 200, making Boss Yuan's watermelon juice at 88 seem like a bargain. Yet, considering a single watermelon could yield many cups, it wasn't too outrageous. Just as the audience contemplated this, Ming Ming inquired, Boss Yuan, what happens to the remaining seeded watermelon after you use the core for juicing? The leftover watermelon will be recycled for fertilizer, Yuan Zhou replied. Handing the watermelon juice to Wang Ming before removing his mask, the audience was left in shock, the screen silent for a while, until the wealthy hero broke the silence with a remark. I'm impressed by this, boss. Share the address. I'll go eat there tomorrow. Ying Xiong. Generally, I'd be content if the watermelon juice had no added water, but to only use the core? If it's truly the type of watermelon the tycoon mentioned, and the boss is only using the sweetest part, I think 88 for the watermelon juice is incredibly cheap. Mom, ask me why I'm kneeling to watch the live stream. Kneeling? I'm practically lying down to watch. This boss is too extravagant. At this point, the barrage of comments resumed, with many expressing their awe of Yuan Zhou's wealth and a growing number eager to spend 88 to try the watermelon juice made from a 227 yuan watermelon. Boss Yuan is indeed heartless and indifferent, Wu Zhou muttered quietly from his meal. Just moments ago, Yuan Zhou had demonstrated that Wu Zhou's previous feelings of gratitude were merely his own misinterpretations. Frustrated, Wu Zhou felt an overwhelming sense of resentment. He had thought Yuan Zhou was cold towards him, and after a fleeting moment of warmth, he was harshly reminded that it was merely an illusion. Yuan Zhou responded indifferently to this assessment. Chapter 61. Texture and chill. Wang Ming received the watermelon juice, looking utterly bewildered, yet the barrage of comments rescued her from her daze. Boss Yuan, what do you grow that requires such a watermelon for fertilizer? Wang Ming asked the question everyone in the shop was pondering. You will find out in due time, Yuan Zhou replied leisurely. Can't you give us a hint? Wang Ming's voice carried a charming lilt, soft and endearing, which made one's heart melt. For instance, a gentleman who had just entered chimed in. Boss Yuan, please share a bit. If you don't, this little girl might start crying. Not at all. Yuan Zhou has always been resolute in rejecting such requests, regardless of whether the requester is a beautiful woman or one accompanied by assistants. Treating everyone equally is the principle that governs his dealings. Boss Yuan remained steadfast in his character. The gentleman seeking assistance found himself momentarily at a loss, having to find a way to gracefully exit the situation. Thank you. This must be Boss Yuan's trade secret. It's perfectly fine not to disclose it, Wang Ming remarked with great understanding. This stood in stark contrast to Yuan Zhou's indifference, yet any regular customer who had visited before was well aware of his temperament. It had long been said that geniuses enjoy certain privileges. Yuan Zhou merely adhered to his principles. Though he may seem inflexible, it hardly qualifies as a flaw. Boss Yuan, 1 serving of egg fried rice. 1 bowl of clear soup noodles. A set meal. 1 serving of clear soup noodles set. Before long, the small establishment was filled with the cacophony of various orders. All right, everyone, please wait a moment. Yuan Zhou was already accustomed to the disarray of orders. He simply needed to remember the dishes to be prepared. As for whose order it was, patrons would identify their meals once ready. Thus, Yuan Zhou had no need to fret over these matters. As the shop became busier, the first to order, Wu Zhou and Wang Ming, began their meal. This is clearly at room temperature, Wu Zhou muttered, grasping his cup. Wu Zhou was particularly sensitive to heat, often opting for cold items whenever his girlfriend was not around. He would indulge in icy treats. And drinks must always be chilled. Watermelon juice that wasn't cold, in his eyes, was hardly worth drinking. However, at 88 a cup, refusing was not an option, especially when it came to the offerings of Yuan Zhou's establishment. Slurp. Wu Zhou downed nearly half the cup in one go. The icy sweetness instantly enveloping his senses, evoking a refreshing sensation that surged within him. Perhaps it was not crushed like other watermelon juices, lacking the grainy residue. Instead, it was purely refreshing juice, pressed from the heart of the sweetest part of the watermelon, preserving its texture and flavor without the fibrous bitterness. Each sip felt as if the entire essence of the watermelon had graced his palate. A delightful taste that filled his mouth. The experience was so exquisite that he unconsciously finished the entire cup, leaving him momentarily stunned as he had intended to pair it with his meal. It certainly looks delightful, doesn't it? Wang Ming began to showcase the glass cup in front of the camera, playfully posing. I think watermelon juice pairs perfectly with Ming Ming. Long Xiao Yun Tian. Indeed, the watermelon juice complements Ming Ming's fair face so well, I wish I could take a bite. Huaman, not a world to see. Are we seriously discussing this now? Hero, a wealthy patron, has appeared. Behold and admire. Ma Beishang de Ho Gu. The comments devolved into a flurry of admiration for the wealthy. Yet it was Ming Ming's quick wit that rescued the situation, addressing the queries aimed at the affluent hero. The wealthy have already become Ming Ming's friends. What did you mean earlier? Wealthy patron, what should we pay attention to? Ming Ming stuck out her tongue before inquiring about his previous statement. Take a closer look at the cup for any differences. Ming Ming, give it a try. This watermelon juice should be cold. Hero, oh, is that so? But it feels room temperature to me. Ming Ming observed closely. Typically, glass produces a fog when cooled, and icy juice will create tiny bubbles clinging to the cup's walls. Yet, this watermelon juice, held without a chill, exhibited neither fog nor bubbles, leading Wang Ming to mistakenly believe it was at room temperature. You'll know once you drink it. Hero, all right then. Ming Ming generally did not refuse such reasonable requests and complied by taking a sip. Instantly, her eyes sparkled as she nodded enthusiastically, taking another sip. Do you now understand my point? Hero, Ming Ming, who keeps drinking the watermelon juice, is incredibly cute. I've decided to eat watermelon tonight. Long Xiao Yun Tian. Oh, keep going, Ming Ming. Go get some watermelon juice. Huaman, not a world to see. As she spoke, an airplane flew overhead. Is what the wealthy patron trying to convey that the watermelon juice is cold? Sure, Tai Yinliang OVA. Wealthy patron, what do you actually mean? Me too. Xian Yang. Most people, including Wang Ming, who was enjoying the watermelon juice, did not grasp the wealthy patron's intention. This cup is from Zino, a high-end brand, and it is currently a leader in domestic high-end cups and kettles. Most notably, it is the drafter of the industry's standard for double-layer cups. Hero, double-layer cup. Does that mean this seemingly thin glass is actually double-layered? Huaman, not a world to see. How is that even possible? Ming Ming, lift the cup so I can see. Jiang S. The discerning observers deemed it fundamentally implausible, especially since Ming Ming had just showcased it at a 360-degree angle, clearly indicating it was a single layer. Wang Ming quickly raised the cup once more for another display, and to everyone's astonishment, it indeed appeared to be double-layered, though the evidence of 2 layers was only discernible at the bottom of the cup. This type of cup has a unique characteristic. When pre-frozen, the inner layer becomes very cold while the outer layer quickly returns to room temperature. Thus, the watermelon juice poured inside becomes chilled, but not excessively so. Hero, indeed, it shows taste similar to mine. I use cups from this brand. Hero concluded, summarizing his thoughts. The audience collectively chose to overlook his concluding remarks and began discussing the wealthy patron in relation to Yuan Zhou. It's just a cup, yet it's of such high quality, aside from the tea eggs. It seems this shop is quite sophisticated. Huaman, not a world to see. It appears necessary to visit in person. Bo Yaluo Z, don't speak as if you can afford it. The cheapest item inside is at least 66. The owner must be targeting the premium market. I'll just watch Ming Ming eat. Meng Xiangqian. It seems there are many wealthy individuals. Even at such prices, many people are dining here. Shirtai Yinliang Ova. Indeed, the number of wealthy individuals in the country is not insignificant, particularly when the owner's offerings are so delectable. Yuan Zhou boss, I want to have your children. What's your new Sheng Meng Meng da? So delicious. Meng Meng, as a streamer, exercised considerable restraint, saving half of her watermelon juice to accompany her egg-fried rice, while the viewers watched eagerly, snacking on their own food, feeling she had occupied her spot for too long. Meng Meng promptly vacated her seat. Thank you, Boss Yuan, for your cooperation. I truly appreciate it. Wang Ming said, bowing slightly before skipping out. Chapter 62, Golden Egg, you're most welcome, Yuan Zhou replied politely. Boss Yuan, is your tea egg a golden egg? Inquired a spirited gentleman with a short, neat haircut, clutching a briefcase, his curiosity piqued. Would you like to try one? Yuan Zhou responded directly. Never mind. I can't afford such an expensive golden egg. He unhesitatingly declined Yuan Zhou's offer. Oh, despite the failed sales pitch, Yuan Zhou displayed no signs of disappointment. Even if no one purchased, it was of little consequence. He was genuinely curious about the original price and ingredients of these tea eggs. Historically, tea was a luxury enjoyed by the aristocracy, regarded as a precious commodity, though rapid societal development had significantly reduced the cost of tea, making it accessible to nearly everyone. Now, it was merely a common beverage. As Yuan Zhou pondered this, the department head from the tax bureau and deputy head Li approached together. Director, this is the place, the one with the most customers. Deputy head Li led the way, his Mediterranean hairstyle prominent as he guided the director, who strolled leisurely behind, occasionally glancing at the small street. The director, surnamed Lin, was not particularly young, aged 48, and had held his position at the tax bureau for several years. Familiar with the surrounding environment, the clientele was largely drawn from a few office buildings nearby, along with 2 older residential complexes. While it was quiet, it was not bustling, yet for such a small shop to have generated this level of revenue suggested all was well, especially with a line of patrons waiting at the entrance. Director, shall I go purchase some for you to take home? The queue is quite lengthy here, Deputy Headley suggested, observing the 30 or so people waiting outside. No need. We can wait in line together. Once we buy, we can take it home. I suspect takeout is quite common here, Director Lin replied, drawing on experience, knowing his family enjoyed the unique culinary offerings. Very well. Let us wait then. Deputy Headley had no objections. Is this your first time here? A man in front suddenly turned to inquire. Indeed, why do you ask? Deputy Headley responded with surprise, while the director, curious, posed his question. You see, takeout is not allowed here. It's dine-in only. The man confirmed their answer and replied straightforwardly. The shop is quite small. It would be troublesome to allow takeout. Director Lin continued. I cannot say. Boss Yuan has always operated this way, stating that if you order one, it must be one. If takeout is not permitted, then it is not permitted. The man shrugged, appearing equally uninformed. That might risk losing a lot of business. Now it was Deputy Head Li's turn to express confusion. Given Boss Yuan's skills, running such a small shop seems a waste of talent, but perhaps it is for the best. It allows us to enjoy the food. The man happily concluded. It seems Boss Yuan does not understand the business. After his impulsive comment, Deputy Head Li mentally noted it. It appears this owner has some ideas, the director remarked, remaining largely indifferent. Now that it seemed the shop was sound, how others operated their businesses was their own affair. He was more curious to discover if the food was truly as delightful as the waiting patrons claimed. The wait was not overly long. In less than an hour, it was their turn. As they entered, Deputy Head Li immediately focused on the menu. Director Lin was rather casual, curiously surveying his surroundings. The entrance was an ordinary glass door, exceptionally clean, leading to a space of 30 square meters as stated in the documents. Directly opposite the door stood a single table with 2 seats, accompanied by a long table encircling an open kitchen, featuring 8 high stools. From this vantage point, everything appeared immaculate. Even the white cabinets in the kitchen bore no trace of grime. Approaching the vacant seats, Lin extended his hand to feel the tabletop, which was devoid of any greasy residue. The open kitchen, surprisingly, was free of greasy odors, and the cleanliness of the tables and chairs greatly pleased Director Lin, at the very least. The hygiene was commendable. What would you like to eat, gentlemen? Yuan Zhou inquired, not recognizing that these were the tax officials attending to his matters, merely engaging in casual conversation. "Boss, what are your prices?" Vice Director Lee felt as though he had wasted his life. A fried rice dish costing 188 was one thing. But what about the tea eggs priced at a staggering 888? "Which one are you referring to?" Yuan Zhou replied, as it was a common question from first-time visitors. "Let us not dwell on that. What about the tea eggs?" Vice Director Lee sought clarity on the matter. "You'll understand once you order," was Yuan Zhou's response. Were it not for the regulations from the Price Bureau mandating clear labeling to prevent malicious deception and market disruption, Yuan Zhou's small establishment wouldn't qualify as disruptive as for deception. The prominently displayed prices on the back wall made it impossible to feign ignorance that tea was indeed a brazen trap. A song came to mind. Traps should be straightforward, devoid of pretense. "Old Lee, listen to the boss. Order something to eat," Director Lin commanded directly. "Then I'll have a fried rice set and a clear soup noodle set," Vice Director Lee, knowing Lin's fondness for noodles, promptly decided on the noodle set. "Very well, that will be 588 yuan in total," Yuan Zhou stated with certainty. Vice Director Lee paid without hesitation. "Young man, is the food here truly that delicious?" Director Lin initiated a conversation with a nearby individual. The individual, a bespectacled and bashful young man, was startled by the sudden inquiry. After regaining his composure, he replied, "It's quite delicious. Yuan Boss's skills are indeed remarkable, but I only come occasionally due to the high prices." He shyly scratched his head. "It is indeed expensive. I can't believe a small shop charges this much," Director Lin concurred. "I think it's a scam," Vice Director Lee murmured, touching his thinning hair. "Not at all. Though pricey, it is worth it. You won't find this flavor elsewhere," the bashful young man quickly countered. "Indeed, it's a fair deal, but Yuan Boss is rather lazy. I see he doesn't open for more than 6 hours a day," another patron chimed in. Speaking in a hushed tone, just as Director Lin was about to respond, their meals were served. "Here are your sets," Yuan Zhou announced as he placed each dish before them. Vice Director Lee felt a mix of emotions upon seeing the presentation. And Director Lin's feelings were even more complex. The unpeeled cloves of garlic were puzzling. He had never encountered such a lack of decorum in a dining establishment at that moment. Yuan Zhou kindly remarked, "This garlic one tea caused bad breath. Nor is it spicy." Even with this assurance, Director Lin found it difficult to partake. He certainly wouldn't waste it. The patrons around him left their plates spotless, as though washed, gleaming from the meticulous eating habits of the diners, who seemed to savor every morsel. As Director Lin pondered whether to eat the garlic, another patron seated nearby inquired, "Young chef, are the new dishes just watermelon juice and tea eggs?" "Yes, indeed, sir," Yuan Zhou confirmed with a nod. "You must inform me in advance when you plan to take a break next time. I am nearly drooling." The elderly gentleman, who had come alone, expressed eagerly. Dressed in a simple white work shirt and dark trousers, he seemed quite spry for his age. "Yes, I will notify you," Yuan Zhou replied, showing respect for the elderly. That notification was hardly sufficient. It was practically a jest, the elderly man recalled, chuckling at the memory of his reaction upon seeing the notice. "No, I was serious in my inquiry," Yuan Zhou affirmed, nodding to emphasize his sincerity. That it is often said that a man who is earnest appears most handsome. Yet Yuan Zhou's earnestness elicited a desire for reprimand. "All right, young chef, I'll have a clear soup noodle and a tea egg," the elderly gentleman decided without further ado, showing no interest in how Yuan Zhou meticulously prepared such a dubious holiday. "Certainly. That will be 1156 yuan," Yuan Zhou replied earnestly. "Wait a moment, your tea egg is 888. The elderly man's quick wit and sharp arithmetic skills allowed him to calculate the total in an instant. Indeed, Yuan Zhou indicated the price list displayed behind him. The elderly gentleman, having initially focused solely on the new offerings, had not noticed the pricing until now. Upon observing the prominently marked 888 alongside the words "special price," even the well-traveled elder was taken aback. "What makes this tea egg so special?" he inquired. Curiosity piqued. "It's quite special. Would you like to try?" Yuan Zhou eagerly promoted his dish. "What exactly makes it special?" The elderly man pressed, determined to uncover the details. However, Yuan Zhou couldn't possibly divulge the truth. "You'll find out once you taste it," he suggested, adding, "It's indescribable." "Very well, I'll take those," the elderly gentleman decided, steeling himself for the experience. "All right, please hold on," Yuan Zhou said as he headed to the kitchen to prepare. "That man has money," another patron remarked in admiration. "If you want to eat, you can," came a swift retort. "I can't afford it." The previous interjector shook his head, signaling his financial constraints. "No worries, we can just watch the elderly gentleman enjoy his meal," someone consoled, fully committed to their self-deception. While these patrons engaged in spirited discussion, Vice Director Li and Director Lin were wholly consumed by the culinary delights presented before them, despite having indulged in numerous delicacies at home, often traveling great distances for a mere wild vegetable pancake. Director Lin found himself utterly captivated by this exquisite fare. The broth of the noodles was refreshing and flavorful, devoid of any superfluous tastes, only the nutty aroma of sesame oil and a balanced hint of salt, complemented by the essence of wheat. With a slurp, he drew in a mouthful of noodles, experiencing a delightful picnic in a wheat field as the fragrant essence enveloped him. Each chew intensified the rich flavor and texture, as the noodles seemed to encapsulate the very essence of wheat. The taste of flour bursting forth at its peak, Vice Director Li, savoring the fried rice, now understood why such expensive dishes drew long queues. Delectable cuisine was simply irresistible, creating an insatiable desire to return. The rice was perfectly cooked, tender yet resilient, embodying the delicate softness of eggs and the bounce of rice, without a hint of greasiness, instead offering a refreshing sensation, a sublime experience for the palate. Each bite of the fried rice accompanied by involuntary swallows. Both men were thoroughly enchanted by the culinary artistry before them, now fully convinced of Yuan Zhou's establishment's prowess. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Yuan Zhou pondered. "System, what about the tea eggs?" The system promptly replied, "Tea eggs have been distributed." Upon seeing this notification, Yuan Zhou felt reassured as he continued preparing the clear soup noodles, having already remade the noodles. There was still a sufficient supply, and the time required to serve them was a mere 3.5 minutes. "Your noodles are ready. The tea egg will be out shortly," Yuan Zhou announced as he served the noodles. He opened the cabinet to retrieve a small dish adorned with ink-washed tea trees, intended for the tea egg. Next to the rice cooker sat an inconspicuous black rectangular container, seemingly ceramic, which Yuan Zhou suspected held the system's tea eggs. Lifting the lid with a slight tug revealed a swirling mixture of tea and brown-shelled eggs, releasing an inviting aroma. "Ah, what is that? Such a rich fragrance of tea." The elderly gentleman leaned forward, straining to catch a glimpse of Yuan Zhou's actions. "Is that the scent of tea?" someone ventured cautiously. "Oh, is that a tea egg or tea itself? The aroma is exquisite," another patron remarked, thoroughly enchanted. Yet, it was the elderly gentleman who was most eager, leaning forward in anticipation to see Yuan Zhou's preparations. Unfortunately, the obtrusive rice cooker obstructed his view entirely. However, Yuan Zhou did not keep the elderly gentleman waiting long, as he soon approached with the small dish in hand. "Your tea egg," Yuan Zhou announced as he set the dish down. The elderly man's initial reaction was one of disappointment, but then he began to examine the dish from every angle. Inhaling deeply as he savored the aroma, his lips pursed as if he were tasting something divine. He appeared both solemn and earnest, even reverent. "Yuan boss, what kind of tea did you use to boil this infernal egg?" The elderly gentleman could no longer contain his frustration. Yuan Zhou, fully aware of the system's nature, which only allowed for the finest ingredients, nodded affirmatively. "Yes, it should be the kind you are thinking of." You. The elderly man's hand trembled as he pointed at Yuan Zhou. His face flushed with uncontainable rage. Suddenly, with a loud bang, he slammed his hand on the table, rising to his feet. "You young man are wasting this, such a precious resource. Come here, I will not let you off easily today." As he spoke, he leaned forward, grasping Yuan Zhou's collar, his voice erupting in furious shouts. "Is this what you use to boil such rubbish eggs?" Although the old gentleman appeared vigorous, his age inevitably dulled his reflexes compared to Yuan Zhou's, rendering him unable to catch anything at all. Frustrated by his inability, the old man slammed the table with a bang and continued to bellow. "If you can't eat it, then give it to me, old man. Is this something you can play with?" His vehement reaction instantly jolted those immersed in the deliciousness around him, causing them to lift their heads in curiosity. It is worth noting that while many diners harbored deep disdain for Yuan Zhou's incompetence, They showed considerable leniency due to his culinary skills, making such a confrontation a first-time spectacle. What on earth is happening? Fellow diners began to inquire urgently of those in the know. Chapter 64. Tea leaves and eggs, please calm down. This egg is absolutely worthy of this red tea, Yuan Zhou stated with a calm and indifferent tone. Observing the old man's relentless demeanor, Yuan Zhou felt an internal surge of frustration. He was entirely innocent in this matter, as the tea was provided by the system and he had not even tasted it himself. Now, while selling a dish, he found himself facing a life-threatening situation. Yuan Zhou felt he was merely bearing the brunt of the system's shortcomings. The old gentleman, provoked by Yuan Zhou's seemingly bland remark, retorted, "Kid, come out here. Today, I shall teach you the meaning of not wasting." With that, the old man rolled up his sleeves, preparing to confront Yuan Zhou, nearly crossing the table to take him on, only to be swiftly restrained by the astute Deputy Chief Li. "What is going on here? Let's discuss this calmly," he interjected. "Discuss calmly? Look at your age. Don't you drink tea?" The old gentleman huffed as he tugged at his clothing. "Speaking of which, this rich orchid fragrance, coupled with a hint of sweetness, could this be Kimun?" Deputy Chief Li, a connoisseur of tea, mused, for how could one be a civil servant in China without an appreciation for tea? "Excuse my intrusion," he added after finishing the last bite of his fried rice, turning to the old gentleman with a serious expression as he picked up a small plate to examine the tea egg within. "What is happening?" Onlookers curiously scratched their heads. "I suspect Yuan's tea egg might be something extraordinary," someone asserted confidently. "That's hardly insightful. Just look at those three old men. They smell something delightful but can't quite place it," remarked an uninformed diner. "It's not just anything. This Kimun black tea is of exceptional quality." A seemingly knowledgeable voice chimed in. The chatter among the spectators did not hinder Deputy Chief Lin's scrutiny. After a prolonged moment, he set down the plate, sighed. The young master must be using Kimun spring tea. The color and the authentic aroma, with a honey-like sensation, leave no room for doubt. What's with this kid? Is he squandering such fine tea on tea eggs? The old gentleman began to show signs of outrage once more. In truth, those in the shop who had a modicum of tea knowledge were all inclined to chastise Yuan Zhou. After all, Kimun black tea is renowned as the finest among the world's 3 high-aroma black teas, alongside Darjeeling from India and Yuva from Sri Lanka. Indeed, only freshly picked spring tea can produce such a honey-like flavor and elegant orchid fragrance, Yuan Zhou asserted confidently regarding his choice of tea. "You understand tea, yet still misuse it?" The old gentleman felt his composure slipping. It was high time to cast aside his dignity and give Yuan Zhou a piece of his mind. If Yuan Zhou were ignorant of tea, it might have been more forgivable, but knowing the esteemed value of Kimun spring tea and still using it thus was enough to make the old man's liver ache. "As for whom I respect among the proprietors, it is undoubtedly Yuan Zhou who dares to use Kimun spring tea for boiling tea eggs," murmured a bystander. "I suddenly think 888 should at least have an extra 0. Truly a special deal," another chimed in. "Yuan Zhou, if you don't show off, are we still friends?" "Indeed, even if the spring tea doesn't come from Ximen but from the nearby Liko and Pingli areas, it remains quite expensive. I am impressed," another onlooker admitted, now contemplating giving Yuan Zhou a piece of his mind. "Oh dear, Kimun black tea, my heart aches. Don't touch me, my liver hurts," another lamented. "Young brother, you're mistaken. The tea used by Yuan Zhou is indeed from the Liko region," Deputy Chief Lin remarked, his mood complex as he held the tea egg. Deputy Chief Lin's feelings were akin to someone who had painstakingly sought to purchase something worthwhile, only to see others casually buy it in bulk, carelessly consuming it without a second thought, and the more he thought about it, the more resentful he felt. Yes, only good tea can yield the finest flavors in tea eggs, Yuan Zhou stated with utmost seriousness. "To hell with your tea eggs. Hand over the remaining red tea. The old man will buy it all," the old gentleman exclaimed, feeling exasperated by Yuan Zhou's infuriating words. "I'm sorry, but we do not sell tea here," Yuan Zhou flatly refused. "Name your price, but I am aware of the market. The finest spring tea is about 3,000 per gram. I will offer 3,600. The old gentleman was unyielding in his bidding. Yuan Zhou's heart remained unperturbed. He merely felt a slight tremor in his liver, rapidly calculating the price in his mind. 36,000 for 1 kilogram. 360,000 for 10 kilograms, equivalent to half a month's pure profit. The thought sent a shudder through Yuan Zhou, and he replied, his face devoid of emotion, "Not for sale. Why don't you listen? Using this tea for tea eggs is truly a waste," the old gentleman insisted anxiously. Onlookers felt that the old man genuinely loved tea, witnessing how a perfectly normal elder was on the verge of madness. Demanding Yuan Zhou sell him the tea simply to avoid waste, Yuan Zhou, feeling helpless, could only say, "Please try the tea egg first. You will understand. Old gentleman, I believe this young man truly won't sell." Deputy Chief Lin began to placate him. "Exactly. Just let it go," Deputy Chief Li joined in. "Ah, I know. It's just that I can't stand it. I didn't manage to buy any spring tea this year. They say the yield was too low. And last year most of it was pre-ordered, and the rest was snatched up before it even cooled down. It's been difficult to acquire." The old gentleman slumped despondently into his chair. "Indeed. Spring tea is inherently hard to come by. Who knew this year would yield not a single grain?" Deputy Chief Lin echoed his sentiments. Yuan Zhou observed the group, sighing and lamenting. Remaining silent, he knew that what he had mentioned was merely ordinary, while the system had far more stringent requirements, including the tea's origin, harvest time, and even the selection of the picker, for instance. The system had specified that the tea used this time had to be freshly picked spring tea from a young, fair maiden just 18 years of age, thus ensuring the purity of the tea leaves. Yuan Zhou could only think, haha. As the farce came to a close, the crowd resumed their orderly queue for food, of course, without sparing the discussions. If Yuan Zhou's tea is this exceptional, what must the eggs be like? Someone curiously inquired. "I believe they are certainly not ordinary. Perhaps they are the eggs from the fried rice," someone quickly chimed in. "Indeed. The flavor of those eggs is absolutely extraordinary. They bear no hint of the usual eggy smell and carry a refreshing aroma. I wonder how Yuan Zhou achieves this," one person mused, starting to reminisce about the taste of the fried rice. Meanwhile, the old gentleman struggled to muster the enthusiasm to try the tea egg, only feeling somewhat revived after finishing his clear broth noodles. Before finally preparing to taste the tea egg.as for venting his frustration over waste, that was out of the question, regardless of the price. Out of respect for the Kimun spring tea, the old gentleman would undoubtedly devour the tea egg without hesitation. The tea egg stood out prominently on the white plate, its round shape nestled in deep brown, glossy broth, exuding a fragrant aroma of tea, and upon closer inspection, there was not a trace of the egg's typical scent. The cracked shell appeared surprisingly orderly as the old gentleman gently peeled it away, and at that moment, the aroma of the egg mingled with the fragrance of the tea wafted forth. Chapter 65. Tea egg. The shell of the egg had been dyed a deep brown, yet the original white of the eggshell was still discernible. The old gentleman, being quite knowledgeable about this humble source of nutrition, understood that the color of an egg's shell merely reflects the chicken's diet during a certain period, thus leading to variations in the egg's hue. Therefore, the notion that darker-colored eggs are exclusively from free-range hens is wholly unfounded. Before him lay a tea egg, slightly larger than the average chicken egg, perfectly shaped and ovaled. As the old gentleman peeled the tea egg, he realized something remarkable. Typically, an egg possesses a thin membrane that becomes more difficult to peel, indicating its freshness. Yet, this egg was remarkably easy to remove. Could it be that this young man used such fine tea to boil eggs that aren't fresh? The old gentleman pondered in indignation. With a burst of frustration, he swiftly completed the peeling, only to discover that this tea egg was nothing less than a work of art. In truth, the flavor of a preserved egg often carries a gypsum-like taste that can be overwhelming. Yet its egg white is stunning, deep blue adorned with white flecks resembling stars in the night sky. Truly beautiful. Now, this tea egg resembled a masterpiece crafted by a master artist, the intricate patterns seamlessly integrated, as if they had sprouted from the tender white of the egg itself. Upon closer inspection, it resembled an ink-wash painting of mountainous landscapes, deeply etched into the egg white, and intriguingly, it emitted an enticing aroma that whetted the appetite. As he slightly rotated the plate, the tea egg released a waft of the elegant orchid fragrance of the red tea, and with the movement, the landscape depicted on the egg white seemed almost alive, the steam rising from the egg itself adding a touch of ethereal beauty to the scene. "This tea egg of yours resembles a work of art, young master," the old gentleman remarked with awe. "Indeed it does," Deputy Chief Lin concurred, gazing at the small egg on the plate. Finally, Yuan Zhou received the official response from the system, which declared, The eggs are from the Langshan breed, specifically the Langshan White. The Langshan chicken has a breeding history that spans a millennium. Wolf Mountain White is a rare variant among the Wolf Mountain chickens, with only one Wolf Mountain White emerging for every 1,000 Wolf Mountain chickens. The population of Wolf Mountain White is exceedingly scarce, characterized by its immaculate white feathers and vibrant red comb, creating a striking and delightful visual contrast. While Wolf Mountain chickens serve as dual-purpose birds for both meat and eggs, Wolf Mountain White is exclusively utilized for egg production. Presently, the Wolf Mountain Whites or Wolf Mountain chickens available in the market are no longer purebred. Purebred Wolf Mountain Whites are known for their large and abundant egg production. As for the tea leaves, Yuan Zhou has acquired ample understanding, as evidenced by the recent attitudes of the elderly gentleman. The manner of consuming tea eggs varies from person to person. Some prefer to peel half of the shell and enjoy it while holding the other half, while others prefer to completely shell the egg and eat it with chopsticks. The elderly gentleman, however, favors splitting the egg in half. Yuan Zhou prepared chopsticks specifically designed for noodle consumption for the elderly gentleman, which are slender and pointed, making it easy to break apart the tea egg. The yolk inside presents a warm yellow hue, slightly runny, in a state of just being set. The aroma emanating from the split tea egg penetrates the elderly gentleman's nostrils with intensified allure. At that moment, he feels that this chicken egg paired with Chimen spring tea is somewhat acceptable, that he lifts a half and places it into his mouth, savoring it with delightful munching sounds, exuding an expression of pleasure. The rich fragrance of the tea melds with the inherent aroma of the egg, truly deserving its title as the finest among fragrant teas. Its scent is captivating, yet does not overshadow the egg's flavor. The layers of taste in his mouth are distinct, with the delicate fragrance of orchids lingering as he swallows the egg, akin to consuming a blossom. The ancient description of a beautiful woman's breath resembling orchids resonates deeply with the elderly gentleman at this moment. "Old man, is your tea egg delicious?" inquired a bespectacled man who had been observing for quite some time. Moments ago, during a minor altercation over the tea, he had witnessed the elderly gentleman claim that the egg did not complement the tea. However, now it was evident that the expression of enjoyment on his face could only signal that it was indeed quite delectable. "What does a child know? But it is undeniably delicious," the elderly gentleman replied, understanding the insinuation behind the bespectacled man's words. Initially, he had felt pity that such fine tea leaves were being used to make tea eggs, which he found regrettable, although the quantity of tea leaves used for boiling the eggs was not substantial. For someone who cherishes tea, it still felt like a waste. After tasting, he discovered that the two elements complemented each other harmoniously, each showcasing their best flavors. Having finished his tea egg, the elderly gentleman departed quietly, leaving others to note how remarkably clean the remaining plate was, devoid of any broth. "Chief, what about us?" Deputy Chief Li whispered, noticing that the chief had also finished his meal. "Let us go," Chief Lin said, rising first. "What about this place?" Deputy Chief Li asked as he exited the door. "I see no issues here. A small establishment with skill and character is not limited to just this one. Though the prices are steep, they are well matched to the quality of the food," Chief Lin concluded with a smile. Deputy Chief Li, having finished his meal, felt that only such prices could justify such exquisite flavors. To dine here was to indulge in an ultimate sensory experience, akin to the sentiment expressed in Little Chef, which states that cooking brings happiness to people. The delectable offerings at Yuan Zhou's small establishment truly evoke joy and contentment, and the quality of the ingredients even contributes to better health. The bustling midday passed swiftly, and before long, it was time for the evening service to commence. "Boss, may I have a glass of watermelon juice?" A girl rushed in, her ponytail swaying in the air ahead of her arrival. "Certainly, please hold on," Yuan Zhou replied promptly, bending down to select a watermelon and begin crafting the juice, with steady hands and a precise knife. He expertly sliced the watermelon to extract its juice. As word of the watermelon juice spread throughout the afternoon, more patrons began to arrive, predominantly young women, providing Yuan Zhou with a delightful feast for the eyes. Yet his aloof demeanor remained intact amidst the playful antics of the ponytailed girl. "Boss Yuan, look at the watermelon juice I bought for 88. You only use a portion to make 1 cup. So shouldn't the remainder be mine?" the ponytailed girl said with sparkling eyes. Yuan Zhou glanced up and replied, "1 cup of watermelon juice is 88. The leftover is not yours." Even in the face of beauty, Yuan Zhou's words remained resolute in refusal. But Boss Yuan, I heard your watermelons are for recycling, meaning you don't need them. Can't you spare what you don't require? She pleaded. Hands clasped in a gesture of innocence. Absolutely not. That is the rule, Yuan Zhou responded, unwavering in his denial. That moment, Wu Zhou entered with his girlfriend. Each time Yuan Zhou saw this couple, he instinctively knew it was the weekend. Observing their display of affection, Yuan Zhou felt a sense of disdain. Boss Yuan, today I brought my girlfriend. Wu Zhou exclaimed joyfully, guiding his girlfriend to a seat and greeting Yuan Zhou as usual. Yuan Zhou merely nodded politely without engaging further. Boss Yuan, my girlfriend specifically came for the watermelon juice. We'd like 2 glasses, Wu Zhou said, preparing to place an order for a main dish. Apologies, but the watermelon juice is sold out, Yuan Zhou stated, secretly pleased at the prospect of not making a profit, yet feeling a sense of joy at this first instance of systematic limitation. The watermelon juice is limited to 100 cups daily. Watching Wu Zhou's expression of frustration, Yuan Zhou felt an additional surge of happiness. Boss Yuan, what do you mean by sold out? Wu Zhou asked, sensing that Yuan Zhou bore some grudge against him. The literal meaning, Yuan Zhou shrugged, indicating the simplicity of the situation. Did you really sell out just as the evening opened? Zhuang Xinmu inquired curiously. The watermelon juice is limited to 100 servings each day, Yuan Zhou explained. Limited? Why didn't you mention that earlier? You should have posted a notice, Wu Zhou grumbled, irritated that his girlfriend would miss out on the juice. Oh, didn't I say? Yuan Zhou replied with an air of disbelief, his expression devoid of emotion, as if he were certain he had indeed mentioned it. You really didn't say? So this is your mistake, Boss Yuan. You should offer compensation, Wu Zhou hastily interjected. There will be no compensation, Yuan Zhou maintained his cold demeanor. Boss Yuan, do you realize how punchable you are right now? Wu Zhou remarked, having heard of earlier incidents. You may certainly try, Yuan Zhou replied, raising his well-muscled arm nonchalantly. After all, Yuan Zhou was a chef, accustomed to handling pots and pans thousands of times a day. While Wu Zhou, a programmer, appeared to Yuan Zhou as no match at all. Never mind, we'll drink some next time, Zhuang Xinmu aptly diffused the awkward tension. Clearly, Wu Zhou was not a match for Yuan Zhou in terms of strength. Wu Zhou slumped back into his seat, allowing his girlfriend to begin ordering that he mumbled. I once had a friend who was just as arrogant. Now his grave is overgrown with weeds 3 feet high. Feeling a sense of victory, Yuan Zhou remained in high spirits, pretending not to have heard. 3 hours of service passed swiftly. Yuan Zhou removed his apron and washed his hands under the flowing water, the sound cascading down. His fingers, long and strong, bore small injuries that unmistakably indicated these were not the hands of a girl. After washing his hands countless times throughout the day, Yuan Zhou prepared a bowl of clear soup noodles. As was his custom, finishing off the remaining broth as he exited through the back door, the dimly lit alley remained unchanged, yet familiar to Yuan Zhou, who navigated it without faltering. Here's your noodle broth. No need to guard the door. It's fine. Yuan Zhou poured the broth into the bowl of a scruffy teddy dog. However, the dog merely regarded the bowl with an air of indifference before lowering its head to resume its position. Stay here by yourself, Yuan Zhou remarked before turning back to his shop. The scruffy teddy dog lifted its head slightly, watching Yuan Zhou leave, before standing up to slurp the noodle broth, its canine face betraying a hint of human-like enjoyment. After finishing the broth, the scruffy teddy dog nudged its small bowl back into its nest, covering it with something, then ambled off leisurely. Originally a small breed, the teddy dog is a type of poodle, with teddy merely a designation among many grooming styles. Poodles are renowned for their prowess in water hunting, making them exceptional water dogs. Upon arriving at the front of Yuan Zhou's small establishment, the scruffy poodle surveyed the area before settling at the entrance, its small head held high, exuding an air of seriousness. It resolutely rejected Yuan Zhou's kind offer not to guard the door in June's weather. As capricious as a child's demeanor, the star-studded night sky suddenly witnessed a light drizzle. However, the scruffy teddy dog seemed accustomed to the rain, refusing to budge, allowing the droplets to soak its fur, which only accentuated its frail appearance. Fortunately, the rain subsided shortly, the skies gradually clearing, and daylight began to brighten until the sun emerged over the horizon. Only then did the teddy dog shake off its damp fur, droplets scattering, before it trod steadily back to its makeshift bed to rest. Is this the place? A group of about 30 people approached from afar. Creating quite a ruckus, the girl who appeared to be the leader declared, "Yes, it should be. There's no name, and the address checks out." Dressed in casual white attire, a gentleman of handsome demeanor confirmed with his phone, "Indeed. It's here." Upon verification, someone exclaimed, "Since the wealthy hero has confirmed, there's no doubt." "Exactly, I checked too. This is indeed the spot," another chimed in. This group, likely comprised of viewers from the popular streaming channel Meng Meng, seemed to be led by a wealthy patron. A throng of individuals congregated at the entrance of Yuan Zhou's modest establishment, exchanging glances with one another, until the leading young woman inquired, "It's already 8:30. The doors should be opening soon." A dapper gentleman raised his hand to check his watch and replied with certainty, "Indeed. We should wait a little longer." The young woman sought to pacify the increasingly restless crowd behind her. The affluent individual, known as Ling Hong, was quite handsome and genuinely wealthy, owning a publishing company and hailing from a prosperous family. In his leisure hours, he either indulged in lavish pastimes or observed others enjoying themselves. Having seen the enticing watermelons used by Yuan Zhou in a video, he decided to come and sample the fare. When he called for volunteers in their group, many were eager to join, but he was merely the vanguard of the first wave. As the door swung open with a whoosh, a sea of eager faces greeted Yuan Zhou, who was taken aback by the fervent discussions that in the past, he would usually encounter no more than 10 patrons waiting at the door, primarily due to the early hour and the fact that he typically opened for only an hour in the morning. Arriving late often meant missing out, leading many to return at noon or in the evening. Notably, apart from Wu Hai, who resided across the street, the locals would frequently come over for breakfast the moment Yuan Zhou opened. Now, drawn by the sound of the opening, over 30 individuals turned their attention to Yuan Zhou, gazing at him as though he were a celebrity come to life. Faced with such an assembly, Yuan Zhou calmly declared, "Those here to eat may enter. The rest should form a line." He then turned and walked away. "The boss indeed has a unique personality," remarked the leading young woman, observing Yuan Zhou's taciturn demeanor. "True, but I wonder if the food is genuinely as delectable as rumored. Every time I see Meng Meng dining here, I find myself salivating," chimed in a voice from the crowd belonging to a user named Chi Maoxiong. "Let us head in first," suggested Ling Hong. Leading the way into the small establishment, he quickly surveyed the surroundings before focusing intently on the menu. "Boss Yuan, do you have soup dumplings today?" Wu Hai called out upon entering. "Yes, but you ought to queue," Yuan Zhou replied, gesturing toward the line of 30 or so patrons behind Wu Hai. "I was merely inquiring. I will certainly queue," Wu Hai said, obediently making his way to the back of the line. "I'll have one of everything on the menu," declared Ling Hong, embodying the spirit of indulgence. "Apologies, but we only have soup dumplings this morning." Yuan Zhou indicated the steaming bamboo basket behind him. "That's fine. I'll pay. Just ensure they're made," Ling Hong insisted, certain he wouldn't leave empty-handed. "I'm afraid that's not possible," Yuan Zhou replied, showing little concern for the money. Ling Hong, undeterred, decided to employ a different tactic. "How about this, Boss Yuan? If you prepare them all at once, I'll promote your establishment for free. Your prices are likely beyond the means of many." Ling Hong's words struck a chord. While Yuan Zhou's culinary skills were indeed exceptional, the high-quality ingredients meant that few could afford to dine there regularly, with patrons often visiting only 2 or 3 times a month. "But I am different. My acquaintances can easily afford such luxuries," Ling Hong boasted with an air of confidence. Yuan Zhou felt tempted. The prospect of earning additional income without the burden of self-promotion was alluring. Yet he still firmly replied, "No, thank you." "Very well, then I shall have a serving of soup dumplings." Ling Hong acquiesced, not one to press the issue further. The others in line began ordering soup dumplings as well, while Yuan Zhou's reluctance to prepare anything else stemmed from sheer inconvenience. "All right, please wait a moment. Does anyone require vinegar?" Yuan Zhou inquired first. "I would like a small dish," Ling Hong responded. "I do not," the leading young woman declared, as she had no taste for sour flavors. "Boss, do you have watermelon juice?" someone suddenly inquired. "Today, we only have soup dumplings," Yuan Zhou confirmed once more. "Then I one tea require the vinegar," the inquirer decided. The freshly prepared soup dumplings were soon served, and Ling Hong was the first to unveil the vibrant green bamboo steamer, still exuding a faint aroma. "Boss Yuan, why is your bamboo so remarkably green?" Ling Hong asked, puzzled. This is double bamboo. Once crafted into utensils, it retains its color indefinitely and becomes even more vibrant when heated. Yuan Zhou casually explained, relaying the system's details. Boss Yuan, I'm not well educated. Please don't jest with me. ISNT double bamboo, an ancient variety. Ling Hong retorted, feigning disbelief. Indeed, this species of bamboo is most suitable, Yuan Zhou asserted, as if it were a matter of course. Can I hit you, boss? Ling Hong asked with a serious expression. Absolutely not. Yuan Zhou responded with unwavering resolve. In that moment, Ling Hong experienced a taste of the bewilderment he often witnessed through the screen when Yuan Zhou silenced others. It was an uncomfortable sensation. Thus, he decided to focus on the food instead. The quality of the soup dumplings could be gauged by the thinness of the skin, and as a connoisseur of culinary delights, Ling Hong immediately recognized Yuan Zhou's expertise. The translucent exterior showcased the filling within. The broth brimming and seemingly on the verge of spilling out, yet securely encased by the delicate skin. As he gingerly lifted one, he feared the fragile skin might tear at any moment. But the dumpling remained intact in the dish, swaying gently that he lifted the plate, creating a small opening with his chopsticks, allowing the soft, fragrant exterior to touch his lips as the savory broth flowed into his mouth. Slurp. Slurp. The delectable liquid filled Ling Hong's mouth, making it impossible to resist. Upon finishing the broth, he immediately poured the vinegar into the dumpling, some spilling over the skin's surface. The initial 30 individuals were the vanguard. Having come to sample the food after watching the live stream, led by Ling Hong. As the viewership for Meng Meng's broadcasts peaked in the thousands, even a fraction of that audience represented a substantial crowd. As the hour drew to a close, 5 more young women arrived, regulars who had visited at least 3 times. The tallest among them, sporting a ponytail and clad in shorts, exclaimed, "Boss, a plate of blueberry jam." The rest of the trio quickly echoed her order for blueberry jam. "I want beef sauce," piped up a cute-looking girl. Yuan, why would you want beef sauce with your bread?" the tallest girl questioned, perplexed. "But beef sauce is delicious too. Next time I'll order blueberry jam," the meat-loving girl replied, clearly favoring protein over other options. With that, the 5 settled down, retrieving individually packaged slices of toast from their bags. "Apologies, but we only have soup dumplings available this morning, and they are already sold out," Yuan Zhou stated, arms crossed as he regarded the colorful group of young women. While they may not rival the beauty of Enya, they were still a rare sight, and the sheer number of them was noteworthy. Yet, Yuan Zhou remained firm in his refusal. "Boss, you should really consider making some soup dumplings. Blueberry jam with toast is the real deal," the tall girl lamented, accustomed to Yuan Zhou's strict policies. "Exactly, beef sauce is so much tastier," the cute girl added, unwilling to relent. Yuan Zhou simply shrugged, adopting an expression of resignation, as the disappointed young women begrudgingly took their toast and departed. When noon arrived, Ling Hong returned with an even larger group outside Yuan Zhou's small shop. Thanks to vigorous promotion within their circle, the influence of a wealthy individual was indeed formidable, especially when combined with the efforts of both Ling Hong and Qi Maoxiong, who had rallied a significant number of onlookers. The first 10 to register would receive a complimentary dish, which drew a crowd even larger than that of the morning that Yuan Zhou opened the doors. He was met with an even greater throng than before, which puzzled him somewhat, though more patrons generally meant more revenue, and he was pleased despite his serious demeanor. Ling Hong and Qi Maoxiong proceeded to order everything available on the menu without hesitation. "All right, gentlemen, please hold on," Yuan Zhou acquiesced readily. Thankfully, the menu featured only a few main dishes, egg fried rice and clear soup noodles, alongside 2 side dishes. For a man, consuming all of this would leave one merely feeling full. Not overly stuffed, as the delicious offerings would surely whet the appetite that moment. Yuan Zhou received a new task from the system. Host may now initiate the second phase of the task. Phase 2 task: develop over 100 regular patrons. Task description: a good restaurant must have more than 100 regular customers, with patrons visiting at least 8 times a month to be considered regulars. Task reward: 1 chance to draw for a cuisine fragment. Task progress: 7100. At this juncture, Yuan Zhou mused that if he could turn back time, he would never shy away from the hassle. A simple effort might complete the task. He wondered if it was still possible now. Suddenly, an idea struck him, Perhaps he could adopt a more amiable demeanor to aid in fulfilling the task. But then, what exactly was a cuisine fragment? What does cuisine fragment mean? Yuan Zhou silently pondered in his heart. The system displayed. It is one of the fragments of a random cuisine. So will the next draw still be from the same cuisine? Yuan Zhou inquired, expressing his concern. The system responded, it depends on the cuisine you drew the first time. Subsequent draws will preferentially select from the existing cuisines. Are the fragments of each cuisine equally abundant? After some thought, Yuan Zhou continued to ask. The system replied, each draw is different, and the size of each fragment also varies. Having resolved his queries, Yuan Zhou felt reassured and prepared to cook. Of course, the ideas he had conceived also needed to be put into action. Thus, with a slight smile breaking his typically serious demeanor, Yuan Zhou turned again, startling the regular patrons who began to whisper among themselves. What's wrong with Boss Yuan? A familiar customer asked a stranger beside them. This stranger, a first-time visitor and an audience member of the live stream, noticed the tension in the air and curiously remarked. Boss Yuan just smiled. What's the matter? What do you expect? It's your first time here, right? The other replied affirmatively. Yes, I came after watching Muming's live stream. The live stream viewer confirmed. Boss Yuan never smiles. I've been here many times and have never seen it. What's going on now? The mysterious customer stated. Maybe the boss is in a good mood. The live stream viewer shrugged off casually. Naive. I think Boss Yuan must want to slack off, someone chimed in. Meanwhile, Ling Hong observed Yuan Zhou warily, fearing he might say something unexpected. Coincidentally, Yuan Zhou, with his keen hearing, caught every word of their comments this moment. He was contemplating whether to sleep in tomorrow or open the door early, as he felt quite exhausted. Then, Yuan Zhou returned to his expressionless demeanor. You scared me. Boss Yuan finally seems normal, said the person who had just interjected. Exactly, I thought something was wrong, another chimed in, symbolically patting their chest. Having heard everything, Yuan Zhou decided to indulge in a few extra hours of sleep. Just as he made this decision, he suddenly recalled his task, the unfinished words shimmering in his mind. And he was immensely curious about what kind of cuisine he would draw. This is fried rice. Yuan Zhou, lost in thought, was interrupted by a loud exclamation. Looking up, he saw the customer, Bamboo, who had ordered the panda dish. Sitting beside an empty plate that had once held fried rice and a clean dish that had once contained beef sauce, suggesting he had poured the fried rice into the beef sauce dish bit by bit. For it was spotless. I think the noodles are delicious, Ling Hong interjected, his mouth full. You'll understand once you try the fried rice with the meat sauce, Bamboo said, wiping his mouth and continuing to eat. We'll talk later, Ling Hong added after swallowing a mouthful of soup. The usual atmosphere at Yuan Zhou's shop was that patrons would start eating as soon as their bowls were served, with minimal chatter, as many waited for their turn, if they wished to converse. It was typically during the queue. Even if it resembled fast food where one eats and leaves, it couldn't hinder the diner's pursuit of delectable flavors. However, the lunch crowd was slightly less than that of the evening. Midday breaks were limited, while those finishing work in the evening had more time. Yet today was different. A group of live stream viewers had gathered at Yuan Zhou's shop's entrance. I'm sorry, but our lunchtime service is about to end. We cannot accommodate any more guests, Yuan Zhou addressed the queue behind him. How can this be? I haven't eaten yet, someone immediately protested. Yes, I specially held off for a week. It's hard to come here once, a short-haired girl expressed her grievance. Boss Yuan, please stay open a little longer. Many haven't had a chance to eat, a middle-aged man chimed in. I'm sorry, but that's the rule. Yuan Zhou maintained his calm demeanor, responding nonchalantly. This was the demeanor of a master. However, this master, at that moment, felt utterly distressed inside, as every patron turned away represented lost revenue that he could have earned. Boss Yuan. Really? It's so hard to come here just once. The crowd continued to grumble as they dispersed. Sigh. When will Boss Yuan stop being so rigid? After closing the door, Yuan Zhou returned upstairs to contemplate how to complete this task. Logically, his customer flow was significant, but the requirement to dine twice a month posed challenges for most, as the current clientele was just like that. Glancing over the task progress, he noted that the numbers weren't too far off. Lying in bed, Yuan Zhou unknowingly drifted off to sleep until a commotion below roused him. Boss Yuan, open the door. The urgent, clamorous calls from downstairs jolted Yuan Zhou awake. He quickly got up, moved to the window, and peered down, finding it crowded with people, blocking the entrance. which instantly revived his spirits. This was a chance to fulfill his task. After a flurry of activity, Yuan Zhou dashed down the stairs, catching his breath before finally opening the door. "You're all quite early today," Yuan Zhou greeted. "Not early. It's already 5:30, Wu Hai strolled in leisurely. "Indeed, it's not early at all." Ling Hong followed closely behind, with the rest of the group entering in succession. "Do you have soup dumplings today?" Ling Hong directly ordered the morning's soup dumplings. "I'm sorry, those are breakfast items." Yuan Zhou pointed to the small text behind the soup dumplings. "All right, then I'll have fried rice with beef sauce and a bowl of clear soup noodles," Ling Hong decided, thinking that a full lunch would be a bit much, and he would eat less for dinner. The evening operating hours were fixed, yet today was unusual. Even as closing time approached, there were still people lining up outside, not only from the local crowd, but also those who had watched the live stream at noon, directly waiting to have dinner here, alongside those who arrived in the evening after work. This influx of customers was primarily brought in by Meng Meng, and they were now all thoroughly impressed by Yuan Zhou's culinary skills. Even as the shop closed, there were still many patrons inside a tea this moment. The wealthy Ling Hong remarked, "Boss Yuan, how about you stay open a little longer tonight? Everyone is waiting for late-night snacks." "No way," Yuan Zhou replied, "with only 5 minutes left of operational hours. How about I treat these folks to dinner, and you extend the hours?" Ling Hong suggested, gesturing toward the remaining dozen or so patrons who hadn't eaten. "If you're treating, that is fine. Let us do it tomorrow instead." Yuan Zhou decisively decided to take advantage of Ling Hong's generosity. "Boss Yuan, I meant for you to extend the hours. I just wanted to treat." Ling Hong effortlessly returned the ball. As for Yuan Zhou's choice, Chapter 69, the sauce faction and the soup dumpling faction. "Boss Yuan, I meant for you to extend the hours. I just wanted to treat." Ling Hong easily returned the ball. "All right," Yuan Zhou agreed readily. However, before Ling Hong could express his joy, Yuan Zhou continued, "We can open the door, but no orders can be taken." "What?" Ling Hong decided that today had already been filled with surprises, and he felt as if he had lost track of his education, as he couldn't quite grasp the meaning of that statement. The literal meaning, Yuan Zhou shrugged, affirming. "Boss Yuan, playing tricks like this can easily backfire," Ling Hong grumbled. "Do you not know that those who scheme will be schemed against?" So will you still treat?" Yuan Zhou gestured toward the patrons waiting behind Ling Hong for an answer. "Of course, just because of your trickery, I will treat." Ling Hong, ever the wealthy patron, agreed promptly. "All right, everyone come over tomorrow morning. I'll treat you all to breakfast." After a long day, Ling Hong had inquired and learned that Yuan Zhou sometimes didn't tea open early in the morning, so saying this also put some pressure on him. Heroes truly are wealthy. The crowd behind him responded cheerfully upon hearing this. "Indeed. A big spender," someone exclaimed enviously. "Don't worry, I'll definitely be here bright and early tomorrow." Others began coordinating their plans. "Yes, let us gather here at 8:30 tomorrow morning." "Thank you, big spender," the girl who had taken the lead this morning summarized. Faced with this evident trap, Yuan Zhou, though already ensnared, had his own ways to navigate out. With everything arranged here, Ling Hong simply turned to leave, but halfway through, he suddenly asked, "Boss Yuan, have you gotten a dog?" Yuan Zhou, momentarily caught off guard, paused briefly. "When we were waiting outside this afternoon, there was a mixed color poodle at your door, looking as if it were guarding the entrance," Ling Hong explained. "Yes, we all saw it." A few who hadn't yet left echoed in unison. "Oh, I don't have a dog. It's a stray that lives by that trash can. I sometimes feed it some noodle soup," Yuan Zhou explained casually. "Noodle soup? Boss Yuan, do you need a pet?" Suddenly, a sweet-faced girl who hadn't yet exited turned back and asked, No pets for me," Yuan Zhou declined firmly. "One that cleans up after itself, comes for meals, eats, and then goes home on its own," the pure-looking girl said earnestly. "No need. You should head back now." Yuan Zhou felt somewhat overwhelmed, even though it was clearly a joke. "All right, but Boss Yuan, your noodle soup is delicious. It would be great for feeding a dog." The girl seemed unwilling to relent. "Boss Yuan is truly a big spender," Ling Hong remarked with a knowing smile. "Not at all. It's just a bit pitiful," Yuan Zhou replied helplessly. "I'm also quite pitiful. I can hardly afford to eat here more than a few times a month," the girl said, her big eyes wide with sincerity. "All right, man, you run a shop yourself, so hurry back." Yuan Zhou spoke with a hint of exasperation as he looked at the girl before him. Indeed, Yuan Zhou was familiar with this girl, She owned a quaint handmade bakery in the nearby snack street. Immensely popular among the bourgeois crowd, and she was a regular patron, visiting 5 or 6 times a month, often brought along by Inya. Fine, I'll take my leave, Boss Yuan. Man glanced at Yuan Zhou's kitchen and sauntered out at a leisurely pace. Boss Yuan has quite the charm with the ladies, Ling Hong remarked with a knowing smile, admiring Man's pure and beautiful silhouette. Goodbye, closing the door now, Yuan Zhou replied. All right then, Ling Hong shrugged, unperturbed as he exited the small street to the parking lot, noting that there was no parking available there. After finishing his noodles, Yuan Zhou fed the leftover broth to the shaggy teddy bear that lounged in place. Exhausted from a long day, he finally washed up and rested. Ring, ring, ring. The ever-reliable alarm clock awakened Yuan Zhou early in the morning. The past month had been the healthiest period for him. With his routine of early sleep and rising, coupled with delicious and nutritious food, his health had significantly improved. He brushed his teeth. He lifted his shirt and noticed the outline of some abdominal muscles forming. It seems my efforts are paying off, Yuan Zhou mused to himself. That in truth, he had completely forgotten how just a couple of days prior he had been unable to rise from bed. His improved health was undoubtedly a result of the system's top-tier ingredients, although it did indeed correlate with maintaining a regular schedule. But for effort, was it truly a battle of wits with the system? Delighted by the emergence of his abs, Yuan Zhou treated himself to a bowl of noodles and a serving of egg fried rice for breakfast, for Ling Hong's beloved soup dumplings. He regrettably could not rise early enough to prepare them. After enjoying his breakfast, Yuan Zhou cheerfully opened the shop door, and outside, the same crowd from the previous night was already lined up ahead. Boss Yuan, you finally open. 1 order of soup dumplings, please. Ling Hong, who had treated everyone the night before, was naturally the first to step inside. I'm sorry, but no soup dumplings this morning, Yuan Zhou said, flashing a grin. This smile almost caused Ling Hong to lose his composure and stomp his foot on Yuan Zhou's face. Why not? Ling Hong asked, flexing his fists in a calm manner. We've run out of flour, Yuan Zhou replied, nonchalantly. No flour? Then surely you have some sauce this morning. A girl with a ponytail eagerly chimed in. Yes, we have clear broth noodles and 2 types of sauce, Yuan Zhou nodded. That's wonderful. The ponytailed girl joyfully returned to her place in line. I don't want sauce. I need soup dumplings, Ling Hong insisted stubbornly. Exactly. Boss Yuan, these soup dumplings are hard to come by. Why are we missing them again? Wu Hai added from the back, supporting Ling Hong's claim. Young master, soup dumplings are the real deal for breakfast. An elderly man also chimed in. We're out of flour, Yuan Zhou reiterated firmly. Then where does your noodle flour come from? Wu Hai countered mercilessly. The flours used are entirely different, Yuan Zhou replied decisively. Hey, sir in front, are you eating or not? We're still waiting. The ponytailed girl, who had previously spoken, urged Wu Hai, who was relentless in his pursuit. What do you know, young lady? I'm advocating for the soup dumplings here, Wu Hai retorted. Soup dumplings can't compare to sauce. Blueberry sauce with toast is the classic, the ponytailed girl shot back without hesitation. What is so great about your Western way of eating? Soup dumplings are the authentic breakfast, Wu Hai scoffed. I think beef sauce with toast is quite delicious. A cute girl who had visited the day before chimed in, appearing a bit dazed. Yuan. What are you saying? The tall ponytailed girl exclaimed, worried. I'm serious. It's definitely better than soup dumplings, Yuan slowly added. What on earth are young people eating nowadays? Clearly, soup dumplings are the best, Wu Hai shook his head, feigning a look of deep concern. Girls should eat more soup dumplings to look pretty. Ling Hong also began to lend his support. Young people ought to enjoy a proper breakfast. The elderly man joined in. The debate between the soup dumpling faction and the sauce enthusiasts escalated, with diners passionately arguing for their preferred dishes. This situation was likely the first for the young ladies, akin to a bride entering a sedan chair. The tension seemed to grow increasingly intense. Chapter 70. A brilliant idea now. Others who favored sauce began to join in the fray. That's not fair. Boss Yuan's blueberry sauce on bread is genuinely delightful. An ordinary-looking man with a calm demeanor interjected. Indeed. Young people tend to prefer convenient foods like bread. Another bespectacled man chimed in to support. As far as I know, blueberries are rich in anthocyanins and other nutrients. Anthocyanins not only prevent the aging of brain nerves, but also protect vision, strengthen the heart, fight cancer, soften blood vessels, enhance immune function, and even possess beautifying effects. So, blueberries are indeed good for beauty. A youthful-looking man, seemingly in his early 20s, stepped forward and shared this wealth of knowledge. Leaving the crowd speechless, they hadn't expected such an informed voice to emerge. The sauce faction felt triumphant, as several of them began to extol the virtues of bread paired with blueberry sauce and the exquisite flavors therein. However, the astute soup dumpling faction was not so easily swayed. The seasoned foodie Wu Hai cut to the chase. But you don't have any bread. In simpler terms, your bread simply cannot compare to Boss Yuan's sauce, Wu Hai said smugly. His demeanor irksome. This statement struck a chord, for while those here for the sauce had indeed brought their own bread, Yuan Zhou had kept silent about it. Yet, the difference between that bread and his exquisite sauce was as stark as that between fish eyes and pearls. One need not even taste to see the distinction. The bread outside was rough, while Yuan Zhou's sauce was delicate, not overly sweet or greasy, and each bite was filled with large chunks of fresh blueberries rolling around. The sole purpose of pairing blueberry sauce with bread was to fill one's stomach. Sir. Speaking that way, you're surely single. The adorable Yuan delivered a fatal blow to Wu Hai. Regardless, your blueberry sauce cannot compete with soup dumplings, Wu Hai retorted after a pause, still stubbornly fighting back. As the two factions appeared ready to clash again, Yuan Zhou, seemingly with good intentions, reminded, "There are still 40 minutes left in our operating hours. Is there anything you would like to order?" Boss Yuan, how can you consider the operating hours when you haven't even started business yet? Wu Hai immediately ceased his bickering and asked directly. Well, opening the door counts, Yuan Zhou replied straightforwardly. Boss Yuan is quite ruthless, Wu Hai commented. Thus, the bickering between the sauce faction and the soup dumpling faction finally subsided, although the aftermath lingered. After Ling Hong treated everyone, it was the turn of several lovely girls, who, upon ordering, did not wait to eat, but began to pester Yuan Zhou with questions. Boss Yuan, now that we have blueberry sauce, when will you introduce bread to pair with it? Exactly, Boss Yuan, when will you offer bread? The charming Yuan asked clearly while stuffing her mouth with plain bread. Boss Yuan, based on my observations, the number of people who enjoy fruit spread with their bread constitutes 1/3 of the total. When can we expect it? The data-driven individual stated, always relying on statistics. I'll make it when I have time. Yuan Zhou's response was noncommittal, providing no direct answer. Please wait a moment. The sauce will be served shortly. With that, Yuan Zhou turned to prepare the sauces, since Yuan Zhou discovered a minor oversight in the system last time. The system had revamped the containers for serving beef sauce and blueberry sauce, switching from requiring Yuan Zhou to manually serve the sauces to a pipe system. Now, each time he opened the valve, it dispensed a fixed amount of sauce, and he only needed to place the dish beneath the nozzle and open the valve, ensuring that not a single gram was overpoured. Thus, Yuan Zhou no longer had the chance to serve Inya more than necessary. The next morning, the wealthy hero Ling Hong arrived early with a few friends, eager to enjoy some soup dumplings. Ahong, is this place really that good? A muscular man with a buzz cut asked skeptically. Tank. You can trust me. I've never lied to you, Ling Hong replied confidently. Who are you calling brother? You should be calling me brother instead, the man nicknamed Tank retorted, playfully grabbing Ling Hong by the neck. Cut it out. Why haven't they opened yet? The youngest among them, a 20-year-old with long hair, asked coldly. Don't rush, octopus. It'll be soon, Ling Hong reassured him. This shop feels oddly familiar, a sharply dressed man in a suit observed, scrutinizing Yuan Zhou's establishment. Oh, Jilian, have you been here before? Ling Hong and Tank ceased their banter, curious about the well-groomed man. No, it just feels familiar. Perhaps I've heard of it, Jilian replied. Frowning, the most impatient, octopus, began to urge them on. The group were all friends of Ling Hong, coming from relatively well-off families, and they had been convinced by him to visit. They stood waiting until 9 o'clock. At which point Yuan Zhou finally opened the door. Given the timing, it was clear he had no time to prepare soup dumplings. Boss Yuan, I've come 3 days in a row. Why is there still no soup dumplings? Ling Hong's tone was ominous, suggesting he might lash out at Yuan Zhou at any moment. Because we're out of flour, Yuan Zhou replied with the same reasoning he had offered 3 times before, which Ling Hong clearly did not believe. Can you come up with a different excuse? It sounds like you've just been sleeping in, Ling Hong remarked, feeling he had exhausted his patience. I'm serious. I haven't had time to restock. Yuan Zhou maintained his stance, offering yet another explanation. With such a statement, Ling Hong truly found himself at a loss. For these past few days, he had indeed observed Yuan Zhou tirelessly attending to his business without a moment's respite. This boss has quite the personality, Ji Lian remarked quietly from the back. It seems he is quite unflinching. I wonder if the food is genuinely that delectable, Octopus replied, his tone laced with skepticism and a hint of curiosity. I believe Ah Hong's temperament has improved, Tank muttered. All right, no more whispering from the back? I can't hear you all, Ling Hong retorted, somewhat annoyed at their brazen whispers. Well then, Ah Hong, are you treating us? Octopus was the first to step forward. Exactly. It's your recommendation, so you ought to foot the bill, Tank asserted as he took a seat with an air of entitlement. Yes, I shall treat. Let us see what we'll eat, Ling Hong responded nonchalantly, unconcerned, having treated strangers before, let alone his own friends. What would you like to have? Yuan Zhou inquired gently after they had perused the menu. These individuals appeared to be quite affluent, suggesting that their visits would make fulfilling his tasks much easier. Egg fried rice set, with an extra egg, Tank ordered without hesitation, opting for the most expensive choice. Clear soup noodle set. Octopus preferred a lighter fare for breakfast. Clear soup noodle set. With an extra egg, Ji Lian also ordered without reservation, deeming the 888 yuan tea egg worthy of a taste. Very well, please hold on a moment, Yuan Zhou replied politely before commencing the meal preparations. Hong, do you have any thoughts regarding the soup dumplings? Octopus, well aware of Ling Hong's inclinations, asked as Yuan Zhou turned away. Rest assured, we'll come early tomorrow. Boss Yuan will certainly rise early. I have a splendid idea, Ling Hong proclaimed with an air of confidence, hinting at some inexplicable scheme. Chapter 71, An Unusual Awakening Method. Fear not. We shall rise early together tomorrow. Boss Yuan will undoubtedly be awake. As I have a brilliant idea, Ling Hong asserted, exuding an aura of certainty. Are you treating us? Tank inquired straightforwardly. Indeed, I shall treat, Ling Hong replied with a hint of resignation. No problem. The other three affirmed their intention to return the following day. What is your idea? Ji Lian, the most reliable among them, asked. You will find out tomorrow, Ling Hong teased, refusing to elaborate. Very well then, Octopus shrugged, indicating he would wait and see. Meanwhile, Yuan Zhou, ever perceptive, had overheard their entire exchange, yet he remained unfazed. After all, the last time Wu Hai and his companions had caused a ruckus, it had not deterred Yuan Zhou from enjoying his slumber. As the saying goes, give me a bed, and I can sleep until the end of the world. Thus, Yuan Zhou was unperturbed, wholly focused on crafting his culinary creations. Since the previous morning, his small establishment had been bustling with customers. Aside from those seated, many stood waiting. Yuan Zhou was exceedingly busy and suddenly entertained the notion of hiring a server. But the thought was one thing, and the reality was another. Currently, he was as busy as a spinning top, having long forgotten the words he had overheard in the morning to be why the end of the day. Yuan Zhou was exhausted and collapsed into his chair, taking a sip of the system-provided water to regain his composure. He then prepared himself a bowl of clear soup noodles, slurping it down contentedly. The noodles today are particularly delicious. It seems my skills have indeed improved, Yuan Zhou mused joyfully. As was his daily routine, he took the noodle broth to the trash bin in the alley. However, this time, he noticed a significant change in the scruffy teddy dog. Its fur appeared remarkably clean, and the areas previously exposed due to skin issues had healed, now concealed beneath a lush coat. Although it was not purely brown but rather mixed, it looked exceedingly adorable after being groomed. Its eyes, dark and glistening like grapes, hinted at a past of abandonment. Unlike other teddy dogs, it did not seem particularly affectionate or approachable, merely lifting its head lazily to glance at Yuan Zhou as he delivered the noodle broth. I must say, your fur is quite clean, Yuan Zhou remarked as he poured the broth into the small bowl before the dog. The scruffy teddy's response was merely to glance at Yuan Zhou before resuming its stillness. Yuan Zhou, accustomed to this behavior, returned to his shop to rest. Little did he anticipate that he would not enjoy a peaceful night's sleep. Early the next morning, he was jolted awake by an uproar of raucous noise from below, causing him to leap out of bed in alarm. Meanwhile, a spectacle was unfolding downstairs. Hong, your idea is truly remarkable, Octopus exclaimed with genuine admiration. Isn't this a disturbance to the neighbors? Tank, ever mindful of current affairs. Inquired. I believe a Hong's approach is quite clever. Ji Lian, possessing an exquisitely handsome visage, surprisingly endorsed the somewhat mischievous idea. It's Ji Lian who understands me best. This band is notoriously difficult to book. So do savor the performance. Ling Hong gestured for everyone to listen closely. Indeed, the affluent Ling Hong had invited a band to perform downstairs at Yuan Zhou's eatery, drawing from the experience with Wu Hai. He had opted for a rock band, specifically a heavy metal ensemble. This particular band held considerable fame in the underground music scene, and their lead singer was known as Drumbeat, a moniker earned due to his thunderous vocal prowess that could startle anyone. This was the troublesome idea Ling Hong had concocted. He had learned that Yuan Zhou typically worked late into the night to procure supplies, making it only natural for him to struggle to awaken in the morning. However, who could deter a food enthusiast determined to indulge in soup dumplings? As for the method of awakening, one band would not suffice. So he arranged for two. No amount of laziness could withstand the cacophony of a heavy metal band. And if necessary, he would add 2 more speakers to amplify the sound. Thus, early in the morning, Ling Hong, accompanied by his friends and the band members, set up an outdoor performance setup on the small street. As for any disturbance to the neighbors, Ling Hong had already taken precautions. The previous night, he had visited the most affected households, most of whom were not long-term residents, but rather tenants. And the shopkeepers in the area typically rose by 7 a.m. Hence, he scheduled the performance for that time, allowing him to proceed with unrestrained audacity. Regarding the band's performance requirements, they were quite simple. The louder, the better. The fierce electric guitar riff kicked off, gradually joined by the thundering drums and keyboards, culminating in a powerful vocal shout that caused Yuan Zhou to spring out of bed. What is going on? Is it thunder? Is there a downpour? Yuan Zhou exclaimed, his eyes wide with confusion. The sounds of the band echoed, returning in a dream. The lead singer's soaring voice and powerful projection were genuinely impressive. Had he been on a talent show, he would undoubtedly have earned the attention of the judges. Yuan Zhou rushed to the window and bounded down the stairs, as for what he intended to do. The kitchen knife he casually held in his hand indicated he was ready for a confrontation. However, upon reaching the door, Yuan Zhou cursed under his breath and sheathed the knife again. The raucous rock music blared unabated, penetrating the walls and ringing loudly in Yuan Zhou's ears. System, I believe that resting well is a fundamental physiological need for a culinary master, he voiced his concerns. The system responded, what requests does the host have? Originally, you dismantled and renovated all my soundproofing. Now, there's absolutely no insulation that I think you should compensate me for the lack of soundproofing, Yuan Zhou asserted, appearing quite indignant over the abandonment of his renovations. However, the system remained unresponsive. Yuan Zhou, feeling agitated, paced around his room twice, glancing at the kitchen utensils above, which appeared ordinary at first glance, but were, in fact, advanced technological tools. He confidently declared, System, your items are indeed exceptional, but what if a thief breaks in? This seemed to present a loophole, and the system remained silent for a prolonged moment. Eventually, Yuan Zhou, waiting attentively, noticed that the sounds from outside had completely vanished, and the atmosphere had become eerily quiet. The system then declared, defensive measures have now been fully reinforced. The host need not worry. With his objective achieved, Yuan Zhou sighed in relief. As for returning to sleep, it was clear that was no longer an option. He would have to open the door. Outside, a gathering of his friends, including Wu Hai and the old man, awaited with hopeful anticipation. Does your method work? Wu Hai inquired, noting the absence of any sign of Yuan Zhou opening the door. It should work. I've already checked that this building was constructed in the 1990s. While structurally sound, its soundproofing is subpar, Ling Hong replied confidently. To substantiate his claims, he pointed towards the onlookers, most of whom were clad in long-sleeved pajamas, having been alerted and now observing from a distance, whispering among themselves without expressing much outrage. So why hasn't Boss Yuan opened the door yet? Wu Hai questioned, gesturing towards the firmly closed entrance. He probably just washing up, Tank interjected. As they debated, Yuan Zhou completed his morning routine and swung the door open with a flourish, though it was evident that the soup dumplings were far from ready. Chapter 72. Yuan Zhou's retaliation. Disperse. Yuan Zhou's voice carried a tone of resignation as he surveyed the still-raging band. Raising his voice to address the tumult, Boss Yuan has finally opened the door. Ling Hong stepped forward to greet him. Yuan Zhou nodded in acknowledgement. All right, everyone disperse. Ling Hong clapped his hands, prompting the band to cease their performance immediately. In an instant, the atmosphere transformed into a serene silence. Everyone present felt that quietude was indeed a beautiful descriptor. Thank goodness the young master has awakened. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had a chance to rest. And the old man might have gone deaf, the elderly man at the back remarked as he rubbed his ears. Boss Yuan, will there be soup dumplings today? Ling Hong instinctively asked loudly. No, it's too late. There is not enough time, Yuan Zhou responded. Turning back towards his shop with a sigh of relief now that the band had stopped, in that brief moment, he felt the noise had been unbearable, and thankfully, it was no longer audible inside. Hey, Boss Yuan, just prepare the dishes while we wait, Ling Hong called out loudly. Could you keep it down? My ears are ringing. Do not be deceived by Tank's muscular physique and rugged appearance. He is, in fact, a quiet and handsome gentleman, who now finds Ling Hong's boisterous voice rather off-putting. With this reminder from Tank, Ling Hong adjusted his demeanor. There isn't enough time, Yuan Zhou stated calmly as he returned to his usual position. Oh, can we have clear soup noodles for breakfast then? Ling Hong easily relinquished his desire for soup dumplings. The reason was not that he suddenly lost interest, but rather that Yuan Zhou's current demeanor was quite intimidating. It is known that Ling Hong's method of rousing someone from slumber is not particularly well received, yet Yuan Zhou's expression remained serene, revealing no trace of displeasure. This calmness made Ling Hong uneasy. He had anticipated that Yuan Zhou would scowl, perhaps even reprimand him, but it appeared as if nothing had transpired, leaving Ling Hong hesitant to pursue the matter of soup dumplings further. Boss Yuan, what time do you typically rise to prepare soup dumplings? Wu Hai suddenly inquired. 6 o'clock, Yuan Zhou replied succinctly. All right then. I shall have beef sauce with clear soup noodles today. Wu Hai began to place his order. The elderly gentleman also opted for the more practical choice of clear soup noodles. Very well. Please wait a moment, Yuan Zhou said as he turned to prepare the meals. Meanwhile, Wu Hai began to exchange glances with Ling Hong, whispering, Do you understand now? I comprehend, but I hope this won't lead to being blacklisted. Ling Hong grasped Wu Hai's meaning from the outset, though he still wished to clarify the potential consequences. Rest assured, from my observations, while Boss Yuan may appear aloof, he is, in fact, quite approachable. Just the other day, someone brought fried rice from outside to eat, as long as one adheres to his rules. There should be no issue, Wu Hai assured him, exuding a confidence that suggested he was well informed. Indeed, I'll give it another go. Ling Hong readily agreed to Wu Hai's proposal, bolstered by his own findings that Yuan Zhou's temperament was rather agreeable. As demonstrated by his lack of irritation over the previous incident, Yuan Zhou, who had overheard their conversation, slightly curved his lips in amusement, internally musing that no amount of money could rouse him from slumber. Indeed, while it was true that Yuan Zhou was frustrated, he had grown accustomed to maintaining a cold demeanor, to the point of being too lethargic to even scold anyone. The straightforward approach of allowing them to face the consequences of their actions sufficed. The self-proclaimed trio of strategists, believing themselves to be more cunning than Zhuge Liang, excitedly reached a consensus, with even the elderly gentleman contributing by posing the most practical query, thus underscoring the allure of the soup dumplings. How do we address the disturbance? The elderly gentleman interjected. No worries. Today I'll give each household 100 yuan as compensation for the extra hour. It should be manageable, Ling Hong confidently asserted. Are you certain, Ahong? Tank asked, his voice laced with concern. No problem. Just look at Boss Yuan. He's completely unfazed. Ling Hong subtly indicated Yuan Zhou's composed expression, which indeed seemed untroubled. All right then, do as you please, Tank shrugged, deciding not to press further. I believe Ahong's idea has merit, Ji Lian stated earnestly. Is it not because you fancy this band? Octopus bluntly exposed Ji Lian's motives. Keep that to yourself, Ji Lian unabashedly admitted. Urging Octopus to refrain from revealing his thoughts, the group promptly lost interest in him. But fortunately, at that moment, Yuan Zhou returned with their meals. After a bustling morning and into the afternoon, Yuan Zhou resolved to hire a waiter. Managing everything alone was exhausting, especially with an increasing number of patrons. Even after a long day, Yuan Zhou remembered to feed the scruffy teddy dog with some noodle soup before taking a break at precisely 6 in the morning. The nearby residents were mostly awake, observing from a distance. The band was the same as the previous day, and the sound system remained the same oversized model. Even in death, Love must be cherished, without thoroughness. It lacks satisfaction. The lead vocalist, still hoarse, belted out the high-pitched notes, sending a jolt of energy through the air, startling anyone who had been dozing off. Yet, despite the cacophony, Yuan Zhou, who had not set an alarm, remained blissfully undisturbed in his slumber. His sleep was typically restless, akin to counting 100 sheep, yet he had quickly succumbed to sleep the previous night, aided by the fortified tranquility of the establishment, which was perfectly conducive to rest. The noise from below had no effect on him whatsoever. As the first song concluded, the windows on the second floor remained tightly shut, devoid of any movement. Why hasn't Boss Yuan woken up yet? Ling Hong inquired curiously. How would I know? Perhaps he bought earplugs, Octopus speculated. Earplugs? Quite possible. Let us see how he fares after 2 more songs. Ling Hong gestured for the band to continue. They had agreed on 3 songs, fearing that an extended performance might attract the attention of the city management, even though the area was not particularly developed. There were still numerous office buildings, and a peaceful environment was essential. After 3 songs, the second floor remained silent, prompting Ling Hong to concede defeat. By 8:30, Yuan Zhou finally opened the doors. Ling Hong, waiting outside, greeted him. Boss Yuan, your earplugs are quite remarkable, giving a thumbs up before entering for breakfast and promptly departing. Yuan Zhou presumed that Ling Hong would now abandon his pursuit, for surely the neighbors would not tolerate such prolonged noise. However, he had underestimated Ling Hong's determination. Undeterred, Ling Hong ventured out again, locating 2 more bands, compensating each with 200 yuan as an incentive to perform, which was a reasonable price for an extra hour of music. Given the brief duration of the disturbance on the 3rd morning at 6, in addition to the previous 2 bands, another was added, a double dose of heavy metal rock, although the lead singer's prowess did not match the first. He possessed a high and resounding voice, precisely what Ling Hong aimed for. The 2 bands commenced their performance in a competitive manner, each taking turns to sing, transforming the scene into a concert where the roof seemed ready to lift off. The rhythm potent enough to shatter glass. Despite the uproar, the second floor still showed no signs of life. Boss Yuan hasn't merely fallen asleep. He must be dead, Ling Hong exclaimed in exasperation. Should you consider banging on the door? Ji Lian suggested, chiming in as they reveled in the chaos. The dilemma of whether to knock down the door or simply knock was a challenging decision. Chapter 73. New regulations. Ling Hong's mind raced through numerous methods of knocking on the door, ultimately culminating in a resigned sigh. Have you given up? Ji Lian inquired. I suspect he must be dead inside. What kind of soundproofing could allow someone to sleep through this racket? Ling Hong expressed his discontent. It seems Boss Yuan possesses remarkable endurance, Tank remarked, rubbing his ears, which were nearly deafened by the noise. Indeed, Octopus added, struggling to adapt. This isn't mere endurance. I suspect the boss might have rendered himself deaf in pursuit of sleep. All right, let us leave for now. Ling Hong gestured for the band to cease playing before speaking again. Oh, are we not having breakfast this morning? Octopus inquired, puzzled. Since he hasn't even risen yet, let us return at 8, Ji Lian suggested first. True, it is still too early. Octopus nodded in agreement. Let us go then, Ling Hong declared. Leading the way, after gathering their belongings, the group departed, having already compensated the band, who packed up their dining utensils and dispersed. The onlookers finally began to discuss the unfolding situation. What is the deal with this restaurant? Why do they keep doing this? A woman in pajamas asked her neighbor. Who knows? But waking up early now earns you an extra 300. It's quite a profitable venture, the woman with stylish brown curls replied, smiling. I say the boss is quite clever, silently attracting so many patrons just for a meal, the pajama-clad woman remarked enviously. Indeed, I often see a line forming at their establishment, though I wonder if the food is truly that good, the brown-haired woman mused curiously. Forget it. I've heard the prices are exorbitant, on par with those high-end restaurants. The woman in pajamas, clearly well-informed, commented. Have you been there? The brown-haired woman asked, interested. I haven't tea, but my son's colleague has dined there and claimed it was incredibly delicious, albeit pricey. The pajama-clad woman candidly shared her insights. Oh, do you know if the restaurant maintains good hygiene? The brown-haired woman inquired, concerned about cleanliness, as many delectable dishes often came with dubious ingredients. It should be quite clean. So many people frequent it daily. And those wealthy patrons tend to be less particular, the pajama-clad woman pointed out, gesturing towards the luxury cars that Ling Hong had left behind. True, perhaps I'll pay a visit sometime, the brown-haired woman thought to herself. Laughing with her neighbor as they walked away at 8 o'clock, without needing an alarm, Yuan Zhou rose from bed, bleary-eyed as he headed to the restroom to attend to his needs before retrieving his toiletries. As he washed up, he gradually became more alert. Suddenly, while descending the stairs, Yuan Zhou received a side quest from the system. The system displayed, "A master chef should focus on the art of cooking rather than be burdened with trivial tasks such as serving plates." The side quest entailed a chef serving his own dishes. A true chef would not engage in such menial labor. Choose an appropriate method to handle the dishes. Task reward: a set of thin-walled egg cups. What on earth are egg cups? Yuan Zhou paused for a moment, pondering as he continued his descent. The system clarified, this refers to a style of cup, characterized by a small body and a thin shell-like quality, decorated with orchid patterns. Are they for tea? Yuan Zhou, not well-versed in porcelain, inquired. The system responded, this reward can indeed be used for tea. And what about the tea itself? Yuan Zhou pressed further. But the system offered no reply. Yuan Zhou scrutinized the task at hand and discerned that the system had not stipulated how to manage the plates. Consequently, the current situation allowed him to make his own decision. As a proprietor who prioritizes the comfort of his customers, Yuan Zhou's instinctive response was to have the patrons handle their own plates. There was already a conveyor belt in the establishment designated for transporting soiled dishes. Yet it was he who consistently placed them there. This became increasingly cumbersome with a larger crowd. It would be far more efficient if customers took the initiative themselves. After thoughtfully stroking his chin, Yuan Zhou resolved to implement this approach and promptly instructed the system to add a phrase to the price list. From this day forth, patrons are required to return their plates to the designated area after finishing their meals. The bold calligraphy, fluid and graceful, appeared as if crafted by the collective hands of many, yet upon closer inspection, it lacked a certain flair and instead bore a more mechanical quality, standing out prominently against the pristine white wall. Satisfied with the lack of complaints, Yuan Zhou proceeded to open the door. Standing at the entrance were Ling Hong and several others. Boss Yuan, I thought you had perished. I almost broke down the door to rescue you, Ling Hong remarked after taking a moment to appraise Yuan Zhou. All is well, Yuan Zhou replied with utmost seriousness, seemingly oblivious to any underlying issues. I must say, can you provide a definitive answer on when the soup dumplings will be available? Ling Hong exclaimed, exasperation evident in his tone as he rubbed his forehead. Check the time, Yuan Zhou retorted before turning back to his station. Damn, Ling Hong muttered, utterly at a loss for words. Ahong, look, there's a new rule, tank. Ever the observant one, was the first to notice the newly inscribed words on the wall. Return your own plates. Boss, you are something else. With so many temperamental proprietors around, I must concede to you. I have a friend who is just as demanding. Now the decorative grass on the wall is 3 meters high. I think Boss Yuan ought to hire a server, Ling Hong suggested without hesitation. Indeed. I am in the process of recruiting, but I have yet to find anyone, Yuan Zhou replied earnestly. Very well then, Ling Hong shrugged, showing little concern for the new regulation. After all, during peak hours, patrons often took it upon themselves to emulate Yuan Zhou by placing their plates on the conveyor belt. Even those unaware of the protocol would strive to leave their dishes in a convenient spot for Yuan Zhou to collect. This practice saved time, allowing them to enjoy their meals sooner. At that moment, Wu Hai, who had just entered, overheard the conversation about hiring and casually inquired, Boss Yuan, are you looking for new staff? Yes, Yuan Zhou nodded affirmatively. Then why haven't I seen your recruitment flyer? Wu Hai assumed he had simply missed it and retraced his steps to double-check before asking. I posted it. Then took it down. Yuan Zhou frowned, pondering why no one had responded despite 2 days of it being displayed. Why did you take it down? Ling Hong questioned, perplexed by Yuan Zhou's reasoning at times. For instance, with such remarkable culinary skills, why open a shop in a less prosperous area or adhere to seemingly arbitrary principles? Yet, he could accept the oddities of those principles, as they were at least accompanied by a pleasant demeanor. Ling Hong, known for his love of food, recalled an instance at a seaside spot in Chang'an where he discovered a vendor selling delectable fish balls, fresh, flavorful, and delightfully chewy. However, it was merely a roadside stall with no fixed hours and no takeout option, as prolonged exposure would compromise the taste. Despite the potential for reprimand with further inquiry, long queues formed daily. Now, with Yuan Zhou's superior culinary craftsmanship, the numerous rules in his small establishment were of little concern to Ling Hong. It was entirely normal for a person of genuine skill to have their quirks. I took it down to avoid trouble. I can always post it again later, Yuan Zhou explained with a casual shrug. Indeed, for the past couple of afternoons, the door had remained open, awaiting applicants. Managing alone was exhausting. Given the circumstances, Yuan Zhou preferred to relish the joy of cooking. Each time he prepared fried rice or noodles, he felt a sense of improvement in his skills, a process that brought him immense satisfaction. Chapter 74. Recruitment. The hour for breakfast swiftly elapsed, and patrons began to vacate the premises, yet Yuan Zhou showed no intention of closing. He leisurely occupied his designated spot. "Boss Yuan, are you not closing today?" the last patron queried. "I am waiting for applicants," Yuan Zhou responded candidly regarding his hiring intentions. "Why not conduct a bit more business?" the patron teased from the doorway. "The business hours have concluded," Yuan Zhou replied with utmost seriousness. "All right then." The patron shrugged and departed. Once the individual exited, Yuan Zhou stood up and retrieved an A4 sheet from the back cabinet, prominently displaying the word recruitment. Recruitment work hours: flexible, within 6 hours, days off, variable, depending on the weather, job responsibilities, plate handling only, salary, no insurance or benefits. Monthly salary of 3,000, payable daily, 100 per day. Requirements: obedient, no gender restrictions, must be of legal age. After reviewing the details and finding them satisfactory, Yuan Zhou affixed the notice to a conspicuous spot by the entrance. With the addition of daily pay, Yuan Zhou felt a sense of joy. After all, many gig workers preferred immediate compensation, and his inclusion of this option felt refreshingly modern. At 9:40 a.m. A young woman, clearly a university student by her attire, strolled by with a backpack, her ponytail bouncing with youthful exuberance as she surveyed her surroundings. It appeared she was on the lookout for part-time work. Yuan Zhou's gaze remained fixed. His recruitment sign was undeniably eye-catching, and there likely wasn't a more appealing offer in the vicinity. Sure enough, moments later, the girl noticed the recruitment notice, its black text on white paper hard to overlook. In an instant, her eyes widened in astonishment, and she cautiously peered inside. Yuan Zhou, seizing the moment, displayed his warmest expression and nodded gently, inviting her to enter. The effect was undeniable. However, the girl promptly dashed away, her speed rivaling that of a rabbit fleeing from a wolf, glancing back cautiously as she ran, only relaxing her expression when she realized Yuan Zhou had not pursued her, disappearing from the street in under a minute. Yuan Zhou, expressionless, stared blankly at the retreating figure, feeling a sense of despair. Have I become too aloof in my demeanor? Am I no longer approachable? Maintaining a particularly stoic countenance, Yuan Zhou quietly retrieved a small mirror from his pocket and grimaced at his reflection, realizing it indeed left much to be desired. It appears I am better suited to a cool and distant persona, he mused to himself, returning the mirror and once again gazing outside. The street was inherently quiet, particularly for those seeking employment or part-time work. Time passed slowly, and as Yuan Zhou's eyes grew weary, a man with a messenger bag strolled past, dressed in a cheap suit. Beads of sweat glistened on his forehead in the rising heat. He paused at Yuan Zhou's entrance, glancing around before retrieving a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe his brow, then scrutinizing the recruitment notice closely. The more he read, the more his brow furrowed, until he turned on his heel and walked away without a word. Just as Yuan Zhou stood up, he quietly resumed his seat. "I don't require a man. Ideally, I would prefer a female server." "Yes, that is precisely it," Yuan Zhou muttered to himself. The morning slipped away quickly, and by 11:10 a.m., he finally tore down the recruitment advertisement, preparing for lunch. The lunch hour proved to be exceptionally busy, reinforcing Yuan Zhou's desire for a server. Once the last patron departed, he promptly hung the recruitment notice again, standing before it for a moment, nodding in satisfaction before returning to the kitchen. Meanwhile, the ever-curious Wu Hai observed from the second floor, having been too busy in the mornings. He now took the opportunity to use binoculars to survey Yuan Zhou's recruitment notice. Upon seeing it, Wu Hai couldn't contain his laughter. "Huh," he erupted, finding the situation utterly comical. Even someone as unconventional as Wu Hai understood that with such a recruitment notice, it would be a miracle to attract applicants. The notice was rife with points of ridicule, and he struggled to decide where to begin his critique. After enough laughter, Wu Hai resolved to lend Yuan Zhou a hand. As if assisting himself, having someone to share these minor burdens would allow Yuan Zhou to focus on introducing new dishes. Meanwhile, Yuan Zhou maintained his aloof demeanor, sitting rigidly in the dining area, as though awaiting an important visitor. "Boss Yuan, your recruitment notice is inadequate and requires revision," Wu Hai stated upon entering. "Oh," Yuan Zhou raised an eyebrow, mentally noting this critique. "The way you've written it. How would anyone know what the job entails? The working hours are unclear." Wu Hai, adopting an air of expertise, began to persuade him. "I specified that the job involves serving dishes for 6 hours, Yuan Zhou countered. Pointing out Wu Hai's oversight, Wu Hai, at a loss for words, looked at Yuan Zhou, who genuinely seemed puzzled, and continued, "I meant specific hours and job details." Yet Yuan Zhou persisted with his rebuttal. "Have you ever recruited anyone?" No," Wu Hai conceded defeat. Yuan Zhou's expression conveyed an unmistakable disdain, prompting him to ignore Wu Hai entirely. At that moment, a youthful figure passed by outside, a boy with delicate features and a fair complexion. Appearing to be a high school student, likely not yet 18, that he lingered outside, scrutinizing the recruitment advertisement for some time before hesitantly entering to inquire. "Are you hiring part-time? How long can you work?" Yuan Zhou asked with a serious demeanor, appearing quite earnest. "6 hours should be fine," the boy replied, his voice youthful and slightly anxious. "Where do you live?" Yuan Zhou assessed the boy, finding him rather frail, which prompted his question. "Not far, about a 10-minute walk." The boy's voice grew noticeably tenser. "I do not provide meals," Yuan Zhou continued outlining his requirements. "I can go home for lunch," the boy replied, clearly inexperienced in the job-seeking process, responding only when prompted, with no display of initiative. Listening to the conversation between the two novices, I couldn't help but feel a twinge of discomfort in my stomach. As if it had been a long time since I had experienced such pain that I couldn't resist muttering to myself. Only such naive youths could spot such a dubious job advertisement and still come in to inquire. A recruitment ad so blatantly implausible would deter anyone with prior work experience from even considering it. It seemed nothing short of child's play. "All right then. Come in tomorrow at 7 in the morning for an hour." Yuan Zhou had already made up his mind to hire the boy while complaining to Wu Hai. "Thank you, I will definitely be punctual." "Rest assured, boss." The boy beamed with a bright smile. "By the way, what is your name?" Yuan Zhou suddenly realized he had yet to learn the name of his new employee. "Jieyun, Mu Jieyun." With Mu meaning dusk, not the Mu from Murong, the boy replied cheerfully to Mu Jieyun, a rather rare surname, so uncommon that it wasn't even found in the 100 or 1,000 family surnames. Chapter 75. How to dig one's own grave. Seeing that Yuan Zhou was so agreeable, Mu Jieyun mustered the courage to voice his request. "However, I would prefer daily payment, if that's all right," the boy, named Mu Jieyun, said somewhat shyly. "No problem, just remember to get your health certificate," Yuan Zhou answered readily, adding a reminder that working in the food industry certainly required one. "Thank you, boss, I will do that, and I'll go get it now." Mu Jieyun's fair complexion lit up with evident joy. "All right, off you go." Yuan Zhou maintained his aloof demeanor, convinced that his idea was quite brilliant. Indeed, he felt suited to the role of a cool, detached figure. Thud, thud, thud. The boy skipped away joyfully. "By the way, that kid can't be of age yet," Wu Hai remarked with a helpless expression. "It's fine. Summer vacation is just around the corner, and doing a summer job is a form of training." Yuan Zhou could clearly see that Mu Jieyun was not yet an adult. But summer jobs did not have such stringent requirements. "Aren't you looking for someone long-term?" Wu Hai questioned, puzzled. Finding a full-time employee for this small shop would be more stable. Constantly changing staff could be quite troublesome. "No worries. I like it this way." Yuan Zhou shot Wu Hai a glance that conveyed, "Why are you still here?" "Fine, you do as you please. I'm leaving," Wu Hai conceded with a sigh. "Yes, goodbye." Yuan Zhou pulled the door shut immediately after Wu Hai exited. Early the next morning, at 6:45, Mu Xiaoyun arrived at the shop's entrance. The deserted street was nearly empty, with most shops still tightly closed. Upon reaching Yuan Zhou's small establishment, a scruffy teddy dog lay quietly, its eyes watchful. "You startled me." Mu Xiaoyun patted her chest and took a step back under the teddy's scrutiny. "Could it be the boss's dog? My brother didn't mention it," Mu Xiaoyun murmured softly, then obediently stood outside, awaiting Yuan Zhou to open the door. Indeed, Mu Xiaoyun was Mu Jieyun's younger sister, only 16 years old, and she had come here at her brother's pleading as for the reckless Mu Jieyun. He had truly brought this upon himself. Having decided to make soup dumplings early that morning, Yuan Zhou was already awake, although he had not anticipated that it would not be Mu Jieyun who arrived, but rather an adorable girl, Mu Xiaoyun. Arriving so early, Yuan Zhou was still kneading the dough. After 15 minutes, Yuan Zhou brushed the flour from his hands and, having washed them at the sink, approached the door to open it. With a whoosh, the scruffy teddy dog stood up and leisurely wandered away, while Mu Xiaoyun's delicate and youthful face was etched with anxiety as the door swung open. The empty street revealed a girl who appeared to be around 15 or 16 years old, with shoulder-length hair that curled slightly at the ends, accentuating her already petite and exquisite features. She wore a pale yellow dress that exposed her fair calves, and upon seeing Yuan Zhou emerge, instinctively shrank her shoulders. "Who are you?" Yuan Zhou asked, maintaining his cool demeanor, puzzled. I'm sorry, boss, my brother had an accident and can't make it. I'm here to fill in for him," the girl said, shyly tugging at her dress, a rosy hue rising on her pale cheeks. Yuan Zhou continued to observe the tall girl before him with an impassive expression. Lolas are quite endearing, and her voice is soft, he thought, but then considered the fact that his newly hired server could not even show up on her first day. This made him feel somewhat exasperated. "By the way, I'm Mu Xiaoyun, Mu Jieyun's sister. Boss, do you think I can take my brother's place?" Mu Xiaoyun's face flushed even more, her anxious tone trembling slightly. Her hands fidgeted nervously with her dress as she thought, "This boss looks so intimidating with that stern face." Just as Mu Xiaoyun was feeling increasingly uneasy, almost ready to bolt, Yuan Zhou finally spoke. "Come in." Really? Thank you, boss." Mu Xiaoyun stood frozen for a few seconds before bouncing up with excitement, her soft hair flying behind her as she hopped. Much like her elated spirit, walking ahead, Yuan Zhou casually inquired, "What happened to your brother?" "He broke his leg," Mu Xiaoyun replied in a downcast tone. "Wasn't he fine just yesterday?" Yuan Zhou asked in confusion. "Yes, he broke it last night," Mu Xiaoyun said quietly, following Yuan Zhou closely. "Broke it? What happened?" Yuan Zhou expressed genuine concern for his first employee. "Yesterday afternoon, my brother went online and got caught by our dad." Mu Xiaoyun glanced at Yuan Zhou before continuing. "Then he was locked in his room. Your brother wasn't trying to sneak out, was he?" Yuan Zhou suddenly recalled a scene from Home Alone, where the child slid down the sheets to escape. "Yes," Mu Xiaoyun nodded vigorously, then added, "When my brother jumped down from the 3rd floor, he accidentally broke his leg. It was so scary." After saying this, Mu Xiaoyun scrunched her face, her expression still one of shock. "Is your 1st floor only 1 meter high?" Yuan Zhou asked, astonished. "Of course not. It's 3 meters. Mu Xiaoyun gestured with her hands to illustrate. Affirming her words, Yuan Zhou, well-versed in mathematics, quickly calculated that meant a height of 9 meters, and he almost couldn't maintain his serious expression, exclaiming, "Your brother is quite athletic." "Yes, I think so too," Mu Xiaoyun nodded innocently, believing Yuan Zhou was praising her brother and hoping for his swift recovery, which made her smile. "Did your brother mention any guidelines?" Yuan Zhou managed to suppress a smile and decided to return to the main topic. "Yes, he did. Here is my health certificate." Mu Xiaoyun pulled a card from her small bag and handed it over. "All right." Yuan Zhou didn't extend his hand to take it, but merely glanced at it to confirm it hadn't expired, signaling her to put it back. "There are 10 tables here. You only need to serve the prepared food to the customers. No need to clear the dishes." Yuan Zhou pointed to the small shop. "What about washing the dishes?" Mu Xiaoyun asked, concerned. The little girl did not enjoy washing dishes and, in fact, detested it. "You won't need to wash them. Just focus on serving the meals," Yuan Zhou assured her. "Okay." Mu Xiaoyun, relieved at the thought of not having to wash dishes, listened attentively to Yuan Zhou outline her responsibilities. "I don't provide meals. If you haven't eaten, go grab something to eat first," Yuan Zhou added thoughtfully. "But boss, don't you sell food here? I could just buy something to start working faster." Mu Xiaoyun smiled sweetly, speaking earnestly. "Oh, feel free. But you might want to check the prices first." Yuan Zhou pointed to the price list behind him. "This morning, we only have soup dumplings," Yuan Zhou remarked as he walked past the little girl. "Okay." Although Mu Xiaoyun responded obediently, she felt slightly disgruntled. She perceived the boss's disdain to be rather superficial, lacking any attempt to conceal it, convinced that she could afford a serving of soup dumplings. After all, the market price for a basket was merely 8 yuan, with some places selling it for as low as 6 yuan. And she had 50 yuan on her. She felt confident. However, reality proved to be harsh, and upon glancing at the price list, Mu Xiaoyun was tempted to flee. Chapter 76. Yuan Zhou's mathematics reality proved to be harsh. And upon glancing at the price list, Mu Xiaoyun was tempted to flee. The prices on the list left her utterly astonished, making her question whether she had truly awakened from her slumber. Thanks to Yuan Zhou's earlier reminder, the first thing that caught her eye was the price of the soup dumplings, 66 yuan per basket. She swallowed hard, continuing to scan the list. Egg fried rice was priced at 188 yuan. And there was a particularly eye-catching special for 888 eggs. Mu Xiaoyun's mouth fell open, and she couldn't help but rub her eyes in disbelief, glancing between the price list and the boss, who was diligently rolling out dough. A strange thought crossed her mind. Could the boss be a fraud? How could egg fried rice possibly cost that much? Is there something wrong with this shop? Various speculations raced through Mu Xiaoyun's mind. Should I leave now? What if he really is a scammer? She felt quite anxious. Aren't you going to have breakfast? Yuan Zhou's muffled voice, muffled by his mask, sounded somewhat gruff. Oh, I'll go right away. Mu Xiaoyun jumped back in surprise at Yuan Zhou's sudden voice, taking a step back before finally responding. Go on, come back early, Yuan Zhou instructed before lowering his head to continue rolling out the dough. Thud, thud, thud. Mu Xiaoyun dashed away quickly, unaware of Mu Xiaoyun's inner turmoil. Yuan Zhou began wrapping the soup dumplings, placing them in the steamer to cook. 20 minutes later, the soup dumplings, steaming with fragrant vapor, were ready. Yuan Zhou took down 2 baskets, prepared himself a glass of fresh watermelon juice, and finally sat down to enjoy his breakfast. He devoured a soup dumpling without vinegar, savoring the delicious broth that filled his mouth. Hiss hiss, he slurped in the steam, ensuring not a drop of the broth was wasted, swallowing it all down with a satisfied expression before downing half a glass of watermelon juice. Refreshing. The refreshingly cool watermelon juice elicited an involuntary exclamation from Yuan Zhou. The second Yuan Zhou paired it with vinegar and continued to indulge. Meanwhile, outside, Mu Xiaoyun, who had already had breakfast, was embroiled in a psychological battle. On one side, a rational voice advised her that Yuan Zhou's little shop was quite questionable, as the prices inside hardly reflected a place frequented by diners. And even hiring a waiter seemed perplexing, especially considering their seemingly decent wages. Conversely, the moral voice vehemently argued that she could not go back on her word regarding her earlier promise. The inner turmoil of Mu Xiaoyun revealed an unsettling unrest within the little girl, causing her fair, delicate face to wrinkle in discomfort. As time slipped away, she grew increasingly anxious. Forget it, I might as well go take a look. After all, more people seem to be arriving now. Ultimately, Mu Xiaoyun rose, resolute in her decision to return to Yuan Zhou's small establishment, her retreating figure appearing rather valiant. Just stand here and handle the serving. The rest is not your concern, Yuan Zhou instructed calmly, unaware that his newly hired waitress had not only been abruptly replaced, but had nearly chosen not to come at all. Understood, Mu Xiaoyun replied cautiously, positioning herself beside the curved long table indicated by Yuan Zhou. Though she harbored discontent, having lived nearby and never having encountered a breakfast establishment with such exorbitant prices, she felt compelled to comply with Yuan Zhou's authoritative demeanor. Before long, just as the clock struck 8, a man clad in baggy shorts and a t-shirt emblazoned with letters, sporting a pair of small mustaches, sauntered in. Ah, Boss Yuan, you're quite early today. Do you have soup dumplings? Wu Hai exclaimed, his face lighting up with delight. Yes, Yuan Zhou responded, maintaining his trademark succinctness. Fantastic, I'll have a basket with vinegar. Wu Hai joyfully settled down, eagerly awaiting his meal. Mu Xiaoyun observed from the sidelines, unable to shake the suspicion that this patron might be a ruse orchestrated by the owner to create an illusion of bustling activity, thereby attracting more customers. Yuan Zhou deftly lifted the steamer, placed it on a tray with vinegar, and directly served it to Wu Hai, not allowing Mu Xiaoyun any role in the process. Only when Wu Hai arranged the dumplings himself did she realize she had been entirely idle. She hurried over, a hint of embarrassment coloring her fair cheeks as she queried, "Boss, what should I do?" At that moment, Wu Hai finally noticed the presence of another person in Yuan Zhou's shop, a girl who appeared even younger than the boy from yesterday. Boss Yuan, have you changed staff? Wu Hai inquired with curiosity. Yes, they made the change themselves, Yuan Zhou replied, understanding Wu Hai's mischievous expression and quickly absolving himself of any blame. Change themselves? What does that mean? Wu Hai asked. Puzzled. Ask her. Yuan Zhou gestured towards Mu Xiaoyan standing nearby. Is the boy from yesterday your brother or something? Wu Hai questioned, noting the striking resemblance between the little girl and the young man from the previous day. Yes, Mu Xiaoyan shyly confirmed. Then why are you here today? Wu Hai's forthright nature led him to ask bluntly. Without hesitation, Mu Xiaoyan divulged that her brother had sustained an injury from a fall at that moment. Yuan Zhou interjected. Her brother is in good health. He fell from 9 meters, which is quite impressive. Wu Hai was momentarily speechless. Boss Yuan, I see you handle transactions with remarkable efficiency, but did your math teacher teach you that? Yuan Zhou regarded Wu Hai with a serious expression, entirely oblivious to any misunderstanding. Even if he fell from the 3rd floor, that would only be 6 meters. He didn't drop from the rooftop, Wu Hai explained, seeing the bewildered expressions on both Yuan Zhou and Mu Xiaoyan's faces. Mu Xiaoyan's look of realization was evident. Oh, I see. Yuan Zhou casually rubbed his forehead, appearing entirely unfazed, showing no signs of embarrassment. Do you enjoy spicy food? Yuan Zhou suddenly posed an unrelated question to Wu Hai. Of course, I can't live without spice, Wu Hai replied candidly. Are you planning to cook some stir-fry? Wu Hai's excitement was palpable as he reconsidered. Not for now, Yuan Zhou replied nonchalantly, his demeanor revealing no trace of retaliation from the earlier incident. Boss Yuan, what was that question for? Wu Hai felt that Yuan Zhou was merely toying with him, and it was clear he was not mistaken. Just asking, Yuan Zhou answered straightforwardly. Wu Hai resolved to focus on his breakfast first, lest he succumb to irritation. Meanwhile, Mu Xiaoyan, who had been observing the entire exchange, suddenly realized that her boss might be rather petty and prone to holding grudges. With little time for Mu Xiaoyan to ponder, Wu Hai's arrival signaled the onset of a breakfast rush, and patrons flocked to Yuan Zhou's small shop. Startled, Mu Xiaoyan had no time to contemplate anything else, assuming it would be a hectic affair. She promptly prepared for action. Surprisingly, the customers were quite self-sufficient, finishing their meals and clearing their dishes onto the conveyor belt as others took their places, engaging in lively conversation while eating with utmost seriousness. The owner was peculiar, and the customers were equally eccentric. Chapter 77. Mu Xiaoyan and Mu Jian. During the time Mu Xiaoyan spent answering inquiries, she worked far less than she conversed with the curious patrons. Yuan Zhou, far from reprimanding her, allowed the inquisitive guests to indulge their curiosity. After an hour, Mu Xiaoyan's actual working time amounted to less than 10 minutes. The rest spent accommodating the intrigued customers drawn to the sight of an obviously underage little girl serving. As the hour drew to a close, Yuan Zhou announced the customary. The operating hours have commenced. Yes, Boss Yuan truly is like a compass, precise to the minute, a woman in professional attire jested. Indeed, every day is the same. When he says an hour, he means an hour, not a second more. A nearby man chimed in. Thank you for your patronage, Yuan Zhou said with an impassive expression. In a typical restaurant, patrons might disregard his stern demeanor, but those who possess skill could afford to be stubborn. The customers found his demeanor rather charming, admiring his adherence to principles that evoked envy. Once all the guests had departed, Mu Xiaoyan lingered, suddenly bending to apologize. Boss, I'm sorry. At that moment, her heart was a tumult of shame for having momentarily doubted Yuan Zhou's integrity and uncertainty for not being more helpful. Not a problem. It tends to be busier during lunch and dinner, Yuan Zhou remarked nonchalantly. Thank you, boss, Mu Xiaoyan replied, her discontent dissipating as quickly as it had come, a trait that made her all the more endearing. With her mood shifting from overcast to sunny, Mu Xiaoyan's eyes sparkled as she glanced between Yuan Zhou and the steaming bamboo steamer behind him, quietly swallowing her saliva. Boss, are those soup dumplings truly delicious? Her eyes brimmed with longing and curiosity, though she restrained her inquiry. Indeed, my culinary skills are quite commendable, Yuan Zhou affirmed confidently. But boss, didn't you mention 100 portions daily? I just counted, and there are only 98, Mu Xiaoyan queried, intrigued. I consumed the remaining 2, Yuan Zhou replied, maintaining his composed demeanor while observing the little girl eager gaze. Oh, Mu Xiaoyun's expression conveyed her desire for a taste, as she silently wished for Yuan Zhou to acknowledge her yearning. In truth, Mu Xiaoyun did not wish to take advantage. Witnessing the blissful countenances of the patrons devouring the dumplings had stirred her appetite, and the delectable aroma wafting through the air had kept her salivating throughout the morning. Had her finances allowed, she would have eagerly purchased a portion to discover what made these dumplings so irresistible that customers were willing to wait. Come by around 11 or 12 for lunch. Remember to eat beforehand, Yuan Zhou instructed quietly. Thank you for the reminder, boss, Mu Xiaoyun said, casting a reluctant glance at the verdant bamboo steamer before turning to leave. It's quite troublesome. I wonder if the little girl can endure it. Yuan Zhou mused to himself as he watched Mu Xiaoyun retreat. Never mind. I'll just proceed as planned, Yuan Zhou declared, firmly closing the door behind him, determined to set aside any bothersome thoughts. Ascending to the second floor to rest, he opened his task progress to review. Phase 2 task. Develop over 100 regular customers. Task description. A good establishment must have more than 100 regular customers who visit at least 8 times a month to be considered regular patrons. Task reward. 1 cuisine fragment lottery. Task progress. 96 100-inch. That was quite rapid. I'm curious what cuisine it will ultimately lead to. Yuan Zhou pondered, stroking his forehead in anticipation. After a morning of kneading dough, Yuan Zhou decisively took another shower and lay down for a brief rest. As it was still early, only 9 o'clock, however, the nearby residents had already risen, their awakening prompted by the sudden large-scale renovations taking place just 2 shops away from Yuan Zhou. The cacophony was relentless. Initially, everyone assumed it was yet another round of peculiar wake-up services, but upon opening their windows, they discovered that 3 shops were simultaneously undergoing renovations, creating quite a disturbance. Yet, at this hour, the noise was something they could only endure. Some voices were heard grumbling. This wretched street is utterly incompatible with the adjacent office buildings. It won't be long before it's demolished. What's the point of renovating? Indeed, I wonder why no one is buying in this area. There are hardly any people around. Another voice chimed in from the window. I heard the land here isn't cheap. Who knows? They read just keeping this old community intact, the earlier disgruntled voice added, now tinged with curiosity. Just demolish it all. It might turn a profit, came a hopeful suggestion from the earlier supporter. Exactly. This sentiment was met with agreement from the others. As the young girl, Mu Xiaoyun, made her way home, her mind was still clouded with the enticing aroma of soup dumplings that INA days. She mindlessly purchased breakfast buns and steamed buns in abundance, enough to feed a family of 4. All for a mere 30-some yuan. What on earth am I going to do with all this? She pondered, only realizing the weight of her purchases when her arms began to tire, staring at the buns in her hands. She couldn't help but complain. It's all the boss's fault. The boss said everything on the lunch menu will be available. I wonder if it will be as delicious as the soup dumplings, she mused, unconsciously swallowing at the thought. Feeling quite famished, Mu Xiaoyun recalled the earlier soup dumplings and swiftly devoured 3 hefty meat buns. Considering her petite appetite, this was nothing short of astonishing. Typically, she could barely manage 1 greasy meat bun. Clearly, Yuan Zhou's influence was profound. Upon returning home, Mu Xiaoyun eagerly recounted her morning escapades to her brother, Mu Jiyun, who responded with a rather indifferent demeanor. I already knew. That shop's offerings are both pricey and incredibly delicious, he remarked. His leg bandaged, giving him the appearance of someone with a broken limb, his delicate features reflecting a knowing expression. You knew all along and didn't tell me. You nearly caused me to embarrass myself. Mu Xiaoyun tugged at her brother's sleeve in discontent. What? Do you think I'm a fraud? Mu Jiyun chuckled at his sister's naivety. Of course, everything there is so expensive, and there are hardly any places to eat on that street, she replied, displaying her lively personality in front of family. Don't worry. Once you get your paycheck, we'll go and try it, Mu Jiyun calculated, well aware of the shop's exorbitant prices and the decent wages Yuan Zhou offered if he played his cards right. He could enjoy a few meals there. Not to mention the possibility of ordering online. So, your goal was just that. Mu Xiaoyun teased, feeling her brother was perpetually foolish. Indeed, Mu Jiyun admitted shamelessly. By the way, I should inform you that the boss doesn't allow takeout. Not even if you bring your own lunchbox, she added, glancing at her brother's injured leg without a hint of sympathy. Mu Jiyun fell silent, taken aback. Chapter 78. Birthday wishes. Mu Jiyun quickly recovered, his eyes brightening as he said, "Since you work there, surely there are discounts or something. You should ask if takeout is possible." "Brother, the boss stated clearly today that there are no takeout options," Mu Xiaoyan replied, filled with exasperation towards him. "Besides, the job is quite easy, and the pay is high. How could I possibly ask for more?" With that, she exited her brother's room, intending to have a snack before heading to the restaurant for her shift. Time flew by, and being a girl with a keen sense of time, Mu Xiaoyan arrived at Yuan Zhou's little shop 10 minutes before 11, just as he was unlocking the door. "Come over and get ready," Yuan Zhou called out, immersing himself in the kitchen's activities. Although the system prepared everything, some tasks still required Yuan Zhou's personal touch. "Boss, what can I do?" Mu Xiaoyan inquired, noticing that Yuan Zhou seemed preoccupied and had not asked for her assistance. "There will be many customers at noon. I'll place all the finished dishes here, and you can serve them to the guests," Yuan Zhou explained, pointing to the partition where he usually entered and exited. This partition, once a favored spot for diners before the system implemented the no-standing rule, was now left vacant. "Understood, boss. I will do my best," Mu Xiaoyan declared, her small fists clenched in determination. Yuan Zhou nodded, maintaining his serious demeanor throughout. "Then what should I do now, boss?" she asked when Yuan Zhou returned to his tasks without acknowledging her. "Just stand and wait," he replied succinctly. "Oh," Mu Xiaoyan's soft voice carried a hint of compliance and disappointment, and she obediently stood still as Yuan Zhou continued his work in the kitchen. In the tranquil shop, aside from the sounds of Yuan Zhou's culinary endeavors, only the rhythmic ticking of the clock and Mu Xiaoyan's breaths could be heard. Soon, noon arrived, and customers began to trickle in. Taking the initiative, Mu Xiaoyan cheerfully asked, "What would you like to eat today?" Her sweet and soft voice was undeniably charming, yet the customer, Wu Zhou, was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected warmth of her greeting. A programmer lost in thoughts of code and his girlfriend, he was not used to such enthusiastic service. Egg fried rice," he stammered after a brief pause. "Okay, please wait a moment. Boss, 1 portion of egg fried rice," Mu Xiaoyan confidently called out. Her delivery smooth, although the blush on her cheeks betrayed her. This was a process she had learned from frequenting restaurants, and she exhaled in relief when Yuan Zhou remained silent, revealing a broad smile. Yuan Zhou nodded in acknowledgement. "Welcome. What would you like to have?" Mu Xiaoyan, still inexperienced, felt a bit flustered upon seeing the customers, so she varied her opening lines each time, displaying her dedication. "Hey, Boss Yuan, when did you hire this little girl?" "Quite the eye candy," Ling Hong remarked, scrutinizing her before settling into his seat. "Today," Yuan Zhou said plainly, placing Wu Zhou's order of egg fried rice on the counter. "Seems like Boss Yuan knows how to enjoy life. Besides the egg fried rice, I want something else." Ling Hong, a wealthy man with a hearty appetite, tested Yuan Zhou's patience. "How about tea eggs?" Yuan Zhou suggested. "I've never asked, but are your tea eggs really just 1 egg?" Ling Hong, a connoisseur who rarely settled for discounted items, inquired. "Yes, just 1 egg," Yuan Zhou confirmed. Mu Xiaoyan and Wu Zhou observed quietly from the side. "However, I never eat discounted items," Ling Hong stated, facing a dilemma. Ling Hong was known for his capriciousness but adhered to certain principles, one of which was avoiding discount products. "You can pay full price," Yuan Zhou replied without a hint of concern. "What is the full price?" Ling Hong asked, intrigued. Curiosity piqued, Wu Zhou and Mu Xiaoyan leaned in to hear the answer, especially since even the discounted price of 888 yuan was steep. "What could the original price be?" 1888 yuan each, full price. "Would you like to order one?" Yuan Zhou inquired, looking forward to the response. The system's pricing had allowed him to earn an extra 1,000 yuan from the discounted rate, which was quite a pleasant surprise. "No thanks. I'll wait until you're back to full price," Ling Hong decisively refused. Although 1,000 yuan was not a significant amount, he was not foolish. "I don't mind." Yuan Zhou frowned but quickly resumed his indifferent demeanor. "Sorry, but I do mind," Ling Hong retorted through gritted teeth. "Oh," Yuan Zhou replied, turning back to the kitchen to prepare the orders. That as customers came and went, little Mu Xiaoyan gradually became accustomed to her role as a server. Due to the limited seating, mistakes were infrequent, and diners were generally understanding when they occurred. Her primary contribution lay in taking orders, freeing Yuan Zhou from that task, allowing him to focus on cooking. Many impatient customers would serve themselves rather than wait for a minor, underage girl to bring their meals. Nonetheless, having a young girl on staff had its advantages. Her sweet, melodic voice and charming manner of announcing orders significantly eased Yuan Zhou's workload during the busy lunch rush. Mu Xiaoyan proved to be quite helpful, and once she became familiar with the routine, she was a diligent and quick little worker in the evening as well. Yuan Zhou generously rewarded her with 100 yuan in daily pay. "Thank you, boss," Mu Xiaoyan exclaimed joyfully as she accepted her wages. "You're welcome. You worked hard," Yuan Zhou complimented, recognizing the importance of encouraging his employees. "Well, boss, I'm heading out now," Mu Xiaoyan nodded in farewell. Yuan Zhou observed as the little girl departed before closing the door and sitting down to catch his breath. Ding ding ding. Ding ding ding. The antiquated ringtone of Yuan Zhou's phone broke the tranquility of the shop. "Hello," he answered, glancing at the caller ID, which displayed Sun Ming's name. "Yuan Zhou, you didn't think I wouldn't contact you if you didn't come around, did you?" Sun Ming's voice was filled with nearly 30 seconds of complaints. "What do you want?" Yuan Zhou interjected. "After all these years as brothers, it's my birthday tomorrow. Did you forget?" Sun Ming's disbelief was palpable. I don't remember. You're not my girlfriend," Yuan Zhou replied nonchalantly. "Just because you don't have a girlfriend doesn't mean you can forget your brother's birthday," Sun Ming protested. "You're a guy. Why bother celebrating a birthday?" Yuan Zhou's implication was clear. "Regardless, I'm treating everyone to dinner tomorrow night. Are you coming?" Sun Ming, recognizing Yuan Zhou's exhaustion from a full day of work, got straight to the point. "Sure," Yuan Zhou agreed without hesitation. Sun Ming, smiling at the phone, said, "Then you need to fulfill a birthday wish for me. As long as it's not expensive, I'm game," Yuan Zhou replied, committed to his brotherly duty, provided it didn't break the bank. "It's not expensive. And it won't cost you a dime, just," Sun Ming began, knowing exactly how to navigate Yuan Zhou's principles. Chapter 79. Yuan Zhou's principles, it's not expensive, and you won't have to spend a penny, Sun Ming reiterated, clearly aware of Yuan Zhou's temperament. "Just tell me what it is." Yuan Zhou adjusted his grip on the phone, eager to hear the request. "Yuan Zhou, it has been several years since we became acquainted. I consider myself to have treated you quite well, my brother, and you." Sun Ming's tone softened as he reminisced about the past. "Let's get to the point." Without allowing Sun Ming to finish his sentiment, Yuan Zhou interjected directly. Sun Ming's carefully prepared emotional discourse was abruptly halted, lodged in his throat like a fishbone, leaving him unable to express himself. "Can't you let me finish?" Sun Ming's tone grew somewhat irritable. "Oh, then please continue," Yuan Zhou responded, believing himself to be quite considerate and accommodating. Was all that remained of Sun Ming's reply. "Can we now discuss serious matters?" Yuan Zhou inquired with apparent thoughtfulness. "Tomorrow is my birthday, so you needn't bring a gift," Sun Ming stated calmly, taking a deep breath as he held the phone. "I had no intention of bringing a gift. What does a grown man need with presents?" Yuan Zhou dismissed Sun Ming's apparent goodwill bluntly, stating his thoughts outright. "After years of brotherhood, are you trying to drive me to my grave, only to attend my funeral tomorrow?" Sun Ming asked with a frosty tone. "No, I was merely jesting," Yuan Zhou quickly corrected himself. "Tomorrow, prepare me a bowl of clear soup noodles as longevity noodles." Sun Ming felt as if expressing this request had taken monumental effort. After contemplating for a moment, Yuan Zhou replied, "Is that the only request?" "Yes. Unless you wish to prepare something else, I would certainly welcome that," Sun Ming replied, his tone now languid, well aware of Yuan Zhou's aversion to trouble. "You gather the ingredients, and I will make you egg fried rice," Yuan Zhou suggested after a moment of thought. "That sounds splendid." "Thank you," Sun Ming replied, his voice tinged with palpable surprise. "You're welcome." Yuan Zhou, possessing a strong sense of integrity, would not casually hang up on anyone, even a telemarketer. "Let us meet at my house tomorrow at 5. Sun Ming specified the time and place. "All right." Yuan Zhou calculated the time and found no issue with it, readily agreeing. "I will hang up now. Be sure to arrive early and do not be late," Sun Ming concluded before abruptly ending the call. Yuan Zhou barely had the chance to respond before the line went dead. After placing the phone down, Yuan Zhou took a moment to reflect before heading upstairs to wash up. He set an alarm for 6:30 on his phone and then went to sleep. Ring, ring, ring. The sound of the alarm jolted Yuan Zhou from his slumber that he reached out to silence it, eyes still closed, and made his way to the bathroom to begin his morning routine. Every morning, Yuan Zhou awoke in the bathroom, and this day was no exception. After changing into his work attire, he descended to prepare breakfast. Typically, Yuan Zhou would only make one type of food in the morning for convenience. But today he took out two types of flour, one for the dough of soup dumplings and the other for the clear soup noodles. Yuan Zhou steamed the soup dumplings and laid out the noodles. The clock struck 8. He washed his hands thoroughly and pulled open the door with a flourish. "Good morning, boss," Mu Xiaoyan greeted sweetly at the entrance. Come in," Yuan Zhou nodded, stepping aside to let her enter the shop first. "All right, boss," Mu Xiaoyan, having received her payment the previous day, entered with a skip in her step. "You'll work for 1 hour this morning, 2 hours at noon, and need not come in the evening," Yuan Zhou said as he walked. "Huh, why not?" Mu Xiaoyan asked, puzzled. "I have matters to attend to and will not be here tonight," Yuan Zhou patiently explained to the young girl. "Oh, okay," Mu Xiaoyan replied, not feeling it would be much of an issue. Missing 3 hours meant only half her pay. And she nodded in agreement. "All the food this morning will be the same as at noon," Yuan Zhou added after a moment's thought. Understood." Mu Xiaoyan stood in her previous position, obediently acknowledging his words. Yuan Zhou felt that hiring such a well-behaved little girl was advantageous. He wouldn't need to greet customers himself. Although he had never done so previously as the patrons heard the morning's offerings, a flurry of inquiries ensued. "Due to my evening commitments and the shop being closed, we will be open for 6 hours today. For those interested, there will be afternoon tea, and 100 portions of soup dumplings will be available in the afternoon," Yuan Zhou explained as the little girl, Mu Xiaoyan, stood bewildered. "That's great, if we can't have dinner. Sneaking out for soup dumplings is excellent," remarked a long-haired girl wistfully. "Exactly," others chimed in. "I admire Boss Yuan's character. He has principles yet is warm-hearted," praised a bespectacled man. 100 extra portions of soup dumplings makes him warm-hearted. "I say, when will Boss Yuan introduce new dishes?" a man in a suit interjected, steering the conversation off course. "Indeed, it has been quite a while since Boss Yuan introduced anything new," a young girl sipping watermelon juice exclaimed excitedly after swallowing. "Coming soon," Yuan Zhou assured them confidently. "Soon? How long is that?" Someone immediately pressed for details. "Very soon." Yuan Zhou continued to evade a direct answer. Seeing that Yuan Zhou was not engaging further, the customers began to discuss among themselves, some even starting a light-hearted wager on what the next new dish might be. Delighted at how effortlessly Yuan Zhou had resolved the situation, Mu Xiaoyan felt a twinge of anxiety upon hearing his schedule. "Boss, if we're only open for 6 hours during the day, I'll stay to help." "No need. Just come in as we agreed," Yuan Zhou firmly declined. But Mu Xiaoyan attempted to protest, only to be interrupted by Yuan Zhou. "All right, go attend to your duties." Between 10 and 11. Yuan Zhou took an hour's break to prepare the soup dumplings and reopened the shop at 11. Yuan Zhou had a strong sense of time as soon as the hour arrived. He told Mu Xiaoyan, "You're off work now. The time is up." "It's fine. I can still help," Mu Xiaoyan said with a smile. "No need. Go home," Yuan Zhou insisted, rising to retrieve a 100 yuan note from his drawer and handing it to her. "But boss, I don't have 50 as change," Mu Xiaoyan said, staring at the fresh red note, clutching the hem of her clothes. "No need for change. This is your salary," Yuan Zhou clarified, leaving no room for misunderstanding. "But I only worked half the time. It should be 50. Mu Xiaoyan's cute, fair face was filled with confusion. "It is I who have matters to attend to in the evening, not you, so take it," Yuan Zhou stated, his expression serious as he urged her to accept. Mu Xiaoyan blinked her large, expressive eyes before saying, "No, I only worked half a day." At this point, Yuan Zhou found the overly sensible girl to be a bit troublesome, so he reiterated, "I am in breach of agreement. So this is rightfully yours." "All right." This reasoning finally convinced Mu Xiaoyan, and she accepted the full salary Yuan Zhou offered. Chapter 8. Craftsmanship. The 6 hours flew by swiftly. In reality, 6 hours was quite short, especially given that today's business had exceeded expectations, likely due to the absence of dinner. After a tiring morning, Yuan Zhou first went upstairs to wash up and change his clothes before preparing to head out. Naturally, the soup made from the scruffy teddy bear was indispensable, having already been fed during his lunch break. Sun Ming's home was not particularly far away. A taxi ride took about half an hour. So Yuan Zhou strolled leisurely. Yuan Zhou, heading out, he encountered Boss Wang, whose round face was all smiles. "Yes, Boss Wang, not at the shop," Yuan Zhou replied warmly. I'm out buying ingredients. Your little shop is bustling. Your skills are truly remarkable, Boss Wang remarked with a grin. It's hereditary. Yuan Zhou attributed his talent to his father without hesitation. Indeed. Your father's noodle-making skills were exceptional, Boss Wang reminisced. However, your prices are high, so I won't be visiting, he continued. That's fine. The cost of materials is quite steep, Yuan Zhou said with a serious expression. Only good ingredients can create good dishes. That's true, Boss Wang nodded in agreement. Exactly, Boss Wang. I must be on my way, Yuan Zhou said as he reached the corner to bid farewell. All right, goodbye. Boss Wang waved cheerfully. The timing was quite favorable for hailing a taxi. Yuan Zhou waved. And an empty car stopped in front of him. Driver, take me to Taizishan Road. Yuan Zhou stated the destination and began playing a fruit slicing game on his phone, which he had recently become fond of. With his heightened senses, Yuan Zhou quickly cleared levels without hitting any bombs, boosting his confidence in gaming. WeVE arrived. The driver brought the car to a halt. All right, here's the fare, just right. Yuan Zhou handed over the money as he exited the vehicle. Stepping out, he found himself in a residential complex, a newly constructed area with stringent security measures at the entrance, requiring registration for entry and specifying the building of the person being visited. The guard would then make a phone call for confirmation before allowing entry. The safety was well ensured, and the environment was quite pleasant, featuring a beautiful peach blossom grove and numerous evergreen trees. The only inconvenience was that food deliveries were not permitted inside. One had to go downstairs to collect their orders. For those ordering takeout, the necessity to go downstairs made the very act of ordering seem redundant, effectively curing many of the lazy disease patients. Yuan Zhou found the registration process tedious, so he pulled out his phone to call. If someone answered, he wouldn't need to register. I've arrived, right at the main entrance, he said succinctly as soon as the call connected. All right, I'll be right down, Sun Ming replied promptly, hanging up and rushing towards the exit. After tucking his phone into his pocket, Yuan Zhou stood at the entrance with his hands in the deep pockets of his trousers. Wearing a serious expression, he appeared somewhat aloof and indifferent, which drew the attention of several passers-by young women. Just as Yuan Zhou maintained his stoic demeanor, the security guard began to feel slightly uncomfortable under his watchful gaze when Sun Ming finally appeared. I'm here. Let us go. Yuan Zhou internally sighed in relief, stepping forward with a hint of warmth in his voice. Let us be off. Sun Ming felt a twinge of emotion. It was indeed true that Yuan Zhou was a man of loyalty. Yet his words were few, and he often wore a stern expression. Now, he seemed even more serious, resembling a stern school principal. Sun Ming naturally assumed this urgency was due to the celebration of his birthday. Under the watchful gaze of the security guard, Sun Ming led Yuan Zhou into the residential complex, and the guard did not approach them, as Yuan Zhou was accompanied by a resident. I've prepared all the ingredients. And I've bought some fine items, knowing your discerning taste. The eggs are farm fresh, brought to me by someone else, Sun Ming chattered as he escorted Yuan Zhou home. Yuan Zhou listened lethargically. It mattered little to him. Whether they were farm fresh or not, even if they were Gouet eggs or Yao eggs, they could not compare to what the system offered. I also followed your advice regarding the rice. I steamed it last night and let it cool, Sun Ming continued. Then suddenly exclaimed, by the way, the one bringing the farm-fresh eggs is KFC. Do you remember him? Yes, Yuan Zhou replied, his recollection genuine, for the name was indeed memorable. KFC was a friend of Sun Ming, and they had dined together several times. The nickname was simple to recall, as KFC had a habit of ordering the KFC deluxe lunch for an entire month, which led Sun Ming to bestow that moniker upon him. Even when introducing him, Sun Ming would simply say he was called KFC. Yuan Zhou, who was not one for idle chatter, was curious but refrained from inquiring about his real name. KFC specifically came to sample your culinary skills. He mentioned being too busy with work to visit the restaurant. But I suspect he simply finds it too expensive, Sun Ming remarked candidly. That's all right, Yuan Zhou replied. Unperturbed, KFC was quite straightforward, which left Yuan Zhou with a favorable impression of him. We've arrived at the 10th floor, Sun Ming announced as they entered the elevator and pressed the button for the 10th floor. The apartment's elevator was quite swift. Within half a minute, they reached their destination, and before they even entered, the sounds of raucous chatter spilled out from within. I heard Sun Ming brought a chef. Is that true? A male voice called out loudly. It's true, but he only specializes in fried rice. Another male voice quickly affirmed. Only fried rice. No wonder we have to bring the side dishes, a girl's quieter voice chimed in. Apologies for that raucous crowd. Don't mind them, Sun Ming said somewhat awkwardly, relieved that they hadn't said anything too outrageous. Not a problem. Should we prepare fried rice or noodles first? Yuan Zhou inquired, unfazed by the frivolous jabs. The quality of the food would speak for itself. After all, it was his brother's birthday. As for the inconsequential doubts, what relevance did they hold for him? Fried rice. We haven't eaten yet. Just waiting for it, don't worry. My kitchen is as clean as new, Sun Ming reassured him, noticing Yuan Zhou's indifference. All right, take me to the kitchen, Yuan Zhou said, anticipating that in a room full of people, he would likely only recognize Sun Ming and KFC. He intended to get straight to cooking, as time was of the essence. Sure, brother, I appreciate your help, Sun Ming said cheerfully about Yuan Zhou's arrival. Though it's a bother, it's not troublesome, Yuan Zhou remarked, casting a serious glance at Sun Ming. With that attitude, you might just get yourself into trouble one day, Sun Ming said, exasperated by Yuan Zhou's candidness, which bordered on sardonic. Not likely. I don't speak this way to others. Then thank you. The kitchen is just ahead, Sun Ming replied, gesturing towards the room near the entrance. Understood. Yuan Zhou nodded and stepped into the kitchen. The few who had just been gossiping fell silent, feeling a bit awkward. Sun Ming, pretending not to notice, exchanged a few words to lighten the mood, allowing the men and women in the room to regain their liveliness. Chapter 81. The Master Chef. Is that the chef who just walked in? The person who had previously disparaged Yuan Zhou asked, sidling up to Sun Ming with a booming voice. He's not a chef. He's my friend, here to lend his support, Sun Ming replied with a smile, understanding that the individual was merely boastful and not malicious. Oh, then why does he only make fried rice? The man muttered. Because that's what I want to eat, Sun Ming stated plainly. All right, the birthday star has spoken. Let us raise a toast to him. The crowd began to cheer, urging Sun Ming to drink. Today, the birthday star must drink, and he must get drunk, KFC said, playfully draping an arm around Sun Ming's shoulders. Indeed, the birthday star should have a drink first, more voices chimed in. With no other option, Sun Ming obliged and took a drink, then made an excuse to wait for the delicious food before drinking more. Upon entering the kitchen, Yuan Zhou quickly realized Sun Ming's intent. This kitchen was not merely new. It was pristine, having never been used, with even the pots still encased in plastic wrap. It was evident why a single man might prefer to dine out. He had likely never cooked at home. With a decisive motion, Yuan Zhou opened the cupboard to check the spices and found them satisfactory. The basic condiments were all present, yet unopened. Closing the cupboard, he picked up a new spatula, removed it from its packaging, and commenced the seasoning process. New kitchenware required this preparation. Otherwise, the food would be inedible. The procedure was straightforward. First, wash the cookware thoroughly, then place it on the stove to heat. Afterward, he would wipe the entire surface with a small piece of lard, repeating this process 3 times. Yuan Zhou had a slightly different habit. He then boiled a pot of water with several pieces of fatty pork and radish. The purpose was not to make soup, but to eliminate any residual metallic taste from the new cookware. Once the broth was prepared, Yuan Zhou began kneading dough to make noodles, preparing to drop them in later. Despite being a foodie, Sun Ming believed that expensive equated to quality and did not concern himself with selecting ingredients. Yuan Zhou, upon inspecting the flour, recognized it as the most expensive variety available in supermarkets. Packaged in trendy thick paper bags and, upon closer inspection, confirmed it to be all-purpose flour. With a swift motion, Yuan Zhou tore open the bag, took a handful of flour, and assessed its moisture content. It was quite satisfactory. However, the natural aroma of wheat was somewhat lacking, and the flour appeared overly white and fine, indicative of extensive processing. Pouring the flour into a large stainless steel bowl, Yuan Zhou began to knead the dough. Due to the flour's lack of aroma and texture, he opted to use eggs instead of water to prevent the bleaching agent's flavor from overpowering the flour's natural scent. He sprinkled in a pinch of salt to eliminate any fishy taste and enhance the dough's elasticity. Yuan Zhou worked diligently in the kitchen, thoroughly kneading the slightly yellowed dough, when KFC stood at the door and asked, "Do you need any help?" "No, you can go have fun," Yuan Zhou replied softly, not out of gentleness, but to avoid spitting while speaking, as there were no masks in this kitchen. "You'll be slower on your own." The sooner you finish, the sooner you can join us, KFC offered earnestly, preparing to roll up his sleeves to help. I can manage this. You wouldn't be able to do what I do. I prefer to do it myself, Yuan Zhou replied, still focused on his task. Okay. If you need help, just call out, KFC shrugged, conceding. Absolutely, Yuan Zhou affirmed, returning to kneading the dough with utmost seriousness. Kneading dough requires a special technique, and Yuan Zhou infused not only recipes, but also skill into his work. Even with such ordinary flour, he strived to create extraordinary flavors, making every effort to restore the ingredients' inherent freshness and craft exquisite dishes. As Yuan Zhou continued, the bowl became spotless, the dough smooth, and his hands clean. He began rolling out the noodles on a prepared mat. Why is it so quiet in there? Someone suddenly inquired. Sun Ming, celebrating his birthday at home, had ordered most of the food as takeout, later telling everyone that a friend would come over to prepare fried rice and longevity noodles. While cooking other elaborate dishes was set aside, fried rice seemed too commonplace, piquing everyone's curiosity. Now that they were present, they saw a rather aloof man inside, and after some initial sounds of water, it had grown completely silent. Isn't it supposed to be fried rice? Has he not started yet? A girl set down her wine glass. Intrigued with the noise, he must still be washing the pots. Someone else chimed in. That is possible. With so many people, even fried rice isn't a simple task. Another remarked, appearing to speak from experience. I wouldn't hold my breath. There are plenty of other dishes, someone else added skeptically. They had all seen Sun Ming's kitchen, which was indeed new and unused, and such a sterile environment made cooking seem daunting. Yuan Zhou did not look like a master chef at all. Enough, I know my brother's culinary skills well. Just enjoy the meal, Sun Ming said, setting down his wine glass with conviction. Not trying to be rude, just asking if you need assistance, someone quickly clarified. I just checked. Yuan Zhou is kneading dough and said he didn't need help. KFC quietly interjected. Oh, that explains the silence. He making hand-pulled noodles. The girl who had initially spoken remarked with realization. I'm quite interested in hand-pulled noodles. They have a nice chew, a plump man added. The conversation then shifted, and everyone began discussing the differences between hand-pulled noodles and regular noodles. Meanwhile, Yuan Zhou had already discarded the broth, cleaned the pots, and started to separate the rice. Wearing gloves, he carefully pried apart the clumped rice. His movements gentle, ensuring the grains remained intact, exuding the fragrance of cold rice. The damp cloth had preserved the rice's moisture beautifully, and now, once separated, it looked delightful. After separating the rice grains, Yuan Zhou uncovered the damp cloth to let them air dry. He began cracking eggs, shaking them gently in his hands before deftly breaking one with a single hand and pouring it into a bowl, while his other hand continued the process with the remaining eggs. Skillfully multitasking. This skill of cracking eggs with one hand was something Yuan Zhou had perfected over time, particularly after preparing countless fried rice dishes, and it proved to be quite convenient, with approximately 11 people outside. Making a total of 12, including himself, Yuan Zhou cracked 14 eggs directly into a large bowl, swiftly whisking them together and adding a touch of warm water to enhance the tenderness of the eggs. With a decisive pop, he ignited the gas stove and commenced heating the pan in preparation for the fried rice. His habitual choice was, of course, golden fried rice, with no intention of adding scallions. The steam evaporated from the pan. He poured in a small amount of oil, and when it began to shimmer, he added the cold rice, lightly tossing it to ensure each grain was coated in a layer of olive oil. He then poured the eggs into the center of the pan, initiating the magical transformation of the fried rice. The lively conversation outside came to an abrupt halt, drawn in by an unexpected wave of enticing aroma. Is that the smell of fried rice? A man who had previously dismissed its appeal asked with astonishment. Indeed. This fragrance is utterly unique. Upon closer inspection, it's merely the scent of eggs and rice, yet it makes one salivate. A girl expressed her sensations. No kidding, all that earlier food felt like nothing compared to this. And now I feel incredibly hungry, the previously skeptical chubby man remarked, clutching his stomach. But wait, thin guy, you just devoured several rabbit heads, another man chimed in. Aren't you hungry? The chubby man retorted. Very much so. Shall we take a peek in the kitchen? The eager man suggested to the group. Let us go, Sun Ming stated decisively. Thus, the 11 of them silently approached the kitchen door, blocking the entrance as they observed Yuan Zhou expertly frying rice. Yuan Zhou's culinary skills had long reached a masterful level, and the fluidity of his movements as he tossed the pan and wielded the spatula resembled a graceful dance. The spectators outside, enveloped in the intoxicating aroma of the fried rice, were mesmerized by the captivating sight of one person cooking. They had never witnessed such an alluring display of frying rice. It was evident that those who dedicate themselves to their craft possess an undeniable charm. Regardless of their profession, Yuan Zhou tossed the pan again. The muscles in his arms flexed elegantly, while in his other hand, he skillfully scooped out 3 portions of rice into a plate beside him. Only then did the onlookers realize that there were already 6 neatly arranged plates of fried rice. The flame continued to blaze as he simultaneously tossed the rice and served it from the pan. Each portion identical, with the fried rice piled high on the white porcelain plates, impeccably neat with not a single grain out of place. The edges of the plates were pristine, and the pan showed no signs of spillage. As the fragrant fried rice wafted through the air, "How is it? Is it ready?" A girl instinctively lowered her voice, not wanting to interrupt Yuan Zhou. "If it's not ready, I might just drool," the chubby man admitted, patting his stomach. "Hey, go ask him. You're the birthday boy," the loudest voice earlier urged Sun Ming. "All right, I'll ask," Sun Ming replied, his mouth watering as he swallowed the saliva that had unconsciously pooled. "Yuan Zhou, we're here to help serve the dishes," he stated as Yuan Zhou finished filling the last empty plate. "Yes, these are all set." Yuan Zhou nodded, gesturing towards the neatly arranged plates on the table. The fried rice gleamed golden, emitting a gentle steam, and the people outside could no longer contain themselves, stepping forward to each take a plate. "Celebrate with the circumference ratio," Sun Ming quipped, showing his good nature by taking his plate while also beckoning Yuan Zhou. "Coming right up," Yuan Zhou replied, mindful of cleaning the pot and cutting board, as it was not his own home, and he preferred to maintain a sense of decorum. Satisfied, Yuan Zhou left the kitchen, leaving the utensils in a chaotic yet familiar arrangement, and stepped out with the fried rice. It was only after Yuan Zhou sat down that Sun Ming proclaimed, "Today is my birthday, and my friends have come to cook for me, so everyone, dig in." Once Sun Ming finished speaking, they wasted no time, grabbing their spoons and diving into the food, without even a hint of politeness. The most self-disciplined among them, Sun Ming, who had already tasted the original version, turned to Yuan Zhou and said, "Thanks, brother." "No need for thanks," Yuan Zhou nodded, indicating that it was time to eat. "Wow, this is absolutely delicious," a girl in glasses exclaimed suddenly. The fried rice was fluffy and tender, with just a hint of chewiness, each grain perfectly enveloped in egg. The plate contained only the fried rice, with no stray bits of egg scattered about. The gentle coating of eggs on the rice was particularly tender, while the rice itself retained a satisfying firmness, creating a delightful explosion of flavors. Thanks to Yuan Zhou's efforts to elevate the natural flavors of the ingredients, everyone was relishing the ultimate expression of rice and eggs, their faces alight with satisfaction. "Buddy, your friend is truly a master chef. There's no denying that." The man who had initially doubted Yuan Zhou's skills now praised him with a thumbs up. "However, the ingredients leave something to be desired. I can taste the olive oil," he quickly added. "That's my fault. I don't know how to shop properly and just grab what I see. My friend makes dishes at the restaurant that are a few levels above this," Sun Ming interjected. "Oh, where's your friend's restaurant? I must try it sometime," the man asked earnestly. "On Taoshi Road," Yuan Zhou replied after swallowing a bite of rice. Not far. Not far. I'll definitely go one day," the man responded cheerfully. "Boss, look at me. I'm so fat. This tiny portion isn't enough to fill me up. Can I have some more?" The chubby man habitually patted his belly. "I'm not full either. And I'm just a girl. Let us have another serving." A girl with bright eyes chimed in, smiling. "Exactly. I've decided to abandon my diet today. Let us get another plate," a tall and slender girl added. Batting her large eyes to the dining table, requests for more servings began to fill the air. Just as Yuan Zhou was about to reference the rules on the wall, he suddenly remembered that this was not his own establishment, but rather his friend's home. And he frowned, unsure of how to decline. "All right, my brother still needs to prepare longevity noodles for me. These marinated dishes count as sides, so feel free to indulge." Sun Ming decisively rejected the requests. "Besides, if you want more, it's simple. My brother's restaurant is right on Taoshi Road. Just go there when you have the time," he added with a smile. "That's a great advertisement. I give it an 11 out of 10. The extra point is your grandfather's love for you. That's all." Thin Man remarked in approval. You've truly sullied a fine name. Sun Ming lamented, exasperated by the nickname. Wait a minute, Sun Ming. Are you saying that the longevity noodles are only for you? The girl with glasses quickly questioned. Absolutely, it's my birthday. So I'm the one who gets to eat the longevity noodles, Sun Ming replied smugly. No, no, no. You don't understand. The tradition is for everyone to help you eat the longevity noodles so that you may live long, the girl earnestly explained. Her expression almost convincing Sun Ming. Huh, I don't believe it for a second, he countered directly. How about we make a big pot and each take a taste, someone suggested. I'm sorry, but I only made a single serving, Yuan Zhou interjected at the right moment, causing the guests at the table to glare at him. However, Yuan Zhou's skillful deflection was in full effect as he pointed at Sun Ming, casually and persuasively stating, the debt has its owner. The group collectively inhaled sharply. And the girl with glasses spoke up. Sun Ming, we'll let you off the hook today since it's your birthday, but remember this for next time. The friends at the table cast knowing glances, conveying that eating alone would lead to dire consequences. Chapter 83. Claiming the rewards, the friends at the table exchanged glances, signaling that eating alone would not end well for Sun Ming. Yuan Zhou, more familiar with Sun Ming, placed a hand on his shoulder. You're being unfair. We are all friends here, and we shouldn't make things difficult for Chef Yuan Zhou. How about sharing the longevity noodles? Sun Ming glanced around helplessly and reluctantly agreed. All right. That sounds fine. No, let us raise a toast to Chef Yuan Zhou first, the girl with glasses declared straightforwardly, lifting her glass. Thank you, Yuan Zhou replied. Even though he no longer drank alcohol, he felt it was only polite to accept a toast from a lady. To Chef Yuan Zhou's generosity, the chubby man chimed in, raising his glass as well. I'm afraid I must maintain my palate, but since it's my good friend's birthday, I'll toast each of you, Yuan Zhou preemptively asserted, lifting his glass. That works. Let us do it, Sun Ming confirmed decisively. With approximately 4 bottles of beer, Yuan Zhou could still manage it. He had once consumed an entire case without issue, but since he had dedicated himself to cooking, he refrained from drinking to preserve his taste buds. After quickly finishing the toast before the effects of the alcohol set in, Yuan Zhou said, I'll head downstairs for a moment. With that, he rose and returned to the kitchen. The essence of a good clear noodle soup lies in the broth. So Yuan Zhou opted not to prepare a complex stock, but rather to use mineral water to boil the noodles that he set the heat to low, allowing the water to bubble gently before adding the noodles. Quickly turning the heat up high. Within 10 seconds, the water was boiling, and the pure white noodles danced in the pot. Yuan Zhou took a ladle and sprinkled a spoonful of cold water evenly over the noodles, causing them to bob momentarily before rolling again. After repeating the process thrice, Yuan Zhou promptly retrieved the noodles, immersing them into a basin of mineral water filled with ice cubes. The invigorating chill of the icy water enhanced the elasticity of the noodles. After a brief 3 seconds, he swiftly lifted them out, the core remaining warm, and placed them into a pristine white porcelain bowl that he seasoned the dish accordingly, resulting in a clear broth devoid of scallions. Once served, it naturally incited a frenzy among the guests. With Sun Ming, the birthday celebrant, managing to savor only a single bite, as the majority was claimed by a few ravenous girls, whose insatiable appetites were both delightful and daunting, showcasing astonishing competitive spirit. Fortunately, I did not join the fray, Yuan Zhou mused, slightly dizzy from the effects of alcohol, as he stood to the side. Ultimately, all he recalled was his fervent desire to return home, facilitated by a familiar KFC driver. And the subsequent events remained a blur, as he drifted into slumber until 7:30 the next morning. Upon awakening, Yuan Zhou stared blankly at the ceiling for a while before rising to begin his morning routine. At exactly 8 o'clock, he opened the door to find the little girl, Mu Xiaoyun, patiently waiting at the entrance. As soon as the door opened, she automatically took her designated spot, ready to greet the customers. Accompanied by the sound of pat-pat from her slippers, Wu Hai was the first to enter, immediately remarking without a hint of politeness, Ever since you hired someone, Boss Yuan, you've been quite diligent, now punctual as clockwork. 1 serving of soup dumplings, he ordered. Soup dumplings had become a daily offering, much to Wu Hai's delight, and he placed his order as usual. I'm sorry, but there are no soup dumplings this morning, Yuan Zhou stated nonchalantly, seemingly oblivious to Wu Hai's disgruntled expression. Egg fried rice and beef sauce, Wu Hai continued. Clutching his belly, feigning discomfort. Yuan Zhou glanced at him and solemnly advised, "If your stomach hurts, you should avoid spicy food. How about a clear broth noodle instead?" "My stomach hurts because of you. I want egg fried rice and beef sauce," Wu Hai retorted, casting a glare at Yuan Zhou while maintaining his insistence. "Very well, please wait a moment," Yuan Zhou replied before proceeding to prepare the meal. During these exchanges, Mu Xiaoyan typically stifled her laughter in silence nearby. To her, it seemed that Wu Hai and Yuan Zhou were undoubtedly good friends, one openly teasing the other, while the latter consistently fell for it. The young girl, still too naive, failed to grasp that this was merely a manifestation of a foodie being caught at their weakest point. For a dedicated foodie, shamelessness is a prerequisite for the pursuit of culinary delights. As the day unfolded, it remained busy, and as closing time approached, Yuan Zhou stumbled upon a delightful revelation. The system displayed, "Congratulations to the host for completing Phase 2 of the task. Rewards are available for selection." The sudden burst of joy brought a subtle smile to Yuan Zhou's face. "Boss Yuan, are you all right?" Ling Hong inquired with a hint of concern. "I think you look rather good as an iceberg," a short-haired girl remarked straightforwardly. "It's not that Boss Yuan isn't handsome. It's just that he really isn't when he smiles," a more forthright long-haired girl added with a hint of sarcasm. "Therefore, Boss Yuan, please don't smile unnecessarily. It's quite frightening," Wu Zhou summarized from the side. "Dinner service continues for another half hour," was Yuan Zhou's retort, choosing to ignore their comments and simply remind them of the time. "What's wrong with you, boss?" Mu Xiaoyan's face was also filled with concern. "Nothing," Yuan Zhou said, forcing a smile to suppress the twitching of his lips, maintaining a calm demeanor. "Speaking of which, Boss Yuan, it has been over half a month since you introduced a new dish," Wu Hai noted, still fixated on the prospect of new offerings. "The watermelon juice you had was not long ago," Yuan Zhou replied, his tone indifferent. "That's not a dish. When will you introduce new items?" Wu Hai countered, slurping a large mouthful of watermelon juice. "Soon," Yuan Zhou affirmed with a serious nod, indicating his sincerity. "Oh, then what dishes are you planning to introduce, Boss Yuan?" Ling Hong inquired curiously. "You'll find out when the time comes," Yuan Zhou responded, exuding confidence while maintaining an air of mystery. "He never shares anything. Boss Yuan is always like this," Wu Hai remarked, exasperated. Ling Hong also sighed, expressing his helplessness. "Time is nearly up," Yuan Zhou stated, glancing at the clock. The last half hour dragged on interminably, and Yuan Zhou himself was quite curious about what kind of cuisine he would draw, wondering if it might pertain to the 8 major culinary traditions. Which are the most renowned? Despite the existence of others, he eagerly anticipated the outcome. "Be cautious on your way. Here's your pay," Yuan Zhou instructed Mu Xiaoyan after the customers departed, handing her the wages. "Thank you, boss," she replied sweetly. It was only after Mu Xiaoyan's figure vanished from sight that Yuan Zhou finally closed the door. Returning to his position, he took a deep breath and accessed the system. The Phase 2 task required the development of over 100 regular patrons. Task description: a good establishment must have over 100 regular patrons, with each patron visiting more than 8 times a month to qualify as a regular. Task reward: 1 chance to draw from the cuisine fragments. Task progress: 103 completed. Now to claim the reward, Yuan Zhou silently thought. Instantly, a series of squares appeared in his mind, arranged in a rectangular formation, with the 8 major cuisines occupying the majority of the squares, while the remaining minor cuisines each claimed a few. On one short edge, there was an object resembling a door, with a small ball at its entrance. Rolling randomly to select a cuisine fragment. Each fragment contained unknown dishes, including an uncertain quantity. Yuan Zhou found the method of selection rather amusing. It resembled a game of marbles, a game in which he was not particularly skilled. Upon closer inspection, the divisions were quite detailed, with Sichuan cuisine differentiated into subcategories such as Rome School, Yu School, and Yin School, and other cuisines were similarly categorized. After contemplating for a moment, Yuan Zhou decided to rely on luck. Believing that being able to obtain a system reward indicated that his fortune was still quite favorable. With determination, he pushed the small ball, which began to roll slowly. Chapter 84. Cuisine reward. After looking for a while, Yuan Zhou decided to test his luck. Convinced that obtaining a reward from the system indicated good fortune, he directly propelled the small ball, which began to roll leisurely, showing no urgency. The ball first rolled straight to the area designated for Shandong cuisine. then meandered out of its zone, eventually colliding with adjacent squares, veering off course, and entering the Anhui cuisine area. Yuan Zhou frowned at this development. Previously, he could not claim to be proficient in any particular cuisine, although he was quite adept at preparing some home-cooked stir-fries. Now, faced with authentic culinary categories, he recalled that the restaurant he once worked at had a head chef from Shandong, who excelled at Jiaodong cuisine. He intently watched as the ball slowly traversed the Taiwanese cuisine area, only to pivot again upon hitting a square, this time landing squarely in the expansive area designated for Su cuisine. Su cuisine, representing Jiangsu cuisine, is one of the 8 major culinary traditions and is further divided into Huaiyang, Jinling, Su Beng, Su Hai, and Wuxi cuisines, thus occupying a significant portion of the area. The ball rolled back and forth within this zone before finally coming to rest in the Jinling cuisine section, its pace gradually slowing until it settled in one of the squares that had just accommodated the ball. The system then displayed, "Congratulations to the host for winning a reward. Jinling cuisine fragment. Ready for collection." Claim, Yuan Zhou said with a surge of excitement, promptly retrieving the reward. Instantly, all the squares in his mind vanished, leaving only the one occupied by the small ball. Suddenly, the ball soared upward, expanding in size within his mind until it burst like fireworks, scattering beautiful light deep into his consciousness. Wow, as usual, but with a touch of novelty, this time the skills acquired were related to cooking, along with experience. Yet it encompassed 3 dishes at once. Yuan Zhou felt a twinge of disappointment. Within a culinary category, there are many dishes, and drawing only 3 was indeed modest. However, he quickly set aside such thoughts and focused intently on experiencing the techniques and emotions associated with each dish. He was on the verge of becoming a master stir-fry chef. The first dish was a vegetarian offering, Jinling grass, a vegetable dish whose intricacies surpassed Yuan Zhou's previous knowledge of meat dishes. Yet its final form was astonishingly simple. The second dish, a representative of Jinling cuisine, was the phoenix tail shrimp, named for its pristine white shrimp meat and vibrant red shell that resembles a phoenix's tail upon preparation. The third dish, however, was a home-style dish, one that everyone loves and is commonly prepared at home. Yet with the system's enhancement, this seemingly simple, melt-in-your-mouth delicacy was transformed into something extraordinary. Gurgle. Yuan Zhou's stomach growled after digesting the 3 dishes. "I forgot to eat." Rubbing his belly, he rose to check the kitchen for the ingredients necessary for the new dishes. The small kitchen was always immaculate and bright as day, allowing Yuan Zhou to observe the subtle changes in the food within the pot at any time. As he surveyed the kitchen, he found nothing particularly out of the ordinary until he noticed a splash of vibrant green above him, a refreshing shade that a glass cabinet had appeared overhead, featuring a 15-centimeter deep-water trough. Only 12 centimeters wide, protruding from the wall, it looked aesthetically pleasing, and the space didn't seem cramped at all. Yuan Zhou quietly examined the overhead structure and compared it to his height. "System, do you think I can reach that?" Yuan Zhou asked, his expression one of exasperation. The system provided a rather classic response. A shelf suddenly extended from beneath the original cabinet, appearing to serve as a step stool. Yuan Zhou stood on it, discovering that he indeed could reach the desired height. His line of sight aligned with the top of the glass cabinet, making it just right for harvesting. However, Yuan Zhou still felt a sting to his pride, as if his height had been mocked, and he couldn't express his frustration. Stepping down, he decided to take a closer look at the raw materials for Jinling grass. This time, Yuan Zhou wisely opened the cabinet labeled Phoenix Claws. The preparation of these claws required fresh, sun-dried chicken feet, which were indeed stored within the cabinet. As the cabinet door swung open, a batch of sun-dried, lightly pink chicken feet was revealed, exuding an unexpected chill reminiscent of an open freezer. Curious, Yuan Zhou reached out to touch the area adjacent to the chicken feet, only to discover that they were not cold at all. "Indeed, yet another marvel of technology," he muttered. With a decisive bang, Yuan Zhou shut the cabinet door and glanced at the spice rack, where, as anticipated, several new spices awaited him, alongside a quietly resting bottle of soy sauce. Yuan Zhou paced around the compact kitchen, his hand resting on his brow in contemplation, pondering, "I wonder where the shrimp could be." Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the water tank that had materialized following the upgrade of his small establishment. Given that the primary ingredient for the phoenix tail shrimp dish was river shrimp, it was imperative that they were fresh. Thus, the system must have provided live shrimp. Hastening towards the tank, he was delighted to find a cluster of pristine river shrimp, all of remarkably similar size and quality. Leisurely releasing bubbles and flicking their claws in the clear water, the shrimp appeared plump and robust, and upon sensing a stranger, they began to leap about, one of them propelling itself over a meter high, splashing Yuan Zhou's face with water droplets. "Truly fresh," he remarked, expressionless, as he wiped his face dry. The primary ingredients for the 3 dishes and their accompanying components were now all in their rightful places. And after a brief adjustment period, Yuan Zhou stumbled upon something rather peculiar. "System, I have the ingredients for the dishes, but what about the rice?" Yuan Zhou had developed a profound understanding of the system and was not one to believe it would make such a trivial oversight. The system promptly responded, "Therefore, the ingredients have been allocated according to the rewards or tasks drawn by the host." A straightforward explanation, indeed. "So there is no rice, is there?" Yuan Zhou inquired, seeking confirmation. The system remained unresponsive. However, the quick-witted Yuan Zhou soon recalled the essential ingredients for fried rice, which included the premium xiangshui rice. Surely, boiled rice would also be delectable. "Xiangshui rice can be cooked. That should suffice," Yuan Zhou said, brimming with anticipation as he prepared to boil a pot for himself. The system then issued a gentle reminder. "Kindly note that xiangshui rice is not the most suitable for white rice." "Huh?" Yuan Zhou paused, rendered speechless. "So there are only stir-fries, but no rice?" He sighed, exasperated. What kind of warm reminder is that? This is a pitfall. Having often left others in exasperation, Yuan Zhou now found himself at the mercy of the system's capriciousness. After a taxing day, with his stomach growling, he lacked the energy to experiment with new dishes and resorted to cooking a bowl of noodles instead. He quickly devoured the noodles and, as per his usual routine, served some to his scruffy teddy dog. The relationship between the two had evolved to resemble a peculiar employment arrangement. Yuan Zhou provided the noodle broth, which had some restorative properties, while the scruffy teddy dog vigilantly guarded the small establishment each night. Chapter 85. Jinling Cuisine. The alarm clock rang punctually, prompting Yuan Zhou to rise immediately, closing his eyes as he completed his morning routine before returning to his room to don his attire. Descending the staircase, he instinctively lifted his gaze to the verdant greenery outside, which remained as fresh as ever, showing no signs of change. Having yet to examine it closely, he approached and pressed a discreet white button nearby. The stepping platform that had appeared the previous night materialized instantly. Yuan Zhou stepped onto it and lifted the glass cover, instantly enveloped by a delightful fragrance that wafted through the air, mingling with the vibrant green hues to uplift his spirits. Beneath the sink lay crystal-clear water, circulating rather than stagnant, and upon closer inspection, he noticed a slender white pipe at the other end. Far less conspicuous than the usual ones, the tender green shoots, arranged neatly in 3 rows, stood tall and straight, each with a similar height and diameter, their delicate white roots growing harmoniously without entanglement. After observing the growth, Yuan Zhou replaced the glass cover and stepped down from the platform, which promptly retracted to its original position. Checking the time in the dining area, he noted it was 7:15 and decided to prepare soup dumplings for breakfast. A convenient choice indeed. He retrieved flour and began kneading it, applying the age-old adage of practice making perfect with remarkable finesse. His kneading skills had progressed well beyond the basics, resulting in a dough that appeared more plump, glossy, and elastic. While waiting for the dough to rise, Yuan Zhou finally chopped the meat filling and diced the pigskin jelly from the refrigerator into small cubes, with just a few minutes left. He seized the moment to lower his mask and opened the main door, where he found Mu Xiaoyun waiting as expected. "Have you had breakfast yet?" Yuan Zhou inquired, attempting to maintain a serious demeanor despite his unusually good mood. "I have," Mu Xiaoyun replied with a cheerful nod. "That's good. I'll be having breakfast shortly," Yuan Zhou stated matter-of-factly. Mu Xiaoyun was momentarily taken aback before curiously asking, "Do you always speak like this, boss? Is there a problem?" Yuan Zhou questioned, puzzled by her tone. Observing his serious expression, Mu Xiaoyun hesitated before finally voicing her thoughts. "Your way of speaking can be quite jarring." "Oh, I'm preparing to eat breakfast," Yuan Zhou responded, sidestepping her comment. "Then I won't disturb you," Mu Xiaoyun said obediently, picking up a decorative cloth nearby to begin wiping down the tables and chairs, a task she had insisted on herself. This was, of course, influenced by her brother Mu Jiyun, who had informed her that no restaurant staff would neglect cleaning duties, prompting her to request a cloth for the task. The cloth was a white towel that Yuan Zhou had specifically purchased anew. A medium-quality item from a small grocery store, costing 10 yuan each. While its quality was average, it was more than sufficient for cleaning tables. As Mu Xiaoyan began her efforts, she quickly realized that the shop was remarkably clean. Even the undersides of the tables were spotless. After wiping down every surface she could reach, the towel remained as pristine as when she had started, showing no signs of discoloration, though there were some minor alterations in its shape after washing. The towel retained its whiteness, albeit with some shedding, an inevitable drawback of cotton fibers. Now, Mu Xiaoyan merely wiped down surfaces, unwilling to let her mouth water over the soup dumplings Yuan Zhou was preparing. Yet, even so, as he opened the dumplings and poured in the fragrant vinegar, the enticing aroma wafted irresistibly towards her. Grumble. Even having eaten breakfast, Mu Xiaoyan's stomach betrayed her with a loud growl. Embarrassed, she glanced around to ensure no one was watching, covering her belly and pretending to be busy in the corner. Only after Yuan Zhou finished 2 dumplings did she return to her place. Yuan Zhou never formally announced new dishes, so Mu Xiaoyan had only just noticed the additions on the menu. However, the prices once again challenged her views, prompting her to adhere to her habit of asking questions when confused. Boss, I can understand everything else, but this Jinling grass, is it actually grass? Yes, it is grass, Yuan Zhou confirmed without hesitation. You're quite humorous. Boss, it must be a wild vegetable, Mu Xiaoyan remarked, demonstrating her knowledge of foraged plants. That's right, Yuan Zhou nodded in agreement. Boss, do you have soup dumplings today? Suddenly, a customer entered and inquired as breakfast service officially commenced. Within the hour, most patrons had overlooked the newly added dishes. Regular customers rarely glanced at the wall menu, and Yuan Zhou had no inclination to advertise. The longer lunch hours would be the main focus. Little Chef Yuan, have you introduced any new dishes today? An elderly gentleman inquired, ambling and leisurely. Having missed a week, he was eager to know. Yes, it's on the wall, Yuan Zhou replied, gesturing towards the newly added dishes. Oh, judging by the names, these dishes are from the south, the elderly gentleman observed as he settled down, scrutinizing the menu. Indeed, 3 new dishes had been added, and the previously sampled tea egg had reverted to its original price. Little Chef Yuan, it turns out this tea egg is a special deal, the elderly gentleman remarked, staring incredulously at the large price of 1,888 yuan for a single egg. Indeed, you've tasted it before. This reflects its true value, Yuan Zhou humbly responded. A modesty rooted in a recently assigned task. The old man prefers light flavors, so I'll have a serving of Jinling grass and a bowl of rice, the elderly gentleman stated, presuming Yuan Zhou's rice would incur a cost. Apologies. But we currently do not have white rice, Yuan Zhou stated earnestly. Little Chef Yuan, how can you have dishes without rice? The elderly gentleman exclaimed, incredulous at Yuan Zhou's assertion. This is how it will be served, Yuan Zhou replied calmly. Little Chef Yuan, I feel you really lack business acumen, the elderly gentleman replied with a touch of exasperation, noting the young chef's indifferent demeanor and extraordinary culinary skills. Yuan Zhou merely acknowledged the comment with a non-committal, "Oh," and awaited the elderly gentleman's revised order. Jinling grass. With clear soup noodles, the elderly gentleman finally opted for a noodle dish. Is that Jinling grass a vegetable? The elderly gentleman asked, still concerned. It is indeed a vegetable, Yuan Zhou affirmed confidently. Remember to note down the orders when customers arrive, he instructed Mu Xiaoyan, who stood nearby at this hour. It was still relatively early. The elderly gentleman had simply chosen to avoid the lunchtime rush. Chapter 86. A segment of Jade. When customers arrive, make sure to note their orders, Yuan Zhou instructed Mu Xiaoyan, who stood attentively by. Rest assured, boss, I have a great memory, Mu Xiaoyan responded, aware of Yuan Zhou's impending busyness. After noticing Mu Xiaoyan intently gazing at the entrance, Yuan Zhou began to prepare the ingredients for Jinling grass. Starting with the primary component, the verdant plant thriving in water, that he pressed a button, stepped onto a platform, and ascended to harvest the tender roots and stems that a typical serving of Jinling grass weighs approximately 2.5 taels. And Yuan Zhou effortlessly pulled out an entire row, loosely grasping it in his hand. Young boss Yuan, is this mugwort? The elderly man inquired, his keen eyes recognizing it immediately. Yuan Zhou nodded in silence. This plant is indeed edible. But the most delectable part is just that segment, the old man remarked, familiar with it himself. Seeing that Yuan Zhou's Jinling grass referred to this gave him peace of mind. As Yuan Zhou diligently continued to pick the vegetables. Locals in Jinling typically discard 8 tails, leaving behind only a clean, crisp segment of mugwort stalk. However, Yuan Zhou was even more ruthless. His 2.5 tails of mugwort yielded only 2.5 tails of usable product. Taking merely 1/10, a pound utilized only 1 tail. Due to the fragility of the vegetable, which easily bruises and loses moisture, the system ensured that the plants were harvested precisely at their peak. Still submerged in water, Yuan Zhou picked up a stalk of mugwort, its fresh green hue appearing delightful, and decisively snapped off the tender tip, swiftly removing the leaves before placing it in a nearby ceramic bowl with small holes. Gradually, the white ceramic bowl filled with uniformly cut green segments, and once the last stalk was harvested, Yuan Zhou took the bowl to the sink. The freshly severed mugwort was so succulent that water dripped from it. He first filled a slightly larger ceramic bowl with water, then submerged the bowl containing the mugwort, using a ceramic stick about the thickness of a finger to gently stir the tips, cleaning them meticulously. This method maximized the avoidance of bruising. The elderly man watched in astonishment as Yuan Zhou treated the bowl of mugwort with such care, both impressed and finding it only natural. After all, how could Yuan Zhou's dishes be so delectable otherwise? The attention to detail was evident even at the preparation stage. That a minute later, Yuan Zhou placed the ceramic bowl on a plate, allowing excess moisture to drain away. Only after all this preparation did he ignite the stove, switching to a new frying pan to commence cooking. The benefit of the system was that even a new pan was seasoned, devoid of any metallic taste, and the ingredients were extraordinarily rare. With the heat set to high, the pan began to smoke, and with a sizzling sound, Yuan Zhou poured in the special oil for Jinling grass, immediately reducing the heat to medium. This caused the oil temperature to rise instantly, yet not to the extent that the vegetables would scorch upon contact. The moment he added the mugwort, it sizzled in the pan. Mugwort, a perennial herb, possesses a fragrant aroma. The longer it grows, the more intense its flavor becomes. However, the edible mugwort should not have an overpowering taste, as it would compromise its fresh and crisp texture. The mugwort selected by the system was 2 years old, cultivated in water to promote natural growth. The water used was sourced from clouds that had yet to descend, scientifically catalyzed to become water, entirely free from any artificial contamination. Thus, the mugwort grown in this manner bore no earthy odor, no dust, nor any trace of artificial cultivation, from the moment the mugwort was placed in the pan until it was plated. Yuan Zhou took merely 2 minutes. He then began to prepare the fried rice, his movements fluid and practiced, completing it in 3 minutes, while the mugwort on the tray retained the appearance of having just been cooked. This was undoubtedly aided by the system's tray. Removing his mask, Yuan Zhou placed the tray before the elderly man and said, "Your ordered dish. Young boss Yuan, your speed is remarkable," the old man complimented before examining the newly ordered Jinling grass. The round ceramic plate, white at the base, was adorned with a painting of a small fish, its mouth animatedly open as if it were about to consume the vibrant green mugwort tips. "This plate is quite lively and interesting," the elderly man remarked. What entered his view next astonished him. "Could this dish possibly be a sham?" he exclaimed, pointing at the vibrant green mugwort in disbelief. "I too find it appears somewhat unreal," Mu Xiaoyan chimed in, unable to contain herself. Indeed, the items now resting on the plate bore a striking resemblance to fakes, reminiscent of jade. With each piece stacked together, droplets of water clinging to the cut ends, the glossy sheen made it seem as though the mugwort emitted a radiant light, utterly uncharacteristic of a mere dish. Younger boss Yuan manages to astonish even with a simple vegetable dish, the elderly man mused, shaking his head in awe. "Please, do try it," Yuan Zhou urged with few words, gesturing for the elderly man to begin eating. "These appear as if crafted from jade. I, too, have indulged in jade," the old man said, carefully picking up 2 pieces to chew. The mugwort, glistening and seemingly jade-like, devoid of any seasoning, entered his mouth, initially offering a subtle fragrance, followed by a crisp and refreshing texture. With a few chews, the sound of the fibrous stalks breaking filled his mouth, releasing the tender juices contained within, intensifying the mugwort's inherent aroma. The elderly man, not a connoisseur of fine cuisine, swallowed after a couple of chews, feeling the unique light fragrance of mugwort rise from his throat. Truly exceptionally tender, he remarked, eagerly reaching for more mugwort. Mu Xiaoyun, witnessing the elderly man's enjoyment, could not help but swallow lightly. Working part-time at Yuan Zhou's establishment, whether during working hours or in terms of pay, was indeed favorable. Yet there was one torturous aspect: being allowed to observe the delectable food without being able to partake, a veritable torment for a young girl with a healthy appetite, in the tranquil restaurant. There were no other patrons, only the continuous sound of the elderly man savoring his meal. The 2.5 taels of mugwort, once cooked, amounted to little, and in no time, the elderly man had finished, while the fried rice remained untouched. Young Master Yuan, the portions here are rather scant. Is there any possibility of increasing them? The elderly man tentatively inquired, gazing at the now empty plate. None, Yuan Zhou replied succinctly. Oh, this plate is indeed quite attractive, the elderly man said, disappointedly shaking his head as he stared at the plate that held no trace of moisture. Wait, that's odd. Young Master Yuan, why is there no broth at all in this vegetable dish? The elderly man noted with curiosity. All the moisture from the mugwort has been sealed in, Yuan Zhou explained. A notion only the elderly man, familiar with the dish, could comprehend. Generally speaking, cooking vegetables results in a loss of moisture, and consequently, nutrients as well, no matter how exquisite or crisp the dish may be. This remains true. Yet, Yuan Zhou had mastered the art of locking in all the moisture of the mugwort. Truly remarkable skill, young Master Yuan. The elderly man nodded in appreciation. Would you care for a tea egg today? Yuan Zhou initially acknowledged the compliment before posing the question. No, I cannot afford the original price for such an egg, the elderly man replied, having noticed that the tea eggs were now priced at their original rate, realizing that indulging in an egg at that price would be a painful experience. The original price reflects status, Yuan Zhou earnestly promoted. What status does an old man like me have? The elderly man shook his head, declining once more. Please enjoy your meal, Yuan Zhou said, undeterred by the unsuccessful promotion. Suddenly, the elderly man slapped his thigh, exclaiming, I was planning to have some clear soup noodles. How did I finish so quickly? He glanced helplessly at the now empty plate. Boss, did you grow those vegetable seedlings yourself? Mu Xiaoyan asked Yuan Zhou quietly once he had finished his tasks. No, they are delivered as such, Yuan Zhou replied decisively. Oh, I see it. In a wonder I didn't see them yesterday, Mu Xiaoyan mused to herself. Focus on attending to the customers, Yuan Zhou reminded her from the side. Of course. Boss, Mu Xiaoyan responded with a sweet smile. Yuan Zhou then turned his attention back to the entrance, awaiting new customers, particularly the wealthy Ling Hong, knowing that the tea eggs were now at their original price. His eagerness to sell the tea eggs was simple. The reward for the dish was Jinling cuisine, a minor faction within the 8 major culinary traditions of Su cuisine, which placed significant emphasis on carving and presentation, an area in which Yuan Zhou was not particularly adept. Creating phoenix tail shrimp required shaping the shrimp tails into a phoenix's tail. While he had no issue with cooking time, the crucial aspect lay in the decorative arrangement, requiring intricate carving. Yuan Zhou had no problem slicing ingredients, but the art of carving eluded him as he had never undergone professional training at tea. First, Yuan Zhou had not noticed this until the elderly man ordered the new dish. Jinling grass, prompting the system to suddenly present a temporary task. The system displayed a message. In light of the host's carving skills not yet meeting the requirements for crafting phoenix tail shrimp, this dish is temporarily unavailable. A temporary task has been issued. The temporary task involved selling 10 tea eggs at their original price within 2 days. Selling tea eggs at their original price was the true challenge. System. What does medium-level carving entail? Are there also upper and lower levels? Yuan Zhou inquired while keeping an eye on the business outside. The system replied, carving is divided into upper, middle, and lower levels. Upon completion of the task, the host will be rewarded with the medium level. Upper, middle, and lower levels, what do they encompass? Yuan Zhou asked directly. The system responded, the upper level pertains to the carving of inedible materials, the middle level to vegetable carving, and the lower level to meat carving. Understood, Yuan Zhou thought, realizing that vegetable carving was a broad category, allowing for the creation of numerous dishes. Boss, I would like a fried rice set. The young girl Mu Xiaoyun's voice brought Yuan Zhou back to reality. Yuan Zhou turned calmly to prepare. as if he were not the one who had been lost in thought just moments ago. Is something the matter, Boss Yuan? Wu Zhou, with a puzzled expression, inquired. I don't know. The boss might be contemplating the new dishes, Mu Xiaoyan, ever diligent, remarked. Well, that's just part of the promotion. New dishes? Let me have a look, Wu Zhou said, instantly captivated by the new offerings, turning to the menu. Ah, so the tea egg is indeed on special, he mused, noticing the prominently displayed price of 1888 for the tea egg. What on earth is this Jinling herb? Is it actually an herb? He continued, spotting the intriguingly named dish in any other establishment. Wu Zhou would not have presumed that Jinling herb was indeed an herb. Typically, it would just be an unfamiliar wild vegetable. However, at Yuan Zhou's little eatery, it could very well be just that, a genuine herb. It's not an herb, it's a type of wild vegetable. Just a moment ago, an elderly gentleman ordered it. Would you like a serving? Mu Xiaoyan explained attentively. No, I plan to bring my girlfriend here this weekend. Wu Zhou replied with a smile, inadvertently sprinkling a bit of dog food into the conversation. Here's your meal, Yuan Zhou announced as he served the dishes. Thank you. Which of your new dishes is the best? Wu Zhou asked curiously. The tea egg, Yuan Zhou replied instinctively, his mind preoccupied with tasks. Wu Zhou found himself at a loss for words. Yes, it's definitely the tea egg, Yuan Zhou affirmed. Forget the tea egg. I meant which of the three new dishes is the most delicious, Wu Zhou reiterated, emphasizing the word new. The vegetarian Jinling herb, the melt-in-your-mouth claws, and the river-fresh phoenix tail shrimp, Yuan Zhou replied at a leisurely pace. You make a compelling point. Yuan boss, Wu Zhou said, utterly speechless. The distinction was hardly discernible. Frustrated, Yuan Zhou had once again failed at promotion, a method of selling that even the so-called king of sales, Zhou Gerard, would struggle with. At noon, with just 40 minutes remaining, the wealthy Ling Hong finally arrived with a group, queuing to enter the establishment. Hello, would you like to eat today? Mu Xiaoyan greeted with a sweet smile. Little lowly. You've been so well-behaved today, Ling Hong complimented Mu Xiaoyan before continuing. Are there new dishes? Indeed, there are 3 new dishes today, Mu Xiaoyan responded, accustomed to such praise from Ling Hong, who often expressed it. Then we'll have one of each new dish for me and Tank. 4 glasses of watermelon juice and 4 portions of rice, Ling Hong ordered. Though wealthy, he was quite judicious with his ordering, believing that wasting such delicious food would be a sin. I am sorry, the phoenix tail shrimp is currently unavailable, Yuan Zhou interjected. Why not? Ling Hong asked, perplexed. Typically, anything listed on the menu would be prepared as long as it fell within the rules. This was the first time he had been met with such a refusal. It's written on the price list. Yuan Zhou pointed to the menu. Where temporarily unavailable was boldly marked next to the phoenix tail shrimp. Indeed, several of them turned to look. Oh, the tea egg is back to its original price. You should treat us. Tank exclaimed in surprise. Is that so? Ling Hong looked up at the tea egg's position on the menu and confirmed it. All right. Then 4 tea eggs, 3 new dishes, and 4 portions of rice, Ling Hong ordered again. I am sorry, white rice is temporarily unavailable, Yuan Zhou stated. Despite being pleased that the tea eggs sold themselves without his promotion, rice was still off the menu. Yuan boss, you might find yourself friendless at this rate, Ling Hong remarked directly. Not at all, for I am quite handsome, a skilled cook, and my dishes are truly delightful, Yuan Zhou replied with utmost seriousness. Haha. Ling Hong was amused by Yuan Zhou's earnest nonsense. Then we'll have 4 bowls of egg fried rice, Tank interjected from the side. Certainly. Please wait a moment, Yuan Zhou said politely. Chapter 88. Notes on the melt-in-your-mouth clause for Yuan Zhou. Preparing the divine egg fried rice was akin to performing simple arithmetic. He relished the exhilarating sensation of crafting the perfect dish. The Jinling herb, among the new dishes, required meticulous handling. The absence of an assistant meant that Yuan Zhou had to undertake this task alone, a process he thoroughly enjoyed. The system had endowed him with unparalleled culinary skills. Alongside an unwavering pursuit of perfection, Yuan Zhou could no longer tolerate any methods of ingredient handling that he deemed substandard, and the Jinling herb, in particular, demanded careful attention. Even the slightest mishandling could alter its delicate flavor. Had Yuan Zhou lived in ancient times as a minister, he would undoubtedly be a hands-on zhuge liang, ultimately exhausting himself to death. Fortunately, he was merely a chef, the chef of his own restaurant. Enjoying flexible hours without the burden of overexertion, The preparation of the melt-in-your-mouth clause was even more intricate. So Yuan Zhou first served the egg-fried rice and Jinling herb, which Mu Xiaoyan delivered to Ling Hong's table. "Here are your meals. Please enjoy," Mu Xiaoyan announced as she set down the dishes. These indeed looked like 3 plates of vibrant, refreshing herbs. Qi Lian, who adored rock music and possessed a delicate appearance, exclaimed dramatically, "Yuan boss, are you serving us 3 plates of herbs?" The straightforward octopus asked directly. "I believe it to be some sort of wild vegetable, tank." The muscular man with an unexpected soft side remarked with keen interest. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Yuan Zhou was carefully placing the chicken claws into a high-pressure pot for stewing, ensuring the lid was secured before turning to respond. "It's not an herb, it's a wild vegetable," Yuan Zhou assured confidently. "Yuan boss, it appears you haven't added anything. Are you serving this raw?" The octopus scrutinized the visually appealing Jinling herb, which bore no signs of having been cooked or seasoned. The pristine white bowl, aside from a cute little fish at the bottom, contained no broth, leading the octopus to suspect it was indeed raw. Raw wild vegetables were hardly commendable. They often bore a unique flavor that only seasoning could make palatable. At other places, "You wouldn't eat raw vegetables. Don't you understand that here with Yuan boss?" Ling Hong retorted directly. It seemed they all assumed it was her AW. In reality, Yuan Zhou had meticulously prepared the Jinling herb, cooking it swiftly, and the group had not been watching closely. "It's not raw. It has been stir-fried," Yuan Zhou interjected at the opportune moment. "Really?" The octopus appeared doubtful. The Jinling herb looked very much like a raw wild vegetable served straight to the table. No matter how appealing it appeared, Yuan Zhou chose not to elaborate further, merely indicating that once they tasted it, they would understand. Tank, however, had already picked up his chopsticks and popped 2 pieces into his mouth. Instantly, a refreshing and crisp flavor filled his palate, and with each bite, the unique fragrance of the herb enveloped him in a delightful flavor storm. Tank didn't even inform the octopus that it was indeed cooked. He simply began to eat. "It seems the taste is extraordinary," Qi Lian, quick to react, immediately joined the eating frenzy. "Octopus, give it a try," Ling Hong urged, not wanting to be left behind. The octopus, glancing around, noticed the others were all in a state of ecstasy, considering Yuan Zhou as consistently remarkable culinary skills. He decided that even if it were raw, it was worth a try, and thus he joined in, albeit delicately. After finishing one, the 4 of them engaged in a silent competition for food, racing to see who could eat the fastest and most accurately. Meanwhile, the pressure cooker significantly shortened the cooking time. 10 minutes later, Yuan Zhou returned to the kitchen, lifting the lid to reveal a wave of rich aroma. "Oh, that meaty fragrance," Qi Lian exclaimed, swiftly snatching the last piece of Jinling herb. Inhaling deeply in delight, "It truly is exceptional," Ling Hong, who loved meat, concurred. "I haven't had meat in ages," the octopus remarked, gazing eagerly at Yuan Zhou, awaiting the dish. "Indeed, ever since dining here at Yuan boss's place, I've been eating far less outside," Ling Hong agreed with a knowing smile. "Just wait, it will be worth it," Tank said, maintaining his calm demeanor. "Here are your melt-in-your-mouth claws," Yuan Zhou personally served on a tray, along with 40 eggs. "No need to trouble Yuan boss," Qi Lian remarked, reaching for the tray. The others followed suit, emulating him. At that moment, Inya happened to walk in. "What smells so delicious?" she inquired, her delicate nose twitching. "New dishes. It's been a while since you last came," Yuan Zhou said, his expression brightening. "Yuan boss, your business is booming. I waited in line for 20 minutes. Inya replied with a smile as she took a seat. "Unfortunately, the food here is too pricey for someone like me who is just an employee," she joked lightheartedly. "Not at all. The prices are quite reasonable." Yuan Zhou genuinely believed that given the quality of the ingredients, the prices were fair. "All right then, your skills are indeed worth that price," Inya conceded, realizing Yuan Zhou hadn't quite grasped her underlying intent. "I just got paid today. I want to treat myself to something nice." "What are they eating?" Inya asked curiously. "Melt-in-your-mouth claws, a new dish," Yuan Zhou answered honestly. "It seems there are quite a few new dishes. I need to take a look." Inya smiled, glancing back at the menu. Humans tend to focus on what they most desire first. For Inya, who craved the melt-in-your-mouth clause, her attention was immediately drawn to that dish. However, the smile that had adorned her face quickly faded. "Yuan boss, what does the note at the bottom of your menu mean?" Inya asked in a flat tone. "It is quite straightforward. Girls cannot order it individually, Yuan Zhou explained clearly. Melt-in-your-mouth clause, 588. Males may order up to 2 servings per day, while females may only order half a serving and cannot order it alone. Such words struck Enya as somewhat discriminatory against women. Why can't it be ordered alone? There must be a reason, Enya questioned with firm conviction. Why don't you find someone to try ordering it and see for yourself? Yuan Zhou suggested thoughtfully. I simply wish to have a single order. What should I do? Enya remarked with a serious demeanor, playfully being obstinate. No, Yuan Zhou resolutely declined. As Enya assessed Yuan Zhou's expression, realizing he was not jesting, she reluctantly acquiesced, yet she was determined to savor those chicken feet today. Retrieving her phone, she directly called her colleague, the short-haired girl who had visited once before. Hello, Xiao Chun, come to the nameless little shop for a meal, it's on me, Enya said in a gentle tone. The voice on the other end was faint. Yuan Zhou could only catch snippets about generous bonuses. Seeing that Enya was indeed inviting someone to dine together, Yuan Zhou felt relieved and folded his arms. Waiting patiently, the melt-in-your-mouth chicken feet, due to the ingredients, were not suitable for women to indulge in excessively. Chapter 89. Misunderstanding resolved. Hello, Xiao Chun, come to the nameless little shop for a meal, it's on me, Enya reiterated in a soothing voice. After hanging up, she turned to Yuan Zhou and said with a calm expression, Now can I inquire about the reason? Just wait, you'll understand once you've tasted it, Yuan Zhou replied leisurely. Are you discriminating against women? Enya asked with a serious countenance. Absolutely not. My mother is a woman, and I hold great respect for them, Yuan Zhou promptly asserted. Are you certain? Enya pointed to a conspicuous line on the menu that stated half portion for women. Quite certain, Yuan Zhou affirmed with a nod. Well then, I await your explanation, Enya responded, momentarily letting Yuan Zhou off the hook. It was not unreasonable for Enya to take offense. As a female assistant to a director in a large corporation, she inevitably encountered various forms of gender discrimination. While everyone was civilized enough not to vocalize such sentiments, subtle biases often manifested in actions that in Enya's eyes. Yuan Zhou was rather special. He could cook, had a pleasing appearance, and exuded a mature charm that was quite appealing. As a longtime patron, she hoped he would not harbor such tendencies. During this time, Yuan Zhou completed 2 more orders, attempting to promote his tea eggs as usual. Yet he was met with no success, while the affluent Ling Hong continued to relish his chicken feet, showing no interest in the steaming tea eggs. When someone treats you to a meal, especially a beautiful assistant to the director, Xiao Chen arrived in a flash, even discarding her partially eaten lunch. The position of director's assistant was quite advantageous, coupled with Enya's charm, which was undeniably captivating. Dining at Yuan Zhou's little shop was Xiao Chen's aspiration, albeit currently a distant goal due to the high prices. Thank you, Xiaoya, Xiao Chen said, taking a seat beside Enya. You're welcome. I ordered a new dish, chicken feet. You decide what you'd like, Enya replied warmly. There's a new dish. Can I order something new? Xiao Chun inquired, glancing at the menu and then at Enya. Of course, Enya smiled, nodding in agreement. Then I'll have the Jinling grass and egg fried rice. If that's all right, Xiao Chun politely requested after perusing the menu. I will have a bowl of clear soup noodles and a serving of melt-in-your-mouth chicken feet, Enya said, emphasizing serving as she looked at Yuan Zhou. Not a problem. Please wait a moment. Yuan Zhou acknowledged with a nod and began preparing the dishes that he first handled the phoenix feet, placing them into a high-pressure steamer before proceeding with the other dishes. This high-pressure steamer significantly reduced cooking time, allowing Yuan Zhou to prepare the remaining dishes efficiently in 10 minutes. With no spectacular techniques on display, Yuan Zhou completed the preparations smoothly. Some culinary skills were indeed showy, but these dishes did not allow for such flamboyance. The melt-in-your-mouth chicken feet were elegantly arranged on a rectangular plate, featuring a pale blue background adorned with begonia flowers. There were 6 chicken feet in total, glistening with a rich brown hue, their skin slightly wrinkled, plump, and inviting. Each chicken foot's sharp claws were neatly trimmed, and despite the absence of any seasoning, an enticing aroma wafted through the air. This new dish looks absolutely delicious, Xiao Chen remarked with a bright smile. Enya, observing closely, found nothing particularly different from ordinary chicken feet, although these appeared slightly smaller, only about 2/3 the size of typical ones. What is going on? Enya furrowed her brow and directly inquired. Please give it a taste, Yuan Zhou replied. shaking his head and gesturing for her to try. All right, Enya conceded, deciding to sample it first. Xiao Chun, let us dig in, she politely invited, picking up a chicken foot to begin eating. As the name suggests, the melt-in-your-mouth chicken feet were designed to dissolve upon contact, unlike ordinary chicken feet that were often tough to chew. Yuan Zhou had perfected this dish. Typically, chicken feet undergo high-temperature frying followed by braising, resulting in a textured skin. However, the chicken feet now entering Enya's mouth had none of that sensation. Glistening and rich in flavor, they released a refreshing icy taste within. Such a paradoxical texture was akin to a warm ice cube being placed in her mouth, with a tender, crumbly exterior that was exquisitely delicious when combined with the sauce. Most astonishingly, these chicken feet lived up to their name, melting upon entry, just as Enya prepared to spit out the bones. She discovered there was no need, as the flesh had completely separated from the bones, revealing a crisp texture upon a casual bite. Reminiscent of tender cartilage, the delightful icy flavor spread throughout her mouth with each chew. The cartilage contained marrow, warm and inviting, complementing the refreshing crunch in just a few bites. Enya polished off an entire chicken foot that moment. She understood why women were advised to consume only half a serving. However, faced with such culinary delight, indulging was the priority. Picking up another phoenix foot, Enya refrained from placing it entirely in her mouth this time. Instead, she gently sucked on it while it remained on her chopsticks, revealing the true nature of the melt-in-your-mouth chicken feet. The remaining bones were translucent, resembling jade, and within, a hint of platinum-colored marrow glimmered, transforming the chicken foot into a work of art. So that's how it is, Enya mused to herself. With another bite, she felt a refreshing sensation radiate throughout her body, akin to the pure essence of snow lotus flowers on a high mountain. Earlier, Yuan Zhou had inquired about the chicken feet from the system, and the reason behind the restriction for women was straightforward. They were cooling in nature. Being inherently lean, excessive consumption of cooling foods was detrimental, especially since these chickens were raised through special methods by the system. The system stated, "This chicken is a rare breed, combining aesthetics, culinary delight, and nourishment. The Guifei chicken." The Guifei chicken, adorned with a phoenix crown and cloaked in black and white feathers, was bestowed the name Guifei chicken by the British royal family. In the past, it was exclusively reserved for the palace and forbidden for public rearing. The system employs wild Guifei chickens, selecting the strongest chicks before they hatch, allowing them to incubate in icy conditions. Wait, doesn't incubating eggs require a stable temperature? Yuan Zhou retorted, adopting a tone of skepticism. The system clarified, observing the snow, we determined the most suitable temperature for incubation, resulting in the first generation, which subsequently adapted to snowy environments after 3 generations. The chicken feet, daily immersed in snow, developed thick protective skin, encasing the now crispy bones. Their growth environment is extremely frigid. The bones absorb intense cold, resulting in a unique texture, but excessive consumption by women is not recommended. The system's final remark clarified the reasoning behind the menu's restrictions. Regardless of how delectable they were, Enya, after savoring the dish, recognized a certain chill emanating from the chicken feet, penetrating her body with a refreshing sensation that was indeed too cold for women. So that was the explanation. Chapter 90. The second dimension. Only after finishing the last phoenix foot did Enya find the opportunity to look up at Yuan Zhou and say, "Boss Yuan, I apologize, but your wording could easily lead to misunderstandings." Yuan Zhou nodded, indicating his understanding, though he had no intention of revising it. "Would you like to amend it? I could assist with suggestions," Enya said, feeling a bit embarrassed about her earlier presumptions as her eyes darted thoughtfully. "No need," Yuan Zhou firmly rejected. He believed his wording was already clear enough. "Time is running short. Those waiting in line can return in the evening," Yuan Zhou announced, glancing at the clock and addressing the queue. "Boss Yuan, when will you extend your operating hours? This is far too limited," one person complained while walking away. "Exactly. Please consider extending your hours," another chimed in. "Apologies, but I have other matters to attend to," Yuan Zhou replied earnestly. "Boss Yuan, you could hire more staff to assist. That would expedite service," someone proposed with a clever suggestion. "I prefer not to have others in my kitchen," Yuan Zhou shrugged. "Boss Yuan, you're making it difficult to maintain friendships," Ling Hong remarked casually from the side. "Not at all. I'm charming, can cook, and my food is delicious," Yuan Zhou replied in his usual manner. Boss Yuan makes a compelling point. I find myself at a loss for words, an incredulous octopus stated. Seeing they could not persuade Yuan Zhou, the remaining patrons had to seek sustenance elsewhere. Hee hee, Ling Hong's chuckle echoed the sentiments of most. The tea eggs are going to get cold, Yuan Zhou said quietly. By the way, I still haven't tried the tea eggs. Ling Hong suddenly remembered the exquisite 1888 tea eggs. He pulled over a small dish to begin eating, though he maintained an air of disdain. Boss Yuan, considering the price, you should at least peel the shell, Ling Hong remarked, eyeing the reddish-brown tea egg with disbelief. Do it yourself. It's part of the experience, Yuan Zhou replied, arms folded, watching leisurely. Very well, Ling Hong and the others began to enjoy the tea eggs. The eggshell remains unchanged, remarkably easy to peel. With just a slight effort, one can remove the entire shell. After a few have peeled theirs, they appear momentarily stunned, exchanging glances. Is this a landscape painting? Ji Lian expresses disbelief. Each of ours is unique. And the images are all quite complete, the octopus remarks as he arranges their tea eggs together in astonishment. Indeed, they are different. Mine resembles a solitary peak, piercing the heavens, while Ahong, yours looks like a lone boat adrift in a river. Truly remarkable, Tank observes after a careful examination. It certainly resembles an exquisite piece of egg art, and the flavor is both delicate and natural. Ling Hong inhales deeply, adding his thoughts. Let us taste it, Ji Lian declares, picking up a tea egg to indulge. This fellow does this every time. Any artwork in your hands becomes unworthy, Ling Hong comments exasperatedly. No matter, it's still food, and it does smell quite appetizing, the octopus joins in, savoring his own tea egg. All right, let us eat, Tank suggests, glancing at Ling Hong. Agreed, Ling Hong replies, and they all begin to enjoy their tea eggs. They ask for the flavor. Their expressions of enjoyment reveal everything. A single tea egg is not large, and it is consumed slowly over 5 minutes. What do you think? Shall we have another one tonight? Yuan Zhou asks in a neutral tone. Let me swallow the last bite before we decide, Ling Hong responds, having already finished but still relishing the aroma of the tea and egg. Ahong, how about having another one tonight? The octopus suggests enthusiastically that a faint smile graces Yuan Zhou's typically expressionless face. Barely noticeable. Are you treating us? Ling Hong asks directly. Ahong, as a wealthy individual, you must embody the spirit of a tycoon. It's only a tea egg. Being stingy is unbecoming, the octopus states earnestly, as if Ling Hong's refusal to treat was a grave offense. No, I've been short on funds lately. You should treat us. You recently landed a big order and haven't treated us yet, Ling Hong replies without hesitation. Then Tank and I, two impoverished souls, shall wait for our meal. We have no preference as to who treats us, though ideally, it should be the octopus. Ji Lian cleverly aligns with Tank as an ally. You all can decide, Tank states, expressing his indifference to who treats. These two characters, the octopus mutters in annoyance. Octopus, do treat us, Ling Hong declares triumphantly. Fine, I'll treat tonight. The octopus concedes, his straightforward nature shining through as he quickly agrees after some playful banter. All right, let us go. Ling Hong leads the way out. Meanwhile, Xiao Chun and Enya have just finished their meal. Thank you, Xiao Chun, let us go, Enya says, first expressing her gratitude to Yuan Zhou before turning to Xiao Chun. Yes, Boss Yuan, we're leaving now, Xiao Chun replies with a carefree demeanor, following Enya out. Now, only Mu Xiaoyan remains in the shop. Yuan Zhou glances at the leftover bowls on the table and states, Xiaoyan, you can head home now, don't be late tonight. But I haven't cleared the bowls. Mu Xiaoyan hesitates, looking at the remnants on the table. No need, you can go. Yuan Zhou waves his hand, taking the bowls back to the kitchen himself. Once Mu Xiaoyan departs, Yuan Zhou locks the door and checks the task progress. The temporary task requires selling 10 tea eggs at the original price within 2 days. Selling tea eggs at the original price is the true skill. Reward, mid-level carving. Task progress, for 10. It seems I need to promote a bit more. Yuan Zhou mutters to himself as he reviews the task list. As evening diners arrive, they notice Yuan Zhou is particularly chatty today, frequently inquiring if they would like to have tea eggs. That if one declines, he doesn't tea press further, yet his expression remains perpetually serious. Diners exchange puzzled glances at Mu Xiaoyan, wondering what has gotten into Boss Yuan. But Mu Xiaoyan is equally baffled. Just as diners are waiting in line, a girl suddenly bursts in, clumsily dressed in an anime-style sailor uniform, her high ponytail bouncing with youthful vigor, her face radiating with youthful beauty. "Boss, I heard you have golden egg fried rice," she asks directly, disregarding the astonished looks from those behind her. Yuan Zhou ponders, considering that the divine egg fried rice could indeed be referred to as golden fried rice. And he nods. Upon hearing this, the girl's eyes brighten, and she leans eagerly on the long table, excitedly asking, "Boss, is your surname Liu?" "No." Yuan Zhou steps back discreetly, feeling overwhelmed by her enthusiasm. "Then your master must certainly be named Liu," she asserts confidently, nodding her head, her ponytail swaying gracefully. "I'm sorry, I don't have a master, little girl. Please go line up," Yuan Zhou replies, his expression serious, slightly vexed. "Everyone, don't worry. I'm not eating, just asking a few questions. It'll be quick," the girl says, clasping her hands adorably at the diners waiting behind her. "Don't worry, it's fine. Little girl, ask away," a man in his 40s generously responds, moving to the back of the line to wait again. Perhaps reminded of his own daughter. "Thank you, uncle." The girl bows politely in appreciation. With this, no one else voices objections. Meanwhile, Yuan Zhou frowns, not wishing to engage. "Uncle, is your father named Liu? And is your mother a fairy?" The girl's questions come rapid fire. Yuan Zhou crosses his arms, waiting for her to finish, then responds, "No. What do you want to eat?" "Oh, boss, aren't you going to answer?" she persists, gazing intently at him. "The menu is at the back. Once you've decided, let her know." Yuan Zhou gestures towards Mu Xiaoyun, then moves away to attend to other customers. "Wow, so cute. Are you his daughter? I knew it. Your family must be from Guangzhou," the girl exclaims, her eyes darting to Mu Xiaoyun. At that moment, Yuan Zhou, who had been turning around, nearly stumbles, almost falling. "Daughter? He is only 24. How could he have a 16-year-old daughter?" He looks expressionlessly at the floor, then at his shoes, muttering to the system. "System, your floor is quite slippery." Yet, the system remains silent. Thump, thump, thump. The girl in the sailor outfit strides confidently over to Mu Xiaoyun, examining her from left to right. "Excuse me, what will you have?" Mu Xiaoyun, feeling a bit uncomfortable, steps back cautiously and asks, "Are you named Dudu?" The girl rattles off a series of names. "No, I'm Mu Xiaoyun," she replies with an awkward smile. "Oh, so it's not," the girl says, glancing between Yuan Zhou and Mu Xiaoyun. "What will you have?" Mu Xiaoyun thinks that although this big sister is pretty, she seems a bit unhinged. "Where's the menu?" The girl finally utters a phrase Mu Xiaoyun can understand. Quickly, Mu Xiaoyun points to the wall behind her, saying, "That's the menu." "Oh," the girl scratches her head, looking at it while muttering, "What is Jinling grass? Is that from a new show?" "Boss, please tell me, is your hometown Guangzhou?" the girl pleads with an earnest expression. "No," Yuan Zhou, still preoccupied with his facial concerns, casually replies, as he never pays much attention to appearances that it's simply annoying. "All right, I believe you must have some connection to Liu Ongxing or Master GD. I will uncover it," she declares, then dashes out. Only after disappearing from Yuan Zhou's small establishment does she exclaim, "Good thing I ran fast. This place is truly a scam, but I really want to try that golden fried rice." Ha ha ha. At this moment, Wu Hai bursts into laughter unceremoniously. "What are you laughing at?" Yuan Zhou looks at Wu Hai with a puzzled expression. "Your daughter." "Ha, boss Yuan, you look quite anxious." Wu Hai chuckles, struggling to contain his mirth. Yuan Zhou instinctively glances at Mu Xiaoyun before responding with utmost seriousness. "I need to develop new dishes over the next couple of days. The shop will not open in the morning." He communicates this to those waiting outside as well. Instantly, Wu Hai falls silent. "Boss Yuan, you wouldn't be nursing a petty grudge, would you?" he inquires skeptically, scrutinizing Yuan Zhou's expression. "No," Yuan Zhou firmly denies. "I find that hard to believe. What could you possibly research in the morning?" Wu Hai remains unconvinced. In the morning, inspiration strikes more readily. Yuan Zhou maintains his serious demeanor, asserting that he is indeed speaking earnestly. "All right, how many days will it take?" Wu Hai recalls that inspiration can be unpredictable while painting, so he settles for a compromise. "The time is uncertain." Yuan Zhou glances at Wu Hai. "That one tea do, you must give us a time frame, otherwise. How will we have breakfast?" Wu Hai attempts to stir the emotions of the group. "No definite timeline, Yuan Zhou continues to wear his serious expression. Boss Yuan, for the sake of the old man. Do tell us. The elderly gentleman chimes in. It should be 2 or 3 days. Yuan Zhou offers a vague answer after assessing the old man's request. After that, no matter what they say, Yuan Zhou remains unyielding. 3 hours is not a long wait, and with 20 minutes remaining, just as Yuan Zhou thinks the temporary task will have to wait until tomorrow, a man strides in. Dressed in a suit, he appears composed and reserved, with an air of pride about him. The slender man carries a soft leather briefcase and selects a seat at the far end of the curved long table. Surveying the surroundings with a frown, clearly dissatisfied but maintaining his composure without voicing any complaints. Sir, may I inquire what you would like to eat today? Mu Xiaoyan asks politely. You must be a child laborer. The man frowned even deeper. I am merely a seasonal worker. Mu Xiaoyan replied with unwavering composure. The man with the briefcase placed it on his lap, sitting upright, seemingly indifferent to Mu Xiaoyan, and politely addressed Yuan Zhou, saying, Could you please bring me one of every dish you have here? I'm afraid you'll need to consult the menu first, Yuan Zhou replied calmly. After all, he had encountered such pretentious wealthy patrons before. Ling Hong was one such example. I already know the prices. There's no need to look, I'll have one of each dish, the man stated. His tone courteous yet decidedly impolite, the arrogance on his face becoming more pronounced. Wasting food will result in being placed on the blacklist, and you will not be served again, Yuan Zhou declared with his arms crossed. Maintaining his composure, this scene resembled a duel of poise and pretentiousness between two calm individuals that Mu Xiaoyan watched in bewilderment from the side. That's all right, boss, please be quick, the man said dismissively, raising his hand to glance at his watch. Urging Yuan Zhou. Understood, please wait a moment, Yuan Zhou replied, turning to prepare the food. For a chef, perhaps the greatest joy lies in seeing empty plates, a sign that all the dishes have been savored. Yuan Zhou certainly could not bear to witness his meticulously prepared dishes go to waste. Thus, the rule against food wastage was established after he received a reward for his Jinling cuisine. This time, Yuan Zhou served each dish one by one, yet the man exhibited remarkable self-restraint, showing no intention of picking up his chopsticks to taste the food. 13 minutes later, Yuan Zhou presented all the dishes before the man. Your dishes are ready, he gestured, indicating that it was time to eat. The man retrieved a wooden box from his briefcase, snapping it open with a pop, and then said, I actually came to try your food because I heard from someone that it was excellent. Yuan Zhou remained unperturbed, his expression calm, as if he were not curious about who made the recommendation. Of course, he truly was not curious, as his temporary task had concluded, and now he awaited the closure to claim his reward. I can't comment on the taste yet. But your speed is quite impressive, the man remarked as he began to pick up the vegetarian dishes, starting with the Jinling grass, his dining manner refined and understated. Please enjoy, Yuan Zhou said, maintaining his composed demeanor. Completely unfazed, the man, however, paid no heed to Yuan Zhou's response and began to dine, yet he took only a single bite from each dish. Despite the evident pleasure on his face, he placed his chopsticks down gently and remarked, It truly deserves the title of exquisite delicacy. Thank you for the compliment, Yuan Zhou replied with an air of nonchalance. Appearing entirely unconcerned, Please pack me another portion to take away, the man requested, though he would never reconsider his decision to taste the food again, no matter how delicious it was. This time, however, his tone was slightly more insistent. I'm afraid we do not offer takeout services, Yuan Zhou firmly refused. Is there no container available? I can manage that, the man suggested casually. No takeout services, Yuan Zhou reiterated, refusing to elaborate further. In that case, please serve me another full portion of each dish, the man suggested, his tone softening after some contemplation. Please refer to the back, Yuan Zhou directed. Pointing towards the wall, the man understood that there were many rules at Yuan Zhou's establishment, yet he was not interested in knowing the specifics. There are many things in this world that money cannot buy, but also very few. That's unnecessary. Rules are made by people. As for the rules here, they are your personal regulations. How about this? I'll offer you 3 times the price, the man countered, making his proposal. Such transactions have always been the norm in this world. One makes an offer, and the other negotiates. May I ask if you are still dining? The business hours are about to end, Yuan Zhou inquired, ignoring the man's proposal as he gazed at the untouched dishes on the table. I will not be eating any more, the man replied bluntly. Very well, I must inform you that you have been placed on our blacklist and will be refused service in the future, Yuan Zhou announced with a serious demeanor. Are you serious, boss? The man's tone was incredulous, yet his expression remained proud. I apologize, but our business hours have concluded. Please take your leave, Yuan Zhou said politely, not offering any further comments. Yuan Zhou harbored no fondness for such wealthy, pretentious individuals who waste food. I was sent by Ling Hong. I am his business associate, the man finally revealed after a moment of silence. Understood. Please take care. Yuan Zhou nodded in acknowledgement, of course, maintaining the obligation to see his guest off. Very well, boss, you truly have principles. You live up to your reputation, the man remarked, not resorting to outright cursing, as his upbringing forbade such behavior, but he also had no intention of returning. Yuan Zhou did not respond, his expression still serious as he escorted the man out. The man picked up his briefcase and strode out of the small establishment. Breathing somewhat hurriedly, his face displaying dissatisfaction, he forcefully opened the car door, sat in the driver's seat, and promptly pulled out his phone to dial Ling Hong's number. After a brief wait, the call connected. Though the background noise suggested a rather chaotic environment, the man remained silent for a few seconds before saying, I just left the restaurant, and I've been placed on the blacklist. What did you do? Ling Hong shouted over the noise. Nothing. I just followed the usual protocol, the man replied, his tone laced with discontent. Then I can't help you. Master Yuan is a chef, and under such circumstances, it's best you refrain from visiting again. Stick to places you are familiar with, Ling Hong advised directly. All right then, the man said. Hanging up the call, he glanced back at Yuan Zhou's small establishment and drove away. Meanwhile, Ling Hong was left speechless. Holding his phone, the man was a friend of his parents, who later established a business relationship with him. He had heard about the delicious food and recommended Yuan Zhou's restaurant. However, Ling Hong found it utterly ridiculous that someone so fastidious about cleanliness could behave in such a manner. After sending Mu Xiaoyan away, Yuan Zhou eagerly opened the task menu. The temporary mission required selling 10 tea eggs at their original price within 2 days. Selling the tea eggs at their original price was indeed a true skill. Reward, mid-tier carving skill, can be claimed. Task progress, 1010. He clicked to claim the reward, and a bound volume of binding craftsmanship transformed into a stream of light, infusing itself into the depths of Yuan Zhou's mind. As he silently perused the carving techniques, particularly those pertaining to vegetarian dishes, he suddenly felt an itch to practice. With a stretch, Yuan Zhou made his way to the kitchen, where he promptly found a cabinet labeled Carving, Vegetarian, clearly designated for decorative vegetable carving. Upon opening it, he discovered a limited selection of vegetables, primarily ornamental ones used for preparing phoenix tail shrimp. Yuan Zhou selected a long, cylindrical white radish, weighing approximately 3 pounds, after washing it thoroughly in the sink. He retrieved his carving knife, seated himself, and began to carve. Swish, he first cut the radish into a 15-centimeter tall cylindrical shape, ensuring uniformity by taking a segment from the middle. Yuan Zhou chose a carving knife weighing 24 g. With a blade length of 90 millimeters and a handle length of 95 mm, the widest part of the blade measuring 18 mm. Holding the knife, he familiarized himself with its feel before commencing the carving process. Yuan Zhou decided to carve a water lily, aiming for the petals to be translucent and delicate, with each petal opening gracefully and intricately connecting to one another, the center of the lotus clearly defined. Resembling a genuine flower, the carving knife danced in Yuan Zhou's hands. Initially, his movements appeared somewhat clumsy, but as he progressed, his actions became increasingly fluid and adept. In no time, he completed the water lily carving. Though several petals bore tiny scratches, resembling indecision during the cutting process, and 2 petals were noticeably thicker. It seems practice is essential, Yuan Zhou mused as he gazed at the water lily resting on the table. However, this water lily could serve as a decorative element in a 3-star dish, though it fell short of Yuan Zhou's aspirations for top-tier carving skills. After stretching, Yuan Zhou placed the water lily in a preservation freezer, tidied up his kitchen, and decided to prepare a meal for himself. Opening the cabinet, he glanced at the eggs and decided to boost his nutrition with a boiled egg. However, when he picked up an egg, the system did not respond until he finished cooking it. As he meticulously peeled the shell and completed his meal, the system displayed a payment of 456 yuan. System, are you charging me the price of fried rice? Yuan Zhou questioned. Bemused by the total, the system replied, the host may consume any items from the restaurant, and any combination will be charged at the original set price. Is this a benefit or a trap? Yuan Zhou pondered in silence. Chapter 93. Yuan Zhou's little hobby. After a night of mental sparring with the system, Yuan Zhou awoke in a daze, feeling somewhat drained from dreaming of blades and carving all night. It was precisely 9 in the morning, and he lay lazily, reluctant to move. The repetitive labor of each day had left him weary, and fortunately, he had been informed the previous evening that there would be no breakfast service. Suddenly, Yuan Zhou recalled his new skill, which required further practice. He sprang from bed and dashed into the kitchen to freshen up. With a splash of water, Yuan Zhou emerged from the restroom, wiping his damp hair. Yuan Zhou harbors a strong aversion to hair dryers, believing they pose a threat to the health of his hair. As a person with a mature appearance, he considers a head of lustrous black locks to be the most effective means of discerning age. Of course, in the absence of hair dye. Thus, after towel drying his hair until it is merely damp, he descends the stairs without further ado. With a resounding bang, he activates the kitchen light, which rivals the intensity of a spotlight, and begins to sift through the cabinets in search of ingredients. He intends to dedicate his morning to practicing his carving skills, though breakfast remains a necessity. Yuan Zhou resolves to prepare a set of fried rice for his morning meal. After finishing breakfast, he drains the washed carrots, awaiting their transformation into art. Glancing at the firmly shut door, Yuan Zhou decides to take his work outside. There is a comfortable spot by the entrance where he can sit and carve. He strides forward and with a swift motion, flings open the door, allowing the sunlight to flood in. Observing the sparse foot traffic on the street, he nods in satisfaction at the tranquility of the atmosphere. Yuan Zhou envisions a simple setup: one person, one chair, one knife, and one vegetable, and thus he situates himself at the door to commence his practice. In the days when he operated a noodle shop, he used to set out 2 tables at the entrance when business flourished, providing ample space for guests. Turning around, Yuan Zhou selects a sturdy wooden chair, heavy yet comfortable, allowing one to sit upright without fatigue. Adhering to ergonomic principles, with a decisive scrape, he pulls the chair towards him, but halts abruptly upon reaching the entrance. The system's message flashes: host level 2 low. Items from this establishment cannot be taken outside. Indeed, had the system not reminded him, Yuan Zhou might have forgotten this rule, yet he remains determined to find a workaround. Not even the chair? He stands expressionless, clutching the chair. The system responds: host level 2 low. Please strive to level up. Very well, he replies, placing the chair back down. There is no disputing his current level. With the shop's door wide open, he ascends to the 2nd floor, retrieving a chair from his room. The clever and resourceful Yuan Zhou refuses to be bested by a mere chair. He descends the stairs with a rhythmic thump, 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 successfully positioning the chair where he desires it, now only needing to gather his ingredients and carving knife to begin, holding a large carrot in one hand and a carving knife in the other. Yuan Zhou prepares to sit comfortably at the door and practice. Sometimes, one may guess the beginning correctly, yet fail to predict the conclusion. The system's message reappears: host level 2 low. Please level up. Yuan Zhou scoffs coldly. In light of the system's unreasonable interference, he continues: I am merely practicing at the door. The system falls silent. Once I am finished, I will bring everything back inside, even the scraps. Yuan Zhou, exasperated, rubs his forehead. The system remains mute. While silence is golden for men, you are merely a system. What is there to be silent about? Yuan Zhou, left with no choice, reluctantly returns the ingredients, resolving to purchase his own. Standing within the shop, he gazes at the empty chairs outside, then at the cabinets brimming with supplies. He decides to return the chair to the shop and shut the door behind him. Carving skills require practice, and without raw materials, he must venture out to procure some. Fortunately, a modest vegetable market lies not far from his location, where produce is plentiful, particularly radishes. Yuan Zhou strolls leisurely into the small market. Selecting 10 radishes of similar size, along with a few carrots and purple radishes. Essentially, he buys an assortment of radishes. The weight of his purchase is considerable, and while the distance is neither far nor close, finding a taxi willing to take him with such a load is unlikely. Ultimately, he carries the bounty back on foot, concluding that next time, he should purchase a smaller quantity. Upon reaching the nearby front door, Yuan Zhou sets down the plastic bags, glancing at the red imprints left on his hands, and quietly opens the door. This time, he smoothly begins practicing his carving skills, utilizing the carrots, His objective is to carve 11 rose flowers from the carrots, aiming for a complete set. Little Yuan, what are you up to? Inquires Boss Tong from next door, who has been curious about Yuan Zhou's comings and goings. Practicing, Yuan Zhou replies succinctly. That looks quite lovely. Those are radishes. Right. Boss Tong praises the gradually forming roses in Yuan Zhou's hands. Thank you. Yuan Zhou responds tersely, preferring not to be disturbed while carving. You seem quite busy. I want to keep you. Observing Yuan Zhou's focused demeanor, Boss Tong wisely refrains from further inquiries and retreats to his own shop. However, he feels a twinge of conflict. He had previously promised to patronize Yuan Zhou's establishment, yet the steep prices cause him distress. Still, how could he ignore the bustling queues he has witnessed? The sight of so many waiting customers has inadvertently boosted business at his laundry, serving as an unspoken advertisement. The sound of the carving knife scraping against the carrot fills the air. And with no interruptions, Yuan Zhou becomes increasingly engrossed in his work. His hands quicken, transforming the carrots into roses, each uniquely shaped, yet all vibrantly lifelike. This time, Yuan Zhou's skill has advanced significantly. The marks on the petals are sparse, leaving only a few scattered imperfections, and the design of these 11 roses exudes an enhanced charm. Witnessing the birth of what appears to be genuine flowers fills Yuan Zhou with joy, softening his previously stern expression that he retrieves additional materials to continue carving, not even sparing the less manageable vegetable tops. Boss, why so many flowers? Asks Mu Xiaoyun as she approaches the doorway, spotting the heap of vegetable flowers beside Yuan Zhou and mistaking them for real blooms at first glance. Has time flown by? Yuan Zhou, pulled from his reverie by her voice, glances at the clock. Boss, it's already 11 o'clock, Mu Xiaoyun exclaims incredulously at her punctual employer. Oh, so it has gotten so late, Yuan Zhou replies, preparing to dispose of his practice creations. When it comes to items meant for disposal, Yuan Zhou is not particularly cautious. However, Mu Xiaoyun can't help but interject, can I have some, boss? Yuan Zhou studies her for a moment until he notices the hint of embarrassment on her face for requesting something. No, he states firmly. Mu Xiaoyun pouts, visibly displeased. But, in the future, you can take as many as you like, Yuan Zhou adds. Upon hearing this, her spirits lift, and she eagerly helps him tidy the area outside. For Yuan Zhou, these practice pieces are not meant to leave the shop. Chapter 94. Filled with integrity, 3 days have passed since Yuan Zhou began honing his carving skills, and he has now achieved a remarkable level of proficiency, capable of capturing both form and spirit. What began as monotonous practice has blossomed into a source of great enjoyment, evolving into a beloved hobby. Thus, each morning, he makes it a routine to purchase materials. Another day for radishes? The friendly vegetable vendor inquires as Yuan Zhou selects his produce. Yes, he nods, continuing his search. It's quite rare to see a young man with such a fondness for radishes. Have you finished all those already? She observes, bemused, noting that this is his 4th visit for radishes. Whether red, white, or carrot, he buys whatever is visually appealing. They are for carving, not for eating. Yuan Zhou clarifies his intent. Very well, how many will you take today? All the radishes are exceptionally fresh. Just these, he responds, presenting several bags containing around 10 pounds of assorted vegetables to the vendor. That'll be 483. I'll give you a discount to 48, she cheerfully states. Thank you, Yuan Zhou replies, accepting the vegetables with one hand while offering the exact payment with the other. You're welcome, the amount is just right. Come again next time, the vendor says warmly. Certainly, Yuan Zhou affirms, placing the vegetables into a hand cart beside him. This hand cart resembles those used by the elderly who frequent the market, yet Yuan Zhou pulls it along without a hint of embarrassment. To prevent the vegetables from being jostled and bruised, he has ingeniously added makeshift shock absorbers, inflated plastic bags, ensuring their safety. After 2 days of using this cart, he finds it immensely practical that a chef's hands require protection. And Yuan Zhou is mindful not to carry heavy loads that might impair their dexterity. With the handcart in tow, Yuan Zhou strolls back to his shop at a leisurely pace, indifferent to the curious glances of passers-by. Upon reaching the shop's entrance, he notes the time is still early. Merely 7:30, that a gust of wind prompts him to frown as he opens the door and places his items in the kitchen before pulling out his phone to make a call. Xiaoyan, take the day off. You needn't come in today. The moment the call connects, Yuan Zhou communicates the essential information. Understood, boss. Mu Xiaoyan replies obediently, even turning back home despite having already traveled partway. 5 minutes later, the humidity in the air intensifies, and the once bright sky suddenly darkens, resembling evening rather than the early morning hours. Before long, a loud rumble of thunder heralds a torrential downpour. As expected, it's a deluge. I wonder how long it will last, Yuan Zhou muses, standing at the entrance and observing the heavy rain outside. Fortunately, the threshold is high, preventing any splashes from reaching the interior. The few pedestrians that had been visible moments ago have vanished, yet Yuan Zhou shows no inclination to close the door. Instead, he returns to the kitchen to knead dough, seemingly planning to prepare some clear soup noodles. With the noodles at the ready. What a rarity, Boss Yuan still has his door open, remarks Wu Hai, stepping in wearing flip-flops and expressing his surprise. Well, what shall we eat? Yuan Zhou inquired, nodding his head. Clear soup noodles. Let us have something warm and order a set meal. Wu Hai, clad in shorts and a tank top, resembled an old man from the market. Just a moment, Yuan Zhou replied, directly beginning to prepare the freshly made noodles. It's rare to experience such tranquility. It has been ages since I could enjoy a meal without queuing, Wu Hai remarked. His mood lifted. Yuan Zhou, however, remained indifferent to Wu Hai's musings. Has that young lady not arrived yet? Wu Hai suddenly realized someone was missing and asked. She is taking a break today. Yuan Zhou's muffled voice came from behind his mask. Has school started for her? Wu Hai, often oblivious to the passage of time, inquired. Not yet, came the reply. Then why isn't she here? Wu Hai asked with curiosity. I see, TSK. Boss Yuan truly has a kind heart. Wu Hai observed Yuan Zhou's expression of exasperation. And as the rain poured outside, he had a sudden inspiration. Let us eat the noodles. Yuan Zhou set down the meal. All right, Wu Hai said, lifting the bowl of soup and gulping down half of it in one go. In this kind of weather, there's nothing better than a warm bowl of noodle soup. It's so comforting. He sighed as he placed the bowl down. Try some garlic, Yuan Zhou suggested, pointing to the 2 cloves on the plate. Boss Yuan, when will you ever serve the garlic peeled? Wu Hai looked at the unpeeled cloves in bemusement. Yuan Zhou remained silent, choosing instead to gaze out at the curtain of rain, his brow slightly furrowed. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps approached, and a man, caught in the rain without an umbrella, dashed past Yuan Zhou's door. Moments later, he turned back and walked in. Boss Yuan, you actually have your door open? The man was Wu Min, who had previously bet with Yuan Zhou in the morning about whether he would open the door. Wu Min worked nearby and, having taken the day off, had intended to take a stroll and casually grab breakfast. However, the heavens had not favored him, and he found himself drenched in a sudden downpour. With breakfast now a lost cause, he hurried back, grateful that it wasn't too cold, and noticed that the notoriously obstinate Yuan Zhou had indeed opened his door, prompting him to come in and investigate. What shall I have? Yuan Zhou asked, simultaneously retrieving a new, unopened white towel from a cupboard and handing it to Wu Min. Meanwhile, Wu Hai, still enjoying his noodles, took a moment to flash Yuan Zhou a sly smile, as if to say he was not the only one surprised. Clear soup noodles. Thank you. I didn't expect Boss Yuan to have new towels here, Wu Min exclaimed in astonishment as he accepted the towel, beginning to dry off his arms. Yes, start with your hair, Yuan Zhou advised seriously from within. Today, Boss Yuan is particularly considerate. Is he worried I might catch a cold? Wu Min, who frequented the establishment and often joked with Yuan Zhou, took the advice to heart and began to dry his hair. Are you speaking truth or jest? Yuan Zhou inquired with utmost seriousness. Let us hear both and see how it goes, Wu Min replied with a grin. The truth is that I fear for your health, Yuan Zhou candidly stated. Observing Wu Min's face gradually soften with appreciation, he continued. The jest is that I worry the water from your hair might drip into the noodles and spoil the flavor. Wu Min was left speechless, replying as he took a seat. I believe your jest sounds more like the truth. It's up to you to decide, Yuan Zhou shrugged, indicating it was simply the way it was. How much is the towel? Wu Min thought it best to refrain from discussing further. Directly inquiring about the price of the towel, Yuan Zhou's establishment typically required payment before dining, and having used the white towel, Wu Min naturally felt compelled to ask, though he secretly hoped it wouldn't be too expensive. After all, a towel was not food, no matter how nice. It remained merely a towel, and an exorbitant price would indeed be hard to swallow.